Gaurav, I am so excited about .NET 9.
Me too. And you know what? .NET Conf is about to start.
Now.
Welcome to .NET Conf, the biggest .NET developer conference of the year, and to the Microsoft campus right here in beautiful Redmond, Washington. .NET Conf is a celebration of the latest advancements in .NET, but more importantly, the millions of developers around the globe building, creating, and contributing to .NET every day. Over the next few days, you're going to hear exciting updates on .NET directly from the teams here at Microsoft working on it. But you'll also hear from community members who are building solutions and libraries every single day with .NET, and you'll get their insights. Our mission is to delight developers. It's to empower you to build the apps, services, and solutions that you desire with a unified world-class developer platform, amazing developer tools, and a thriving ecosystem. Since we talked last year, we continue to push forward on our mission with updates across all of these areas, all while working on the next release of .NET to make your every single day part of development even better. We partnered closely with OpenAI to launch the OpenAI library for .NET. We've made vast improvements to GitHub Copilot for developer productivity alongside Visual Studio and VS Code. We celebrated the official launch of .NET Aspire, hosted virtual developer events around the globe with hundreds of thousands of developers, and ensured that you had access to free training necessary to start your .NET journey or to learn a new skill on Microsoft Learn. Now, we love our community and the amazing ecosystem that we're building together. And NuGet is the home for library creators. And it continues to be the fastest package ecosystem growing year over year. There are now more than 400,000 packages for developers to consume, and they've been downloaded over 500 billion times. Just for reference, that is a 45% increase since last year. And our continued investment to make NuGet the most secure package ecosystem continues to yield dividends. We've launched new features for app developers and library creators, alongside key partnerships in the industry. So thank you to all of our creators building and contributing to the .NET ecosystem. .NET continues to be the most used and loved developer framework on the entire planet. In fact, on this year's Stack Overflow Developer Survey, .NET again ranked as the most admired developer framework. And at the same time, C# and ASP.NET Core took top spots in programming languages and web frameworks. We love your love for .NET, and we love .NET here at Microsoft just as much. And that is because .NET truly powers Microsoft at scale. Applications and services powered by .NET here at Microsoft are used by billions of people around the globe and serve up trillions of requests every single day. And teams here at Microsoft are adopting the latest version of .NET at a record pace. And they're seeing vast improvements in their apps and services. Well, what does this mean? Well, it means they're seeing a reduction in CPU and memory and processing time, all with faster startup and even more throughput. And it's not only teams here at Microsoft, but it's companies around the world that trust .NET every single day with their business. And you're going to hear from some of them today and tomorrow at .NET Conf about how they're evolving their business side by side with .NET. And all of this gets better today with the release of .NET 9, the most productive, modern, secure, intelligent, and performant release of .NET yet. And I could talk for hours about all the features packed into this release, but here are some highlights. First, developer productivity. It gets even better in this release with updates across the entire development lifecycle. We know that you need to build beautiful, modern, and secure applications so you can deliver great solutions to your customers. And we are fully committed to give you the tools and the libraries to infuse those applications with AI. And finally, performance. Our investment in performance spans all aspects of developer workloads, languages, and the runtime. Part of our mission is to continue to make .NET the most performant developer platform anywhere. And you just saw a few highlights on performance, but there is a lot more packed into this release. In fact, there are over 1,000 performance pull requests nearly across every aspect of .NET packed into .NET 9. And we can't wait to see the impact that these improvements have on your applications when you build them with .NET 9. Now today, you're going to hear about advancements across all of .NET, our developer tools, and how we're enabling you to infuse your applications better than ever with AI. Now to tell us more, let's head over to Maddie.
Thanks, James. It's another year, which means it's another biggest and best release of .NET yet. .NET 9 shipped today, and it's packed with new features that we'll give you a sneak peek of right now, and of course, go into more detail about over the next 3 days. But before we start, we wanted to take a second and acknowledge the thousands of contributions that you, our .NET community, has made to all of our repos and projects over the past year. We really feel like we built .NET 9 together with all of you. And so from the .NET team at Microsoft, thank you so much for everything you do to make the .NET ecosystem what it is today. And you don't stop at contributions. You engage with us on GitHub and on Discord and in issues and samples and blogs and live streams. And all of those things are so infinitely helpful to us and really shape the product. James talked about delighting developers, which to us means making sure you have the tools necessary to build modern apps that you want on the platforms you need across web, mobile, desktop, cloud, and of course, infusing them with a sprinkle of AI magic. As you'll see over the next 3 days, we've spent this release making improvements in the entire developer lifecycle, from fundamentals like performance, security, and accessibility to new features that make it easier for you to keep up with this fast-evolving world we're living in. .NET is really more than a stack. It's a set of building blocks along with world-class developer tools and languages to help you as a developer focus on what you do best, write cool apps. One of the ways we've combined the modern world with the fundamentals and productivity you need is with .NET Aspire, building blocks for .NET developers to support you as you create more complex and more delightful experiences for your customers. To talk more about Aspire, I want to bring in Damien, who's been working on the team since it started a year ago. How are you doing, Damien?
I'm great. How are you, Maddie?
I'm doing pretty good. Happy .NETCon.
Thank you. Thank you. .NET Aspire is a collection of flexible tools, opinionated templates, and curated packages for .NET developers. Aspire simplifies managing projects, resources, containers, microservices, and more at development time while you write code. Plus, Aspire gives you real-time insights into your app while you're actively developing it. No more pushing to staging environments or production to see how your changes play with the rest of your stack. We've worked with a bunch of popular cloud library and service authors to create integrations that simplify setting up and managing all the various resources we need to build production apps at scale, and to help you build secure by default apps in a world where cyber attacks just don't seem to stop. We've also worked with teams in Azure and AWS to simplify basic deployments to get your apps up and running and your fixes shipped to your customers faster than ever.
We built Aspire to help you during every step of the cloud development journey. Clone an Aspire-ified codebase, and you can immediately start debugging without figuring out containers, emulators, ports, random environment variables, all of those things that we all forget about. And then you can hop right into writing code, or fixing bugs, and testing it all real-time locally on your machine, automatically taking advantage of some of the great security and observability features in .NET, such as our built-in OpenTelemetry support, which a lot of people haven't seen before. And if you don't have an existing deployment pipeline or you want to streamline your existing one, you could use Aspire and the Azure Developer CLI to get up and running in the cloud with just 2 commands. Or you can use Aspire locally and not change anything about your existing deployment, just keep doing what you're doing today, but with an infinitely more productive dev loop. The best way to understand Aspire is really to see it in action, so Damien is going to show us what it's all about and finally get to some code in this keynote.
All right, let's start with the Aspire app host. The Aspire app host is a single project entry point to your entire application. It allows you to build up your distributed application using a familiar-looking API to add containers, projects, and other resources easily and configure their relationships to each other without needing to specify URLs, ports, or connection strings. Aspire takes care of all the details and ensures that the resources are injected with the appropriate configuration when launched, using the names that we see here that I've used in my code. So for example, This project here called Basket API, I've given it a friendly name, and I've said that it references a different resource called RabbitMQ. After launching the app host, we're presented with the Aspire dashboard. It presents a convenient right now view of what's happening in your application. You can see the statuses of all your projects, containers, and other resources in a single view and easily drill into details, including command line arguments, environment variables, and console logs for each of the resources that constitute your distributed app. Now, you might have noticed that some of these resources, while they were starting up, went through a waiting state before they got to the next step. If I look into the logs of this one here, you can see, sure enough, it says it was waiting on another resource to enter a healthy state before it continued starting up while I was launching my Aspire app. Aspire will ensure that these other resources that I've declared as being waited on enter a healthy state before starting up the resources with that declaration. Some of my container-based resources have been marked as persistent, and I can see that in the dashboard here with this little pin icon. The persistent lifetime will mean that these resources keep running between launches, so I don't have to wait for them to start up every single time. This can be really handy for big containers that sometimes take a little bit longer to start than others. You can also configure Aspire to use existing containers you already have just by specifying their name. Also in the dashboard, I can stop, start, and restart resources just by using these convenient buttons and menus from the dashboard. This can be really useful during inner loop scenarios where you maybe make a code change that you can't apply with hot reload and you want to quickly restart a project rather than tearing everything down and starting it all up again. Let's find the front end of my site here. I'm going to scroll down and we'll open up my actual application. So here it is. This is eShop. We showed this in .NET Conf last year. Yeah. So this is a nice continuity thing for this year. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to try and add something to my cart. It says I have to log in. So let's go ahead and log in as Alice. It's my password, very secret down here. I'm going to add that to my shopping bag. It's in my shopping bag now. And I'm going to go ahead and finish this checkout. Let's go back to our Aspire dashboard now, and let's see what else we can learn about our application while we're running during the inner loop. If I go over to the left-hand side here, we can look at the traces view. Aspire enables you to see what's happening across your entire application via OpenTelemetry. Maddie mentioned this before. Maybe you haven't seen it. OpenTelemetry is a collaborative industry project to instrument, generate, collect, and export telemetry to help you analyze your software's performance and behavior. Structured logs, distributed traces, and metrics are enabled in your projects by Aspire and then pushed to and displayed in the Aspire dashboard. The dashboard's structured log viewer lets me see all of the logs in my application, going beyond console logs to show me very easily the real data that's behind those logs in a way that I can explore. I can click through each one of these logs here and see the actual data that comes along with each of these structured logs straight in my Aspire dashboard. The trace view lets me see the complicated nature of distributed actions that happen in my application. Right here, we can see a 10-second or 20-second operation. It's actually changing while I'm looking at it. That represents that operation I just performed, adding something to my cart and checking out. Each one of these individual spans that comes from one part of my application has details that I can drill into and shows me everything that's happening right now as I'm using my application during development. Finally, the metrics view exposes key indicators of your application's performance and health, including things like how many requests are currently running, how long is my average request duration, and so on. Now your application is speaking OpenTelemetry, it can easily be configured to export the same type of information instead of to the dashboard to any other monitoring system or APM system that speaks OpenTelemetry with very, very minimal changes. But how did all of this get enabled in my application? Well, that's thanks to Aspire service defaults. Service defaults come along with the Aspire templates, and it's a set of code that gets dropped into your application with sensible defaults to get you going with things like resiliency, the OpenTelemetry that we've just seen here, and also things like health checks so that I can see how my app is running once it's actually launched. So service defaults comes in as a class library, and the code is included in your application. It's intended for you to modify either on day one to set up something that your app needs from the get-go, or on day 100 as your app grows over time and its needs change. Other things that are enabled by service defaults include Aspire's service discovery system, which is what enables your applications to easily reference each other by the names that you gave them back in the app host, which we looked at before, rather than having to worry about addresses and ports and those types of things. Some of the traces that we saw in that view before didn't come from my application directly. They came from things I was talking to in my application. So how did they get in there? Well, Aspire also includes a set of things we call integrations. They're a curated set of NuGet packages that make it easy to integrate popular dependencies like databases, messaging systems, and cloud services into your applications. Aspire integrations come in two flavors. There are hosting integrations and there are client integrations. Hosting integrations are used to add resources to my app host. So I can bring in things like containers, cloud services, etc., other custom resource types into my app host project over here. In this application, we're using a number of different integrations. You can see that I've pulled in Redis, I've pulled in RabbitMQ, and I've pulled in Postgres for my database. Those were provided by packages that bring in those hosting integrations for Aspire. Client integrations, on the other hand, are used in my actual projects, my actual .NET application projects. In this case, I'm in the code for one of my ASP.NET Core projects, and you can see that I've used the RabbitMQ event bus integration that brings in the client library for RabbitMQ, but Aspirifies it. This has been enabled with DI integration. It's been enabled with observability so that logging and tracing and metrics show up in the dashboard, just like we saw before. Now, back on hosting integrations, they can do more than just make it easy to bring in a specific container. They can also make it easy to bring in companion developer-focused services as well. So for example, with the Redis service here, I can say things like with Redis Commander, and that will set up the very useful Redis Commander system and auto-configure it to speak to my Redis that I'm adding to my application here. I can do a similar thing with Postgres and say with pgadmin or with pgweb, which are other companion-type services targeted at developers that make my life easier as a developer. Lastly, we've been delighted to see you in the community building high-quality Aspire integrations for the services that you care about, and we think that these integrations should be just as easy to discover and add to your applications as those owned by us on the Aspire team. So with that, I'm very, very happy to announce the launch of the .NET Aspire Community Toolkit.
I'm so excited. The momentum around Aspire from the community has been honestly incredible. And so we're really happy to give you this toolkit as a place where you can contribute new integrations, like Damien said, for the rest of our ecosystem to find and use alongside the first-party ones. With the release of Aspire 9 today, we're also previewing one of our most requested features, Azure Functions support. So if you're using Functions, try it out, let us know what you think, and check out Safia's session tomorrow where she will show you all the details about this. In the last 6 months since we went GA, we've had teams both external and internal to Microsoft reach out to tell us just how much Aspire has improved their productivity. The Xbox team integrated .NET Aspire while they were tackling a big migration to the latest .NET and Azure Kubernetes services. And they told us it was a game changer for them because it tightened up their development loop and it let them see their open telemetry details right on their local machines instead of what they were doing before, which was waiting for deployments to finish and then going in checking that the logs look right and the metrics are visualized and the traces are connected properly. We also heard from Pedram, an architect on the new Microsoft Copilot, which you might have heard about in the past month or two. And his team rebuilt the Copilot backend from scratch in just 4 months using .NET Aspire. But I'll let him tell you about that.
Hi, I'm Pedram Rezai, an architect on the Copilot team at Microsoft. I'm excited to share how we used .NET Aspire to build a new Microsoft Copilot. Just 4 months ago, our small team of developers set out to rebuild the Copilot backend from scratch. Our goal was to improve performance, scalability, and reliability for millions of users worldwide. By leveraging .NET Aspire for our development process, we achieved remarkable results. The new backend is 3 times faster and significantly more efficient. We reduced our codebase to a fraction of its original size, while reaching feature parity with the previous version. .NET Aspire was instrumental in accelerating our development. Its support for microservices architecture allowed us to set up distributed services quickly and efficiently. Features like distributed tracing and integrated Docker support made our development experience seamless, enabling us to trace requests across services effortlessly. Thanks to .NET Aspire, we achieved over 5 nines reliability, crucial for a service as widely used as Copilot. For any .NET developers looking to build scalable, reliable services efficiently, I highly recommend giving .NET Aspire a try. It empowered our small team to deliver big results in a very short amount of time. If you can do it, so can you.
Thanks, Pedram. We love hearing all of the stories about how Aspire makes your lives easier, so try it out today. .NET Aspire 9 just shipped. It works with both .NET 8 and .NET 9. And for more details, you can come to me and Damien's session right after this keynote, where we're going to dive into more of it and show you some more of the cool stuff. We can't wait to see you reach all your aspirations with .NET Aspire. But now we are going to turn it over to Maria to tell us the latest and greatest for AI for .NET developers. I just caught up on a bunch of the sessions from .NET Conf Focus on AI in August, but I know things have changed a lot since then. So Maria, why don't you tell us what's new?
Thank you, Maddie. Hi, I'm Maria, a PM lead on the .NET team. Over the past 2 years, we have been dedicated to making it easier for developers to weave AI into their applications. We have provided learning material through samples on GitHub and tutorials on Microsoft Learn. We are simplifying integration into our ecosystem with our new library and collaborated with partners to build a vibrant community. Additionally, we've made it seamless to deploy your applications to the cloud with Aspire. So let's take a look at what we've achieved together. This year, we have seen teams across the industry leverage .NET to build amazing AI solutions, from consumer apps with Microsoft Copilot to developer apps with GitHub Copilot. .NET is at the core of these top-tier AI experiences. Our customers like H&R Block, Blip, and KPMG are all solving real-world problems with AI-powered technology built in .NET. So let's dig into an example. KPMG Clara was developed to enhance auditing and quality efficiency for 90,000 auditors using AI-driven insights. .NET enabled them to rapidly implement robust AI capabilities, all while being able to securely scale on Azure to meet their industry standards. All these solutions are successful because of you and the growing .NET ecosystem. We understand that to immediately benefit from the value of AI, we need to build a thriving .NET ecosystem. And we are thrilled to announce that our partner base has substantially grown this year, with both new and familiar names eager to build exceptional .NET experiences with us. Excitingly this year, we have also seen an uptake of .NET AI app usage, with Azure OpenAI reaching nearly 1 billion API calls per month, as well as OpenAI and Pinecone shipping their very first official .NET clients. Partners like Telerik, DevExpress, and Sync Fusion are taking our smart component samples to the next level. The AI ecosystem is rapidly evolving, and our goal is to simplify and streamline AI integration for the .NET community. We are making this happen with Microsoft Extensions.ai. Developed alongside the semantic kernel team, Microsoft Extensions.ai provides a unified set of APIs to ease AI adoption into your solutions. Our library offers package authors and app developers a straightforward, quicker way to create .NET AI solutions using a common set of abstractions, standard middleware, and extensibility. And it's available for preview today. To delve deeper into this, I would like to invite Steve Sanderson.
Thank you, Maria. So yes, I'm going to show an example of how we can use the new AI abstractions to add some intelligent features to an application. And the app we're going to work on is this customer support application. So customers can submit product support requests, and then those messages go to staff who see a big grid of all the requests that are coming in. But you can see we've got a bit of a missing feature here. There's a column here called summary, and it's blank. So let's have a go at adding summarization to support requests as they come in. And the way we do it is not going to be very difficult. Actually, we're going to use this interface called iChat Client, and that's a new abstraction that represents any language model provider. So that could be OpenAI, Ollama, Gemini, Mistral, anything else. And it gives you a common programming model across all of them. So to do summarization, we could say something like this. Summarize this conversation. Here's the conversation text. And we'll tell our chat client to complete based on that prompt. And then we'll get the result and save it into our database. So let's see if it works, shall we? We'll pretend to be a customer submitting a support request. Is this about a product? Let's say it's about tent or camping related stuff. This is semantic search. We'll give you a link to the code later. Let's say it's about this hammock, and I'm going to paste in my support message, and I'm going to put an absolutely enormous amount of text with all kinds of irrelevant information with my question hidden somewhere in the middle of all that. So now back on the staff side, because we've added that summarization feature, you see we get this nice little summary. Customer inquires about the suitability for overnight use, which is much, much quicker for them to read than this massive wall of text full of irrelevant information. So that's a pretty good start. Now let's do another thing. Let's implement this chatbot over here on the right and give it the ability to search product manuals to get information. So let's say we want to help out Hans here, who's asking this question in German, which has been summarized into English as, tell me what the Bluetooth pairing pin is. Now, I don't know the answer to that question, so I'm going to have to search the product manual. In fact, I want this chatbot to do the search for me. So let's have a look at the code inside this assistant here. And if we scroll up here, when you have one of these chat clients and you call one of the complete methods on it, you can pass chat options to it. And one of the options you can give is tools. And tools are a way for the language model to make calls back into your logic to get more information or to make things happen. And in this case, I've connected it to a C# method called search manual. And if we look at that, you can see it takes in a search phrase and it takes a product ID. And so we're going to do a database search based on that search phrase at that point, give it the database results back, and it will generate an answer based on that. So if I come back over here and I click, what does the manual say? Then it's going to actually call our C# method there. It uses this search term and it gets actual real information from our product manuals. So we can find out what the Bluetooth pairing is. And because we asked it to give us a citation, I can even click on this link and you can see it can take me into the product manual PDF and highlight the actual reason why it says it's that. So we can verify that it's correct. Okay, so we're off to a good start. But so far, we don't really know how this works behind the scene. Like, we don't even know which language model this is using. Let's see if we can find out. We'll go into the Aspire dashboard and into the list of traces. And you can see, if I go in here, that we've integrated iChat client and the other abstractions with Aspire. So all the telemetry data will just show up. For example, I could scroll down here and look at this activity, and you can see that this was a request that we made to a language model called Llama 3.1. So now you know what I was actually using on the back end there. I was using Llama, and that's running inside a tool called OLlama on my machine. You don't really have to know about that, but it's a way of running a language model locally and offline, and that's what I was doing. And if we scroll right down to the end, we can even use this new text visualizer here to see the full details of the prompt that were passed in. We can see what the user asked. We can see that behind the scenes, it chose to call this search manual, and here's the parameters it passed. So we get all this information, and you can use that for debugging or logging or whatever else you need. Okay, so now you know I was using Llama. But how is that determined? How do I change that? Let's say I want to use a different provider. Well, you probably won't be surprised to discover that this can be controlled using the dependency injection config. And I've got this helper here called use OLlama chat client. But one of the nice things about having an interface like iChat client is you can swap out the implementation for something else without making any other changes to your code. So now I'm going to use OpenAI with a different connection string. That's also going to be supplied by Aspire. So it's still all orchestrated by Aspire. But now with just that one line of code change, when I go back to my application, if I do this again, you'll see it will behave in just the same way. It'll phrase the output slightly differently because now it's actually using OpenAI on the back end instead of using OLlama without any other code changes. All right. So the last thing to mention now is, what is this pipeline thing? Well, we've tried to make it as flexible as possible for you, so you can plug your own logic into what happens when we call to a chat client. And we've got these built-in pipeline steps you can use as well, like we've got use logging, we've got use OpenTelemetry, which is actually there on by default, so you don't have to call that. We've got use chat options, and then you can use that to set things like a temperature or some default tools that will be available globally, like that if you want to. You can even put in your own custom pipeline steps. For example, here, I'm going to say I want it to add my pipeline step. And you can use this to implement logic for things like timeouts or a retry policy or to block certain requests, whatever you want. Yeah, a facility that we've built in to try and make it as flexible for you as possible. So there you go.
Thank you for the demo, Steve. We are beginning to see developers leverage Microsoft Extensions.ai to accelerate their AI development. For example, Pieces. Pieces is an AI productivity tool for developers that has both VS Code and Microsoft Team plugins, which easily leverage Microsoft Extensions.ai into their SDK within hours. By adding this, it enhanced their long-term memory for their platform.
Thanks, Maria, and thanks, Steve, for showing us an AI demo beyond just a chatbot. There's a bunch more AI content at .NET Conf this week, so be sure to tune in, especially for Steve's session later today, deep diving into Microsoft Extensions AI. But we are going to get our heads out of the cloud for a minute and talk about the world of client app development. Microsoft invests in a bunch of different frameworks, from our native Windows UI stacks to the Blazor and the web. But today, we are going to talk about cross-platform with .NET MAUI. For that, I'm going to turn it over to the only person I know who makes worse jokes than I do, David Ortnow.
Thanks, Maddie. We're investing in .NET MAUI to provide .NET developers a cross-platform application framework. With MAUI, you can build apps with a single code base and project system to target Windows, Mac, iOS, and Android devices. Now in .NET 9, we've improved many of our controls, such as the collection view, entry, button. We've even added a powerful new control, the hybrid web view, to enable reuse of components built with React.js, Angular, Vue, really any JavaScript. And we've made improvements to app and view lifecycle. We've added Android and iOS platform updates. We've improved APIs for MAUI embedding, so much more. We're pleased to see that MAUI is being adopted across the industry at a fantastic pace. Since .NET 8 released last year, we've seen apps made with MAUI more than double in the Google Play Store. And overall developer usage of .NET MAUI has grown to an all-time high, 30% over last year. We could not have done it alone. With your help, we've merged more PRs, closed more issues than ever before. And I want to give a huge shout out to our top individual community contributors, Kubaflow, Marty IX, and AlbiRock87. Jacob, Marty, and Alberto, thank you so much for your amazing contributions. And thank you to all of our wonderful community of contributors. We continue to see a flourishing ecosystem around .NET MAUI with plugins, extensions, and controls. And they're coming from the community, from enterprises, and from our amazing component vendors. One of them is Syncfusion, and like us, they're seeing excellent growth with .NET MAUI. Recently, Syncfusion released the Syncfusion Toolkit for .NET MAUI. It's a set of free open source controls, and Syncfusion has long been a leader in UI components for .NET. This toolkit includes 14 controls, including multiple chart types, a carousel tab view, so much more. They're providing these open source controls on GitHub as well as a NuGet package that you can use in your projects. I've been using it. It's really amazing. Now, you may have also noticed an increase in activity on our GitHub from the Syncfusion team working in the open to improve .NET MAUI. We are absolutely thrilled to welcome Syncfusion as contributors to our open source project on GitHub. Microsoft, of course, welcomes all members of the .NET ecosystem to contribute to .NET, as it benefits everyone and creates a thriving developer community. Since July, the Syncfusion team has contributed a whopping 55% of all of our community contributions to .NET MAUI, as we partner closely with them to improve the overall quality and velocity of .NET MAUI. Now, we've heard from many of you for years that controls like these and libraries like the community toolkits are essential for building your apps. So in .NET 9, we've collaborated with Syncfusion on a new project template. It includes the Syncfusion toolkit for .NET MAUI, as well as the incredibly popular community toolkits for MAUI and MVVM. Let's take a look. All right, here I am in VS Code, and I've done a .NET New MAUI app, and I've included the sample content, which gives me all of that goodness that I just mentioned. So if we look at the community template that I created here, I've got data, messaging, models, page models, so MVVM and all the goodies here. And for the most part, it looks just like the template that you've grown to love. So some of the new things in .NET 9. Main page has been deprecated, so now in my app XAML CS, I create a new window and I set the app shell. This was already happening for you before. We're now just revealing it to you because we now have a new title bar that you can take advantage of on desktop. Here in the MAUI program, you can see that I have initialized the MAUI community toolkit as well as configured the Syncfusion toolkit, so those are ready for me to use. I'm even taking advantage here in the template of the shell routing, which is part of the MAUI community toolkit. It makes it super easy to set up my dependency injection as well as name my routes. Let me go ahead and show you what this app looks like. I've got it running here on my phone. So I'm going to open up the Balance app, which is what I actually named the app. And of course, it looks beautiful in dark mode. And so the project is a to-do template. It is a to-do template similar to what we've had in the past, actually. You've got a beautiful chart now, though, at the top. I've got a list of projects that scrolls horizontally across the middle, and then I've got a giant collection of tasks that I need to get done, of course, this week. It looks even better in light mode. And so you can see that as I go into my projects, I've got Syncfusion controls lighting up my text inputs. I've got, again, that list of tasks down here. It's a really full-featured application, SQLite on the back end, Microsoft Data Library helping us with that. It's awesome. So I've celebrated the Syncfusion contributions. Let's go ahead and mark that puppy done. I've got a toast there, also coming from the community toolkit. Very nice. And up next, I want to update and demo the eShop app. So we've been showing eShop all day long. There's also a mobile component to it. Let's bring some .NET 9 goodness over there as well. All right, so now I am in the client app over here. And first thing we need to do, of course, is bring in the new goodies. So I'm going to go ahead and configure the Syncfusion toolkit. Configure Syncfusion toolkit. Boom, all done. No license key required. And then I come over and I want to add the collection view handler. So I mentioned we did work on the collection view. This is for iOS. We have a new implementation of it for iOS that is faster, but we need to opt into it until we really prove out and make sure it's everything we want it to be. So I did that in the template app. And of course, template apps are great for providing us with guidance. So let's come on back over here and let's grab this code. And then I'll come over here and add this to my MAUI program. Great. Don't need the shell renderer. I just need the collection view 2 handler for iOS and Catalyst. Highly recommend you check that out. Let us know what you think on GitHub. Next up, I need to come over here to my app XAML CS. I can already see that .NET 9 is telling me that the main page is obsolete. And of course, as good developers, we've turned on treat warnings as errors in this project. That's up to you to decide whether that's good for your project or not. So I need to make this adjustment so that I can continue on. So let's go ahead and grab this. This is the same bit we're going to use. I can get rid of this. And I'm now going to override the window creation. Create window. There we go. I'm going to create a new window. Oh, look at that. We're getting some help from Copilot. Let's go ahead and take the first bit. That's totally fine. And I'm going to pass this into the constructor. It's telling me that it doesn't know what this is. That's fine, but I've already got a local up here, so I can go ahead and do that. Now I'm good to go. That's as easy as it is to upgrade your main page implementation. Now, I want to show you what the app looks like before I end up publishing this, because we're going to make one more change. So if I come over to Android, this is the app as it is today. I can, of course, go in and look at my details, but let's go ahead and start this app over because I want to show you what that very first experience ends up looking like. It loads in, I get my login screen, all good, but I want to look at my orders. Now, have you ever been on a train that has poor Wi-Fi or a hotel that has really bad Wi-Fi? You might end up seeing something like this. It takes a while for stuff to load in, right? Now, of course, ASP.NET's blazing fast, so I've added an artificial 400 millisecond delay to simulate, right? We can do better here. So as part of the Syncfusion toolkit for .NET MAUI, we have a control called Shimmer. What Shimmer does, I come over here to the Mac Catalyst version of the sample app. I've turned on the Shimmer and I've left it on. It's this kind of a skeleton look that gives you an indication of what's going to load in once the data arrives. I want to take this Shimmer control and apply it to this screen in the eShop app so that we can get that goodie. This is actually coming from the profile view in this particular project. So, like before, let's go ahead and pop back over to the community template. And one place in which I'm doing this is right here on the task view. You couldn't see it in the app before because I ran it really fast, but once I enabled it, you can see it in the desktop app. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this over. And then when I come back over here to the client app, I can implement it, Shimmer. So I want to do a couple of additional things here that I didn't do before. I changed the is busy to be this. They have some pre-configured types in here, which I learned. You can provide your own custom template so it looks almost identical to what you're loading in, or you can pick one of the pre-configured ones. So I chose the type feed. And then I'm going to repeat 7 of them, so 7 items in the list. Arbitrary number, seemed to look good to me. So let's go ahead and do that. And then I need to close this off. Save it, and we are good. So I want to send this to Android. So I'm going to make sure I'm on the Android framework here in Visual Studio Code. Make sure that I'm targeting the right device. And let's rerun this and see the Shimmer in action. The namespaces for all of these things are very simple. It's all in one NuGet package. So you don't have to go looking for different NuGet packages. Ooh, it's building super fast. Let's go back over here. Watch it happen. So exciting. Are you ready? Are you ready for this? We've logged in, loads everything else up. We come over to orders. Look at that. Look at that little shimmer shining in. So a little bit more touching up and I can make that look absolutely amazing. But as you can see, in just a few steps, I brought over beautiful .NET MAUI 9 goodness, the new collection view handler stuff, the new main page update, super easy to get updated. And then I even brought over some new goodness from the Syncfusion toolkit for .NET MAUI. Now, our favorite part of the job is talking to you and seeing what you build with .NET MAUI. It's amazing how many industries .NET MAUI is making an impact in. We love working with you and couldn't be more proud of what you have accomplished with .NET MAUI. I want to share with you one specific example. Fidelity is a global leader in financial services. They've built their new Active Trader Pro platform using .NET MAUI, bringing robust performance and seamless cross-platform experiences to over 51 million customers. Let's take a look at how they are shaping the future of active trading with .NET MAUI.
Fidelity is a global leader in financial services, trusted by over 51 million individual customers and processing over 3 million trades on average every day. Our platform delivers the research tools and execution quality that customers depend on. Today, we're thrilled to share that our next generation Active Trader Pro platform is built with Microsoft's .NET MAUI framework. Currently in beta, this powerful platform is set to become our primary solution for active traders, bringing robust performance and advanced features. With .NET MAUI, we delivered the speed and reliability needed for streaming market data and high-volume trading, backed by the support of Microsoft engineers and the .NET community. This platform also scales for deeper third-party integration and future mobile expansion. We're excited to be part of the .NET journey and look forward to what's next for Fidelity's active trader customers. Thank you to the Microsoft team for their continued partnership and support. Later today, my colleagues will dive into the technical innovations that make this possible. Thank you again, Microsoft, and best of luck for a great .NET Conference 2024.
So as we've seen, the team and community have been hard at work. This is a stunning release with all of these highlights and so much more for .NET developers. Let's go ahead and throw it back to Maddie. Maddie, you still there?
I'm right here. Anything else you want to share with anybody before I let you go, Dave?
Well, be sure to check out all the client app sessions here at .NET Conf this week. And that's it.
That sounds good. See you soon. Now let's turn things over to the World Wide Web. ASP.NET Core is your full-stack web platform for .NET, providing everything you need to build modern web apps and scalable back-end services. To learn more about what's new in .NET 9 for web developers, let's hear from Safia and Dan.
Thanks, Maddie. Whether you're building modern web UIs with Blazor or providing access to back-end data with minimal APIs, ASP.NET Core gives you everything you need in a single, consistent framework, including high-performance servers, built-in security features, and excellent tooling. So, Dan, what's new in ASP.NET Core 9?
Oh man, there is so much that's new in ASP.NET Core in .NET 9. First and foremost, the team has been focused on quality and fundamentals. This includes extensive work on performance, accessibility, and security. ASP.NET Core in .NET 9 is built to help ensure that your apps are secure by default and are ready to handle even the most demanding workloads. We've also added a bunch of improvements to provide the best web development experience possible, including built-in OpenAPI support, lots of Blazor enhancements, and improved tooling and debugging. And when you then want to publish your ASP.NET Core app to the cloud, it's ready to go, thanks to expanded support for ahead-of-time compilation, as well as improved monitoring and tracing.
.NET 9 is the fastest release of ASP.NET Core yet, providing industry-leading performance. You get higher throughput while using significantly less memory, thanks to adaptive garbage collection. Blazor WebAssembly apps start up much faster, and Blazor server apps are more responsive thanks to WebSocket message compression. And all your static web assets are now automatically optimized with pre-compression and fingerprinting so that they can be efficiently downloaded and cached. Dan, can you show us some of these new features?
Absolutely. Let's go take a look. OK, here in Visual Studio, I have the .NET eShop application already loaded up. And we can see that it's already been updated to .NET 9. It's also using .NET Aspire for its local development experience. And over here in the browser, I have it loaded. It's been deployed to Azure Container Apps, so we can see how the app functions. All right. So if we go look at the front end of this application, the web app project, which is built using Blazor, and we scroll down here a little bit, we can see that this app is set up to use the new Map Static Assets API. Map Static Assets is a new API in .NET 9 that helps optimize how your static files are delivered from the server to the browser. It's a replacement for the old Use Static Files middleware. And what it does is during build and publish, ASP.NET Core will take your static files and find them in your www root folder, and then optimize them so they can be efficiently downloaded to the browser. You can refer to the optimized files in your Blazor code using the new Assets API. Like if we look over here in app.razor, we can see up here these CSS files are being referred to using this Assets API so that they are referring to the optimized versions. To see how that affects the app, let's go over to the browser and bring up the browser DevTools. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a cache empty and hard refresh. And let's look and see what's downloaded here. All right, so first thing I want you to notice is here's one of those CSS files. This is normalized.css. But you can see now it has a fingerprint in the file name. This is a content-based hash of the file. And by having a fingerprint for this file, it's now unique. So we can aggressively cache it. And we can also avoid loading stale versions of this file while it's in production. If we look at the size of these files, like let's take this webapp.styles.css. Looks like that file is about 22 kilobytes normally, but transferred it was only about 3.5 kilobytes. It's way smaller. That's because during publish, we actually took that file and pre-compressed it using Brotli compression to shrink it down as much as we can. And that also reduces burden on our servers, so we don't have to do all that compression work at runtime. All right, now what's really great is because these files have been loaded quickly and cached, when I refresh the browser, check that out. Look at all those zeros. Nothing needs to be downloaded now. Everything's been cached locally. These files are effectively immutable, so the browser can cache them indefinitely, and your app loads almost instantaneously thanks to these optimizations. All right, so that's some improvements to your static web app. Now let's look at some Blazor features. This app has an intelligent chatbot that's using AI services hosted in Azure. We can ask it things like, what's your best jacket? And it will use the AI services to look at our product catalog and come up with a response. This chatbot user interface is built using Blazor's interactive server rendering feature. We can see that in the code. Like if we go and look at the chatbot panel Blazor component, up here at the top, we can see it's using the interactive server render mode. That's going to set up a WebSocket connection between the browser and the server to handle all of the UI interactions so we get a great interactive experience. It will also pre-render this component statically initially to get HTML into the response and into the browser as quickly as possible while we're waiting for that WebSocket connection to be set up. Now, there's a little bit of a delay there between when it's statically rendered and when it's actually set up for interactivity. But fortunately, in .NET 9, there's a way we can now really elegantly handle that. Like if we look here at the code, you might have noticed this new render info API that's being used. So if the app is not yet interactive, so we got a little bang here, right? If not interactive, then we're rendering this placeholder content while we wait for it to be interactive. Similarly, down at the bottom in the form where we can send chat messages, we can see that we are disabling the send button on the form if it's not interactive yet. It's not going to be functional yet. And then it will be enabled once the component renders interactively. So if we go back to the app, we should be able to see that. If I'm really quick here, I'm just going to click and then quickly freeze the screen. There we go. OK, we can see that the pre-rendered content is now showing up. It's connecting to the assistant, and that the send button is now disabled. And then if I unfreeze it and let the component render, it gets the interactive rendered content. We can now interact with our chatbot. Cool. So those are some new features for front-end web development in .NET 9 with ASP.NET Core. Safia, do you want to show us some new stuff on the back end with APIs?
Yes, Dan. One of the big areas of focus this release was OpenAPI. OpenAPI is a popular standard for documenting REST APIs. And in .NET 9, we're raising its status in ASP.NET Core with the introduction of major updates to the Microsoft ASP.NET Core OpenAPI package. If we take a look at the code for the eShop application, we'll see two new APIs invoked. There's Add OpenAPI, which registers OpenAPI-related services to our DI container and allows us to customize our OpenAPI experience. If we scroll up, we'll see a call to map OpenAPI, which exposes an endpoint that will return our OpenAPI document in the JSON format. Let's take a look at this. There it is. This is the OpenAPI document representing eShop's catalog API. Now, this might seem a little underwhelming, but this document is the gateway to an ecosystem of amazing tooling around OpenAPI. Here's an example of one, Scalar UI. In this release, we worked with the Scalar team to ship a NuGet package that bundles their user interface for use in ASP.NET Core apps. I can install the scalar.asp.NET Core package into my application and use Scalar's map API reference call to expose the Scalar UI in my application. If we head back to that UI, we'll see that I'm able to see all of the endpoints in my application, schemas that are associated with my data models. I can generate code for a variety of different targets, from curl to Python clients to C# clients, and I can test out requests. Here I am going to send a request to the API catalog items endpoint in my API. We'll hit send and scroll down to view the response that we receive. Cool. Now, Scalar is not the only tool I can use my OpenAPI document with. For example, I can import that same OpenAPI document into a tool like Bruno to support testing my API. One of the things that I love about Bruno is that it exposes a lightweight scripting API so that I can programmatically generate data for testing. I've used it here to generate data that I will send to create a new item in the catalog. Let me go ahead and send this data in a request to my endpoint. And oops, looks like I've hit an exception. Lucky for me, this gives me the chance to show you some improvements to the developer exception page. There's a few stylistic enhancements and the new routing tab, which allows us to show information about the endpoint that was invoked and the metadata that's associated with it. Endpoint metadata is a bit of a first-class citizen in the ASP.NET Core universe and comes into play for a variety of features, from rate limiting to the OpenAPI support we just saw. And now it gets its own home in the developer exception page to help you when debugging. Now, let's actually debug through this exception here. I'm going to head back into VS Code, open up my catalog API, and set a breakpoint in the entry point for the handler that's invoked when I hit my API. I'll go back to Bruno and send another request. Cool. We've hit my endpoint. Now, I want to see what kind of headers are sent when the request comes from the Bruno client. Let's pop into the debugger and inspect our HTTP context, pop into the request, and into headers. Now, one of the things we'll see is the new dictionary item debug view in .NET 9. I've got a nice inline visual of the keys and values in my headers dictionary that I can look at a glance. This same UI will apply for other dictionary-based values in ASP.NET Core, like HTTP context properties. Now, there's so much more I could show you that I don't have time for right now, but be sure to check out our upcoming sessions where we'll talk about all of these features and more.
Thanks, Safia. Thanks, Dan. Like they said, there's a lot more going on this week for web developers, so make sure you check out all these sessions and you can find your happily ever after. Today is a celebration of the release of .NET 9, but the platform wouldn't be complete without all of the developer productivity tooling we have shipping throughout the year. Things like Visual Studio, Visual Studio Code, and GitHub Copilot have seen a bunch of updates. And here to show you just how seamless some of these things have become is Felicia.
Thanks, Maddie. Hello, everybody. I'm really excited to show you all the improvements we've made to GitHub Copilot and Visual Studio for you, the .NET developer. GitHub Copilot is now more contextually aware. What that means is you get more accurate results. And on top of that, the results and the integrations in Visual Studio are smoother and better for you as a .NET developer. Now let's take a look at how that plays inside Visual Studio. I have open an eShop app, which is on .NET Aspire, a popular app that you may yourself have used. When I'm inside GitHub Copilot Chat, which by the way now comes inbuilt in Visual Studio, I can use the workspace keyword here, which allows me to use the relevant context of this eShop app. I have a ready prompt here where I want to understand from Copilot what the API endpoints for the various services are in this eShop. What Copilot does when I reference the at workspace is that it takes a look at all the available relevant files and creates a summary that I can easily consume. Here, it can show me that there's basket service, there are webhooks, and there's a catalog API, which all may be relevant as I'm making changes to my project. Now, what does Copilot know about the latest .NET Aspire? I'm super curious. So I'm going to ask Copilot, hey, GitHub, what are the special things about .NET Aspire? GitHub Copilot will index the information that is on our Learn documentations and give you the information that's easily consumable for you as you onboard to the latest .NET Aspire framework. Moving on to the basket service test.cs file that I have open here, I want to show you how Copilot completions gives you a really handy way to generate code quickly in your workflow and get you faster and more productive. But it does this with semantic awareness such that the types and signatures of the used project are respected always. Over here, I have a test method. I can see that Copilot is allowing me to just accept with one tab a new suggestion for a test that I have. I may tap to accept this method, and it is giving me a new test to check if the updated basket actually maps to what I expect. If I want Copilot to suggest a new method for me, I can again do so, and it will provide me another suggestion so that I can have more test coverage. But if I wanted to modify this available suggestion, I can always do Alt/ and pull up Copilot inline chat where I can ask it, can you also give me a test for when the basket is null? As I fire this off, Copilot is able to modify the existing suggestion that it gave me, and I can accept these results.
At GitHub Universe, we announced Copilot Edits. This allows you to compose multi-file edits directly to your code, and I'm delighted to show how this is going to be seen for .NET developers in Visual Studio. Here's a sneak peek for you. Now, I have the same eShop Aspire repo open, and just like you saw me, I use Workspace to explain in chat how and what this repo does. You may notice that we actually have a new button on the very top, which is for this compose feature, which we're calling Copilot Edits. When we click on that, Copilot Edits allows us to make changes to this eShop app that we can see on the right side. It develops a plan that will help you make the required changes across multiple files of your repository. You can see that once it develops a plan, it provides you a summary of the changes it's going to do and links the files in which the changes have been applied. You can click on that file, it will take you directly to the edit and the change inside your editor. You can view that inline and review each of these changes as they come. Over here, I may accept or cancel the change as I see fit. What's also interesting about Copilot Edits is that if there are changes that are applied over multiple files, Copilot allows you to go through these edits one by one. So over here, you see that I want to change the margin of my item and price, and they require 2 edits to 2 different files. I can cycle through these by just accepting or rejecting the edits as I see fit. And with that, I'm able to cycle through all the edits and see them in real time with the hot reload functionality. On the right, you saw that the actual margins of the watch that I was trying to change changed. This is the cool new Copilot Edits feature, which will be available to you soon in the preview versions coming to you in 17.13.
So go try the latest GitHub Copilot functionality in Visual Studio and see how well it works for your .NET workflows. Make sure that you keep up with the new preview versions so you can try the cool new features like Copilot Edits coming soon to you.
Okay, let's see if I can recap that whirlwind of a keynote. We've seen how .NET Aspire is changing the game for developers, making it easier than ever to build observable, reliable, scalable, and manageable apps. We've seen how we're partnering with industry leaders in the AI space to give you a new foundation with Microsoft Extensions AI to make it easier than ever to infuse your app with AI. We keep moving forward with our fundamentals across the board, thanks to .NET MAUI, ASP.NET Core, all of our developer workloads, and of course our programming languages. And finally, we've shown you some of the work going into our tooling to make you more productive than ever with Visual Studio, Visual Studio Code, and GitHub Copilot. I'm going to go get ready for my next session, so let's check back in with James.
Thank you, Maddie, and to all of our presenters today. Today, what we showed you is advancements across all of .NET, our developer tools, and our amazing ecosystem. And what you've seen just so far is just a tiny bit of what's new in .NET. And .NET Conf is packed full of sessions that are going to go deeper on the latest features and enhancements. There is so much for you to explore and try out, and we can't wait. Now, Windows app development is near and dear to my heart, and Windows apps run best on .NET 9. Whether you're starting a brand new modern application with WinUI 3 and the Windows App SDK, or you're modernizing an existing WPF or Windows Forms application, with .NET 9, you'll have access to the latest features and OS capabilities, all while ensuring they're more performant and even more accessible than ever before. No matter where you're at in your .NET or cloud journey, we're here to help. Your existing applications can easily move to .NET 9. Leverage our built-in tooling to upgrade existing projects seamlessly. This will ensure that you're always up to date with the latest in .NET. And companies like Chevron Phillips Chemical are doing just that. They're rapidly modernizing with .NET, enabling them to build and securely deploy prototypes at scale. Now, talking about scale, let's talk about Azure, because Azure is ready for your applications built with .NET 9 and to take them and to scale them to unprecedented levels to meet your business needs. .NET 9 is available today, alongside updates to Visual Studio, VS Code, and the C# Dev Kit. We've also partnered closely with Free Code Camp to launch the foundational C# certification for new learners completely for free. And on Microsoft Learn, we just launched our brand new .NET Aspire credential to jumpstart your learning journey. We can't wait to see what you'll
Hello,
build
everybody.
with .NET
Welcome
9.
to .NET Conf. Hello, everybody, and welcome to .NET Conf. We are so excited you're here from all over the world. This is one of our favorite days of the year. We had a lot of fun putting that keynote together. And now you get Damien and I for another 40 minutes or so to talk about .NET Aspire.
.NET Aspire.
Dive into all the new stuff. First and foremost, I know you all are super excited about downloading .NET 9. Me too. It will be out today, so keep your eye out. This is the link that it will pop up at when it is in the air, ready for your acquisition. And so, keynote this morning, if you saw it, great, awesome. We'll try not to repeat ourselves too much, but if you haven't, or you're watching this pre-recorded, .NET Aspire is the way to develop your modern apps, observable, production-ready, whatever it is. All the way from when you start the app to developing it and working on it locally, and then of course to deploying it to the cloud. And we GA'd in May.
May, that's right, Build.
At Build, yep. And we have been exploding. We've been launching the graphs, and they're very fun.
Exploding in a good way.
Good explosions,
yes.
Yeah. We're actually almost at 50,000 users since we GA'd, which
awesome.
is really cool. And it's definitely resonating with folks. And like we said in the keynote, we've had a lot of community contributions across .NET, but especially with Aspire. So we wanted to say thank you again. These are pictures of people who have actually contributed to Aspire over the last 6 months. There's been a ton.
I see a lot of people I know in there, actually.
Yeah. It's pretty cool. And it's just been really fun seeing how everyone's kind of rallied around this and how much it's resonated with folks, because we didn't really know what we were building when we started.
I think it's true, and I can't think of anything else I've worked on .NET where that quickly we had so many people contributing like really substantial things very, very early on. So again, thank you.
Yeah. So Aspire, part of .NET. We love this slide. This is my favorite. We're kind of part of that ecosystem, right? So it's not a separate platform. It's not like a desktop or mobile app or something. Right. It's part of how you can develop a .NET app. And the reason that Aspire kind of exists is because we knew that all of your apps needed stuff to be in the modern world. They needed to be observable. They needed to be resilient to things. They needed to scale. Black Friday's coming up in the US. That's the day that all the APIs are going to get overloaded for shopping. And if it doesn't scale, things are bad. And of course, managing them when you can't go plug like a USB stick into a server room anymore. These are all the kinds of things that we've been trying to give you tools for in .NET in the box. And we've been doing a lot of this over the past many releases, right? Not just .NET 9. But one thing we haven't been doing for you is turning these things on necessarily, or giving you our opinion on how they should be used by default. And on top of all of this, when you're working on apps that are in the cloud, there's other stuff, right? You have databases and messaging and queues. And
that's a lot of stuff.
It's a lot of stuff. This is the cloud native landscape, as they call it, from the Cloud Native Foundation. There's just a lot from, everything. And getting all these things to run together, all your different projects across all your different teams, and we're in this hybrid world now. We knew it was really hard, and we didn't know what we were doing. So we had to figure it out, and then we figured, hey, let's make this useful for everybody.
That's true. Like we have a lot of teams at Microsoft who obviously build highly scalable, highly observable apps, and we wanted to be able to take some of those learnings and roll them into something that we can give to you to make it easier for you to do it. So that's part of what Aspire is.
Exactly. So if someone asks you what actually is Aspire, which we hear all the time, what is it? It's really just a set of tools, templates, and packages for building production-ready apps. That's all it is. And these 4 kind of pillar sections are the way that we like to think about it. I've heard 3, I've heard 7. You know, you can kind of split it up, but this is the way that we try to think about it. We have this streamlined inner loop. It's a C# based app host experience where you can orchestrate everything locally, right? You can connect things. There's service discovery. There's, you know, environment variable injection, all these things. And then locally, when you run your app, there's a developer dashboard that reflects everything in your app host and also shows you some telemetry, stuff that's actually been built into .NET for a long time that we just wire up for you. And then as you want to expand it, you can plug and play with more of our integrations, which are really just pre-configured NuGets of existing packages with some glue. Right? And then if you want to, you can package all of this up, generate a manifest using some of our tooling, and deploy that to the cloud, and then have the same dashboard experience standalone in Azure in production, or in, you know, your staging environment, or wherever you want to deploy this to. And so there are a lot of pieces of Aspire. It's not just one thing. We've had a hard time figuring out the sentence for it. So we're getting there. But the best way to understand it is probably to see it.
Right.
And so we are actually going to give Damien some time to show you how to put Aspire into an app.
Right. Let's do it.
Let's do it. We're going to flip over to, you on your PC today?
You on my PC today? I'm in VS Code today. So one of the new things, I mean, this talk is about what's new in Aspire.
That's true.
One of the new things since we announced Aspire earlier this year is that we have better VS Code support now.
Yeah.
And it's not that you couldn't do this stuff in VS Code before, it's just that you had to do things a little manually.
Yeah.
So I'm going to start out by showing you how easy it is to add Aspire to a quote-unquote existing app, which doesn't exist yet. I'm going to create it, and then we're going to add Aspire to it.
Wonderful.
So I'm going to go ahead and create myself a new app. So I'm going to go .NET New Project. I'm going to just create a Blazor web app. We'll do that up here. I'll choose that. I'm going to put it in this folder that I already have. For .NET Conf today, we'll call it Blazor app. And I'll say, yeah, go ahead and create that project. So let's get our project going initially, which if you're a .NET developer, you'll be very familiar with this idea. And now I want to add Aspire to this existing project or solution. And just quickly to show you, this is a normal Blazor app. There's nothing special about this at all. So far, it is just a Blazor app. It is nothing more than that. So now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add Aspire to this. So we'll just let this cook for a minute. Looks like it's happy now. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to bring up the command palette and I'm going to type Aspire. And you can see now it says .NET add .NET Aspire orchestration preview. So this is our preview tooling for kind of streamlining getting Aspire running in your applications. So I'm going to say, yes, go ahead and do that. I want to add it to my Blazor app. If I had more than one app, it would list them there and I could choose which ones of the projects I wanted to add it to. And then saying, okay, we need to name a new project that we're going to add to your solution here. It's called the app host project host, and I'm happy with that. The second one that we're going to add is this concept of a service defaults project. Maddie was talking about giving you a starting point, you know, an opinion, a place to start that turns things on. That's what service defaults is about. It's just a class library that turns stuff on that's going to be referenced by the rest of your app projects. So now that I've done that, we can see things starting to happen over here in my file explorer. So I've got that app host folder has shown up, which has my app host project in it, and this service defaults project has shown up that has my service defaults extension methods in it. Because I'm in VS Code, I can obviously show the Solution Explorer as well, which is part of C# DevKit. And so let's go and have a little bit of look about what I need to do just to finish wiring this up. I've got my new projects. I'm going to go into this app host project, which is kind of the root, it's the foundation of my Aspire world. So I need to add my project to the app host so that Aspire knows about it. Yeah. So I'm going to do that here using C# because we just use C# to describe our full Aspire sort of solution here. So I'm going to say add project, and then we generate you a nice class that represents all the projects in your solution. So I'm going to add my Blazor app, and then I'm going to give it a name. So I'm going to say, hey, I'm going to call this my web app, and that's done. So now this distributed application builder, or this app model that represents my larger application, knows about this project. Lastly, I'm going to go over to the Blazor app, and this is the kind of the first thing I'm going to change. You can see that the tooling added a reference to that service defaults project for me. So I'm going to go into the program CS, and I'm going to call a couple of methods that wires up my existing app into those Aspire defaults, into those opinions that we talked about. So I'm going to say builder, and I'm going to say add service defaults. That's a method that lives in my service defaults project. So it didn't come from a package, it's just part of the template, and it's code that I can change over time as the needs of my application dictate. And then I'm going to come down to the end, I'm going to say map default endpoints, And this is kind of like the two-phase dance that you do in ASP.NET Core apps, right? You set up services at the top and configuration, and then you configure middleware and configure endpoints. So that's what I'm doing down here. Okay, so now that I've done that, that's all I've had to do to add Aspire. So if I go back to my app host project and I launch this now, we're going to see the next major kind of pillar that you talked about, which is what happens when I launch an Aspire application during local development. One of the main things that Aspire is all about is improving the local development story for these types of distributed applications. So the Aspire dashboard shows up as part of launching my application. Now, it's still running my Blazor app. You can see here my Blazor app is listed as a resource on the resources page. It says that it's running, and the endpoint or the URL for that is available. So I can click on that, and look, there's my Blazor application. I can navigate around. It got launched by the Aspire app host. If you've seen Aspire already, and this is, you might be looking at the dashboard going, oh, there's some new things here since we launched earlier in the year. Don't worry, we'll get to look at those in just a minute. But just as a quick rundown, other things on the dashboard, I can see console logs of all the resources that are being orchestrated by this. So here they are, just the one in this case. I can see structured logs. So any logs that are coming out via the ASP.NET Core structured logging system, they show up here in rows. And because they're structured, I can do filtering and I can click on them and see all the details associated with each of those, which is nice. We also get proper traces. So this is fed by, or driven by OpenTelemetry, which is one of the things that Aspire opens or wires up by default. And so I can click in here and I can see requests that were made inside this application, click on the details or the span as this is called, and get all that rich information about what's going on. And then lastly, the other aspect that OpenTelemetry adds for us are metrics. So if you've ever used any type of metrics reporting or telemetry reporting system, you're probably used to seeing graphs and P50, P90 times. That's exactly the type of thing that's being shown here, but it's doing it for my application. Okay, so this is a very simple application. Ooh. I'm going to very quickly switch over to maybe a slightly more complicated application. Okay. So we saw how easy it was to add, but what if I was to run something that was a little bigger? So here's an Aspire shop, which is just another Aspire app. It's actually in our samples repo, which we'll have a little bit of a look at later. And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to run the app host project from this Aspire shop. And we're going to see the dashboard show up, but now there's a lot more stuff going on because this app is more complicated, it's more mature, it has more code and more projects in it. And you might notice there are some other things like, oh, I've got containers running in here now. So yeah, Aspire, you can also add things like containers alongside projects, and then Aspire does the job of orchestrating, starting all those things up together. So my front end is down here, that's the last project down here, and I can click on front end, or I can click on the URL. And there's my front end running. This is the Aspire Shop sample, like I said, and it's showing things, and I can click around and do stuff. That's great. So now if I go over to traces, you can see a little bit more information because there's more stuff going on in this application. If I look at this request, you can see lots more spans. Now you can really see the power of OpenTelemetry and visualizing trace information directly in this developer dashboard. It was a dashboard designed for developers, showing the information that you care about. So that was like a really whirlwind introduction to adding stuff to Aspire.
We thought we were going to fit that all in the 7 minutes of the keynote originally.
I know, right?
And then we kind of took that back. So we're going to go back to the slides for a little bit because I want to show you some of the things that are new. And then I have Damien with all of his samples and magic ready to demo these things.
Okay.
So first and foremost, back to my machine. Boop, 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 boop. Doot, doot. I'm waiting.
There we go.
There we go. Sorry. Yeah, with the inner loop stuff, I think one of the other things that has kind of existed in .NET that a lot of people probably know about but don't know the power of is health checks. In Aspire, we've just been expanding on the concept of health checks, and in your service defaults, kind of giving you more ways to tweak them. And then you can leverage those to actually create a bit of like a dependency chain with your resources in your containers. This was probably the #1 feature request we had when we launched in May, which was I need to wait for something to start up before I start something else up.
Right.
And so now you can do it with the default health checks. You can write your own health checks. You can wait for your database to start up. The original eShop app we showed last year in the keynote, when we ran it with Aspire, it had a bunch of errors because it was waiting for RabbitMQ to turn on.
Right.
We just were like, yeah, those are
It's fine.
Don't worry.
Resilient. It kept working.
It kept working.
But people were like, but I don't want to see the errors just during local development.
Exactly.
Like, just wait for it to start.
Just wait. And another thing we added was the lifetime kind of concept for containers, right? So that was a huge feature request as well. When you stop running the app host, your containers don't have to die. You can set them to continue running. Docker or Podman or whatever you're using under the hood will keep that container alive. So something that takes 30 seconds to start up,
Right.
you only have to do that the first time you F5. You don't have to do that every time. In the dashboard, we kind of took a lot of that concept and integrated it into some good UI for stopping and restarting. Individual pieces, which was a lot harder than we made it seem to be. We were like, yeah, just stop the project and restart
How
it.
hard could it be?
It was hard. And so we gave you kind of this ability to, now that you have things waiting for or running, or maybe you change some part of one container in the middle of running the app host, instead of having to tear everything down and build it back up, you can just stop and restart things from the actual dashboard.
Nice.
And those are actually an API we created that's totally extensible. So we implemented them for you here with stopping and restarting, but there's this broader concept that we want to show you called custom commands that's new in Aspire 9, where you can actually build your own actions in the dashboard.
That's cool.
So we're going to go back to Damien.
Okay.
We're doing
Back to the
great.
code.
Back to the code.
Back to the code. Okay, so just to underline some of the points that Maddie just made. So if we look at the code here for that Aspire shop sample, you can see some of the things being used that she mentioned. So if I just zoom into the code a little bit, you'll see up the top here on line 5 that I'm setting the lifetime of this Postgres container to be persistent, because my database containers take more than a couple of seconds to start. Like even if I create a data volume and I make sure that the data stays around in between runs, the container itself still takes a little while to start. So now I can just say, hey, the lifetime of this container is persistent. It'll keep running in between my debug launches and things like that. If I scroll down, you'll also see an example of a custom health check. So here I've added a health check to the DB manager, and I say, hey, look, this one has a health check at /health, which is just another project. And now I can say, hey, I want you to wait for this other thing, and the health check will be considered if anyone is waiting on me. Right? That's kind of a lot to unpack. So just very quickly, right? Here's my project. This one's called Catalog DB Manager. It adds a health check that pings the /health endpoint on this project. And then if I look at this variable, I can see, oh, look, this other one is waiting for that down on line 27. The catalog service is waiting for the Catalog DB Manager. Well, how does it know when to wait until? Well, in this case, it's going to wait until this health check returns a healthy result, and then it will go on starting up the catalog service. So that's how easy something like that is. But you also mentioned custom commands, which is a really, really cool thing. So over here on the right-hand side, we'll see the dashboard now has a column called actions. Okay, so some of the actions included stop and start. That's the type of thing that that Maddie's already mentioned. But you can create your own actions. If I kind of open up this one here, you can see that I've created an action called reset database. Now, why would I want to do that? Well, often during local development, you might have test data. You run the app, you put stuff in, and then you go, yeah, it works, and then you want to reset everything back to the initial state. Or perhaps you want to change the seed data, or you change the model, and then you run with that for a bit, and then you go, this is not what I want, and you undo that, you revert that, but your database is still what it was because you made it persistent. You don't want to have to recreate it. Wouldn't it be great if there was just a little command that I could create and run whenever I want to as a developer? So you need to think of the dashboard not just as a mechanism for showing you information. It's almost like a harness that hosts your own custom functionality. Now today you might have a bunch of PowerShell or shell scripts that you use as a developer to do things like this. We're saying, why not stick them in the dashboard? Write C# code, and then you can just invoke them from here. So what does one of these look like? Let me show you the code for this quickly. So over here, you can see I've created this with HTTPS command. This is a method that I wrote, and it says, hey, this is a command that's going to be available on this project in the dashboard. What it's going to do is it's going to hit an endpoint on this project called resetDB. Sounds really frightening, but I'll show you why it's not too frightening. And then you can set the custom icon. So the icon comes from the Fluent UI library, which is what we're using for the dashboard. So what does resetDB on this project do? So if I go and find that one, here it is. So this is the program main of the Catalog DB Manager. And you can see I'm just saying, hey, if I'm in development, only if I'm in development, obviously, go ahead and map a new endpoint using minimal APIs called resetDB, and it's literally just saying, delete the database and then run database initialization again. It's as simple as that. So this code, this command code, when I invoke it over here, is just going to run in the app host. It's code that I wrote, it's in the app host project, so it only works during local development. So anything that you think is a command that would be useful for you during local development, you can now write C# code, add it as a command using the Aspire extensibility, and then very easily invoke it from the dashboard. How cool is that?
It's so cool.
Yeah.
It's so cool. With the best demo though is, I'm sorry, James Newton King's Rickroll.
Oh, yes.
It's better than
I was kind of
useful.
partial to his beep demo.
Oh, the beep was good too.
So what we're referring to is James was the developer who did these, who implemented custom commands. I think he has a couple of posts where on public where he was like, oh, look, I created a command that when you hit it in the dashboard, it beeps your computer 100 times or opens YouTube to Rickroll you.
I
So
mean, it's just code.
it's just code. You can make it do whatever you like.
And you can see everything that Damien just showed. If we switch back to the slides in the Aspire samples repo, so github.com.net Aspire samples. We keep those maintained. The team maintains them. We put stuff up there as we write them. So they're always changing and adding new things. One of the other things in that sample, I believe that sample or a similar sample that's up there in that repo, is 2 ways to actually integrate not just .NET, but Python. So we have Node.js support as well. Python's become a hot topic because of AI, and I know Maria and Steve talked about that in the keynote. One thing that we saw a lot of people doing was creating containers to run Python in. In this case, it's like an inference model, right? So something to maybe tell you what the top items are in the database or vice, whatever. And so we've actually created an integration that's in preview now to give you our opinion of what the defaults of that should be.
Right.
And so that's this add Python app method. You'll notice in the larger one, we're using a API called add Docker file, which is possible to use for anything that you could put a Docker file into, basically.
Right. So this was also an addition after we initially announced Aspire earlier this year. This came in like 8.1 or 8.2.
Yeah.
And so we know a lot of people use Docker as a way, or containers in general, as a way to do local development, not just run in production. And so you could choose here. You could say, well, I'm happy having the required dependencies installed on my developer machine, whether that's Node or Python or some other type of stack. And so there's a hosting integration specifically to integrate that. Or you could say, no, it's better if I just use Docker or containers for those things and I have a Docker file. And then you can just write the code, as you see on the screen here, to point your app host at that Docker file. And then when I launch the app host, my .NET projects launch and this container will get launched as well, built and launched. So very, very flexible.
It's there's a lot of settings. So, and then so what this is an integration, right? And so we've said this word a few times now. Let's actually try to explain it as best as we can.
Right.
Aspire has integrations, this concept of integrations. They used to be called components for our early adopters, and then we heard from a lot of people that components is used too much. So we picked a slightly less used word. That kind of works.
I think it's more descriptive too.
It's more descriptive. Yeah. And the way that integrations work, imagine this is your Aspire project, right? You have your app host, and it talks to your .NET projects and all your executables and containers, whether that's a Python app or a database or whatever it is. And in your app host, in that builder, that apphost.cs file, you can leverage hosting integrations. And that's something like add Docker file or add Python app or add Postgres or add, I don't know, we got a bunch of stuff in that.
Right.
Yeah. And those are, on the hosting side, they're aspire.hosting.something. And those glue up, basically, our technology with those technologies and help it create that Docker container or whatever it is to turn it on. All of these things, again, are flexible. You can always bump out and just do a custom Docker file if you want or whatever it is. But that's the hosting side in the apphost.cs file project, all that. A lot of integrations, I almost said components. I almost said it. I know, we have a swear jar. I've donated most of my salary this year to it. A lot of these integrations have like a counterpart or a partner integration on the client side. And those are things that you can actually plug into your .NET projects. We took a lot of popular packages and we do some sane defaults, if you will, or just our opinion of what a good default is. But it's really just glue to the existing package under the hood. You'll notice all of our client integrations reference the NuGet for the actual way that you would do MySQL, or Postgres, or whatever it is.
Or like if it's Redis, for example,
Yeah.
so the hosting integration will add a Redis container instance, but the client integration will reference stackexchange.redis, which is the .NET Redis client library that most people use.
Right.
Client library, hence client integration, because client integrations typically glue, as you said, client libraries into those Aspire like defaults. So they add health checks and they turn on telemetry with OpenTelemetry. They make sure it's resilient, so they do retries and things like that if necessary. And they also set them up so you can change settings from configuration. So the ASP.NET Core configuration system, whether it's from a JSON file or an environment variable, which you mentioned before, we make sure the client integrations are set up so that that stuff flows through seamlessly.
Right. Yeah, and so it really is just kind of this plug and play, do what you will with it, very custom, very code first, very extensible. We try not to put anything in a box so that you couldn't break out of it. We didn't want to rebuild all of the integrations that we have in Aspire as separate, things that we're maintaining. So we just put a little glue on top, put a little layer. These are, I think, almost all of the integrations we have in the box today in Aspire. And Aspire is open source, as I'm sure many of you know, so you can actually go see how we implemented a lot of these in our repo, which is cool, because if you want to build your own integration, you could.
Please do.
Please do.
Right.
And then you can contribute said integration to our new Aspire Community Toolkit.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So we're not going to personally maintain white glove every integration on the planet from now on? Oh.
Yes, we're not going to make poor Eric on our engineering team single-handedly learn every single cloud resource on the planet.
Right. So that's a very good point. If we think back to the slide you showed before of like the cloud landscape, again, we don't want, we're not going to, as the .NET Aspire team, own every integration for everything on the planet.
We're not the experts in it.
We're not the experts. We don't own the client library. What we really want is to foster an ecosystem of integrations that plug into .NET and plug into specifically Aspire. And so, the Community Toolkit is a place now where you can go, if the one you're passionate about and you're committed to maintaining, this is the place to put it. And the best part is they show up next to the integrations that we do maintain, the ones from the previous slide, they show up in the same place. They're on NuGet.org. They show up in the Visual Studio Package Manager gallery when you say, add Aspire package, right? So they'll show up as Community Toolkit contributions, but they will still show up as Aspire integrations.
Right. So it's a kind of a level of curation that we're still providing. We're saying, this is a community package. This, all the community toolkits, this is a model that exists. We didn't make this up. It's very popular in .NET MAUI. The MVVM toolkit is huge. It's a .NET Foundation project. It's community contributed, community run. We have some folks on our team who are involved with it because they care about it. But we're giving you this visibility without the crazy barrier to entry and requirement of what we would think would be a core component to put in Aspire.
Right. And it's clear that you said that there are people on the team involved in the sense that we kind of set the standard. Like we wrote the doc and said, hey, if you're going to call yourself an Aspire integration, you should do these 6 or 7 things. And so as you said, this is a level of curation. So rather than all of NuGet.org, which might be a little daunting to go and find the thing that you want, now you've got sort of the first party, the ones that we built, then you've got the community toolkit.
Right, and it's awesome. And the GitHub repo is up, it's there.
It's there right now.
So you can go look. I looked last night and Go had popped up.
Okay.
I was like, when did we add Go in the hosting as a hosting integration? Now you can start Go apps.
I'm glad we have Copilot to help me write Go because I don't know how to write Go. Yeah.
Same. And of course, we have other partners that are have their own sets of integrations. And AWS is a good example of this. And you can join Norm and Scott Hunter's talk on Thursday, where they'll talk a little bit more about how the clouds are building their own integrations. In this case, AWS just launched their .NET Aspire repo, where they're maintaining all of their code.
Right.
And so for kind of these broad companies, I guess, that don't want to put things in a toolkit, but don't want to put things in our repo and want to own their own code, we have this new kind of ring of curation, and they pop up in that list as well.
Yeah, this is an interesting story because the AWS originally contributed this code to our repo while we were developing Aspire. And then when we got to this level of maturity, they were like, okay, we want our own destiny in our own hands now.
Yes.
And we kind of handed the code back to them last week.
Yeah, so. It's been very fun.
Yeah.
And of course, we have about 8 zillion Azure components. Integrations. No, I did it. I just said components.
$10, you're buying drinks tonight.
Oh, no. We have about 8 zillion Azure integrations contributed by us or by the Azure team. The newest one that we mentioned in the keynote is the Azure Functions integration. We do not have time to demo it.
Nope.
Sorry. I know a lot of you are excited for that, but that's okay because Safia Abdallah and Matthew Henderson have a whole talk on it tomorrow morning Pacific time. So they will show you, they are the people who built it, some of the people who built it, so they will show you how it works. The important thing to know is that right now it's really about running that function locally.
Yep.
The deployment stuff is going to kind of flesh out over time.
Right.
And deployment is the final pillar.
Okay.
Oh, whatever you want to call
Notice
it.
that we've talked for 34 minutes and not talked about deployment.
Right.
So I want you to draw a line here in your head and go, all the value that we've just talked about in Aspire, all the features, you can use that right now and you can ignore everything we're about to talk about.
Yeah.
Because we know you're probably already deploying your apps.
Yep.
We're not trying to sell you a new deployment strategy.
Yep.
But there might be some advantages, and we are working towards a vision of how we could improve this story.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one thing we've heard from all of our customers is once your deployment works, you don't touch it.
Yes.
If it works, it works. Deployments are scary. A lot of you have people who are actual DevOps people, right? Like the developers aren't in charge of the deployment. And so you have people who know how to do deployment, not me, making those choices for you, right? But we also wanted to kind of expand on our idea of opinionated, and really because this is for apps that will run in the cloud, we felt it would be weird to not have a way to get them to the cloud.
Well, a way to get them there and to do it easily.
Easily, yeah. And so we've been working particularly with the Azure Dev CLI AZD, and on a way to kind of do a simple, opinionated deployment for you. And we've also wired that up through Visual Studio for you, so you can right-click publish.
What do we call this? The easy button. Who says that?
No, we're not supposed to say that.
Not supposed to say that.
We're not supposed to say
not
that.
the easy button.
The magic button.
The magic button?
The magic
Some
wand?
people don't like magic. The clowns are
The
scary.
cool button?
I don't know how I got to clowns are scary from
Clowns
magic.
from
yeah.
magic?
Yeah, I know.
Vampire? The cool button?
The cool button.
Perhaps?
I like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what we do is we deploy things to Azure Container Apps, which is kind of a more, opinionated, boxed up version of Azure Kubernetes service, where there is scaling, but you don't have to learn Kubernetes.
So it's like Kubernetes is there, but you don't have to be exposed to it.
Right.
So give me all the features and give me that as a platform, so I can deploy my stuff into it, but I don't have to manage the cluster.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
So it's a very good fit for the type of apps that we think Aspire is particularly well suited for.
Right.
Once you get to a certain level of maturity, if you're trying to solve a certain set of problems.
Yeah. And this is also a great option for people who want a separate staging environment.
Right.
So if you want to deploy your app in staging and you don't want to do all of the CI/CD you have, this is a really good option. And so when we shipped the original ACA support, we just said, okay, just take everything in the manifest and push it up there.
Right.
And then people were like, hey, I want to change the name of my container. And we were like, oh, you can't
You can't do that. We're so opinion
We're
you can
so
change
opinionated.
nothing.
Yes.
Nothing at all.
And so we spent a lot of time
Yep.
with folks on the Azure team and, of course, our team, trying to figure out what those things that you need to change are and exposing them in this new API, publish as Azure Container App. So in this case, you can see we're giving it a custom domain and certificate, and then things like scale to 0, scale
Nice.
to as many as you want. And this just is kind of abstracting bicep in a way.
It is. It's literally doing that. And it's just an extension of what we were talking about before. You can use C# to express the model of your wider distributed application. And now it doesn't just stop at the code in your repo. It goes all the way through to where you're deploying to.
Right.
So in this case, we're showing this is effectively an Azure publishing integration. I just coined that, literally, right now.
Publishing integration.
Yeah. Anyway, so this is effectively an Azure publishing integration for Azure Container Apps. And so you can now write C# to describe your infrastructure, where you're going to land. So infrastructure as code is a thing, right? Not in any way have we invented that, but you can start to see now the building blocks of how we're going to build this much smoother. Like, how do I glue not only client libraries, but where I land into the C# that describes my application. So this is the beginning of that.
Yeah, deployment is definitely, like Damien said, you don't have to touch this.
Nope.
If you don't want to, you can synthesize or reflect the ports and everything in your app host your own way.
Yep.
It's totally flexible. But if you're someone like me who is terrified of doing deployment, and you don't have a CI/CD team to do it for you, this is a really good starting point.
It's also a great way to get prototypes up and going, like dev tests.
yes.
I've got an idea, I put it together quickly, I want to get it up and running very quickly in ACA. AZD init, AZD up. And then I can AZD down when I don't want it anymore, and then it's gone.
I need to remember to do AZD down because I was told last month I was the most expensive employee in our org.
That just means you have impact.
Oh, very good. Yeah. Before we wrap up, I just want to remind you one more time, .NET 9 will be out soon, imminently. This is the link for it, but we also have a bunch of links for Aspire stuff and more talks at .NET Conf. I could only fit 4 on this slide template for the talks, so There's a bunch more than this.
Are you saying people should watch out for these 4 over anyone else?
No, all of them.
Oh, okay.
All of them.
Good. Watch
but
all
these
the
are the
talks.
4 that I picked because we mentioned them today.
Fair enough.
So functions tomorrow. Of course, aspirations for Aspire with Fowler, which none of us know what he's going to say.
That's kind of Fowler uncut.
Yeah, it's like Fowler unplugged situation.
No chaperone. He's just going to be in here promising the world.
Yep.
The rest, yep.
And then the community toolkit deep dive with David Pine and Aaron Powell, who are 2 of the folks from our team that have been really invested in it. Aaron's kind of done all the legwork to like spin it up, which is cool. And David Pine writes all of our docs.
David Pine is the
We
legend who writes
The
all
legend?
of our docs.
Yes. And then, of course, like I mentioned, the Aspire AWS multi-cloud kind of talk on Thursday. And so then, we're open source. Talk to us on GitHub. We're also all over the socials now. I'm on Blue Sky. That's the thing.
I'm also on Blue Sky.
I'm also on Threads. I don't use it as much.
Yeah. I just get alerts from Threads and then I never read them. We also have a Discord channel
we have a Discord.
on the .NET something.
Yes,
Discord.
aka.ms/.net-discord.
There it is.
That is a really good place, especially if you're building a custom integration or you're doing something really niche and you're breaking Aspire for funsies.
Right.
That's a good place to debug those
The secret
things.
is if you want white glove service from David Fowler, hang out in the Discord and complain about your problems and he'll probably help you fix them.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. And then, of course, just like, GitHub issues, all these things, the normal things. Reddit, we are considering hosting a Reddit AMA after David's session tomorrow. So if that's something that's interesting to you, let us know on the internet in the next 24 hours or so, and we will set that up. Because we want to hear what's next. Aspire ships whenever we're ready.
Regularly.
Regularly.
Yes.
Not on that .NET 8.9 cycle yearly. We ship, much more incrementally than that. We had 2 releases before 9 since our GA in May. And that also means that Aspire works with .NET 8 as well as .NET 9.
Oh, huge point.
Because it's a library that works that we just, we multi-targeted.
That's right.
So we have a lot of stuff that we can do next and do it soon. And we're excited.
Yeah.
So, but we need to hear it from you.
Yeah.
Thank you all so much. This was fun. I'm amazed we made this in time.
I know, right?
We have James and Jamie standing by because we get to do our favorite part, the live Q&A.
All right.
Hey everyone, I'm James.
And I'm Jamie.
We're going to be here this morning with you.
And we've got some questions for you.
Yes, we're live. You can use hashtag .NETConf on X, Mastodon, or Blue Sky. And of course, keep the YouTube chat going as well. Jamie, you want to kick it off with some questions?
Yeah, for sure. So first up, we got a question for Damien. Any plans to make the with HTTPS command extension part of the product? Feels really important.
Yeah, so there's not any hard plans. I know that it is in a sample that I'm currently working on, and it is in one of the playground apps in the repo. The dirty little secret is it's not a lot of code. It's literally like a bunch of defensive code to make sure you don't call it at the wrong time and then throw an exception, or called it with an endpoint that doesn't exist. And then the actual code is like, get me an HTTP client, call the endpoint, verify that it returned a non-error code, and then return the command result. But that said, I agree, it probably is a nice one to have in the box. So if it's not already an issue for it, log one and tell them that Damien sent you.
Yeah.
There you have it.
All right, so we got another one here from Claudio. This is a good question. I wanted this myself all the time, which is where are the structured logs stored? Because they're so awesome. Default, like when you add Aspire to your existing solution. Are they files and memory only? What options are available? And maybe you could talk also just not only for development, but also for deployment as well.
Yeah. So what happens is the service defaults project that we kind of touched on, it wires up OpenTelemetry. So it takes all the things that .NET projects can emit and .NET client libraries like logs, traces, and metrics, and then it plumbs them to an OpenTelemetry endpoint. Now, when you're running locally in development, the dashboard is that endpoint. It literally sends all that data to the dashboard. The dashboard just stores them in memory, doesn't write them to disk. There is no persistence. It's a real-time dashboard only, and then shows them on the views that you saw on the dashboard. But obviously in production, when you deploy outside of your local development environment, you want that to go to a real OpenTelemetry endpoint that is hooked up to whatever infrastructure you're using to do storage. And so that, or you might want to configure to go to a different system, whether it be something like Application Insights in Azure or something like Grafana and Prometheus for log scraping. Like, there's lots of products available to do that. The key is with OpenTelemetry, you can kind of configure it once, and then just by setting a different environment, your app just sends it to somewhere else that's set up appropriately for the place that you're currently running.
Right.
It's
Aspire
open.
is a developer tool. Right?
It is open, yes, exactly.
It is open.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's really neat too, and especially if you already have OpenTelemetry in your applications, right? It'll just light up in the dashboard.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, cool. Another one. Go take it away.
Oh, yeah. So Lersayer says, when using the Add Python app, what control do I have over the Python version that is being used? Would I use it in a Docker file?
Yeah, good question. So currently the Add Python app integration is in preview. And what it does is it doesn't actually have a hard dependency on any version of Python. It literally just tries to execute whatever Python is on the path.
It looks for a virtual environment.
It looks for a virtual environment, so it assumes that you have it, and if there isn't one, it says, hey, you haven't set up your virtual environment. Right. So I actually think the reason it's in preview is there's more work we can do to streamline that. Right. And so in the samples repo of a Python app, the approach I took for now is I kind of put some MS Build stuff in the CS proj that does all the initialization. So it goes, oh, like let me set up the virtual environment, initialize it, let me run pip install, because I know the app uses that, so that as soon as I build, my Python app is ready to go. So we're looking at how we might integrate that type of logic into the Python app integration itself.
Right.
Or, as you pointed out, you could just use a Docker file. If you would rather not have to worry about Python being set up at all on the host environment, you can just add a Docker file, and then it's all in the Docker file. And then a lot of that stuff just gets automated.
Yeah. Amazing. Amazing.
All right, really quick one. Last one here
more.
from Rob. What do I need to have on my machine to get everything running? Do I need to have Docker installed? Like, when does it need to be installed? Like, how does that work? Is no matter what? Like, what's going on?
To do everything that we showed today, you basically only need two things. .NET SDK, so .NET 8 is supported, or .NET 9 released today. And if you want to run containers, you need a container runtime. Currently, we support Docker or Podman. That's it. Everything else comes via NuGet.
Yeah, and
So-
a new .NET 9 feature is that it doesn't actually blow up if you don't have Docker. This was Damien's
That's right.
last-minute addition. It used to like scream at you and
Yes,
be like,
it
"You don't
did.
have Docker. What are you doing?" But now you can run the projects even without it.
And it'll give you a friendly reminder, then you start Docker and it recovers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah,
Incredible.
very flexible, and it works on where anywhere the .NET SDK runs.
That's right.
So Mac, Windows,
Linux.
VS Code is all Damien showed today, which was very difficult for him. Everyone congratulate him. So yeah,
Great for students. Amazing.
Awesome.
All right, well, thank you both so much. That was an awesome session. And yeah, if you have any questions, get them on the Tags app. We'll get sure to answer them later on. Thanks, all.
And we also have a .NET survey, correct?
Yes, we do. So we have a .NET survey specifically for .NET 9. We're going to ask a few questions, see how you like it, how you're using it, what else we could add to it, what issues you're having. We really look into those analytics, and I believe that code is right there.
Somewhere on the screen.
It's somewhere
Should
on the
pop up.
screen.
Someone in the
You'll see
back is going to put up some slide of magic, I think.
That is for the survey link there. But please head on over to that AKA, get those details in, and we'll take your details in.
And don't forget, you find everything here at dotnetconf.net, so all the recordings will be available later on as well, and of course all links to download .NET 9, and of course all the surveys as well. Another addition that I wanted to add on, as Maddie mentioned earlier, .NET 9 will be releasing throughout the day, so doubly check the .NET blog, and of course we'll be keeping you updated here as those bits start to roll out later today, so you can get them up on your machine. But we're going to head over next to Steve Sanderson to talk a little bit more about AI and .NET 9. Take it away, Steve.
Hello, everybody. Okay, hi everybody, and welcome to this session. My name's Steve Sanderson, and I'm one of the developer architect type people on the .NET team. And I'm here to talk to you today about some of the things that we are adding into .NET to make it easier and more productive for you, adding AI features to your application. So, before we get into some of the code related to that, let's just start by stepping back and thinking about why. Like, why should we add some AI related stuff into .NET? What business is it of the .NET team to do that? So let's think a bit about what it is that we're trying to produce for you as a product in .NET. So we're focused on a few main areas as the .NET team. One of them is the things that only we can do. So as the platform owners, it's up to us to make sure that we keep moving the C# language forwards, that we keep things like the package management ecosystem in the right way. We do whatever kind of IDE fundamentals are needed. Obviously, we have to do it because no one else can. But apart from that, we're also quite heavily focused on making you more productive when you build your applications. So producing reusable building blocks that take away some of the workload that you would otherwise have. And one of the areas within that that's quite interesting is a thing that we call exchange types. So we try to create a set of types to represent common application scenarios that are highly reusable, that are really well thought through, and that will work across all the different packages and applications. Now, if you don't know what I mean by that, let's think about some examples, because if you've been around .NET for a little while, you will actually know some of this already. So let's think about, for example, logging or caching or dependency injection. Well, we've got these packages, which you may well have already used, that are inside the Microsoft Extensions namespace, and they provide reusable implementations of many of these things, as well as the core abstractions that are the exchange types across packages. So you might think, well, given how important AI is within the software industry and how it's likely to just get more important from here, should we do the same thing for AI? Should we continue the same naming pattern and have some package called Microsoft Extensions AI that contains the reusable pieces and common APIs for working with AI services? Now, as you can probably guess, we think the answer to that is yes, and that is what this talk is going to be about today. So that's what I'm going to be showing you, is this package that we've actually just released already in preview form called Microsoft Extensions AI, which gives you some common building blocks for AI features in your application. So I'm going to show you a whole bunch of different scenarios now in code and give you a sense of how these APIs work and what kind of things you can build with them. And we're going to start with embeddings. Now, you might already know what embeddings are, but just in case you don't, embeddings are a way of taking some input, which could be text or an image or something else, and converting it into an array of numbers, a vector in mathematical terms, and that represents the concepts within the input. So it doesn't represent the characters or the pixels, it represents the actual semantic concepts. And you can use that for features like semantic search and classification and many other things. But let's start with seeing how you can do that with these new APIs. So I'm going to do this in a console application just because I know everyone's building different types of apps and I want to keep things as simple as possible. So we're going to build a console application using Microsoft Extensions AI. And the first API that I want to use is this thing called iEmbedding Generator. And this is going to take a string as an input in this particular case, and it's going to return to me an embedding or a vector of flows that represents the meaning of whatever I pass in. Okay, now I can wire this up to different backend implementations. In this case, I'm going to use something called Ollama. Ollama is a way of running AI models locally on your workstation. I'll swap this out for other things in a minute, but we'll start with that. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is generate an embedding. So I'm going to start with this very simple factual statement that everybody would agree with, that cats are better than dogs, and I want to generate an embedding from that. And I'm going to show you what this looks like when I do it. It's going to give me back a vector of a particular length, and I'm going to display all the values that are in it. So let's run that, and you'll see that because of this particular AI model that I'm using, that happens to return a vector of length 384, and these are all the values inside that vector. Now, obviously, these numbers don't mean anything to us as humans, but within the context of this particular embedding model, they represent the actual meaning of this phrase. So not the characters in it, but the meaning of the concepts in it. And we can use that to implement many features, including semantic search. So I'll give you an example of how we could do our own semantic search feature just using that. So imagine the scenario is that you want to create some sort of like help system for your application or for a set of documents that you've got, and you want people to be able to search through them semantically. So here I've got some test data, which is this long list of different document titles. They're all stuff to do with HR concepts, like for a business in some way. Okay, and I've got 100 or so things in that list. And what I'm doing is telling my embedding generator that I want it to generate the embeddings for all things in there. And I'm using this API called generate and zip, which combines all the inputs with the outputs to produce a list of pairs. So if I run that with the debugger, we should be able to see that that generates embeddings for all the entries in there, and we will be able to get the corresponding values. So here we've got our list, and each entry in this list is one of the titles, and then we've got the corresponding embedding. All right, so now let's do a simple semantic search feature. I'm going to do this as a little REPL, a read eval print loop, where I'm going to loop around. I'm going to keep reading stuff from the console. And then whatever the user types in, I want to generate the embedding of that. So we get a vector. And now I need to search through all the candidates to find the most similar embeddings. So what does it mean for two embedding vectors to be similar? Well, you can define similarity in different ways, but the most common way that's used is something called cosine similarity. And that's what I'm going to do right now. So I'm going to consider all the candidates, and for each one, I'm going to compute the cosine similarity. And what that is mathematically is it's the cosine of the angle between the two vectors. So you imagine these embeddings are directions in some sort of embedding space, some high dimensional space, and we calculate the angle between them. And the closer that angle is to 0, the more they're pointing in the same direction, the more similar they are. And if they were pointing in exactly the same direction, the angle between them would be 0, and you might remember the cosine of 0 is 1, and that's the highest value that cosine can produce. So this gives us a number between -1 and +1, representing similarity. And then I will simply display the closest 3 values. So hopefully that is not too overwhelming. It's not very much code, and it should give us a very nice semantic search feature. So if I go in here and I now search for something like exercise, then it will return document titles that are related to the concept of exercise, even though they don't involve the actual word exercise. Or I could search for where to park, and it's going to give me stuff to do with parking, or some other kind of typical workplace task that you've got, something like pranking coworker. Then it's going to give me a nice helpful menu of suggestions of ways you can do that. Although to be honest, I don't even know what kind of prank it has in mind with this one. I probably don't want to know, so we'll just move on beyond that. Okay, so that is a very simple introduction to how you can use iEmbedding Generator to generate some embeddings and then implement a little semantic search feature. And we'll do that in a more advanced way with a vector database later on in this talk. But before we get to that, let's move on now to the real star of the show when it comes to AI, which is language models. This is a very general purpose tool that you can use to build all kinds of application functionality. So you might be thinking, first of all, it's a language model. This is like, for building chat-based systems, and you can use it for chat, but it's also for many other things as well. You can automate all kinds of business processes like classification, summarization, cleaning data, detecting anomalies, all kinds of things, and I'll show you an example of that in a little bit. But let's get started with the basics of this and what the new APIs actually look like. So I'm going to switch over to a different sample project now. And you can see in this case, I'm trying to make it look a little bit more realistic. I'm setting up a DI system, and I'm going to register an iChat client in there. Okay, now just like before, I am going to use Ollama to get started. I'm going to swap that over for OpenAI in a minute just to show you that we can switch for different things, but let's start with that. And then I'm going to register my iChat client inside dependency injection like this. And we'll come back to why the code looks like that in a little bit. But in summary, iChat client is the new standard representation for a language model that you can call in .NET. Okay, so given that, how do I do a simple call into it? Well, it's pretty straightforward. I can just call this complete async method and pass in some input, and it's going to give me the response as a string. So if I run that now, then what we're going to get back is some response to that. Now, I'm actually using Ollama here, and so it takes a moment to load because it's actually loading a large language model on my laptop, but it's done it. It's returned a sensible response. And if I run that one more time, then it will complete a lot faster this time because, the language model is already loaded. Okay, now that is just getting back all of the response at once, which is fine. But if you're going to get back a long response, you might want to stream it back so you don't have to wait for it all to be generated. We've got another API for that called complete streaming async. So in this case, I'm telling it to respond with 1,000 words. I don't want to wait for it to generate them all. I want to see them streaming in. So because I've got that await for each loop, it's going to display all the output as it gets generated by Ollama there. And of course, I can swap to different back-end implementations of this. With Ollama, I can use different language models. For example, I could use this small model called Phi3 Mini from Microsoft. And if I run that, will just behave in the same kind of way. It's actually a little bit faster and less intensive on my hardware there. But the real advantage of having an abstraction like iChat Client is that you can swap out entirely different backend implementations. So as an example of that, I'm going to bring in Azure OpenAI. And we've got implementations of iChat Client for all kinds of different language model services, and I'll show you a list of those later on towards the end of the talk. But let's have a go at using Azure OpenAI right now. I don't have to make any other changes to my code, and it's just going to now start streaming some response from GPT-4o there. Of course, I do have to pass in my API keys, which I'm getting out of configuration in this case. All right, so that's fine. Now you might be thinking, okay, this is all very well, I get what you're saying here, but there is a bit of a drawback to using an interface like iChat Client, which is this is sort of the lowest common denominator of all the APIs that are supported by different backend implementations. Like, what if you want to use some APIs that are specific to the actual provider that you're using? Like, what if I want to use something specific to OpenAI or Azure OpenAI? Well, that's something we've designed for as well, to make sure that you can always get out from the abstraction anytime you need to do so. So as an example of that, I'm just going to go back to the slightly simpler version of this, and I'll show you that on this response object that comes back, we can access provider-specific data. So we've got a property on there called raw representation, and you can test for different types of things it can be. In this case, I'll check to say, is that an OpenAI completion? If it is, then I can access some OpenAI specific data in a strongly typed way. So OpenAI gives us this system fingerprint, which other backend services might not do. But in this case, I am using OpenAI, so you can see I can access the OpenAI specific data. Okay, so that's all very well. That's some very simple usage of a chat client. What about if we want to make this do something a little bit more interesting? So let's take this forwards now to working with functions. Functions are the way that an AI system can actually do something useful within your application instead of just, responding based on whatever knowledge is baked into the language model. So a function allows it to call back into your code to get more data or to make something happen. Right, now there's many different ways that we can use functions. The first thing I'm going to show you is how we could use this to build a chat type system. Okay, it's a very common thing that people want to do, and I just want to show you that it's not difficult at all to do something like that. So I want this to be stateful, so I'm going to keep track of all the messages that are going on in my thread of conversation. And I'm going to make this be a general chatbot that can answer any question, but it's got a secret agenda, which is that it's trying to sell these Foot Monster brand socks to the user. Okay, so let's have a go at doing that. Once again, because this is a console app, I'm just going to do a little loop where I'm going to read some input from the console. I'm going to add that to the list of messages, and then I am going to get the language model to give me a response based on that. I'll add that to the list of messages, and then I'll display it in the UI. Okay, so let's run that. I can now hopefully have a conversation with this chatbot where I say something like, what is 1 + 1? And it will give me a response to that, 1 + 1 = 2. And speaking of pairs, have you thought about buying some socks? So, okay, that's great. It's clearly working. But what happens if I try to get it to give me some information like this? How much per pair? Like I want to ask it for the price of a pair of socks. Now, remember, in this system prompt here, I didn't give it any information about pricing. So what do we think it's going to say if I ask it that question? Will it make up a price? Will it say it doesn't know? Well, let's find out. In this case, it just says the price can vary. So different models will behave in different ways. Smaller models will probably just hallucinate something. GPT-4o is quite resistant to hallucinating, so it will just claim that it doesn't know, which is true, it doesn't know. Right, but I want it to actually give me real pricing information, and this is where I can use functions. All right, so I'm going to define a function or a C# method called getPrice. Okay, and I'm going to give it some metadata, like a description of what role this particular method plays, the fact that it takes a parameter called count, and it computes the price like that. Now, I want to make that available to my iChat client. And the way I can do that is by setting up a chat options and giving it some tools. So the tool in this case is this thing called getPrice tool. And what I'm doing is I'm taking my C# method or delegate and I'm converting it into an AI function. And what an AI function is it's just metadata. So it's a description of the name of the function, any description I've added, the list of parameters, the return type, all that kind of stuff. And it makes that available to the AI system. So it can call it if it wants to. Okay, now I have to pass that chat options in here for that to work. So now it's got access to this getPrice function. So let's try running that again. And I'll say, hey, and then it'll try to sell me some socks. And I'll say, how much for 1 million pairs? And hopefully it will then call my C# function and it will get actual price information. As you can see, it does there. All right. Now let's say I want to take it forwards another step. Okay, buy them. What's it going to do if I tell it to buy them? It will say, sorry, I don't really have the ability to do that, because I haven't given it the ability to. So let me take this to the next level up by making it into something stateful now. So instead of just being a pure static function, I'm going to turn this into an entire class so we can keep track of information. So I'm going to define this class called cart, which keeps track of the number of pairs of socks. I'm going to have this function or method add socks to cart, which in this case just logs stuff to the console, but you can imagine it doing something more. And then I've also got the get price down there. All right, now I want to make all of that available, so I'm going to add both of those tools into my chat options now, and I'm also going to slightly improve the prompt to give it a bit of a sales script so it knows what to do. I'm going to say first get them to agree to buy socks, then find out how many pairs they want, and then add them to the cart. Okay, so let's see if that actually works. So let's say, hey, and it says, are you interested in socks? And I'll say, sure. How many do you want? Let's say I want 250,000 pairs of socks. Now it will add those to my cart, as you can see. And of course, this is all stateful, so I can say, oh, actually, I need one more pair. And it will add the one more pair into my cart, and you can see it's gone up in the way that it should. Okay, so those are some examples of how we can use functions within our system. And the real point that you need to take away from this is that it's a fairly non-trivial thing to define how functions are specified and how they get called and things like that. And we're providing this standard programming model that will work whichever kind of back-end AI service you are using. Okay, so that's great. Now let's move forwards to talk about pipelines and middleware. So why are we doing this, and what are we getting at here? So one of our key design goals when we're building APIs like this is to make it as flexible as possible for you, because this is only successful if it works in a really wide variety of applications and across a wide range of different NuGet packages and different scenarios. So a very powerful pattern that we can bring to bear on this is something called middleware pipelines. If you're an ASP.NET developer, you're probably quite familiar with this already, but we also use it in other cases like HTTP client and other things like that. So by setting up a pipeline of functionality, we make it possible to mix in different behaviors in a way that composes together and allows you to extend it. And I've already been using an entry in the pipeline already. I've got this call here to use function invocation, and that's the thing that actually turns on the ability to call the functions that you've supplied. But there's many other bits of middleware as well, some of which are built in and you can make custom ones. For example, we've got use logging, and we've got use open telemetry, and we've got use distributed cache. And these are all built-in ones that you can just use out of the box, but you can make your own ones. I'll just show you how use logging works for a start. So if I run this again now with that in the pipeline, and I'll say how much for 88 pairs of socks, then because I've got use logging in the pipeline, you'll see it dumps all this extra stuff into console. And it's quite hard to read, I appreciate. But if we look very closely, you might notice that here we can see it's logging that it's making a call into getPrice, and it's passing a count of 88 into it. And then the response goes back to that, and that's this response here. And you can see the result, so it's very hard to read, but it's 140712. That's the result that comes back. And you can see that that's what then ends up in the output to the user. All right, so that's some built-in middleware. But what if you want to implement your own? Well, it's pretty straightforward to do, and I'll give you an example of it over here. So I'm going to define a new middleware step called useLanguage. And I've defined it as an extension method on Chat Client Builder, which means that I can call it as part of a pipeline. And I'm saying that you have to pass in whichever language you want it to be. All right, so over here, I could now come to this line here and say use language, and then pass in the name of some language that I want to use, let's say Swedish in this case. Okay, so that's now going to add a new instance of use language chat client into my pipeline. All right, now this is a bit technical, but the pipeline is a series of iChat client instances, and each entry in that pipeline can just resolve any question that comes to it directly, or it can pass on to the next stage in the pipeline. And so normally each call passes through each stage in the pipeline all the way to the end where it gets sent over a network to some backend service. But at each stage in the process, you can override what's going on. So in this case, I want to override what happens when a complete async call is going through this. And the way I'm going to do it in this case is using a technique called prompt augmentation. It's not the only thing you can do, but it is a good thing that you can do. So what I'm doing in this case is I'm defining an extra chat message that says always reply in the language and then whatever language it is that's been passed in. Now, you don't have to really hard code it. You could vary it dynamically based on the thread culture or whatever else you wanted. But I'm just setting whatever language gets passed in, and I'm adding that into the list of messages. And then I'm going to simply pass through to the rest of the pipeline. Now I have to make my method async for this to work, but I'll pass through and it will call the rest of the pipeline steps with this extra prompt in it. And then finally, just to be a good person, I'm going to clean up by removing my prompt augmentation from the message history so we don't leave all these extra bits of message behind us. All right, so let's see if that works. If I run this again now, and I'll make a question to it in English, I'll say, hello there, in English, and it responds by saying some stuff in Swedish to me, and it's going to try and sell me some foot monster strumpor in this case, and I'll say, buy 500 pairs, and we should expect that all the other stuff, like function invocation, will still work, because all this stuff composes together. Now, that's an example of doing prompt augmentation, but it's not the only type of thing you can do. You can also use middleware to control things, to do it like control flow things. For example, we can block certain requests from coming in, we can resolve them from cache, we can do rate limiting, we can do all kinds of things. We can branch to different backend implementations. As an example, I've got another thing that I've just implemented here called use rate limit. And that's going to use .NET's built-in fixed window rate limiter API, so that when somebody calls complete async, it's going to try to get a lease on that rate limit. And if it can't, it's going to refuse to process it. It'll just say skipping. But if it can, it will call through to the rest of the pipeline. All right, so given that, I should be able to come here and say use rate limit, let's say time span from seconds 5. And now I'll go in here and I'll send some message. And if I send messages too fast, you see I get this skipping due to rate limit. And after 5 seconds, then I don't hit the rate limit anymore. All right, so that's a very general purpose, powerful facility that you can use to mix in functionality no matter which backend implementation of your AI service you're using. All right, so now the last of these chat-related things I'm going to show you is something called retrieval augmented generation. This is something that people very commonly want to implement, which is the ability to have what sometimes they call enterprise Q&A or some sort of chatbot that is connected to your own data and is able to give responses specific to your business scenarios. Okay, and the reason I'm showing it to you right now is really just to show you that it's not very difficult. You've already seen all the pieces that are needed. We just have to put them together, and it should work pretty straightforwardly. So again, I'm going to switch over to another example, and I know it looks like there's a lot of code and you can't read it all, but this is all just DI config, so you can ignore that for now. And I'm getting an iChat client out of dependency injection, and what I'm going to do is create a little chatbot that can produce reports of things that people are posting on the .NET Runtime repo. So let's say I want to do some general sort of sentiment analysis. I want to see what people think about different parts about .NET, and I want to create an AI system that can search over the .NET Runtime repo issue tracker and tell me what people are saying in general. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, just like before, I'm going to make a little chatbot that keeps track of messages. Again, I'm doing it as a console application. In reality, you're probably going to build a web UI or you're going to build a native UI in some way, but I'm trying to make this inclusive to everyone, so we're just doing a console application. Right, so my system prompt is saying search for issues relating to their question, summarize the general vibe about it, and then give responses with citations of which GitHub issue you're saying is the basis for whatever claim you're making. All right, so just like before, I'm going to have a loop that loops around, reads some input from the user and adds that to a list of messages. And then I'm going to tell my AI system to complete. This time I'm going to do it in a streaming way, and we'll write all that stuff out. Now, I haven't yet wired this up to my actual real business data, so it has no information to base its answers on at all right now. If I run it, let's just see what it says. I'll say, what do people say about Perth? Okay, and remember, it has no information at all to base its answer on, and it's going to just give me a bunch of stuff that GPT-4o thinks that software developers think about Perth. Okay, and it's referencing all kinds of stuff that's got nothing to do with .NET at all. It's making up all these different issue references. For all I know, these might be real issues on some repo, but it's got nothing to do with .NET. It has no basis for saying any of this stuff. So what I want to do is now connect it to my real .NET runtime data. So I've added a class here called semantic search, and that's going to combine the two things that we know about, embedding generation, and it's going to be able to do it's actually just going to do a search through a vector database to get results relating to a particular keyword. So I'm defining this method here called search for issues, which will take a search phrase. I'm going to generate the embedding using the same technique that we did before, and I'm going to use a vector database called Quadrant in this case to search for issues relating to that, and then we'll return that back to the language model. Now, you might remember from before, in order to actually make that available, I need to define some chat options that contain a reference to that. So here I'm creating a search tool that has got the ability to call this search for issues. Okay, and that hopefully should be enough. I've got a breakpoint on there, so I'm going to run this and see what we get. So I'm going to say, do people like C#? And I'll run that. And then hopefully that is now going to hit my breakpoint here, and it does. And you can see it's choosing to do a search for like C#. Okay, I'll run that again. It's actually chosen to do a second search. It can do as many searches as it wants. It's also searching for dislike C#. And it's doing a third search now for C# pros, probably C# cons. And eventually it's decided it's got enough information, and it produces a report based on all the different issues that it's found on the .NET Runtime repo, and it's given me citations of the different issues that it thinks are the basis for that. Okay, so hopefully you'll agree that that is not overwhelmingly difficult to do. Right, now let's move on to the final thing that I'm going to show you now, which is going to be a non-chat scenario, because I personally think that in order to produce the largest amount of business value, you probably don't actually want to start with chat. You want to look at ways that you can automate business processes. So let's have a go at doing that. And just to make it interesting, I'm not even going to use text this time. We're going to be working with image data, just to show you that we can. Right, so let's move back to this chat scenario from before, even though we're not going to do chat now. And I'm going to just clear out all the code in there, and I will reset back to a good state. So pretty straightforward starting point. We've got a reference to a chat client, which is GPT-4o Mini. I've got a pipeline that just does function invocation and nothing else, and that's it. All right, so what I want to do is show you firstly that we can feed images into this system. So I've got this directory over here of a bunch of images that come from traffic cameras. All right, you can see that this is an image of some sort of road with a truck on it. And I'm going to feed that into the system. I'm going to define a chat message saying what's in this image, and I'm going to attach an image content to that containing this image data. So image content is one of various content types that are defined within Microsoft Extensions AI. And so I can pass that in there, and then I'll get and display a response based on that. All right, so all being well, when I run that, it will pass that image to the language model backend and ask what's in it. And it says the image shows a view of a wide empty highway, blah, blah, blah. It gives me all sorts of information about the image. All right, that's good. But I don't want to just look at a single image. The business scenario I want to do here is some sort of live traffic monitoring system. So it's going to look at all the different images that you can get, maybe from hundreds of different cameras around the country or around your business, your building, whatever you want, and produce a report about all of them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a little loop that goes through all the files in that directory, and for each one of them I'm going to ask for a description. I'm going to say extract information from the image in this camera, and then I'm going to get back that message and I'll display it. Well, if I was to run that now, you can predict what's going to happen, right? It's going to loop around, and for each one of those images, it's going to say, this is a picture of a road. Here is a roadway. The image shows a road, things like that, which is not very useful. What I want is some sort of structured information coming back. And as a .NET developer, or working with C# in this case, ideally, I want a C# object like this, traffic cam result, which has got a status on it, which is one of these values, and some other structured information that I could do something programmatic with. So one of the nice things that we've got with these APIs, as well as just getting back arbitrary text responses, we can also get back structured output. So in this case, I say, give me back a traffic cam result, and that will constrain the model to respond in the form of that object. All right. Now here, I'm going to check, does the response actually conform to that schema? If it does, I want to display it like this. Okay, so let's try running it, and we'll see if we get some structured output coming back. And we do. You can see for the first camera, it says that it's flowing. The next one, the road is blocked. The third one, it says it's congested. And the last one, it's clear. So let's check if this is true, shall we? Let's take this one, for example. Image 2294, is it actually congested? Let's have a look. The answer is, yeah, I guess it is. At least on one side of the road, it is congested. All right, so that seems pretty good, right? You might think at this stage, awesome, we've finished. We've implemented it, ship it, we can go home. And that's almost true, but there's one slight drawback to doing structured output like this, which is that we've constrained the model so aggressively to respond in this form that it will do even if it doesn't make sense for the image. So imagine if one of the cameras was defective and it was just producing a blank image, it would still produce a traffic cam result. Or if we feed into it a picture of a sandwich and we ask for a traffic cam result, what's it going to do? It's going to say, well, this sandwich is, I don't know, congested, and it contains no cars or trucks, probably. And your code will just get back that object and behave as if that's a sensible output because you don't know any better. So what I want to do now is a bit of anomaly detection. I'm going to raise alerts if there appear to be something wrong with the camera image. And I can do that using the techniques that you've already seen before, such as function calling. So I'm going to define another function here called raise alert. And that's just going to log stuff to the console. Of course, you could actually, send a message to someone to dispatch a road crew or whatever. But we'll just log to the console right now. And I'm making that available in my chat options here, which I'm going to pass in. Now, we also need to update our prompt to tell it when to raise an alert. Because if we don't tell it, how does it know when to do an alert? Maybe it does an alert just because it's raining, or maybe just because there's an unrecognized type of car or something. So I'm going to tell it that I want it to raise an alert only if the camera is broken or if there's anything really unusual in the image. All right, let's see if that works now. So I'm running again, and we're going to go through all those images. For the first one, I see it hasn't raised an alert. For the second one, it does. It says it thinks the camera's broken. And for the third one, there's nothing. And for the last one, it thinks there's some unusual presence in the image. Let's see if this is right. So for camera 2293, is there actually something defective about the camera? And the answer is yeah, okay, so that camera is broken, and it's quite good that we found out because we can send a road crew to deal with it. And for the last one, it says there's an unusual thing in the image. Is there? Oh yeah, okay, yes. I mean, that's moderately unusual, I suppose. We do get those from time to time, but it's good to have an alert about that as well. Okay, so there we go. That is pretty wide range of things that we can do using these APIs that are available in preview now. I want to give you a quick overview of how this looks architecturally, and I'll tell you a bit more about how you can get started before we go to some Q&A. So, architecturally speaking, the way it works, we've got this lowest level package called Microsoft Extensions AI Abstractions, and that just contains the core types, such as the interface iChat client and the content types. And the idea is if you're creating an implementation of a package that provides an AI service, this is what you would reference. It's just a bunch of abstractions. It's a very lightweight thing to take a dependency on. And of course, all the different concrete types of implementation of that do make a reference to that. I'll give you a list of some of those in a minute. All right, now there's also a package called Microsoft Extensions AI, and that deals with a slightly higher level concern, which is dependency injection and the ability to register these services in your DI container. So that obviously references the abstractions. And the intention is that a typical application would reference all of these things. So your application will reference Microsoft Extensions AI to register stuff in DI. You'll also reference whichever concrete client you want to use. And you'll also reference the abstractions implicitly so that you can actually work with that programming model. Now, if you are working with Aspire, then we want to make that absolutely first class as well. So we have separate package, or at least one separate package, that provides the ability to register these things with Aspire and the way that it does service discovery, so that you can register that inside your app host project and make that available in your applications. And then finally, this is perhaps the less obvious one, but there are also NuGet packages that deal with AI services as a consumer. So maybe things that implement an evaluation system or a testing system. These consume AI services, and if you want to use one of those, you would reference that from your application, and they would in turn reference the abstractions so that they can work with whatever concrete implementation the application is using. Okay, so that's the overall architectural picture. In terms of what back-end implementations we've got support for today, well, we've got quite a few already. The community has responded really well. We only just put these preview packages out a few weeks ago, and almost immediately we've got a whole load of different implementations of them for different AI services that you can use. So thanks very much to the community members who've already been shipping packages that work with that. And then, of course, there's also semantic kernel. Now, I haven't mentioned it up until this point, and if you've been doing AI development with .NET, you'd probably be thinking all the way through, hang on a minute, how does this relate to semantic kernel? Does this replace semantic kernel? Like, what's going on? And the answer is, this does not replace semantic kernel, it works with it. And in fact, the entire work that we've done on Microsoft Extensions AI has been a collaboration between the .NET team and the semantic kernel team. So we're working together to extract these low-level APIs from semantic kernel and make them available as Microsoft Extensions AI. So this is stuff graduating out of semantic kernel into the core platform. And the intention is, if you just want to use the low-level services like chat client and embedding generator, you can just use those directly. You don't need anything else. But if you want to use the higher level, more opinionated approaches to AI that semantic kernel offers, then you will use semantic kernel, and that will also work with the same underlying programming model. And if you're using semantic kernel, that also contains a whole bunch of other connectors that give you iChat client implementations and iEmbedding generator implementations for different services, including Amazon's Bedrock, Google Gemini, all kinds of other things. So you can use that. All right, so that is all I'm going to have time to talk to you about today. I would love it if you would go and get started with this. We really want your feedback about it. If you're an application developer, then the call to action for you is to make use of iChat client and iEmbedding generator to add some AI features to your application. And if you're a package author, such as someone who provides a package for gaining access to an AI service, then we want you to ship an implementation of these interfaces as well. And if you want to read more about it, go to the URL that you see at the bottom of the screen there, and that's going to give you a whole blog post with loads more information that you can use to get started. So that is all from me. I am going to hand back now to our hosts, and we'll see if there are any questions that I can answer for you.
Awesome. Steve, absolutely delightful as always. And it's amazing to see this AI ecosystem continue to expand and thrive for .NET developers. We do have a few questions, so we're going to kick it off over here first. Jamie?
All right. So if AI functions are just descriptive metadata, then why are they called functions? Is that a misunderstanding, or did we mishear that?
That's a good question. Okay. So the reason they're called functions is because that is what they're called in the industry. It's not a term that we've made up. It's an industry standard term that is common to all the different AI service providers, including OpenAI and Gemini and other things as well. So we've called it that because that's what they're called, and we don't get the ability to change industry standard terminology. But yeah, they're functions in the sense that it provides metadata to the AI service, and that if it wants to call one of your functions, it responds to the complete async call with a descriptor of a function that it wants to call, and then some middleware, which in this case is called use function invocation, actually calls your C# delegate and then provides the result back to the AI service. So that's what a function is. It's a descriptor of some callback that the AI service can use, and then we've provided some helper to actually call your method.
Perfect.
Okay, that makes sense.
All right. Now, you did mention this already, Steve, quite a little bit in the last slide there, but I think it's worth double clicking on, as we would say here at Microsoft, because Manuel asked, and I've seen a lot of questions on a lot of the threads, is this a replacement for semantic kernel? Clarify one more time for us, Steve.
No, it's not a replacement for semantic kernel. This is a recognition that although many people love semantic kernel and are working very successfully with it, not everybody needs the higher level opinionated patterns that semantic kernel brings. And some people just want a way of calling out to a language model or an embedding generator or whatever. And when it comes to building a rich ecosystem of packages, we want to keep that dependency as lightweight as possible. So that's why we've got this package, Microsoft Extensions AI Abstractions, which has got very little opinion. It's just a bunch of interfaces and content types. And we expect to be able to build a large ecosystem around that. And many, many different approaches to AI can flourish on top of that. Semantic kernel is one of them. That's one of our favorite ones. But you can make your own higher level approach to AI on top of it if you want to, or you can just work directly with these abstractions. And like I said, we are working with the semantic kernel team. They're contributing code to these new abstractions. It's not something that replaces semantic kernel. It's just taking the lowest level parts of semantic kernel and making them even more standard than they were before.
Perfect. Better together. I love it.
A good base.
All right, one more over here from Mike.
Yeah, Mike asks, can the chat client be connected to an external API to use data as a source for an AI model?
Oh yeah, absolutely, of course. So the AI function is just a callback into your own arbitrary code. So from there, you can make a call to some minimal API or to some entirely separate service. You can read data from disk. You can do a web search, whatever you want. You can put completely arbitrary logic in there. Now, we haven't built any helpers that convert REST APIs into AI functions or anything like that. But you could easily do so, right? You've already seen how we've got this code called AI Function Factory that allows you to wire up arbitrary code to an AI function. And if you want to create some sort of generator that generates these based on a REST API or something like that, you absolutely can do so. And we expect people will do. That's sort of what we mean by building an ecosystem. I'd love it to see some NuGet package which is like, REST APIs for iChat client. And I'm sure someone out there will be able to build that and ship that, and that will be a great contribution to the ecosystem.
Awesome. And don't forget, everyone, you can join in the conversation with hashtag .NETConf on X, Mastodon, or Blue Sky, or just go to .NETConf.net. You can just ask your questions there. A good one here from Zex says, for Mr. Steve Sanderson, I saw in your previous demo that you send product ID in a function for the AI chat. How do you know the product ID? Did you use Azure AI Search? Like, what different components did you use?
OK, so this question is not referring to the demos in this talk, so I'll just clarify for viewers. That's a reference to a demo from the Keynote earlier today, where we had the eShop support demo, and we were doing searches against a product database. So in that case, the way that we knew the product ID is simply because that's what page the user was on, like it was in the URL. So when the code is running, it's running in the context of a particular page. It's a Blazor application in that demo, so it knows which product we're showing data relating to, and we can generate a system prompt that includes any information from context that we want. So in this case, I just knew from the URL which product ID where the user is currently on the page for, and we can include that in the system prompt, and then it can use that when it calls out the AI functions to do a search.
Perfect. And is all that code open source?
Yep. eShop support is on GitHub. You go to github.com/.net/eShop support, and you will find all of that code.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Steve. Really appreciate it. And thanks for all the great questions.
Thanks, Steve. Awesome. All right. Well, so feel free to put your questions in the tag board. We'll get to them live, as you can see. And in the meantime, you can go and head on over to aka.ms/.netconf/students/register, as we're going to be hosting another event next week just for students, covering all of this. We're going to be building an application all together, and it's a full day event, I believe, right?
Yeah, at 2 different time zones. Yep.
2 times. And so head on over to that AKA, and up next, we will have our next session, which is
What's New in C# 13 with Mads and Dustin. Over to y'all.
Well, thank you very much, Jamie and James. I'm Mads Torgersen. I'm an architect at Microsoft, and I'm also the lead designer of C#.
And I'm Dustin Campbell. I'm an architect on .NET tooling and also a member of the C# language design team and work a lot with this guy.
Yeah, so we have .NET coming out today, .NET 9, and that also means that we have C# 13.
C# 13.
Meeting the world today, and we're here to tell you a little about what's in this version of C#. We want to start by taking you on a very brief tour of how you can stay updated on what's going on with C#. Like everything else here, it's open source.
Yeah, so I've got a couple of things up here on my laptop that should show. So just a couple of ways that if you're new to the C# universe or you want to get involved or stay engaged, we have a few examples of ways to do that at kind of various levels of interest, right? This first thing, this is learn.microsoft.com. This is the what's new in C# 13. So if you want to just find out what's in the product for C# 13 and get documentation on these things and how they kind of play in, there's all of it is here. And this is kind of a great way to kind of just get an overview of the languages that have shipped, right?
That is true. However,
the features that have shipped.
Yeah, the features.
Yeah.
As we go, like the C# 14 cycle essentially starts now, and as we go, we tend to put language features out in preview, and we actually have one that we'll be showing today that's already going to be in preview.
Yes.
And we try to keep the what's new page updated even with preview documentation of preview features as well. So it is a good place to keep an eye on C# as it evolves over the year, if you want to.
Another spot you can look at, and this is on the on GitHub in the Roslyn repo, which is where the C# and Visual Basic compilers and IDE stacks, all the code lives and where they're in active development. And this is the language feature status page. It's in the docs folder, where you can see the nitty-gritty on like who's working on what and what we're looking at for C# 13, and then also kind of what's happening for next. And if you're interested in seeing branches merge, this is where to go, right? So it's kind of a
yeah. The working state is really everything that we currently have engineering activity on, like somebody's building.
Yeah.
As a C# language design team, we work on even more things that haven't yet kind of started being implemented, and so the place to go if you really want to engage with the C# design is that we have a separate repo, C# lang, for the language design itself of C#.
And this is, again, it's in the .NET Foundation on GitHub, and it is this is where notes from our language design meetings are posted. This is where proposals are posted. There's issues and discussions, and we're actually, this is also an active development, though it's not necessarily the code development, but it's where kind of the nitty-gritty of the language design itself happens. So if you want to get involved in some way or engage with that, provide feedback, discuss with the team or and other like-minded folks, then this is the place to go for that.
Yeah. And there is quite a lot of community contribution in this repo as well to the design of C#, as opposed to the implementation we saw before.
Absolutely.
But I guess we're here to look at code.
Yeah.
Let's talk about many of the things. Like there's a long list of features in C# 13, and by the quotation marks, I mean that some of them really feel like just bug fixes.
Yeah.
We're going to show some of the more interesting ones. But as you could see on that language status page and the what's new, there's plenty.
Yeah, there is plenty.
Yeah.
And in a way, I mean, we've been kind of looking at the features that did land in C# 13, and it feels very much like, in a way, almost not necessarily small features, but features that might feel smaller, but they are there to just make genuinely the consumption of code just better, easier, make sure you're doing the right things, and putting you on the right path, giving type authors and library authors the right tools they need to help you get on the right path as for consuming APIs.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, there is kind of like a theme to it, even though it kind of feels a little grab baggy, but I like this idea that
it's very light on new syntax, but there's a lot of semantics sort of behind familiar syntax, if you will.
Yeah.
Starting with this one here,
params. Yes, this has been in the language since C# 1.0.
Yeah, params has been around forever, and it's always been about arrays, right?
Yeah.
So you can have a params array, and that means that that call up there on the first line, you all know this. It just packages all the arguments for that parameter into an array that gets created on the spot and passed on to the method.
Right. And almost immediately after this shipped, we're like, why couldn't we do, params IEnumerable? And then .NET 2 came out, C# 2 with generics, and they're like, well, why can't I do one with params IEnumerable of T?
Of T.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's been maybe the oldest ask remaining, in a lot of ways.
To be clear, and you may want to show this, like the thing you pretty much have to do and have had to do in C# and C# 2 if you want to have a general API that takes all kinds of collections, but also is params, is you need two overloads. The general one that takes IEnumerable of T, and then an array one that is params, because only arrays can be params. You can kind of guess where we're going out there.
Right.
But,
this gives you the way to kind of like have something you can. If you've got a list in hand, you can pass that, and it will get make its way into the IEnumerable of T, and then in the other one you can pass a list of arguments, and they'll get into the params. And often, this is kind of implemented funny. You wouldn't normally do this. Usually you'd take the params one and you'd use that to call the IEnumerable one.
Yeah.
But it seems like every API that wants to expose params ends up doing something like this as well.
Yeah. And we've sort of had it on our list for well over a decade to do something about that. But then there's like, well, if we do params IEnumerable, and what about other people will immediately be like, okay, params, other things, right? And so we kind of left it alone. But last year, when we were releasing C# 12, a very consequential feature came out, which was collection expressions.
My favorite feature in years, right? So to be able to surround this with brackets and just say, this is now a collection that is not exactly opinionated on the type of that collection. Instead, it decides what the collection is going to be, what the type of the collection is, based on its surroundings, right? Essentially, so in this case, it would be, this is a way that you could also pass it in here and get a, and it looks like very similar to passing params, right? But it's really close with just these square brackets.
Yeah, but the big difference with collection expressions is that you can, and some of you might not have picked them up yet, please do, they're awesome.
They are fantastic.
Is that you can pass collection expressions to almost any collection type, right? There are standard ways that they will work. They will work like old-fashioned collection expressions, or collection initializers rather, if you don't do anything else. But you can also set things up in your API to tell it what to do to create your collection in a smart way, and the compiler special cases a lot of common types and so on. And it's really smart. It can create from the same syntactic expression. It can create all kinds of different collections, and it'll do a really good job at creating efficient implementations of interfaces and that kind of stuff.
Now in this case, overload resolution is going to make it so it calls the array still.
Yes.
But if I delete that, and I can delete that now because I've got that collection expression up there, it will produce, the compiler will generate a type that's very, very efficient that implements IEnumerable of T for you. So you don't have to go and say, I'm newing up a list or I'm newing up something else to pass in here, but instead it will new up something that implements IEnumerable of T so that it can be passed here successfully and efficiently.
And so that little extra step we took in C# 13 is, okay, now we have machinery to create all kinds of different collections from elements, from a list of elements. Couldn't we just do that with params as well? Couldn't we just allow params on all those collection types and have it do the same thing?
And it turns out we can. And so this, of course, is now legal in C# 13. We have params for all sorts of things. And basically, essentially the things that you can create with collection expressions. Because we know how to build that machinery now. So if I delete these brackets, it works just fine, and it's going to do essentially the same thing under the hood as if you passed in a collection expression.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
You can pretty much think about it as params is just the compiler putting those square brackets around the elements that you're listing as arguments, right? So it's those two features are very closely connected.
Absolutely. Now, in this case, because IEnumerable, we're going to be allocating something on the hood, under the hood to do this. And there are cases where you don't want that, right? And so you might wonder what other things we could do with params. And if I wanted to do something a little bit more efficient using some of the span-based types that we have, that's also allowed, right? So I could type span in here, that works, or I could use its read-only cousin to pass in arguments that are essentially could be from some heap allocated type. It could be from an array, or they could even just be allocated on the stack. This could point to memory on the stack so that you're not making any objects to pass something in that can then be for eached over like this.
It's actually, and this is like probably the second longest request we've had for params is for the span types, because the compiler can choose to allocate that span on the stack, right? And when it does, no memory is wasted, and it's actually very similar to if you had all those parameters individually in your signature, they would also have gone on the stack. So this is a thing that sort of from a memory layout performance perspective mirrors multiple parameters the best.
And there's another piece of this that I think is really interesting, which is that overload resolution would like to say that in this case, read-only span is a better overload because it would implement IEnumerable of t, but of course it doesn't. It can't, and so it's a ref struct. It can't do that, and IEnumerable is not suitable. But still, we end up picking the read-only span type here, and this is part of another feature of C#13 that is kind of like sort of, I would say, kind of one of those things is really under the hood. You won't see it pop up, but it will help you do the right thing.
Yeah. So we essentially embarked on a new story arc, if you will, in C# for spans that is first-class spans. Like even though spans have been around now for a long time, a lot of people, they have weird restrictions and so on because they have to live on the stack and so on. So a lot of people don't use them directly, but we want to make it so that you can get a lot of benefit from them without having to understand too much of that machinery. And so, but the language itself has kind of kept them at arm's length for a bit. Like there are conversions from array to span to read-only span, but they're not in the language. They've been user-defined conversions on the span types and so on. And that means spans haven't felt fully integrated in the language. But we have started down, and there'll be more in C#14, making spans first class. And the sort of down payment on that in C#13 that you see here is that we make spans better than arrays and all the interfaces implemented by arrays in overload resolution.
Right. I mean, it is the more efficient way generally of doing that, and so it makes sense. All right, so another thing about params collections is we said, we can do an IEnumerable, okay, we can do read-only span, but we can do lots of other types. And so there are also ways with collection expressions to expose them to collection expressions in such a way that collection expressions knows how to build them. One of the types that's been kind of challenging, I think I even showed an analyzer on this years ago in a What's New on C# talk, but the idea that like a mutable array is one of those types that we use a lot, but we especially use a lot, but it can't be used with the old style collection initializer,
right?
Where I new up and put the curlies and add the elements, because under the hood, a collection initializer just calls add methods. But the add method on an immutable array doesn't mutate it. It just makes a new it just makes a new immutable array. So it doesn't work. And so we made sure that when we added collection expressions that we could support types like these as well, and that means they're also supported with params because of a special attribute you can add to make your collections work with collection expressions and also with params.
So you really have a lot of freedom now in how you use params. Of course, you want things to still, you want overload resolution to still
work.
I'm
like
trying
you
to scroll up a bit there.
And this is one of these things where it's like, oh gosh, what's wrong? I have no idea, and even these sorts of overload resolution problems of like now we've got an ambiguity.
Of course, in this case, we have params and 3 different overloads, and you probably wouldn't have
we
that.
could fix it. We could fix it like this, right?
We could fix it by just saying, we probably want the read-only span to be the params one, because that's the most efficient of them.
Yeah, and so that makes the most sense, right? And so then, but then if I add this, if I was passing in a collection expression, which could be either an immutable array or an enumerable or a read-only span, we're right back in the same problem.
Yes, and this is a situation that you sometimes find yourself in if you are consuming, or especially if you're writing a library, you're maintaining a library and adding to it over the years, and you want to add new overloads. Like in this case, this might have been around for a while, but the read-only span overload is new, right? You want to add that for more efficiency for your users to pick that up when they compile. But now you've introduced ambiguities.
Yeah, and the language just didn't understand. The rules of the language were not enough for that particular fine-tuning use case you had. You were like, okay, maybe I've got some API that we've got a better way to do it in this, whatever the organization or application, and so you want it to work and it doesn't work, and there's an ambiguity, and now you got to do other things like change the method names, stuff that like you're trying to fit into the rules, right?
Sometimes the language can't make rules that fit everyone, and you kind of want to be able to have some agency when you evolve your API to make it so that the user of the API just gets the right stuff and doesn't get presented with that, especially that we don't break their existing code maybe that didn't used to be ambiguous and now will, but also like that they get the right things. Even when those right things are different from what they were before you made the change.
So C# 13 brings something here for that API author, even if it's an internal or public API, to be able to come in and say, to do the fine tuning, to say the rules didn't get it right for me or didn't do what I expected, and I want to fine tune it. And so you can use this new overload resolution priority attribute. And what this does is it essentially says all the overloads here they have a priority of 0. And so if I want one to be picked above that, maybe if it's a better choice, then I'm going to give it a higher priority. And that actually fixes the issue here. So now it does pick the read-only span, which is cool.
It is very cool.
Yeah.
And sometimes, of course, what you want is you don't want a particular overload to kind of step in front of the others. You want one to step behind the others.
Yeah, and so you can use negative numbers, meaning that you have 4 billion of these available to you as you build out your applications. But using a negative int here, and now this actually goes below IEnumerable and immutable array, and there's still no error, and but it's choosing immutable array because now regular overload resolution is kicking in and saying at that top level and saying, well, okay, immutable array is a better choice than IEnumerable because immutable array implements IEnumerable.
So the way, and of course, it's not just a matter of positive and negative, right? You can use different numbers, and their relative priority
use prime
kicks
numbers,
in.
You could do whatever.
I would probably use squares,
maybe,
or powers of 2 would run out quickly.
They would. They're just the 32. Though that's actually kind of a joke because I kind of feel like this should be used sparingly.
Yes.
Right. This is used for that fine-tuning sort of a situation where you just need to get something to get the rules to choose the right thing. You just need to subvert the rules slightly. If you find yourself actually using 32 of these, you might rethink things.
It would still be a smell, right? Usually you want your API to, by and large, work by the rules and not against the grain of the language. It's mostly, but not necessarily only, but it's probably mostly situations where you are evolving an API and you want to keep existing code happy even while you are able to take bolder steps, like for better performance, like add a new overload and move the params to it, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Now this doesn't, if I recall, this doesn't actually have situations where somebody could add an extension method and now subvert your type or something like that. It's only the overloads within this type, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. The priorities are only used between members of the same type. And the way, essentially the way it works is it takes all the applicable members, it finds the highest priority among them, and only the ones that have that highest priority get to compete for being chosen as.
Yeah. So if the top one succeeds, then it wins, right? But if it doesn't apply, then it would fall down to the next priority and let them duke it out. Yeah, which is great.
And so you can still, even though you have a lower priority, you can still get picked sometimes if you're the only one that fits the call.
Yeah,
if you will.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I think let's go and look at some other code.
Sure. And that's 3 features down in C# 13.
Yeah.
And we're coming
And
over to this
very little
file.
syntax so
and
far.
Very little new syntax. Actually, no new syntax.
Yeah, not so far.
Yeah. Now here we are in this file, and it is it takes a little bit to absorb, but we've got a type called myFile that's partial, and in here there's a partial method. Think back to like C# 2 to remember your partial methods, and down here is the implementation of that partial method. Now, partial methods have always been used for code generation scenarios.
Yeah.
Right. And so they are ways that you can say, here's a method that I want to provide an implementation to in a partial part. And they're used more now in the world of source generators. We've had them for a long time, but they're used in source generators as ways that you can, in your type, you can say, here's a hook that the source generator can fill in implementation for, or vice versa, where you want to provide implementation and the source generator is going to provide a hook. So it works very well for kind of both these kinds of scenarios. Yeah.
But up until now, the only member kind that could be partial was methods.
Right.
And we've finally just taken the step and added partial properties as well.
Right. So I can go ahead and add a partial keyword to the implementation side, and I'm going to come back here.
Because now it's complaining that there's no definition.
There's no definition. So I'll go ahead and add my definition. I think I need a private set because we need the accessibility accessors to match. And why haven't we done this before?
It seems so straightforward. The reason there were dragons, but they were more like tiny lizards, but we kind of stayed away from it for a couple of years because of that. Because if you notice that get private set, that looks like the body of an abstract property, right?
Yeah.
But it also looks like the body of a concrete property that happens to be an auto property.
Yes.
And so we kind of had to make the choice to say that when you put just, the axis or keywords and semicolons, is that an auto property that's on the implementation, or is that a definition? We just said, okay, it has to be a definition. That's the only way this can work sensibly. And that means that you can't use that same auto property syntax to implement it. You have to do something manually.
So auto properties aren't supported?
Hold that thought.
Okay.
Hold that thought. Okay. But not in that exact auto property syntax that you're used to.
Yeah. So, okay. This is again, it's a great feature for source generators and any code generation scenario. And now it supports properties.
Yeah. And honestly, we already get requests for supporting partial other member kinds now. So let's see, as the scenarios kind of warrant the work, it might be very little work. We'll probably keep looking at that, just generalize there. But for now, you got methods and properties now.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And that brings us to kind of another feature that we have here. We have, in here we're locking some data, and we're using this classic lock keyword that's been, again, something that's been in C# since C# 1.0. Not new syntax, again. Something that's been there for a very, very long time, where in C# 1 and .NET 1, we decided that from the design was that every object could be something that could be locked on, right? So any object could be used with the monitor classes and in .NET, and so that pattern is the one on lock. But since then, we have had no limits on putting new locks into .NET. There are so many locks to choose from.
Yeah.
And for various situations.
In hindsight, maybe it wasn't the greatest idea to enshrine the first idea we had about locking into the language itself and kind of hard-code it in, because it kind of almost created an adoption blocker for the other.
Oh, yes.
They're at a comparative disadvantage just because this very early first one is embraced. And there's nothing wrong with it per se, but we can do better.
And I would say that now we have a new idea for a lock.
Yes.
And that's what this feature is about. We've got a new lock that's in .NET 9.
And it's not called Semaphore Slim or anything like that.
No, nothing like that. No. It's called lock.
That's how confident we are in this.
Yeah. But I changed that map lock field from object to lock, the new system threading lock, and it works with the lock keyword, and that's kind of the new feature here. That it's
Yeah.
kind of it's sort of just we allow the lock statement to be used with this new lock because we feel that this is kind of very similar, used in similar scenarios.
Yeah.
But it is lighter weight than the old one. The old one has extra baggage with monitor and features there that felt like, well, okay, something slimmer and lighter weight to be used as kind of the workhorse lock for these scenarios of just protecting data.
And to be clear, this would have worked even if we had done nothing in
Oh,
C#,
yeah.
because lock is an object. So,
Yes.
so locking on it by rights should just do the same monitor thing. Like, but what we said here is that's wrong. Let's embrace this new lock type in the language. And so when the lock statement is used on an object of the lock type, like the static type lock, like the compiler can see this is the lock, it will generate the more efficient code to use it actually as intended, to use that lock type as intended.
Well, does that mean that then if I say new up a lock, turn it into an object that can still use monitor?
Is that don't do that, please.
Yeah.
If you have a lock object, don't upcast it and forget that it's a lock, because then if you use the result of that in a subsequent lock statement, it won't do the same kind of locking. It could get very dangerous and silly. So that we put a little guardrails on it there so that people don't mix locks and non-locks.
Yeah, because things might not lock like you think they should.
Yeah.
Things might have different semantics and do things in a weird way. And of course, the C# compiler has, once it's become an object and it's passed through, we have no way of knowing that it's not an object statically.
Yeah, unless we build a runtime check into lock, and now it starts getting inefficient and so on. So we didn't do that, but we put these guardrails in.
Right.
And also to be clear, this is not that we've sort of generalized the lock statement to be pluggable in a way, or to have, it's not that you can write your own types that plug in and have their own behavior in the lock statement.
Yeah, there's no lock pattern today, right? Yeah, so this is not that. Again, it's a situation where we just, that's actually a bigger problem if we ever wanted to do that. And so, but just for this type, because we feel that it is that important, that we want to do something different.
And if that other thing becomes a scenario that people are clamoring for, and then we could go there. We've sort of broken the seal on the lock statement now, but for now, we just want to embrace this really good type from the core libraries.
Yeah, that's fantastic. All right, let's talk about one of our features that's maybe not quite there, but it's very, very ready. I've been using it a lot.
Yes.
It is a feature that right now in .NET 9, it is only in preview. And so on language version preview, I don't mean .NET SDK preview. I mean, you can go into your project file, you can use .NET 9 GA, the general release, and you can specify language version preview to get access to this feature.
And we'll come back to why it's in preview and not part of C# 13 proper.
Absolutely.
But let's have a look at it.
Show that feature. That feature is something that we've shown a number of times, often with squiggles, but it really is here now, and it's the field keyword. So the ability to, within an auto property, to access the backing field, right? Something that, with an auto property, there's always been this big cliff. You have to, if you want to do various things, like in your setter, you just want to say trim that value that's coming into the string, before it gets set to the
or just lock on something before you do the mutation, as in this case.
Yeah, and that results in a huge cliff where you've now got to, okay, well, if I want to do those things, I now need to go declare a field. I can't use an auto property anymore.
And I must specify both accessors, even though I only wanted to fiddle with one of them.
Absolutely.
So we're taking that cliff away. The field keyword is something you can use to say, in accessors and property accessors, to say, well, I am an auto property. I do have a generated backing field, and field is how I access it.
Yeah. Now this
However, I can still write an accessor manually if I want to.
If you want to. Yeah. This one actually does right now because it sets a field that's different from this, which is now the backing field.
Yes.
And so we're actually getting a warning here that we should be using field because the other accessor does. So that helps me not make a mistake and make sure that I'm using this, the backing field keyword as well, the field keyword, which is awesome. And so now that map field isn't isn't needed up
You
there.
can see it's grayed out up there.
Yeah.
We're not referencing it anymore. So we just get a backing field of the same type as the property generated for us. Now, it may be a little excessive that we're actually locking on get.
Oh yeah.
So if we implement the get accessor as just return field.
Yeah, if we took out that lock, if we wanted to take out that lock, we could do so just like this because it's an auto property.
Yeah.
I used to think that auto properties had to have like a get and a set and semicolons, no bodies. And really and I thought that's what made it an auto property, at least when I looked at it. But really what makes it an auto property is whether you you had to like have a backing field or whether one was generated for you.
Yeah.
And so now auto properties come in this like large variation of syntax that you can use to really, kind of lots of ways that you can use to make your property experience much nicer and be more expressive.
And just to circle back to the
preview flag.
Well, we'll get there as well. But the partial thing from before. Now we are actually writing the implementation as an auto property.
Yeah. So that.
But because it's an auto property where at least one of the accessors has a body.
Yeah.
It doesn't conflict with the definition. The definition and implementation we can tell those apart.
Yes, and because it acts as the field keyword only, it is an auto property.
Yeah.
Which is exciting.
So that is pretty cool. But yeah, we should talk about why we didn't just ship it.
Why didn't we ship it, and why it's in preview right now. And the reason it's in preview is because this is a breaking change. In fact, we've talked with customers who have said they've gone through their code bases and said, I have a lot of fields called field, right? Maybe they're writing database schemas and they have an object hierarchy and they're talking about fields in their databases. Or maybe this is like, it's an academic thing and it's like, oh, well, I have a person that has a field of study or
it's a force field in physics.
Or it's in Star Wars, whatever.
Yeah, or agriculture. Like actually it turns out that many fields have fields.
Yes.
So it's a little bit of a breaking change to start saying, well, inside accessors, it's now a keyword.
Yeah, so
sometimes.
This now becomes a problem.
Yeah, if you had that field and you were referencing that. Yeah. And so we went through many alternative designs on this feature, and we're like, this is the best design. And this is the one that we're going to be happy that we landed on. Like 10 years from now, this is going to be right. But in order to do that, we have to do a little more of a breaking change to C# than we usually do. And so we sat down and said, okay, now's the time for us to come up with a breaking change approach for C# that we can use sparingly, probably not even once every release, though. Let's see. And so you can see that warning you get there. That's sort of like we haven't really implemented that breaking change approach yet, but we're sort of on the way there.
Yeah, so right now it says you can refer to the existing member. You can use this dot field to access the field like you would normally if you had a parameter in a field that matched. Or, because this is a keyword, the standard way in C# to use a keyword as an identifier and refer to it is with an @
Yeah.
And so this is kind of what we think, this breaking change experience, which would do some of this kind of work for you and fix up the code that you have so that it doesn't break with the addition of this keyword.
But it's probably worth mentioning, if you say this.field, that works too.
Yeah.
And the reason that works is that field is only a keyword if it sort of occurs on its own, right?
Yeah.
So we made the sort of blast radius, if you will, of the breaking change as small as possible. It's only when you use it as a variable name, standalone, like as if it was a parameter, then it's a keyword.
Yeah. Amusingly, I'm getting that warning back again because now I'm using a field out there called field, but this one uses a backing field, and so now I'm getting, let's say, it's kind of funny. But yeah, this is where we want to go with field, and we hope that it will be, ready to go. And we want it to be there for C# 14.
And we would
ready to go.
And we would like you all to play with it a bit, and for us to understand, like, are we as right as we think we are about making this breaking change? And help us get the tooling experience and everything right around it so that come C# 14, we can now deal with this breaking change with confidence, and everyone can embrace this new keyword.
All right.
Okay.
Well, we have one more thing to show.
Yeah.
And that's
we finally get to why this all is a ref struct.
Yeah, I know, ref structs. The thing that, you write only if you're like David Fowler or Stephen Tobe or somebody like that, right? But here we have them. Here, I rarely write them.
Yeah.
But sometimes I do. And one of the things that's interesting about this particular ref struct is that it has a dispose method, but it doesn't implement iDisposable itself.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is that ref structs, if I want to actually want to implement iDisposable on this and pass it to something that took iDisposable, .NET would insist on that being boxed into an object because it's a struct, and then an object that implements iDisposable on the heap. But ref structs can't actually live on the heap. They can only live on the stack.
If you want to think about ref structs like your spans and read-only spans are ref structs. So those kind of limitations, they have to be on a stack. They apply to all ref structs, and therefore it would seem that implementing interfaces doesn't make sense because you can't convert to them anyway.
Yeah.
But it does in fact make sense, and we've now enabled it.
Yes.
And of course, it finds here the dispose method needed to implement the interface.
Yeah.
But how do you use?
Yeah, how would we use it? And then we go back here and we see, okay, these methods actually take iDisposable, but they take it in as a constraint on T.
Yes.
And this is where you can now use a ref struct that implements an interface, and you could conceivably constrain it. So I can go right here and I can type my file and all's good until it's not.
Yeah, but it's a start.
It's a good start.
Generic, kind of satisfying generic constraints is what interfaces are good for on ref structs. That's how you can use them. However, type parameters by default, they are not expected to be ref structs. You were never able to pass ref structs as type parameters, and so they make assumptions. They're like, if you have a constraint that says that you implement iDisposable, well then you can convert to it. And so we need to say something about the type parameter, that this type parameter actually does allow ref structs, and the syntax for that, if you want to kind of
it's very surprising.
It's very cryptic.
Allows ref struct.
Yeah. No.
So instead of a traditional constraint, it's more like a non-straint, right? It's this, kind of like we call it an anti-constraint, which seems like a double negative, but it's really about this T does allow ref structs.
It allows extra things over the default.
And so that poses some limitations on the body of that method, right? Because right here is a conversion to iDisposable, but it can't be converted to iDisposable. Well, I can fix that. I could use T right here, and because T is constrained to iDisposable and allows a ref struct, I could still call dispose on it, but I can't actually convert it to an iDisposable because of that boxing issue. And you've said that you care about not doing that in this method by saying I allow ref structs.
Exactly.
Now, the other reason this works is because in .NET 9, we have added that particular I guess anti-constraint, non-straint, whatever, to a bunch of the core interfaces and delegate types, right? So this is added, on IEnumerable of T. So IEnumerable of T now implicitly allows.
You can see it there in the hover. It allows ref struct.
Right there. If I go over to
otherwise we couldn't pass T to it.
Yeah, if I go over to source.net, I can see right here in the source. Oh, that's the wrong one. Right here in the source, I can see it's right there.
Yep.
And likewise, if I go and pick up something like action of T, where you've had these delegates for a long time, and now they've all been annotated to allow ref structs, so that if you have something that you need to pass into some delegate somehow, you don't have to go now, you could do it with a ref struct, but you had to go define a new delegate with a parameter type of that ref struct because you couldn't pass it to as T as a type parameter or as a type argument. And now we can. And so
it's the upshot of the story really is ref structs couldn't participate in any kind of abstraction. You couldn't, any kind of code that was abstracted over multiple different kinds, you couldn't use ref structs for it. And now you can. They can implement interfaces and they can be allowed into generics, and we do it all over the place. So they kind of been, this is also kind of like a first class thing that's happening with ref structs that we didn't have before.
Right, and so it's enabled a bunch of cool scenarios, and I think there's going to be a lot more to come in future .NETs. So,
and with that, we don't have any more to show you today.
Yeah.
But hopefully there's a question or two over at Jamie's and James's.
Awesome, Mads and Dustin, absolutely awesome and love it. And also be sure to check out the .NET blog. Not only is there the big blog today about .NET 9, but the C# team, F# team, all the teams in .NET are going to do featured deep dives for the next several weeks, months, and all the goodness. So definitely check out that. We do have some questions. First one over here, Jamie.
Yes, so very cool features introduced with C# 13. Is there any feature remain to be implemented in C# 14? What's the plan for that?
Have you done everything?
Well, we are, in the beginning, you saw that kind of feature work list in the feature status page that we have in Roslyn. And that shows some of the features that we are actively working on. Like the ones that don't say C# 13 but are above that. Those are ones that we have people writing code to implement right now, right? So plenty of things going on there. One thing that we had hoped to put out in C# 13 that didn't quite make it, it needed some more work, is extensions. Dustin and I showed an early prototype of that at Build, hoping that it would make it, but it didn't. So that's one of the more substantial features that allow essentially extension everything. We hope to get that into C# 14 so you can have extension properties and indexers and extension static methods and so on.
So if you watch the C# Lang repo, you'll see that's where a lot of the active discussion in design is going.
Yeah. We're having a design meeting about it tomorrow.
So there's plenty to do.
So yeah, that's probably one of the big ones. But there's several other stuff that we're looking at. Like we talked about collection expressions today. We want to support dictionary expressions, where it's like collection expressions for creating dictionaries that do the right thing with key values and so on. So there's plenty in the pipeline there. I can't promise you now what will end up being in C# 14, of course. We run into stumbling blocks all the time, but we are not wanting for things to do. So there will be exciting things no matter what ends up making it.
There is job security ahead.
Yeah, I think so.
We'll keep you busy.
Oh, that's cool. It's all built in the open, like you said, so people can follow along at home. Especially like when you are reading the blogs, we always link to the bottom of where to follow everything happening in .NET, which is super cool. All right, one more for you here. Does the lock object in a lock statement allow async await code within the locked code block? Lots of locking going on.
I don't think it does, but I think you need
You would need to use one of the other locks that supports kind of an async, wait,
I think so,
wait async method or something like that. There are patterns for doing that, but there's no await lock, so we can't really, ensure that lock is actually going to be around the async code today. So we don't actually support it. That's one of those things that was just kind of like there be dragons there, and so we didn't allow it. So today there are better locks to use for those async scenarios.
Awesome, Mads, Dustin, thank you so much.
Great,
appreciate it. And don't forget, you can ask your questions live during the sessions. That's where we're monitoring on the big board, the tags here app, and you can use hashtag .NETConf on X, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Twitch comments coming in, YouTube comments coming in, and you can just go to .NETconf.net and you can just ask your question there as well if you're not on one of those social platforms. There's so many places to ask your questions in real time.
Yeah, and if you would like to go to a local event and join your community in person, we have over 100 local events happening for .NET Conf from today all the way through January 15th of 2025. Head on over to the .NET Conf site. You can click that local events tab or head on over to this AKA, and you can see all the events happening all over the world. And you can register right there, or you can even organize one of your own events for your community. And we have tons of goodies sending to all of those people all around the world. Go check one out near you.
Did you know that I'm hosting one here with Matt on campus?
Amazing.
Yeah, it's going to be December 3rd, I think. You can find it on the .NET website. We're going to be talking all about all the goodies here in person, so you can come hang out with us as well. And the Microsoft Reactor, which is cool. And like you said, there's tons all over the globe, which is super rad.
All over the world.
Cool. All right, we have our next session coming up with the one, the only Dan Roth, talking all things what's new in ASP.NET Core and Blazor. Over to you, Dan.
Hi everyone, welcome. Thanks for being here. It's great to be back at another .NET Conf. I'm Daniel Roth, Principal Product Manager for ASP.NET Core and Blazor. And in this session, we're going to learn all about the new features and improvements in ASP.NET Core and Blazor for .NET 9, which just released today. ASP.NET Core is a full-stack web framework that provides everything you need to build modern web apps. Whether you're trying to build beautiful Blazor web UIs or scalable backend services, ASP.NET Core provides everything you need end-to-end in a complete solution, including high-performance servers, built-in security features, and excellent tooling. So, what's new in ASP.NET Core for .NET 9? Well, ASP.NET Core in this release is loaded with new features and improvements. First and foremost, the team has been focused on quality and fundamentals. This includes extensive work on performance, accessibility, and security. Your ASP.NET Core apps are built to help ensure that your apps are secure by default and ready to handle even the most extreme workloads. We've also made a bunch of improvements to the web development experience. We now have built-in support for OpenAPIs, lots of Blazor enhancements, and lots of improvements to tooling and debugging. And then when you're ready to publish your ASP.NET Core app to the cloud, it's ready to go, thanks to expanded support for ahead-of-time compilation, as well as improved monitoring and tracing. Now, .NET 9 is the fastest release of ASP.NET Core yet. You get industry-leading performance. You get higher throughput with lower memory usage, thanks to the new adaptive garbage collection. On the TechEmpower JSON benchmark, we're seeing 15% higher throughput with 93% less memory usage on a high core count machine. Your Blazor WebAssembly apps start up faster. We're seeing them start up 25% faster on the Google Lighthouse scores. And your Blazor server apps are more responsive thanks to WebSocket message compression. Your static web assets, like the static files in your app, are automatically optimized with pre-compression and fingerprinting so that they can be efficiently downloaded and cached. Now, the ASP.NET Core team has also been heavily involved with .NET Aspire. .NET Aspire is a powerful set of tools, templates, and packages for building observable, production-ready apps. And it has something to offer to every ASP.NET Core developer. It includes a streamlined development experience for modeling and running your entire app. It includes a built-in developer dashboard so you can monitor and trace your entire application. It includes integrations for popular services and systems like Redis, PostgreSQL, Azure services, and so on. And it also integrates with other developer ecosystems too, like JavaScript and Python. It has a comprehensive and flexible deployment model, so you can publish your entire app to whatever cloud you'd like. And your .NET Aspire apps are production ready thanks to smart defaults for OpenTelemetry, health checks, and resilient retry logic. If you haven't tried out .NET Aspire yet, you should, and you can do so by going to .net/Aspire. It's actually really easy to add .NET Aspire and all its great features to an existing ASP.NET Core app. Let me show you how. All right, so I'm going to pop over here to Visual Studio, and I have a simple Blazor web application that I'll just go ahead and get running so you can see what it does. This Blazor web app it's just the default Blazor web app, but it's set up so that the weather page calls a backend API that's in a separate process in order to get the weather data. So we can see the home page, the counter, and if I browse to the weather page, well, currently it doesn't show anything, and that's because I didn't start the API project yet. So let's go ahead and start that. Let me go back to Visual Studio, select the API project as the startup project, get that running. And then once I have both processes running, I should be able to go back to the browser, refresh the page, and yeah, there we go. Now we can see our weather data. OK, so how can .NET Aspire help with an app like this? Well, .NET Aspire really elevates the development experience when working with a distributed app, an app that has lots of different processes that need to be coordinated. It's really easy to add .NET Aspire to my application. I can just right-click on the Blazor app, and I'm going to select Add .NET Aspire Orchestrator Support is the option I'm picking here. Now that might sound a little scary at first. Orchestrator, what is that going to do? Is that going to set up some sort of Kubernetes cluster, or am I going to have to mess around with containers? No, it's actually going to do something very simple. It's just going to add these two projects. It's going to add an app host project, which will let me model and run my entire app. And then it will also set up this service defaults project, which includes some convenience code for setting up production-ready defaults for my application. And then up above, we just pick the project prefix name that we want to use, and we can go ahead and click OK, and that will add those 2 projects to my solution. Now let's take a look and see what those projects actually contain. Let's go into look in the service defaults project first. So I'm just going to open up the extensions.cs file. This is just a C# class library with some helper methods. So here first we have the add service defaults method. What does this do? Well, it's going to set up OpenTelemetry. It's going to add health checks. It's going to set up service discovery. Service discovery is a .NET Aspire feature that makes it really easy for services to call each other. And then it will also set up a resilient retry logic so that when we make those API calls, if anything goes wrong, they can just retry them. Down at the bottom, if we just look down here at this other method, there's this map default endpoints method that will just set up 2 endpoints for health checks, the /health and /alive endpoints. Okay, so now if we look in our Blazor project, the only change that was really made to our Blazor project was it added a reference to that service defaults project, and then you can see that it's calling those 2 helper methods, the add service defaults and the map default endpoint, so that it's set up and ready to go. There's no magic happening here. It's just some helper code that makes our app more production ready. All right, let's now look at the app host project. If we look in program CS for the app host project, it's pretty simple. This is where I can model my entire application. And you can see right now that the app host project really only knows about the Blazor app as part of its distributed app model. Doesn't know yet about the API project. We should add that, so let's add it. I'm going to right-click on the Weather API project and do exactly the same gesture. Select Add .NET Aspire Orchestrator Support. Now here Visual Studio is detecting that I already have an app host project, and it's saying it's just going to reuse it. And that's great. That's exactly what I want. Go ahead and click OK, and then that should add the API project to my app host, and there it did. Now I do want to do one more thing. I want to model the fact that my Blazor app depends on that API, like it makes calls to it. And we can model that just using normal C# code. So I'm going to move the API up here to the top, and then I'm just going to capture that as a C# variable. There's my API. And then for my Blazor project, I'm going to say that this has a reference with reference to that API. Okay? And now I'll do one more thing. I'm also going to say that this has external HB endpoints. That's just letting Aspire know that the Blazor app is a thing that should be exposed to my end users. And that's it. Now I've modeled my entire application. Pretty simple. So now, because our app is modeled, we can start using cool Aspire features. Like, for example, we can use service discovery. I'm going to copy the name of the API project that we've set up here in the app host. And let's go over to my Blazor app. And here in Program CS, you can see this is where we're configuring the Weather API client. And you can see that it's currently just using a hard-coded address. And I could use config to set up a different address for local development and production development and do that for all my APIs. Or I could use Aspire and just use this convention where I specify the name of the API project that I've modeled, and now Aspire will take care of resolving that address to the actual address at runtime. I don't have to go messing around with config files. So that's service discovery. All right, now let's run the app. Now to run this app, because I'm using Aspire, I can just select the app host project as my startup project, and it knows about all the pieces of my app. It knows about the I think I have the app currently running. Let me shut it down. There it goes. Okay. So it knows about all the pieces of my app, so it can get each of the pieces running. It can start the Blazor app. It can start the backend API project. And what's really great is it also gives me this awesome developer dashboard where I can see all the pieces of my app. I can see the Blazor app. I can see the API. I can click on them and get some more details about those projects. I can select the actual endpoints for those processes and browse to the Blazor app. Let's see if the weather page is actually working. It is. So service discovery is doing its thing. That's awesome. We can also see in the dashboard all of the console output for the Blazor app and for the API project right here. We can see all of the logs in a structured form on the structured logs tab. We can filter and select different log levels. We can see all the distributed traces for our application to trace all the activities as they flow through the app. Like down here at the bottom, you can see that this is where we browse to the weather page, and then that triggered an API call to our weather API, and we can see all those activities in the entire flow. Super cool. And then in the metrics tab, we can see the various metrics for our app. Like here's information on how many active requests we have and their request duration with lovely charts and graphs. So a super useful useful tool when you're doing development to help you see what's going on in your distributed app and to troubleshoot and diagnose problems. Now, when we're done developing and we're ready to publish this app to the cloud, that's really easy. We can actually just right-click on the app host project, say publish, and say, you know what, I just want to publish this to the cloud in one shot. And we have the option of just, because the app host knows about the entire model of the application, just saying, you know, let's just publish everything to Azure Container Apps and get it running. It's really, really convenient. Any containers that I'm using in the app can also be hosted there as well. But you don't have to do that. If you have a publishing flow that's already working for you, you can continue publishing the pieces of your .NET Aspire app wherever it makes sense for you. Purely optional, but super convenient when you're just trying to get up and running. So that's .NET Aspire. It really elevates the development experience. It makes it easy to deploy your app to the cloud. And I think it just adds a whole bunch of features and value to every ASP.NET Core developer and to existing ASP.NET Core projects. Really easy to add. Now, I love the dashboard. The dashboard is super useful, a great way to monitor and inspect your app. But what I love even more about it is that it's built using .NET and Blazor, using .NET technologies. The Aspire team used the Microsoft Fluent UI Blazor components to build this dashboard, and that really enabled them to innovate and iterate fast. If you're not familiar with these components, the Fluent UI Blazor components are a set of free, open source, 60 or more components that follow the Microsoft Fluent UI design pattern. If you're interested in using them for your next Blazor project, you can find them at aka.ms/blazor/Fluent UI. Okay, well, speaking of Blazor, what's new in Blazor for .NET 9? Well, Blazor is our full-stack web UI framework that ships as part of ASP.NET Core, and it lets you render your web UI however you'd like. You can do it fully server-side rendered, all the way down to fully client-side rendered, like you would with a single-page app. And in .NET 9, there's lots of new Blazor features and improvements. We've added a new API so you can detect the current render mode for your components at runtime and then adjust how those components are rendering accordingly. We've made some improvements to the reconnection logic in Blazor when using interactive server rendering. Interactive server rendering is when you're rendering the components from the server and handling all the UI interactions over a connection with the browser, like a WebSocket connection. If that connection gets lost, Blazor will automatically try to reconnect, and we've made some improvements to that experience in .NET 9. We've also made it simpler for you to set up static server-side rendering in a Blazor app that was otherwise set up to be globally interactive. Like maybe you have a Blazor app that's configured to run fully on WebAssembly, but then you realize you have one part that you really want to render using static server-side rendering. That's now much easier to do in .NET 9. We've simplified the serialization of Blazor authentication state, so it's easier to flow the authentication state from the server to client, and we give you built-in components and classes for doing that. Blazor components now support constructor injection, so you can inject services into your components. And we have a new Blazor hybrid plus web project template that makes it really easy to set up a Blazor app that targets not only the web, but also native mobile and desktop clients. Let me show you some of these new Blazor features. Let's go back to our Blazor web app, and let's look first at the counter component. So here's the counter component. It lives in the client project, and it's using the interactive auto render mode. What is that? Well, interactive auto means that this component will automatically choose which render mode to use at runtime based on whether or not the .NET WebAssembly runtime has already been made available. If the .NET WebAssembly runtime was already downloaded and cached, then this component will use it. It will run on WebAssembly. If it hasn't been, then the component will use interactive server rendering, run from the server, while it downloads the .NET WebAssembly runtime in the background. Now in .NET 9, we can actually see all of that happening using a new API that we've added that allows you to detect the render mode for the current component. So I'm going to add another heading here, and I'm just going to display the current render mode for this component using the new renderer info API. And I'm just going to display the name of the render mode so we can see what it is. And then down below, we have this button, right? And the button has an on-click handler. And that on-click handler will fire when the component is interactive, like if you're clicking on the button. If the component was rendered statically, though, like when you're pre-rendering it, then that on-click handler doesn't really do anything. And there might be a little delay between when it gets pre-rendered and when it's actually set up for interactivity. So maybe we want to do something about that in our rendering logic. So I'm going to add an if check here and say, you know what, if the renderer info tells me that this component is interactive, running on WebAssembly or running over the WebSocket connection with the server, then we can go ahead and render the button. That should work fine. But if it's not, then maybe we do something else. Like in this case, let's just render a static placeholder that says, 1 moment, please, while we get things, interactive. Okay? So we should now be able to just, let's hot reload that into our running application and go back to the web app. Let's browse to the counter page. And yeah, OK, cool. So we can see now that the render mode is currently WebAssembly. It's running on WebAssembly, and it's interactive. I can click on the button, and the count goes up. But if I refresh the page, watch carefully. You see briefly it says that it's static, and then it shifts over. Let me see if I can freeze it for you. Refresh, and there. OK. So right now it's saying that the render mode is currently static. Why is it static? Well, that's because initially we pre-rendered the component from the server. The component, the browser sends a request, goes to the server. We render the counter component just to plain HTML into the response so that the browser gets pixels on the screen as fast as possible. And it's not interactive yet because we haven't started the WebAssembly runtime, so we see our placeholder text. But if we let it continue to render, the WebAssembly runtime boots up, and now it is fully interactive, and we see our counter button. Okay, so that's how you can adjust how your components are rendering based on the currently active render mode. Now, we didn't see the whole full interactive auto thing happening. We didn't see this actually use interactive server rendering. In this case, the .NET WebAssembly runtime was already cached. If we want to see that, we can just go in and clear the site data so that the WebAssembly runtime is no longer cached. And if we refresh the page, we'll see there. It briefly was static, and then it shifted over to server, interactive server rendering. So now it's handling interactivity over the WebSocket connection. Cool. OK, so that's the new renderer info API. Next, I want to show you the improvements to the reconnection experience when you're using interactive server rendering. Now, with Blazor, interactive server rendering works over that connection, that WebSocket connection. And if the connection gets lost for whatever reason, like a network blip or whatever, we have a default user experience in Blazor that will let the user know, hey, hold on, the app can't currently connect, please wait. And honestly, in prior .NET releases, that default user experience wasn't great. It was sort of a white overlay over the entire app. It was a bit clunky, a bit jarring for the end user. And when the app actually successfully reconnected, if something happened to the server state, let's say the server rebooted, it went down and came back up, and so any in-memory state was lost in addition to the connection, then the app wouldn't be able to connect. It might be able to make a network connection, but it couldn't connect back to the server state. And then the app would just be like, hey, user, I'm sorry, I can't connect to back what you were doing. Please refresh the browser if you want to keep going. You had to manually refresh the browser. So in .NET 9, we wanted to improve that a bit. So we make some improvements to the reconnection experience. So let me snap this side by side with the Aspire dashboard. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the Aspire dashboard to shut down the Blazor app. That should kill the connection. It will also lose any of the server state. OK. And so here's the new reconnection UI that we provide by default. A little cleaner, a little more friendly. You can, of course, customize this however you'd like and make it look however you'd like. But at least the default experience is a little less jarring. And then if I restart the application, once the app comes back up, Blazor should be able to reconnect. There it goes. It already did it. It's really quick. Blazor is able to reconnect, and it detects that the server state's gone. You can see that that's true. Our counter is no longer what it was. It's back to 0. But at least it automatically refreshed the browser and got things working again for the user. If you want to persist that server state, you can still do that yourself in your app logic. Save it someplace and then reload it again when the user reconnects. But at least the reconnection experience now is much smoother and more friendly for your end users. Okay, so that's the improved reconnection experience. Last Blazor feature I wanted to show you is the new Blazor Hybrid Plus Web Template. So for that, let's switch to a different project. I'm going to go into Visual Studio and do File, New Project. And let's bring up the Blazor Hybrid templates. There they are. OK, so here is the new one. We now have a .NET MAUI, Blazor Hybrid, and Web project template. Blazor Hybrid is a way to run Blazor components in a native client app, natively on the device, and then render them to an embedded web view control. Okay? And now you can create both a Blazor Hybrid app using .NET MAUI, as well as a Blazor web app. So simultaneously, let's go ahead and save that. Simultaneously target web and also mobile and desktop. Mobile, desktop, and web. So this project template will now set all of that up for me. So if we look at what this has got in the Solution Explorer, let's collapse these down a little bit. So here we have the .NET MAUI project. That's our Blazor hybrid app. That's what's going to target, Mac, Windows, iOS, and Android as like native clients. Then we also have a web project. That's just a standard Blazor web app. And then we have this shared project, which has all of our Blazor code. All of our Blazor components live in here. So we got our counter component, the home component, the weather component, and so forth. Okay. So let's see if this works. I think I'm going to try and let's run the web app first. And let's go ahead and run that. Do I have anything else running? Let's make sure. Yeah, nothing else running currently. Get that building. So that should run our Blazor components in the browser. Okay, there it goes. Taking a second. There we go. All right, yes. Took a little minute. My laptop's being a little slow. All right, so we've got our Blazor web app. Whoa, Blazor web app. Whoa, what just happened? I don't know what just happened. Let's try it again. Okay, so it says it's running. Let's get it. Do I just need to browse to it? Let me just browse it up again. I think I did something weird with Edge really quick. There we go. Okay, so there's our Blazor web app running in the browser. And then let's now get this running as a native client. So I'm going to switch over now to the MAUI project. And let's run this as a Windows desktop app. So these are the same components. So they're all from that shared class library. Before we were running them in the browser, and now we're going to run them in a native Windows desktop client that's built with, it's .NET MAUI, but it's under the hood. It's using WinUI 3, and it's using WebView 2 for the WebView control. So give that a second. So we got web working. Let's get the Windows desktop up and running. Let that build. There we go. OK, cool. Working. So now we have a Windows desktop client using those components. And then we can also choose that we'd like to run on a mobile device. Like I want to target Android, we can run it on mobile. Now my laptop's a little slow. So instead of trying to do the full deployment, which can take like a minute or so, I've just got the app previously deployed to the Android emulator. And there is the same app now also running on a mobile device. So we've got web, we've got desktop, and we've got mobile, all with one set of Blazor components. Now you could do this with .NET 8. But you had to manually set it all up, like create all the projects and piece them all together. In .NET 9, you've got an existing template that you can use to target all of these platforms in a really convenient way. Cool. So that's the new Blazor hybrid plus web template and all the other Blazor improvements. Now this technique of using Blazor to target web, mobile, and desktop is what Aspen Publishing used to build their new Leaf audiobook learning app. Leaf is a learning app for law students that gives them access to Aspen's extensive library of legal learning materials. They used Azure AI's speech synthesis to generate smooth and natural-sounding narration so that their students get a dynamic learning experience while they're on the go. And by using .NET as a common platform, Aspen was able to onboard new developers onto the Leaf project really easily and get them productive fast. So a great way to leverage .NET to really amplify your innovation. All right, what's next? Let's take a look at optimized static web assets in .NET 9. So pretty much every web app has static files, static web assets as part of the application. And typically those files are known as part of the build, at build time. So in .NET 9, ASP.NET Core will now collect all the information about your static web assets and then use that information to optimize them as part when you then go to publish your application. The optimizations that it will perform, it will do pre-compression at publish time, where it pre-compresses all your uncompressed static assets, not just your Blazor ones, but like your CSS files, your JavaScript files, so that they're as small as possible. They will fingerprint your static assets, so they have unique names based off of their content using a content-based hash. And that enables ASP.NET Core to then aggressively cache those files without having to worry about stale versions of the files being served. All the static web assets are also now surfaced as endpoints using endpoint routing, which means that static web assets now works with all the endpoint-aware features in ASP.NET Core, like authorization, for example. You can add authorization policies to your static files. Let me show you what this looks like. Let me close down all the MAUI stuff. I'm gonna switch back to my other Blazor web app. Okay, make sure I don't have anything else running. Let me close down that. Great. Now let's look in the Blazor web apps program CS file. And down here, we can see that this Blazor app is not using the existing static file middleware for handling static files, which is still there. You can still use it. But it's instead using the new Map Static Assets API. Map Static Assets will take all your static web assets and surface them as proper endpoints using endpoint routing. And it does that using metadata that gets collected during the build. And then when you go to publish your app, all those files get automatically optimized. They get pre-compressed and fingerprinted. Now to use those optimized files, we also have some APIs that you can use in your app. Let's go in here and look at the app.razor file for our Blazor app. And here you can see that we're using this new assets API to map the path to the static asset to the optimized version, like the fingerprinted version and the pre-compressed one. There's also a new import map component that we've added in .NET 9. This will create a JavaScript import map that will enable you to automatically use the optimized JavaScript files when you're importing any JavaScript modules. If you're using MVC or Razor pages, like you're in a CSHTML file, all of the tag helpers will automatically use the optimized static web assets as well. And we also have a new tag helper for generating an import map in CSHTML. OK, now to see all these optimizations in action, we really need to publish the app. So I'm going to right-click and publish this app. I can just publish it locally to the file system for demonstration purposes. I did that previously just to save on a little time. And I'm just going to go ahead and run the published version of that Blazor app. OK, let's browse to that and see what we get. OK, so now let me bring up the browser dev tools. And let's go to the network tab. And then I'm going to just right-click and empty the cache for the browser and hard refresh so we can see what this app looks like on the initial load. OK, a couple things I want to call out here. Look, first, let's notice that all the files now have fingerprinted file names. They've got these content-based hashes in their file names so that they are unique based off their content. We can also see that like this bootstrap file, this guy right here, notice that its download size is only 23 kilobytes. Now, if we hop back out and hover to see what the real size of that file is, the real size of that file is like 233 kilobytes, much larger. So we were able, this is because of pre-compression. During the publish step, we were able to compress that file as hard as possible using Brotli compression to make it really, really small. So you get a much better compression ratio than you would if you're using runtime compression. And it also unburdens your server from having to do any of that compression work. If we click on the file, let's see some more additional details about how it was served from the server. We can see that the cache control header that was sent says that this file is immutable. That's basically ASP.NET Core telling the browser, hey, this file is never going to change. Feel free to cache it as long as you want. If it ever changes, I'm going to use a different file name, so don't worry about it. So aggressively caching it there. You can see there's also the content encoding for Brotli. So we're using the pre-compressed Brotli file. Also, the E tags are now content-based instead of less modified based. That's nice if like any of these files are like being produced as part of your build, and they didn't really change, but the timestamp changed. So now you'll still get cache versions even in those types of situations. But long story short, if we pop back out to the network tab and then refresh the page, look at all those zeros. So pretty much everything in this app is now being served from the cache without even having to send a request to the server. And even in the case where we do send a request to the server, like for the Blazor WebJS file, you can see it's still, the E-tag logic is kicking in and saying, hey, this file wasn't modified. Feel free to use the cache version. So you get much more optimized distribution of your static web assets in .NET 9. Let's hop back here. All right. Built-in OpenAPI support. So ASP.NET Core in .NET 9 now has built-in support for generating OpenAPI specs, both for minimal APIs and controller-based APIs. The spec can be generated either at runtime or as part of your build. You can also customize the OpenAPI spec using transformers. And this allows you to test your APIs and use them with a rich ecosystem of testing libraries and tools that leverage the OpenAPI standard. The new OpenAPI support is also native AOT compatible. So if you're using native AOT compilation with your APIs, you can continue to use OpenAPI support with this new feature. So let's go take a look at that. I think we can close this app down and this. And let's go to Visual Studio and to our API project. So in Program CS for the API project, you should be able to see, right here, that we're using the new OpenAPI support. We're setting up the OpenAPI services and then also mapping the OpenAPI endpoint so that the OpenAPI spec is actually addressable. Now there is a package that you also need to add to get this support, and that's this new Microsoft ASP.NET Core OpenAPI package, which has been updated to support OpenAPI generation. All right, now to see this in action, let's just, I'm just going to select just the Web API project and let's get it running. Let's see if we can take a look at the OpenAPI spec. Let's browse to the root of the app, and I think it's OpenAPI/v1.json is where we serve it by default, and there it is. Okay, so there's our OpenAPI spec. It's got all the information about our weather API endpoint, and it's got the full JSON schema definition for our data type. New in .NET 9 also is a JSON schema generation support. Okay, so that's pretty nice. Now we don't include any built-in UI testing tool for your APIs, but that's okay. There's a whole ecosystem of tools out there that you can use. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the Swagger UI that comes with the Swashbuckle libraries. You can certainly continue to use that. Or there's other options in the ecosystem. I think there's one from Scalar. There's a really nice API testing tool. So we can add that to this app to make it easier to see and test our API endpoints. Let's go to our API project and say let's manage NuGet packages. And I'll use the Swagger UI one since I know a bunch of people are probably familiar with that and want to know how can they enable that experience. So if I search for Swagger UI, and I'm going to use the Swashbuckle Swagger UI package. Oh, and it looks like my network connection is having some issues. Let's see if I can get that up. Nope. Well, that's there we go. Okay, let's try it again. I don't know what's going on with my network. Can we try one more time? Swagger UI. Oh, there we go. Okay, now we're cooking. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to use this Swashbuckle Swagger UI package. Let's go ahead and install that into the application. Great, and then once that's installed, we should be able to go into Program CS. And right here, let's do app.use Swagger UI. And we need to pass in some options just to let it know where our OpenAPI spec is. So Swagger endpoint. And we use that same address as we had before, OpenAPI v1.json. And I think this also wants me to give it a name. I'll just call it the weather API. All right. And now if we restart this, once that's up and going, okay, we should be able to go to the browser, and we can now browse to /Swagger. And there's the good old Swagger UI. We can then browse to our endpoint, try it out, issue a request, and see, yep, it's returning all of our weather forecast data. Okay, so that's the new built-in OpenAPI support. Right out of the box, supports native AOT compilation, and you can then integrate with a rich ecosystem of OpenAPI tooling. Now for SignalR developers, there's a bunch of SignalR improvements in .NET 9. SignalR now also supports native AOT compilation, so you can use native AOT with your SignalR hubs. We also enabled polymorphic type support, so if you want your hub method to take a base type and then you want to send it a derived type from that base type, that now works. And we've also made a bunch of improvements to the SignalR tracing so that instead of getting one big long activity, you now see individual activities for each of the hub method invocations, which is much easier to read and reason about. For distributed caching, we've got some nice improvements for doing distributed caching in .NET 9. We have the existing iDistributed Cache abstraction that's been around for a good long while, but it's a fairly low-level API. It doesn't provide any serialization support. It's just you get a method and you ask for the cache key and you get a byte array back. So that's not particularly convenient, and it tends to allocate a lot of byte arrays as a result, so not super efficient. And it doesn't protect against cache stampedes. Like if you have a bunch of requests that all come in for the same cache key and they miss, then they'll all result in hits to the database. There's nothing that coordinates them to make sure that only one hits the database and the rest get the cache. And it's just a single caching tier, right? It's not doing in-memory caching and also distributed caching. It just does the distributed caching part. So in .NET 9, we've introduced a new API, a hybrid cache API that makes things much, much simpler. It just works for most cases. It includes built-in serialization support. It has built-in stampede protection. It's a hybrid, multi-layer cache. So it will do both in-memory caching and then fall back to distributed caching, like to Redis, and then fall back to your actual data source. It's an efficient, low allocation API, so much more performant, and it supports a whole bunch of other advanced options and features like tagging and invalidation and so forth. It works with existing cache backends, so you can use it with Redis and so on. And what's really cool also is that it also supports older versions of .NET. So if you want to use it with, like, say, .NET 8, you can do that. It's not strictly speaking required to be used with .NET 9. So this is what the new code looks like. Much, much simpler. It's just a single API call. You pass in your cache key. You pass in the data, the method for getting the data, and then the cancellation token, and it just takes care of the rest. Much, much simpler. Now, technically, Hybrid Cache actually right now is still in preview. It didn't quite ship a stable release today, but it will ship a stable release shortly. It's expected to ship a release with the next .NET extensions update. So look forward to that. Lastly, we have a bunch of developer experience improvements in .NET 9 for ASP.NET Core. You can now trust the ASP.NET Core developer certificate on Linux. So for all you Linux fans out there that prefer to dev on a Linux box, you can now set up HTTPS using the ASP.NET Core developer certificate. We added endpoint metadata to the developer exception page, so it's easier to debug endpoint aware features or endpoint routing related features. And then we also improved the debugging experience when doing Blazor WebAssembly, and also when just dealing with dictionaries. And this is actually a generic feature. It's not specific to ASP.NET Core, but ASP.NET Core uses a lot of dictionaries, so it's certainly very convenient when doing web development. I'll show you a couple of these developer experience improvements just really quick. Let's close this and get back to Visual Studio. All right, so let me shut down the previous app. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this app now with debugging. I'm going to select the app host project and say, let's run the app, but I want to debug. And this should actually pop up two browsers. It will pop up the dashboard, the .NET Aspire dashboard, which shows me the whole application. But because my app is also using WebAssembly, it will pop up another browser that's set up to enable me to debug .NET code running on WebAssembly in that browser instance. Okay, so there's the developer dashboard coming up. And then we should also get a second browser instance that should let me debug my WebAssembly code. Just give that a second to fire up. There it comes. OK, so there's the second browser. And so this is all set up so that Visual Studio can attach to it and debug .NET code running on WebAssembly. So let's make sure we're actually running on WebAssembly first. So there's that auto render mode. Just give it a second and let the WebAssembly code download. And there it goes. OK, so now we're running on WebAssembly. And I'm going to set up a breakpoint in my counter component right here, like so. Great. And then let's click the button. So we hit our breakpoint. And a couple of things I want you to notice. First of all, notice that the current count is an actual .NET int instead of a JavaScript number. It's super nice. Previously, because of the way this debugging experience works, some of the JavaScript isms of running in a browser would bleed through into the .NET debugging experience for Blazor WebAssembly. But now we're getting a much higher fidelity .NET debugging experience. If we look at the call stack, it's much cleaner now. We don't see any JavaScript gobbledygook. We're just seeing a clean .NET call stack. A lot of the Visual Studio debugging features now work properly, like just my code, or if I load up the modules window, everything loads properly in the modules window. And the expression parsing is also much more robust. Like if I, in the immediate window check, like what's the current render mode name right here, yeah, there it works just fine. We got WebAssembly. I'm not sure what happened up there above. Cool. So this is actually in preview with Visual Studio 17.13 Preview 1, which is also shipping today, and it's specific to .NET 9. I'll let that go ahead and continue through. Now on the server, one other thing I'll show is that if we go to our Web API project and go to Program CS, and let's set a breakpoint in our API endpoint, if we then browse to the weather page and hit that, there we go. Now if we go into the HTTP context, we should be able to dig in here. Let's go into the context and look at request. And let's look at the headers, which is a dictionary, right? Yeah, there we go. And we can see we get a much nicer dictionary view in the debugger. We can see all of our keys and the values in a nice flat list. Super convenient when you're debugging your ASP.NET Core application. So those are some of the new debugging improvements for Blazor WebAssembly and just general purpose ASP.NET Core debugging. All right, so there's obviously lots of new stuff in .NET 9 for web developers. We have wonderful sessions coming up later in the conference that dive into these features more deeply. Safia and Mike are going to be talking about the new OpenAPI support later today. Beth and Elon are going to talk about the improvements to Blazor hybrid development later today as well. And then I think it's tomorrow, Mark has a talk really going deep into the new hybrid cache API. So I hope you enjoyed learning about these new features. And if you haven't already gone and installed .NET 9, make sure you do so as soon as all the bits have gone live and been fully published, and give the features a shot. Thank you for listening. And with that, I'd be happy to answer a few questions. Hello.
Hello, Daniel. Thank you so much. That was amazing. Thank you so much for showing us all of the amazing stuff in ASP.NET Core and Blazor. We do have a couple questions for you. So if you want.
First question.
All right. So are the distributed tracing improvements in SignalR supported by Blazor Server? Are they integrated in Application Insights instrumentation or just in OTel?
That's a great question. So for SignalR, we added tracing improvements so you can see your SignalR hub method invocations really conveniently, like as separate activities. We actually hid that for Blazor Server apps. And the reason, like under the covers, Blazor Server is using a SignalR hub. Like Blazor Server is built on top of SignalR to enable that rich interactive experience from the server. But it's kind of an implementation detail. Like if you looked at the traces for those hub method calls, it's not a hub that you even see in your code, so it's hard to really think about what's going on there. So we don't actually show those in .NET 9. For vNext, in the future, we are planning to add Blazor-specific activities to the traces so that you can see things that are happening at a more Blazor level of abstraction. So that's something that we're working on, and we hope to continue to improve in the .NET platform.
Okay, so we've got a lot to look forward to, I can see. All right, we have one more question for you.
From VJ. So how is the static web assets hash different from the classic e-tag?
Well, so the hash is actually in the file name, so it makes the file unique, like based off of its content. And so when you rebuild, republish, if you change those files, then the hash changes, and so the actual file name is different. So that allows you to, without having to do like an e-tag check to say like, hey, has this thing actually changed based off of the e-tag? The browser can just be told like, hey, this file with this name is never going to change, because if it changes, we're going to change the file name. So might as well cache it forever. That's why you saw that cache control header immutable. So you get caching without even having to send a request to the server by having that technique. So that's the main difference.
Ah, okay, got it. Thanks for explaining that. All right, so that's all the questions we have time for you, Daniel, but thank you so much for that excellent session. If you have more questions, feel free to get them up. We'll be answering questions on Mastodon, X, Blue Sky, all with hashtag .NETConf. Keep those questions coming in through the YouTube channel. We're answering those as they come in. And thank you so much, Daniel.
Yeah, and if you want to learn more and get in some .NET training, especially if you're a beginner, but at any level, we have a ton of written tutorials on Microsoft Learn. So that to go access all of those for free, go to aka.ms/.net-training. We have a ton of stuff. We have stuff for Gen AI, we have stuff for Blazor, and you can get started anytime.
Excellent. And there's also brand new content for .NET Aspire. And
yeah, .NET Aspire. We have some new ASP.NET Core content. We're always refreshing this kind of stuff. We have some C# training as well. So you can get started in whatever area you're interested in.
Yeah, so head on over to that AKA, continue on your learning with .NET, and we'll see you there. Up next, we have what's new in .NET MAUI and .NET 9 with Rachel and David. Take it away.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our session on .NET MAUI, the multi-platform app UI for .NET applications. I am David Ortnow, Principal Product Manager for .NET, and with me,
Rachel. I'm Rachel Kang, also a Product Manager on the .NET MAUI team.
And there's so much for us to cover, so much to talk about. Really excited to be here. I'll try to not look into the lights and blind myself because it's just it's a shiny release. I'll say that.
Okay, Dave. Okay.
The jokes have begun. The jokes have begun. Let's go ahead and pull up some slides, and let's talk about what's new in .NET MAUI. I've got my clicker. So first, of course, let's revisit. .NET offers choice. And so if breadth is the biggest need for your application, any particular application, then the web is the way to go, and Blazor is the best of all options for you, of course. And then if on the other side, deep native integrations are super important for your application, local storage, GPS, Bluetooth seems to come up frequently, then .NET MAUI is where we've got you covered. But we know from talking to many of you and from talking to many companies on what their needs are, there is often a mix of needs and needs to share across both those application types. And this is where Blazor Hybrid has you covered. So I believe later today, right? Later today, 3:15 Pacific Standard Time, since we just fell back in our daylight savings time. Totally missed it myself, slept right through it. How about you?
Yeah, I needed that extra hour though.
Beth Massey and Alon Lipton have a session for you on hybrid things, including the new hybrid web view in addition to the Blazor web view. So we have new things to show you, improvements to existing things. I hope you'll check that out. So .NET MAUI, let's level set for a quick second. On top of native platforms, we create this abstract layer, right? And so when you're running on Windows, you get WinUI, and on Android and iOS, you get the native platforms there. And on the Mac, for desktop applications, we take advantage of Mac Catalyst. And so this allows you to have one code base, one shared file system from which to deploy to all those platforms natively. And then you can go in and you can customize each of those platforms specific to the needs of that use case, user experience, what the hardware is available to you there. That's really the value prop and the target for .NET MAUI. Of course, you can still do lots of cross-platform things all the way through, and you can share as much code as you like, both in the UI space as well as in the services, GPS again, that's my favorite to go to, Bluetooth and all those sorts of things.
Absolutely. And in the past year, we've seen an incredible amount of growth and contributions, all leading up to .NET 9 in our .NET MAUI community. And as Dave shared in the keynote earlier today, if you check that out, .NET MAUI usage is at an all-time high at over 30%, actually I think 36%.
Yes.
More active users this year than we had
I check it every
last
morning.
year.
I go check it every morning.
It's part of his daily routine. And yeah, since .NET 8 release, we've seen more than 1,900 PRs merged and more than 2,800 issues closed in the last year. So much awesomeness, and we're so excited to see it continue to come. And we've also enjoyed celebrating so many app wins and so many releases across so many different industries. And having worked with so many of our partners, it's so exciting to see all that everyone's accomplished with .NET MAUI.
Absolutely.
Yeah, super cool stuff. And in fact, in the Google Play Store alone, we've seen over 2.6 times growth in the number of apps released since .NET 8. That's incredible.
Yeah, upgrades and new apps.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
So much good stuff. And, folks might be wondering, Dave, what do these apps look like?
Oh, yeah. Well, we have some to show the folks, shall we?
Yes, please.
So you saw in the keynote a little bit earlier, Fidelity has the Active Trader Pro, the Active Trader Pro ATP application for trading of stocks and things that are beyond my knowledge and abilities. But thankfully, there are much smarter people than me doing those sorts of things. And they've taken a big bet on .NET MAUI to deliver the performance, the stability, the reliability, the user experience they need. I know they've showed us the existing app, and then they shared with us kind of their vision for what they needed it to achieve. And they adopted .NET MAUI early. They were early .NET 6, and we were very clear. We're like, hey, this is, yes, you should be able to build that with .NET MAUI. That's what we're building for. Yeah. But it's going to be a road. And so super excited that we're now here celebrating this release. They're shipping on .NET 8. They'll be moving to .NET 9 very soon. And we've worked so closely with them on a variety of things. both UI, UX related things, and brought in partners as well, component vendors to help them kind of flesh things out. And then, the performance things, going deep, working with the Windows team. And so it's been a whole company team effort. If you want to learn more about this, guess what? We've got another session for you. So this Friday, it's a live at 3 p.m. PST. The video will be live. It's a recorded session. As you can clearly see, I am at home in this presentation. But from the team, the Fidelity team, they're going to come share with us some of the challenges they faced, as well as the choices that they made to overcome those challenges. So I hope you'll come in and tune into that, check that out. It's a Windows application and a Mac application. Aspirations, of course, to bring pieces of that to the mobile in the future as well, which is key to what .NET MAUI offers everybody. Some other amazing applications that we've learned about and people that we've worked with actually for years, but sometimes we don't know everything that everybody's doing, and so it's cool for them to come share with us what those apps are. So FinLocker, Cincinnati Children's Hospital, Civica, GE Digital, all have amazing new applications. Some of these are hybrid applications. So a mix of web and native. Some of them are fully native applications with great UX. So here's just a couple of screens from each of those applications. And I tell you what, one thing that stands out to me that I've learned from customers, particularly over the last 3 years, but it's really come home to me, is that these applications are super important to their businesses.
Yeah.
Like, when they start quoting to me, how valuable they are to their businesses, I'm like, wow, okay, yeah. Let's make sure that we're doing everything we can to make sure that the quality and the stability and the performance of .NET MAUI is everything they need it to be. So super excited for the successes. Congratulations to these companies and so many more. We didn't show everything that we have, of course, in terms of company successes, but these and more will be coming to our case study website in the near future. So another amazing thing that has happened recently is the Syncfusion open sourcing of a whole set of controls. So I believe there's 14 controls here from Syncfusion. And it's also a community collaboration. So they have been working in the .NET repo with our engineering team to improve the quality of the product, knock down bugs, really across the board, going through issues and making sure, is this still an issue? Is it not an issue? Always love celebrating when I try out an issue and it's like, oh, that's been fixed.
Yep.
Just happened to fix that one, no big deal. Don't know who to give credit for, but close it. So they've actually been working in the MAUI repo and making a big impact there. But these controls are great. Every time I need a chart, I'm like, okay, I'll go for this open source chart, that open source chart, et cetera, et cetera. And it's always like, oh, I got to go set this up. And there's great options out there. But now with this toolkit, you've got tons of charts. Like we're listing some here on the screen. The variations, it's got to be in the dozens.
It's beautiful and all pre-built right for us to use in our MAUI apps.
Exactly.
It's amazing.
And one of the things I really like about these controls, and I'll go show you a couple of the others. They've got the shimmer control, they've got the pull to refresh control, is the UI from these controls is primarily based on MAUI graphics. So they're native controls, but the UI is graphic. And so the performance benefit that you get there and the fidelity across, there's that word again, fidelity, across platforms is really great. So if you have a particular application where you're like, hey, I need my iOS, my Android, my Windows, my Mac to look as close as possible to the same, then these types of controls are what you've been looking for. Those that are built on MAUI graphics, those that are built on Skia Sharp. You get the performance benefit, you get the UI benefit. And then here's just a handful of the others. I'm in apps, I've already been using the segmented control. I've used the effects. I'm using the text input layout. Have not used the carousel yet. The day is coming. It'll happen when I build my my music clone, my Apple Music clone with my playlist.
With your
cover
Korean
flow.
Folksy music.
Korean folksy music. Oh, don't get me started. Don't get me. I got my phone right here.
I'm
Spotify's
sorry.
right here.
I shouldn't have. Let's keep going.
So what else have we done with Syncfusion, Rachel?
Well, we've also been collaborating with Syncfusion on a new .NET MAUI project template in .NET 9, one that leverages the Syncfusion toolkit for .NET MAUI with all of those controls that you were just showing us, but also all the awesome things from .NET MAUI Community Toolkit, MVVM Community Toolkit, and so much more. So let's take a look at it.
Can you show me?
Yeah.
Show me this beautiful
enough
template.
chit-chat, right? All right.
Because I hear from people all the time, hey, you know, could you provide more guidance? Like, how do I do MVVM? How do I do dependency injection? How do I do shell-related things?
Yeah. So let's take a look. All right, I'm here in a Windows Dev box, and I'm going to launch Visual Studio, version.ga today, 17.12, and I'm going to go ahead and create a new project. And as usual, I'm going to go ahead and search for my MAUI project templates, and I'm going to click on the one I usually do, the .NET MAUI app. Hit next. What should we call the app? .NET Conf demo.
Love it.
So creative. Hit next.
I was worried there for a second when you hesitated. I'm like, she's going to poke fun at me somehow. But you did great.
I thought about it. I'm not going
good.
to lie. All right, but new here on this screen, there's this checkbox. Include sample content. And I'm going to make sure it's checked off, which it already is. Awesome. And when I hit create, we're going to see our blank .NET MAUI app template, but not really blank. There's going to be so much more. If you saw the keynote earlier today with the balance demo that Dave showed, you're going to get all of that goodness right from the project template immediately. And so if I take a look here, in case you haven't seen it already, we've got all of our goodies here, as Dave likes to say, with the data, models, page models, all the MVVM goodness. And if we take a look at MAUI program file, you can see here we are initializing the MAUI Community Toolkit, and we have also the Syncfusion toolkit in here. And also down here, we have all of the goodness for MAUI Community Toolkit that we're leveraging with the shell routing and the dependency injection, all streamlined beautifully, all that good stuff. And I have it already running here in Android. Look at that. Look familiar?
It does look familiar. I love it. What are your tasks?
The tasks? I wasn't creative. This is literally just the project template.
All right, gotcha.
Comes with it, okay?
Well, you're going to survey some people later, so I thought that was appropriate.
Oh, okay. That's totally fair. All right. Well, I'm going to preemptively check these off then, because I know I'm going to. So basically done. Surveying employees, analyzing survey results. I'm going to clean that up since I finished. We see that toast from the MAUI Community Toolkit.
Oh, hot stuff.
And obviously, there's this beautiful chart from Syncfusion Toolkit up here, all the beautiful stuff. We have these controls as well from Syncfusion Toolkit. Let's see if we can create a new task. Let's see. Make fun of Dave live. Look at that. Do you see that floating text labels and the text input layout?
We had to get out of the
also
way
from
of the making the
Syncfusion?
fun. Yes, gotcha.
We got to move on.
Yeah, do it. Do it.
Completed. Save.
Oh
Amazing. And there's just so much beautifulness here. There's the shell, there's a flyout, we've got our different pages, we have a project view.
Probably not the kind of template that you're going to go into and delete stuff and make it your starter template, but it's the kind of template where you're going to go into and be like, okay, there's a pattern here that's useful for my app.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to learn something from it, copy, pasta it into my own project.
So much to learn and so many beautiful views here. And of course, it's not only beautiful in dark mode, but also in light mode.
Right on.
Alrighty. So let's go back to the slides then.
Okay.
Alrighty. We saw the demo.
Yep.
And we're so lucky that Syncfusion is just one of our amazing component vendors.
Absolutely.
There's so many amazing partners in our ecosystem, creating beautiful UI controls, but also so many other capabilities from the charts we saw, but also AI prompts. And there's just so much more, all pre-built for us to drop right into our .NET MAUI app. So
absolutely, and they're really essential for most applications that we see you building, and you're taking advantage of them, so that's amazing. We are fortunate to have such an ecosystem.
Absolutely. And we've also been thrilled by the growth in the community contributions. we've seen in the last year. So in just the 2 months from July 30th to October 1st, we saw over 557% of an increase in the number of community PRs merged, and that's absolutely awesome.
Yep.
And since then, Syncfusion has announced their commitment to .NET MAUI, and their team of experienced engineers have contributed 55% of those community PRs. And we're just thrilled to welcome Syncfusion to contribute to the open source project on GitHub and to continue seeing everyone in the .NET ecosystem to contribute to .NET as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is really a kind of a different era of open source for us in particular. Having large partners come work together with us in the product, in the repo. It's one thing to be working in the ecosystem and out in the community doing your own thing. It's a whole other level of commitment and investment to come into the repo and work in the product. So. As somebody who's worked now on the product for a rather long time, and you've been around for half of that time, maybe, it's really encouraging to me because I know we pour our heart and soul into it, and to see that level of investment from a large organization like Syncfusion is super cool. And yeah, 55%, like the proof is in the pudding right there. Like, and they're solving bugs across the board, and they're implementing new features that I know are coming to the toolkit that they have open source. So, little teaser, keep your eye on that toolkit. There's a lot of stuff coming.
So good. So again, thank you all so much to our contributors for helping make .NET MAUI as amazing as it is today. All right, Dave. Dive.
We're going to change my name. So hang on a second. We got to go back. We got to do that animation again.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I had to explain what the Star Trek reference was there. It's the rising from the clouds to rescue the day. .NET 9, there are so many new features in .NET 9 all up, and of course .NET MAUI as well. So while the vast majority of our work has absolutely gone to improving general quality, crushing bugs, and adding tests, we have that's another thing that the community has been contributing a lot of is the test infrastructure and the testing scripts themselves. So that's awesome. The coverage is great. But still there's more. There's lots of great things in .NET 9 specifically for MAUI developers. So across the board, controls have gotten some updates. The handler architecture has some new updates in terms of how they're disconnected. Some of this is for memory management reasons, some of it's for performance reasons, and they're not made just by the platform and you have to just suck it up and deal with it. You get control as to what the policy is you want for how those controls behave. So you want to check out that documentation. All the documentation should be live today, along with the release, of course. The what's new in .NET MAUI up on learn.com. We've been keeping it up to date throughout the previews. So you can learn more about features like the handler stuff that we're not going to go deep into today on learn.com. App Lifecycle has gotten updates. And so we'll show a little bit of that in terms of like where you register your app and things. Performance, that's a constant thing. There's really not a release where performance isn't a focus and gets work. So not just on Android, but across iOS and really all up .NET. So there's a session later on native AOT, which has some MAUI references in it, and we are benefiting from that. In particular, this release on iOS and Mac. So very excited about that. There's also been native AOT work done on Windows. I know that the Jonathan Peppers and the Android team and Jonathan Pryor and all the Jonathans on the Android team are all super eager to see what they can do with that on Android in the future. And then platform integrations, always a focus to make sure that you can leverage the latest and greatest Android and iOS releases. Boom, look at that beautiful animation and chart. So many things across the board for us to dig into and talk about. So before we get to that, I did want to set aside time to remind people how we release and how long we support those releases for, because it's a little bit different than what I think some of our .NET developers have been used to. This is similar to what you may have experienced previously with Xamarin. But we actually support a little longer than what Xamarin did. Xamarin would replace every release, and that was it. That was the end of it. What we actually do is we give you 18-month support for every release, and we release, of course, with .NET because we are part of .NET. right?
Yeah.
So .NET 8, you have an additional 6 months of support from this point forward. .NET 9 will be supported from this point forward for 18 months. So for your Android and iOS applications in particular, that's perhaps more impactful, less so for your Windows apps. And so why is that? It's because every year, Apple and Google, the things that we take dependencies on, are shipping new releases. And so we need to make sure that we're keeping up to date with those releases for security fixes, performance improvements, but also new UI, UX things that they're doing, because you want your app to not look dated as soon as a new release comes out. You want it to look current, and that's one of the values of being a native application. So that's why, and here is more information about why. And so for your class libraries and things like that, .NET long-term service releases still apply, but anything specific to your MAUI applications, this is where the 18 months is super important. So I wanted to make sure that we hammered that point home yet again as kind of one of those unique things to our ecosystem.
Absolutely. And speaking of releases, back in June of this year, .NET MAUI extension for VS Code GA'd. And today, it not only includes all of the richness in XAML editing with the IntelliSense, the color swatches, the tooltips, auto insert, all that stuff, but also capability for hot reload for both XAML and C#. And of course, as of last week, actually, there's a new XC sync tool for syncing your projects with Xcode.
What does XC stand for? Xcode.
Well.
There you go. You just said it. I shouldn't
did.
have interjected.
Well, the awesomeness of VS Code just keeps coming, so definitely stay tuned for more to come here. And it doesn't stop there. Visual Studio 2022, 17.12 GA'd today. And as I mentioned, as we saw earlier, the new .NET MAUI sample project template is in there, as well as all of our tooling improvements like full page hot reload, GitHub, Copilot improvements, and so much more. And also out today is 17.13 Preview 1, which has all of the fresh bits, all the hot off the press in VS, as Maddie would say, right? And that includes the capability to use XAML Live Previewer outside the debugger.
What?
Yeah.
Outside the debugger?
Mm-hmm.
I think you're going to have to show me that to prove it.
Okay, let's take a look.
Don't believe it.
Let's
believe
take
it.
a look.
I'm from Missouri. It's the show me state. So.
Okay. So I'm back in my dev box, and before I was in 17.12.
Okay.
And now I'm going to switch over to Visual Studio 17.13.
Good.
So now I'm in the preview version. And I think this is the same exact sample, but there might be something new added to it.
Like what?
Something like a title bar, perhaps.
We have new controls in .NET 9.
A title bar. So I want to see what this looks like and how I can get there. Let's see. Let me just open a random file. I'm not sure where it is, so I'm going to just right-click here and view live preview.
But it's not debugging.
No.
You haven't built anything.
No, I'm not. But I can still see the XAML Live Preview.
What?
And I can see this beautiful title bar. So even though I opened totally the wrong file, maybe, I don't know, I can just click on it. And it takes me right there to the title bar with the leading content we have and the trailing content. So the leading content here, in here we have the Syncfusion segmented control. And this defines these 3 navigation tabs here for the dashboard, projects, and meta pages that we saw earlier. But now it's in our title bar instead of in that shell flyout. And then
Which is a bit more appropriate for desktop, so that's great.
Yeah, absolutely. And then much like the leading content, we also have the trailing content, which if I scroll in my XAML Live Preview over to the right, we can see the content here on the right. We see that light, dark theme toggle segmenting control there as well. And there's also this avatar view from the MAUI Community Toolkit. So all of that goodness with the embedded controls right in your title bar, super clean, super beautiful. And this XAML Live Preview, using it out of the debugger, you just need to make sure you're on 17.13 Preview 1 and have it enabled in your preview settings, and you should be able to check it out and let us know how it works for you. And let me run it now. If I run it, we can get not only that XAML live preview, but of course we have our live visual tree, we have our live property explorer, and all of the usual beautiful debugging tools at our disposal.
Gotcha.
Yeah, look at that. So our beautiful title bar in action. Isn't it beautiful?
It is beautiful, and I like that it's trailing and leading because that tells me this is ready for right to left.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And you know, Dave, I have to admit, I know that you came up with this demo originally, and I changed it to RK in the avatar view, but I'm gonna give you some credit back, and let's change that. Yeah. All right. Let me quickly go to the avatar view. I'll give you credit where it's due. DO.
Where it's due? Oh my goodness. Now you're going with the dad puns.
I didn't even notice that. What's your favorite color?
She's been hanging around with me too much.
Gray.
My favorite color?
Boring, gray.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Just kidding. There's no better color than .NET purple, but I can't write that out, unfortunately.
No.
So I'll just 512
Oh,
BDF
you had to slip
it.
a .NET purple mention in.
Yeah, we have to. And thanks to Hot Reload, it's already working. It's already there.
Yes.
You're welcome.
Yes. Yeah, and lots of general advancements for hot reload and stability of the tools in general, so that's great.
Absolutely. Now, last but not least, I have a question for GitHub Copilot. Let's see. Hey, Copilot, how can I leverage, if I can spell, all this awesomeness in VS Code?
Ooh. How will it even know?
Look at that. I didn't even mention MAUI, but it knows I'm talking about MAUI because of all of the recent improvements with MAUI project context augmentation in GitHub Copilot. And it's telling us to install .NET, VS Code, use the .NET MAUI extension. And let's see what it looks like in MAUI Dev Kit, shall we?
Yeah, let's switch over to my computer and let's take a look at this on Mac OS. And I am noticing GitHub Copilot didn't try to tell you to go buy a Mac and go switch to Mac. So that's good job, Copilot. Congratulations on doing that properly. So of course, one of the things you're going to want to do in VS Code first is go ahead and install the .NET MAUI extension from the marketplace. This is going to give you both the MAUI Dev Kit extension and the C# Dev Kit extension, everything that you need. I'm going to show you a couple of the feature flags or settings. I don't know what the team calls these things. I'll probably get in not trouble, but I'll get my hand slapped for, it's not a feature flag. But you want to make sure you've got hot reload enabled. I believe that is enabled by default these days. I turn things on and off so much as I'm testing things that sometimes I don't know what the defaults are anymore.
I know, I also forget.
And then in C# Dev Kit, you're going to want to make sure that you've got hot reload enabled. Now this one does need to get enabled by you. And this is for C# hot reload. I've been using it, works really, really well for me alongside XAML hot reload. So make sure you've got that puppy checked off. And then improved launch experience. So this is a new launch experience whereby it's going to ask you to choose your startup project, make sure your launch configuration is accurate. And then you also get a nice little pop-up down here in the bottom, which I'll go ahead and click on. So it's in the bottom of my screen down here. And this is where you select your target framework, your C# startup project, your launch configuration, et cetera. And if you ever get into a situation where you're like, oh, what did I select, et cetera, this is a great place to go look at that stuff visually. But of course, you can do all of that from up here. So I could go to iOS, for example, pick my iOS device, and go grab the particular one that I'm using, which of course I'm going to use the one that's already running because that's why it's there. Cool. So I want to show everybody a little of the XC sync, the Xcode sync. So this is a feature that those of you who may have used VS for Mac in the past may have been accustomed to this, but whereby you can do editing of storyboards, nib files, asset catalogs. You can do your outlets and all those Xcode-y things and have all of that works still with your .NET project. So it was kind of a harmonious existence of Xcode and Visual Studio together. Well, here we go.
Woo.
We're getting some of this functionality now for Visual Studio Code. It is a command line tool. So first things first, you got to have the .NET tool installed. If you forget this, you walk away, you're like, what did Dave say I had to do? It's going to remind you in Visual Studio Code. Don't worry about that. But .NET tool install, .NET XC Sync. It is up on NuGet.org. New release out today, I believe, or maybe not. I don't know. This should be a new release. And so I would recommend installing the pre-release because we are actively iterating on this. I've even given some feedback just recently. So looking forward to the improvements that will continue to come. So what are we going to do? What's a scenario where you might want to do this? Okay, so I've got my apps running over here. I'm going to show you the default experience, right? Splash screen is purple with the .NET in it. I get asked this a lot. Can I do a native iOS storyboard in my .NET project? Do I have to use this MAUI splash screen thing? And the answer is absolutely, you can do that. You can go right here into your project, and I'm going to show you a couple things in the CS proj here just to get started. Firstly, if you want to see your splash screens in the iOS simulator, it needs to be code signed. This is an Apple change. It's actually a little dated now. It's been around for a bit. But if you just make sure your code signing is up to date and your application ID is what it needs to be to match your certificates, you'll see the splash images. And then, of course, we've got the typical MAUI splash screen, and this is what you're seeing today. So first things first is I don't want to use this with iOS. So I'm also going to talk to Copilot, and I'm going to say add a condition to not do this for iOS. Because I can never really remember the conditional syntax for these things. And that looks really good to me. I'm pretty sure that's accurate. We'll find out soon.
I hope so.
I have teed up a few things in this project that are not there by default, so I want to share that with everybody real quick. And that is in my iOS project, because I didn't actually add it yet, but I will come over here to I've got a pattern. I want this to be the background pattern, and so I'm going to drag that, and drop it into my resources folder under iOS. It only applies to iOS. And then I'm going to come down and open this project in Xcode. So to do that, we've got a couple of XC Sync commands. One is to generate. And do I want to open it? Yes, of course I want to open it. And so what's going to happen behind the scenes is this is generating an Xcode project with all the appropriate mappings to my MAUI project. And this works, of course, with .NET for iOS as well. And it's going to open Xcode for me. And it's going to open Xcode for me.
And it's going to what?
It's bouncing. It's bouncing behind the scenes. It's stage fright.
Yeah.
Apple has stage fright.
It's scared of you.
So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add a file from template very quickly. It's a launch screen, so that's a launch screen storyboard. I want to make sure I put it in the platforms folder for iOS. I'm going to call it splash screen. And I know we're running short on time because there's just so many good things to show.
It was the Star Trek.
It was the Star Trek? Is that what sunk us?
Yeah.
So I've got a blank storyboard here for the splash screen. I need to wire it up, actually. So I need to remember to do that. So it's a launch screen, and I'm doing a launch screen interface file base name. You're like, how do I learn how to do this sort of thing, Dave? Well, you've got Apple documentation for all of this, because it's just the same, splash screen storyboard. So I've got that. What do I want to do on my splash screen? Of course, I want to add an image. Drag that image over here, making sure it fills the whole screen-ish. Got that. And I named that image bg pattern.png, pattern.png. So there that is. And I am going to add one more image. Well, no, let's do the other image. Let's do it. We're doing it. We're going all the way. I was deciding if I was going to take a shortcut. .net.png. And this .net PNG is actually an SVG in my project. So I'm using a MAUI image in that particular case. So I'm going to go leading space to the top safe area. If you are familiar with constraints, this makes sense to you. If you're not familiar with constraints, you're like, this looks bananas. Why are you doing all these things? This is all Xcode things. If you want to be in Xcode, doing Xcode things, these are the things you've become accustomed to doing. So I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to make sure it fills the whole width and the height, something like that. All right, great. And you're like, hey, this all looks fantastic, but you just have blank things on the screen. Well, that's because all those images exist over in .NET, but not over here. So real quickly, I'll add a label, and we'll say .NET Conf 2024. And let's give it bigger font, and give it a light color, because that background pattern is dark, as I showed you.
Yes, keep it accessible, Dave.
She keeps me honest with the accessibility. Bottom, center, got it? All right, cool. And just to make sure that all these things are somewhat positioned and visible, I'm going to change my background color here to what? Black. Cool. Now, I'm done. I'm done in Xcode.
Woohoo.
Aren't you glad? And so I close that, and I come over here, but I need to sync that stuff back to Xcode. So here's my XC sync from Xcode. And I'll do that and pop open the output here, and you'll see that in the MAUI XC sync output, I get the confirmation that it successfully executed, and it brought back all of these things.
Yay.
Cool?
Love it.
So I could build this, I could run this, but since we're short on time, I will come over here and I will close that, and I will show you that that's what it looks like.
Beautiful.
So you can do anything you want with that, of course. It's your storyboard. You do whatever you need to do. That's XC Sync and updates to VS Code.
All right.
If we could go back to the slides now, we will take it home on Rachel's machine. There you go.
All right. So if you love all of that native goodness, you can leverage even more native goodness through Native Library Interop. So it's a new approach that we came out with this year for binding to native libraries. And all you need is your native Xcode and Android Studio projects that implement the library of your choice following vendor documentation. And then, of course, the .NET class library and the .NET binding project that interops with that API. And then, of course, your MAUI app and all your apps that leverage that binding. And so if you haven't already, definitely check it out. You can get started in the community toolkit with the samples and the template right at the Native Library Interop community toolkit.
Sweet.
Yep.
So also new in .NET 9 are workload sets. This is a new and improved way for you to have more control over what versions of workloads you're using, whether that's for your development environment or from CI. So you can do that by pinning with your global JSON. You can install them using your typical .NET workload install command, but you can pass a version. So make sure to check out documentation for a lot more information about that. We think you're really going to like that. And then .NET Upgrade Assistant is ready for your .NET 9 updates. So it will update the TFMs for you. And also, if you are a third-party library maintainer, I wanted to make you aware that you can get in the game too, and you can enable .NET Upgrade Assistant to help you with your libraries, whether they're API changes or swapping out the NuGets. So that's .NET 9. We hope you download it. Hope you love it. Please let us know what you think on .NET MAUI, the repo. I almost said NuGet. That would have been super weird. And we also have a survey. So pull your phone out right now. This is the time. Take a picture of that screen. Make sure you fill out this survey. This is our large product survey for the year. This is not the little rinky-dink survey that you get out of Visual Studio that we also run ourselves. And so we're only... But this has got lots of questions. We want to know what you want to see from .NET MAUI for the next release for the next year. So please check that out. We've rambled enough about the survey. I think they've taken the picture by now.
Okay. They can always go back in the recording too.
And if you haven't had enough .NET MAUI, there is so much more here at .NET Conf. Please check it out. Tune into all of these sessions. We'll be around online and in the background. Looking forward to seeing more of you. So have a great .NET Conf.
Thank you. Let us know if you have any questions.
Thank you both so much. That was an awesome session. And while everyone is answering those survey questions, we have a couple of questions for our presenters. So the first one is coming in from Igor. And Igor's question is, hey everybody, you mentioned several times about Bluetooth, etc. Should we use additional packages to use COM ports and other ports from .NET MAUI app on Windows? They're thinking of migrating their WPF app.
Their WPF app using a COM port. The only thing I can remember using a COM port is a printer, right? Some kind of, and that probably is what it is. It's some kind of, special label printer. I'm totally making a guess. Yes, so if it's specific to Windows, then you really don't need to go finding third-party packages for something like that. You can use all the same Windows APIs that you're probably using now in your WPF application. Now, of course, under the hood, it's not WPF in this case. It's going to be WinUI, WinApp SDK. So following the same documentation you would find for those platforms, that's how you would do it in .NET MAUI. If that is a device that you're going to interface with across platforms, that's where I think you would look for third-party packages.
Great, got it. We have a few more questions. Let's try Ryan. So are there any scenarios where .NET MAUI would not be the ideal candidate for a native app?
I would say absolutely, yeah. So there are cases where maybe you're only targeting one platform and your skill set is in that particular native platform, then there's really no value for you to pick a cross-platform. In other cases, and I think that when we talk to customers, what we most often hear is that our solution tends to follow the skill set of the team that we have. And so if you have a team that is all React developers, and that's the team that you're tapping to build your particular application, whether it's for one platform or many, then it makes sense, right? In most cases to follow that pattern, unless there is a particular difference in that framework that is not suitable to your application. Not knowing what the application is, hard necessarily to say. But the great news is because .NET MAUI is native and you also have access to Skia Sharp and MAUI graphics and all those sorts of things, it does appeal, I think, to a wide variety of application specs, right? Like the kinds of apps that you probably need to build, .NET MAUI is a great candidate for. But certainly there are cases where you're going to find that another solution is perhaps better. Absolutely.
That makes sense to me. And we have one more from Pavlovismo. So the new MAUI template is Sync Fusion?
Yep. Yeah. So, do you want to answer this? You want me to answer? I can answer. I've been answering all of them. Sorry. It is, and so the question certainly could be, well, why not any of the other component vendors, et cetera? Well, as we've showed, we have a close partnership right now with Sync Fusion, and they've made their commitment, and they're working with us in the open, right? So this is all in the open stuff. So it's not, that we didn't want to include other things, but this is a first step. We talk to customers like, hey, these controls work really well for us, and this is a way for us to kind of showcase not just that one component vendor, but the whole ecosystem. Again, the community toolkit is in there. The community toolkit for MVVM is in there. And in the future, we may add other things as well. So this is, celebrating contributors and open source.
Yeah.
Anytime you name one thing, somebody's going to ask, well, what about the others?
There's just so many. We can't choose them all. We love our open source community.
But that is really the message, is we welcome all contributors, and we are certainly open to doing other things. This is not an exclusive thing. This is us taking the opportunities as they've come. So.
Absolutely.
All right, well, David, Rachel, thank you so much for that amazing session.
Thank you.
Before we pass it on to our next one, there is one thing that I do want to talk about, which is our new .NET Aspire credential. So this is a lab-based exam. It's going to take about 90 minutes to 2 hours. It's completely free, and it's a really great way to get something new onto that resume of yours, maybe test out your Aspire skills. So super excited about it, and I hope that you get the chance to take it.
Great job, Katie, on working on that credential. And so now we're going to switch over to our next stop. I hope you're having fun at .NET Conf. And so we're going to take it over to Richard Lander and Imo Lander, where they're going to talk about what's new in .NET Runtime, libraries, and SDK. Take it away, guys.
Awesome. Yeah, so I'm Rich.
I'm Emil.
If you've been paying attention to .NET for a long time, you probably have seen us before. So today, we're going to talk about the platform layer and what's new and exciting in .NET 9. So let's, hopefully this slide deck appears. There we go. Yeah, so this is basically just broken up into 3 areas. I'm going to talk about the first one and the last one, and Emo's going to talk about the middle one. So it's a Rich and Emo sandwich, which is clearly what everybody wants. Okay, let's talk about. Oh yeah, and so we're just showing a small subset of what we've built over the last release. There's actually just a ton more than is here, and please do look at our release notes. The what's new docs for runtime libraries and SDK are just full of stuff, and we put a lot of effort into documenting those. Okay, so we're going to talk about the runtime first and start with the garbage collector. So yeah, keep on going.
Sorry.
Yeah, so we made major changes in the server GC this time around. So in this release, we focused on memory reduction. In most prior releases with Server GC, we focused on throughput and improving that. So the basic, a couple more things. With the .NET 9 implementation, the Server GC primarily grows and reduces memory based on what the application actually needs, and also on the allocation rate. So for example, if the application is getting a ton of traffic, then the GC might choose to let memory grow. And also, if things start to go in reverse, then it might reduce memory over time, which is excellent. With .NET 8, the GC took the amount of resources that were available on the machine, memories and CPU cores as kind of like a primary input, and then would start with a lot more memory and would typically not let it go. And so you basically, in practical terms, .NET 8 starts big, .NET 9 starts small, and has a bias to staying small. You're probably familiar with these tech and power charts that we like to show. So the big thing is the part on the right. So we've been able to reduce memory for this tech and power benchmark by just an absolute dramatic amount. And you can see that, you can easily guess that the memory usage for .NET 9 probably started small, and it was able to maintain, I almost said 1,700. It's actually 1.7 million requests per second at this much lower memory rate. So that's super impressive. And the throughput, as you can see, is even more than before. Okay, so just a couple more points on this is in order to deliver this memory reduction, the GC actually does have to do a bit more bookkeeping than it did before, so it's a bit more computationally intensive, so it does trade a bit of throughput for the lower memory. Depending on the application, this might not even show up. So with the chart that we just looked at, you can see that whatever the other performance improvements were in .NET 9, they overshadowed whatever this cost was. So for that application, it's clearly a win. Server GC can still be configured to use the legacy implementation that we had in .NET 8. That definitely could be useful for testing as you're looking at adopting .NET 9 in your environment. And that remains supported in production. Okay, let's switch to RyuJIT. So RyuJIT is our, JIT compiler, obviously. In .NET 7, we released this profile guided optimization, or dynamic PGO feature. I like to think of it as the .NET recompiler. In this particular release, we went after casts. Interfaces and casting are all very common in C#. In this particular example, you can see that there's this isValid method that takes an ifoo. It has special logic if foo is a myFoo concrete implementation. If foo is commonly myFoo or commonly not myFoo, so basically on the two extremes, then the JIT will be able to go down a fast path, which makes the cast much more performant. And so that should show up as a win in a lot of different apps. Okay. So we're going to talk about loops. The team actually spent a ton of time on loops in this release. It's actually a commonplace for compilers to spend time on. So I just wanted to set the stage. Everything I'm going to talk about is about for loops, which are obviously very, very common. But so there's this website called sharplab.io, which I like. It's amazing. I think every .NET developer should spend at least a little bit of time there. I know our team spends a ton of time there. So if you type this exact for loop into sharplab.io, you'll see that the C# compiler lowers it to this while loop. So by the time the JIT gets it, it's actually not a for loop anymore. It's a while loop. And for each is exactly the same. So while I'm going to talk about for loops, I don't want you to think like, oh, I use while loops, so they don't get any of this benefit. Not the case. Okay, so another compiler, common compiler optimization is strength reduction. And an example of that is turning multiplications into additions. So you might look at this for loop and say, well, I don't see any multiplications there, so how are you going to do this? Well, under the covers, well, before I say that, so there's this nums array, and we have to index into each element in the nums array as we make our way through each iteration of the loop. And so in .NET 8, the way that this was done is under the covers, it said something, this is all pseudocode, but this is more or less what happened, said address to nums plus I times 4. So that's clearly, that's a multiplication and an addition. The times 4 is there is because each int32 is 4 bytes wide, so we need to jump over 4 bytes to get to the start of the next integer. So in .NET 9, we're able to switch that to pointer to current element plus equals 4. And so we're able to grow, we're able to kind of grow this, this index or cursor or whatever you want to call it by 4 each time, which is great. And that was for arrays. Spans are a tiny bit different, but more or less boil down to the same thing. So address to nums plus I and then I plus 4. So we grow the kind of the size of 4 over time, and that's just due to the way biref rules work. So in both cases, we're able to remove a multiplication, which is valuable. This is specific to x64. On ARM64, there's a CPU capability that basically does all of this for free, which is great, so we don't have to get involved quite as much in the mechanics. Strength reduction can also be applied to your code. So for example, you might have code that says sum plus equals I times 3, and we can remove that multiplication as well. This exact example is covered in Andy's talk tomorrow, so I recommend taking a look at that. Another one, which I'm going to go over a bit more quickly, is called induction variable widening. That's a mouthful.
Nice.
Yeah, and what that is this is just purely on the signature of the loop. So I is a 32-bit value here, as you can see, but the JIT actually needs to, as it's actually using that, it needs to actually put that value in a 64-bit register. And so it needs to widen that value to correctly fit. And there's a CPU instruction to do that. In .NET 8, it actually did that on each iteration. And so with .NET 9, what it does is it widens I once for the entire loop. And then it actually, within the body of the loop, it actually only reads the first 32 bits. And so, more simply, widening is more expensive than narrowing. And this is, again, 64 bits, or sorry, x64 specific. It's less relevant on ARM64. So basically, that's another case where we've removed a cost per iteration. Okay, so let's talk about the host. We actually don't talk much about that, much about the host. Fortunately, actually, can you go back one more, because I need to briefly discuss this. fortunately, we mostly built the host correctly from the start, and other than some specific things, we actually haven't had to do a ton with it. So the host, just so we're completely on the same page, this is the app launcher. So if you build an app, like we made it so that .NET apps, .NET Core apps had XEs starting from, was it 3.0? Is that when, well, self-contained apps have always had them, and then framework-dependent apps, I think, got them in 3.0 when we brought WinForms and WPF to the platform, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
So on Windows, that would be like myapp.exe, and then on Linux and Mac OS, that would be just myapp. Okay. Just so we're...
It's the thing that boots the app, right?
Yeah, it's just, so you can still do like .NET space myapp.dll, and people do that, but I think most people want XEs and use them. So there's a hardware feature on Windows called Control Flow Enforcement Technology, another mouthful, we just call it CET. And so the app launcher, app host on Windows, it has this enabled by default now. And so it's a hardware protection against return-oriented programming attacks on Windows. So that's super important. It's not enabled for the .NET launcher, so if you do .NET Run, this thing is not currently turned on. It has a modest performance cost, but we expect that very, very few use cases will notice this. And so we absolutely recommend that you use it. And the last thing about this is we haven't really talked necessarily about these kind of like important security, what's the word I'm looking for, like mitigations. We've actually been building these over time. This is not the first one. There's actually some docs in our designs repo that actually outlines them. And so this is just another one of these in a path, and there will be other ones after this. But it's important that we implement these to just raise the security bar. Okay. This is actually a really cool one. So we've had some customers that have come to us over time and said, I want to build this suite of applications. Say I've got 6 apps, and I want to install them in just a directory. I don't want to have to install a runtime globally on the machine. And and so what we told them in the past is each one of those half-dozen apps needs to be a self-contained app, and then obviously people would say, well, I don't like that because then you're duplicating the runtime and it's huge. So this feature basically says you can have, say, those 6 apps, publish them as framework dependent. They can still be in that private directory. There can just be one runtime that's there that they all share, which actually, by the way, makes that whole set of things easier to service as well.
So bring your own runtime, but you share it across your own.
Yeah, the feature actually has some other capabilities too. It's all about search behavior. The thing that I'm actually discussing is like the quote-unquote relative path search behavior. It actually allows you the opposite thing as well. Imagine you wanted to configure the app to only ever use the global runtime and not look at anything else. The feature actually enables you to do that as well. And so we think that this just enables a ton more flexibility for certain types of scenarios. Probably more in an enterprise environment, but also could be for a independent kind of system, independent software developer who'd like a Adobe Cloud kind of a scenario where you have a bunch of apps that you're delivering to customers. Okay, I think we're going to go over to libraries. That's your area.
So now we go to the meaty portion, the core libraries. So the focus for .NET 9 has been the holy trinity of fundamentals, as I call it: performance, usability, and security. We've done about 4,000 types and members across the core libraries. So core libraries is basically everything with system or Microsoft extensions. So it doesn't include WPF, WinForms, ASP.NET, right? All the app-specific frameworks, right? This is all the foundational pieces that I'm talking about here. So we've done a lot of stuff. So I don't have time to talk over all of them. So I pick a random sample of what my favorites are. Hopefully you will like them too. But as Rich said, we have release notes. You should check them out. There's a whole bunch of goodness. And now we'll just jump into a few demos here. So If you do .NET, then chances are you deal with data import, data export. That's pretty common. So I have a sample code here where I basically have a string array of a bunch of strings, and they're effectively semicolon separated names. And all I want to do is for each line figure out how many names matched in some hash set of names that I have. So what I have to do before .NET 9 is basically I would have to go over all the lines, okay, and then I split all the lines, which then creates a ton of strings, and then I can use those strings to look them up, right? And that's obviously not great because you create a ton of string objects that you immediately throw away again. So one very obvious optimization that you can do is, since a while now, you can convert a string to a span. So now you have a read-only span of chars, and then you can call split. And so split on a span doesn't give you a new object or anything like this. It just gives you back a range, which just says effectively where in the span your hit is. And then you can use that to index into the span, which then gives you a new span. But because spans are just value types, they're super cheap, that doesn't allocate anything here. So the entire 3 lines here, there's 0 allocations. All we do is just find some locations in that string, and that's it. And then we use that span to index into the set. So if you know .NET sets, you might be like, how is that going to work? Because when you actually look at IntelliSense here, you see that our hash set of t only really takes a contains that takes a t, right? That makes sense. So there's only a string. So how do we actually use that? And the answer is there's a little trick here that is new with .NET 9. We call it alternate lookup. So all the core collection types, dictionaries, hash sets, across the frozen ones and the immutable ones, they all have the capability. So all you have to do here is, here's my hash set, and I say get alternate lookup for read-only span of char. And then what you get back is this kind of like nested wrapper type around my hash set. And now here, I get a bunch of functionality that I can use. So for example, I also have add. And so I could do .add. And then it takes a span. And then so if the hash set already contains the span, it does nothing. If it doesn't, then it has to create the actual string object for you to put it in there. But it still means you're saving allocations. In our case, we don't even care about that. All we want to do is just look up the thing here. So again, this has 0 allocations here. And so when I ran a benchmark here, you can see the performance is roughly the same. I think I had about 10,000 lines that I tested it with. But the difference here is kind of in allocations, right? So this is 23 megabytes worth of string objects that are being created. And then the other one, and this is, I think, a number of GCs that happened. And then this is basically the almost constant size allocation, which you can pretty much discount for this wrapper type that we have, right? And so that's it. So basically, you again have a new way to do spans and do lookups in a cheaper fashion. Really cool. Go check it out. Then I have another one here, which you've probably all seen in the wild for a while. So I have a little program here that asks me how old I am. If I'm truthful, then it tells me when I was born. If we try Rich here right now, he was born in 1994, but he's aged very gracefully. But if I do something like -10, for example, the process crashes.
1944.
Yeah, that's what I meant. And so then, we get an assertion failed here, which, as you probably know, an assertion is just an exception that is thrown when you do a debug build. And so it tells me the location, but it doesn't really tell me what assertion has failed. So if I actually want to figure out what happened here, I guess VS is crashing. Anyway, so like if we actually want to figure out what happened here, we actually have to look up the actual line where the assert was. And here it is, age was expected to be larger than 0. Now, if I want to see the condition, of course, I can copy paste this guy here. But then that's kind of lame because every time I change the condition now, I have to remember to actually change the string, right? Which nobody ever does. And then that's even worse because now you imply the wrong condition. So you don't want to do that. The cool thing with .NET 9 is all you have to do is retarget to .NET 9, not change your code at all. And if I now run it again and wait for the console app to come back, then now we actually get the condition here. It says age is larger than 0. And so what actually ended up happening behind the scenes is kind of interesting. If you actually look at the implementation of assert, it basically calls this overload here that takes an optional message. And the message is attributed with call argument expression, which the compiler fills in for us. That's how we get the expression. But you see there's still this other method here, right? So there's still one that just takes the Boolean. So why does the compiler not call this one? And the answer is you have this new thing here called overload resolution priority. So we basically get to tell the compiler, yeah, this thing exists, but please deprioritize it because it's not as nice of an API for the user to use. And so basically you just recompile and you get the better experience. And we have done this attribute, we applied it to other parts of the core libraries as well to give you a slightly better experience. So that's the generalized feature here. Really nice and very easy. So I have another one here, a very simple console app here again. And all I do is I just print the menu here, and when I use my arrow keys, it highlights a different name. So the key thing here is when I render my list of people here, I basically say, is the current person the selected index, right? And the index happens to be an int here. So of course I do a for each loop here, so I don't have an index handy, right? So I can just, of course, create one here, but that's lame, that's an O of n lookup. Of course I can also convert this thing to a for loop, but I don't want to. In this case I could because it's a list of string, but you could imagine if people is just an IEnumerable or something that doesn't have an index, then I may not be able to do that. And so we added this new handy method here, a links extension method called index, which just gives you back a tuple of index, comma, the type. And now all I have to do is this, and I can just replace this whole thing here with index. And so every time you do a for each loop now, you want the index, you can just get it by using the index method. Really easy to use, super small quality of life improvement. I use it a lot in my code already. Really sweet. So then let's talk about tasks for a moment. So as you probably know, we do a lot of tasks, asynchronous operations in .NET. And so sometimes you just want to kick off a bunch of tasks and wait for them. So in my case here, I have a very simple task. All they do is they just count, and then they wait 1 second. So the first task will take 1 second, 2 seconds, and 3 seconds to complete. And so what you normally do is you say task when all. And so if I run this application right now, what you would expect is, the longest operation takes 3 seconds, so we have to wait for 3 seconds, and then boom, all the tasks are finished, right? But very often you don't want that, because basically all these tasks are independent. What I really want to do is I want to start working as soon as one of those tasks finishes. And so all you have to do now with .NET 9 is you can just say, we have this new method here on task.whenEach, and then you pass in the tasks array you want to wait. And then instead of giving you back a task, it gives you back an async enumerable of tasks. So all you have to do now is say await for each. And so if I remove this thing now here and I run it again, basically what happens is as soon as the first task is finished, it returns that my loop starts running. So I can basically start processing tasks as they're being completed. And so of course you don't know the order. In this case, we know it statically, but most of the time you don't. So you just start working as soon as stuff is happening. And then here's some sample code that we did in JSON. Most of us use JSON serialization these days because it's very handy. And one thing with JSON is because you do serialization of types, you trivially have a schema in form of your types, right? So this is a library I got from Rich here. So he wrote a bunch of code to deal with our releases. And so he has an object model in C# that models our releases and the patches and so on and so forth. And then we encode them in JSON files. And so what we can just do now is we have this API here, JSON schema exporter, where you basically pass in your type, and then you can pass in some options. And what you get back is a JSON node, because the JSON schema itself is represented in JSON. And then we just write this out. And so what we end up here is we have a bunch of JSON files. And then, of course, with JSON files, you can point to the schema here, in which case, ironically, we get an error here because the schema doesn't include the schema property.
Yeah.
But
that's a thing.
But basically what you can do now is you get IntelliSense here. So you basically now have channel version, and if I say 9.0, for example, it tells me, hey, you can't do that because it really is supposed to be a string. And so when I put this in quotes again, it validates. And then also I get IntelliSense. In this case, I get description information, for example, which Rich extended this actually because there's no built-in version to do that. But we have a description attribute that Rich basically just intercepts and says, hey, if you have one applied, we insert stuff in the JSON schema that we export. And there's this transform schema thing here as part of JSON schema operations options where you can basically mess with the schema before you write it out. And so that's a very effective way for you to very easily get JSON schema information from your types. Now I should say we don't have support in the runtime to validate JSON schemas. There's an issue for that if you want to vote for it. But we have a way to produce schemas at least, so you can use other tools to validate it. Or in my case, just drive the IDE and have code completion in your JSON files when you edit them by hand.
Do you have an example schema to show?
Oh yeah, so we have here the schemas here. This would be the schema, right? So
yeah.
we say here, what do we expect in the root? Well, we expect an object or null. And then you can say, hey, what are the properties of this? Well, there's channel version, it's of type string. Here's one of packages of type array, so you basically get to model the entirety of JSON.
And do you want to show the type?
The type, yeah, sure.
Not necessarily that exact one.
So that's the one here that you have.
Yeah, so that's what the kind of POCO looks like. So in this case, I just used records. I absolutely love records, although these are particularly verbose for records.
I was about to say.
Yeah, I still thought records was a good choice. Yeah, and then there's that property on each argument. Is that what they're still called for records? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess it's the only reason I'm pausing is because they're basically a primary constructor.
Yes. So they basically declare implicitly properties.
Yeah.
And so that's why you do the property colon thing to say I want this description to apply to the property, not the constructor parameter.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's where the docs come from that I wrote.
Right.
Cool.
And you could usually use your own attribute, right? If you have your own attribute,
100%.
That's just the one which chose
Although
to use.
Yeah, and you could put the docs somewhere else. They 100% don't need to be on the shape. Obviously, there's value in doing it this way.
Yeah, it's because it's built in, it's easy to use. All right, so before we go to the last one, I want to go to slides really quick. So we talked about features we added, but anybody can add features. We took features away this release. So that's something that really rarely happens. So hopefully you saw it this morning. Binary formatter is insecure. Stop using it. I know a ton of you use it because it's convenient. But we have started telling people for a long time that it's time to move off of it. In .NET 8, we marked as obsolete. We throw by default, even in .NET 8. But you can set a compat flag, and then we start working again. With .NET 9, we took the next step here, so we removed the implementation. So when you actually install the .NET 9 runtime, there is no implementation for binary formatter anymore. It's gone from the implementation. The APIs are still there, so we can load types that reference it. But if you try to invoke it at runtime, you get an exception. There is an unsupported compat package, and I will show that in a minute, that you can bring back the functionality. But the new thing here is it's unsupported, and it will remain unsupported. So in .NET 9, you can still bring it back. However, then you're unsupported. We really want you to stop using binary formatter. And hopefully this is not exactly news to you. We started circulating those plans in 2020 with .NET 5. And then in 7, we started removing our inbox dependencies on it, and then we marked it obsolete, and we removed it effectively with .NET 9. So there's a migration guide as well. But basically the experience that you have with binary formatter, I want to quickly show that. So this is currently targeting .NET 8. So if you were to use binary formatter here with the usual thing, you just say new binary formatter, right? And then you start using it. It's already here in the IDE, you can tell, we already strike it out. We actually give you a squiggle here that's an error. So if you start compiling right now, it won't even compile in .NET 8 anymore because we basically marked it as obsolete with error. But of course, you can say, I want to suppress this one here. And then the warning will disappear. And then you can still do binary formatter.serialize with the stream and the data here that we have. And if you run this application, I mean, it's going to work, right? It's going to produce a binary payload. Well, in this case, not, because I haven't set the compat flag yet. So there's other thing we did in .NET 8 where you have to set this compat flag here to say, yep, I opt into this behavior, and now we are using it, and that's just the base64 encoded payload that it produces. If I retarget this to .NET 9, that's no longer enough. So on .NET 9, I have to rebuild, obviously. If I run this again, it will actually give you platform not supported exception because it's actually gone. So you can bring it back by adding the reference to this compat package that I mentioned earlier. So that's the system runtime serialization formatters package. I have some wonky version here. I think as of this morning, you just get to say this one here.
Right.
But when you actually use it now and you run it, the application is going to continue to work. However, you're unsupported now because the package is unsupported. And the other thing is, if you go to your output folder, unsurprisingly for the 9.0 version, there's this additional file here that you now carry with you because the runtime no longer has the implementation, right? You bring your own implementation effectively with that. And yeah, binary format is insecure. So now you're insecure still, but at least you get to use it. We see this thing mostly as a stopgap. If you want to migrate to .NET 9, you're not quite ready to remove your dependency on it, but you really should. And our formatting, our migration guide has recommendations what to do instead. It also talks about the compat package, but we really want you to move to different serializer, either JSON or data contract, protobuf.net, or message pack. These are the 4 recommendations that we have. But of course, you can bring whatever serializer you want. Just stop using this one, please, because it's not good.
Okay. Yeah, so let's talk about the SDK. There are a bunch of improvements this time around, and so I'm just going to cover, I guess, my favorite set, as they say. Okay, so yeah, we were talking about security before. Going to talk about security again. So package vulnerability auditing has improved this time around. So this is a feature that was added in .NET 8, and in .NET 8, we looked at just direct dependencies to see if there were any vulnerable packages in your graph, or yeah, not really the graph, just the direct set. This time around, we're looking at the complete set of dependencies. So this is why we use the word transitive. So both indirect and direct ones. And so we expect that users, once you move to .NET 9, you'll actually start to see quite a few more of these warnings. So these you will have had these vulnerable packages in your graph before. Just NuGet Audit was not telling you that, and so this is absolutely an important addition to the platform. If you look at other platforms, this sort of thing is becoming much more common. So we consider this to just be like the kind of the new reality and the new norm of software development, that you need to address these warnings, and we absolutely encourage you to treat these warnings seriously, update your package references, and kind of move on. So that said, I want people to know that there are some system.star packages that do report false positives. This is something we're working on improving quite actively. It's important that you still address these warnings. There aren't one set of warnings that you should address and another set they're okay. You should address all of them, and this should become cheaper over time.
Right.
Terminal logger is, basically it's the new output of the CLI. The one on the right is the .NET 8 version. It's probably pretty easy to conclude that it looks a little bit stale. I think the one on the left looks a ton better, and so we're just modernizing the experience to make it look like what other development platforms have. And so it's basically pretty colors, better multi-line, a better way of incorporating either warnings or suggestions. In some cases, there's better summaries, like with tests. In other cases, as your app is being built, you kind of get this sense of progress, and then it changes. So
Yeah.
I think this is just a overall good direction. I hope the team continues to move forward with this, because I think there's more that they can do. Like actual progress bars would, I think, be a good idea.
Yeah, recently, unfortunately, by accident, built with .NET 8 again, and I didn't like it. It's definitely an improvement.
Yeah. Before we move on to this, just to say more about that, the one thing that some people might not realize is, say, in your environment, you're all about .NET 8 development. It's like, okay, 100% .NET 8 apps. It's still fine to use the .NET 9 SDK. Like the .NET 9 SDK is 100% capable of building .NET 8 apps, and in fact, it will get a lot of use that way. So if there's developer nice life improvements that you can get from using the .NET 9 SDK, be like the security one or this one, we absolutely recommend you doing that.
Yeah. Always latest tooling.
Yes, yeah, latest tooling is definitely a good plan. So we've had .NET tools for a long time, I think since, I want to say .NET Core 2.0. So what those are basically, it's a different form of NuGet package. So you can take a tool, upload it to NuGet, and then anyone can install that on their machine. And then it's, for the most part, a command line tool that does something useful. And I think there's a bunch of those now. At the end of the day, those are just .NET apps and follow all the same rules as .NET apps, so they're bound to a particular .NET version. The developer of the tool can opt to set this roll forward setting in their project file to have it roll forward to a later version that you might have on your machine. And that's useful. That's a choice that that person can make. Often they don't. So I've been playing with CPM. What's that stand for again?
Central Package Management.
Yeah, I've been playing with central package management and package source mapping this year. Great features. And so as part of that, I discovered this package source mapper tool, which is actually quite useful. And so it turns out that it is built with .NET 6. You can kind of imagine reasons why they did that. And so I knew that this was a particular poster child for this use case. And so, on my machine, I either have just .NET 8 and 9, or in some of my machines, I just have .NET 9. And so, so you can type now .NET tool install, and then this allow roll forward thing. And so what it actually does is it configures this tool so that it can roll forward. So that's a choice that you're making as the consumer. And it works with both .NET tool install and .NET tool run. And so, yeah, I think this is a good thing.
Sweet.
Okay, I think this is our last slide. So back in .NET 7, I believe, the SDK added this feature which allows you to produce OCI images, aka Docker container images. Very, very useful. And the team has continued to improve that, added a ton of features. And actually, there's a nice community alongside the core team contributing to this. I know like the folks at Red Hat have been contributing to this a lot, which is super good. So in my actually early experience of this, one of the things I wanted to do was to publish to a local registry. So the way the feature works is you can, by default, you can deploy to the local Docker daemon, like Podman or Docker desktop. That's the default. You can push to a remote registry, and it's required to be HTTPS, so a secure registry. Or you can have it write a tarball to disk. So, I booted up this local registry, which was quote unquote insecure, meaning it's HTTP. That's what these two terms mean. And it refused to do that. It's like I only talk the language of HTTPS. So there was a workaround before, but it was a little bit not great. So this is a new experience where you can just there's a new environment variable called Docker container secure registry, and you can give I believe semicolon double limited list of all the names that you might want to push to. And so in this case, this is pretty awesome. So what I did is there's a Docker container on Docker Hub called registry. And so it is actually a container registry.
Right.
And so you can literally just run these commands. So I Docker run, -d means disconnected, so it's just running as a daemon. And then I set this environment variable. You can see that it's matching the port number that I specified in Docker run. I then created a new app. I published it, and I asked it to publish to localhost 5000 as test app. I then Docker run the app, test app, and then it goes and gets that, and I was able to then curl that app at localhost 8080, which is where I was hosting it on, and it all literally worked. That whole process took me like 2 minutes to figure out. So that was awesome. So I think for the people that care about insecure registries, like basically this local scenario, it doesn't actually have to be on the same machine. It could be on another machine on your network. That's awesome.
Sweet. Yeah, so if you haven't downloaded it yet, you should. Hopefully you have done it already, given all the other talks that happened already. But yeah, you can just download it right now and play with it. And VS should have updated tooling as well, right?
Yeah, and I've been using .NET 9 as my go-to.
Yeah.
Since, I don't know, Preview 2 or something like that? Preview
I think
3?
so, yeah. Same for me. I've been on very early previews for .NET 9.
Yeah, so it's super solid.
Yeah. I mean,
awesome. Well, it was nice doing a talk with you again. It's been a little bit.
It has been a while, yeah. 4 years or something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, thank you guys. That was a session packed with lots of improvements across the board. We do have a couple of comments and questions that we want to go over, so let's start over. We start with this from Claudio Bernasconi. Remember that using the binary format isn't a great idea. It has been removed from .NET 9. An unsupported compatibility package is available. So do you guys have any comments about this, or have you heard any feedback about the removal of binary formatter?
Yeah, I mean, we just talked about it during the talk. So yeah, we removed binary formatter, the implementation from the runtime. There is an unsupported support package that you can bring in. I mean, unsupported support package is a bad way to phrase it, but an unsupported compat package, you can bring it back, and that basically replaces the inbox implementation with the one that you carry in the application. So this way you get the functionality back, but it is true that starting with .NET 9, binary formatter is officially unsupported now.
It's worth also mentioning that Barry posted an issue to GitHub, I think in early February, if I remember correctly, and there was absolutely a ton of discussion there, and I think there was a blog post sometime after that. But, yeah, there's been tons of community engagement on this with lots of people engaged.
That is true. And it's one of those very few breaking changes that we did that we knew were very impactful, as in tons of users are on it, and we are not doing it lightly. So we have circulated those plans, like starting with 2020, and we have worked with a lot of people internally and externally to have viable migration strategies, but we do strongly believe that people need to stop using it because it is very, very insecure.
Yeah, and also it's not like .NET 8 users need to move today.
No, you have time, obviously, yeah.
Yeah, that's great to know. And next up, we have another question from Ladaic on X, and his question is, .NET Conf, how does ARM versus x64 performance look like with .NET 9? Are there more just-in-time optimizations for ARM or x64?
That's a great question. Yeah, so I don't think we have this list somewhere that's, you know, we've got like 200 optimizations for this thing and then 400 for this thing. I guess the way to think about it is our x86, x64 set of optimizations had kind of like a 20-year lead on ARM64. And so we have been working super hard. I think we really put the gas on for ARM64 in .NET 5. And so we've been working super closely with actual ARM engineers each release since then. And there's a ton of optimizations that have gone into the product. We feel very good about where ARM64 is right now. It will continue to get better, but where it is right now is very, very solid. And we absolutely are confident about people using it in production.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much, Imo and Rich, for this great session. And until next one. So we do have a couple of things that we want to talk about. One is our .NET 9 survey. So if you can go to aka.ms/.NET survey, we want to hear from you. We want to learn about who uses .NET. Are you thinking about upgrade? I haven't seen the questions yet this year, but
there's quite a few, and it's really about, like Myra said, how you're using it. We want to learn from you so that we can implement some of those changes into product and also understand a little more about our release cadence, a little bit more about you as our developer audience. Yeah.
Yeah. And as Imo and Rich said before when they were wrapping up the session, our bits are live. So we have the .NET 9 SDK and the runtime bits are on the website. And then we also have the latest Visual Studios available to download. So go and upgrade. And I think we have tons of improvements in the performance area that we are going to be talking about next. I know that our next speaker every year. He
Notorious.
Notorious for his super long posts about performance improvements. And so I'm super excited about this next session. I still have to read the whole thing. I have
I'm annotating as I go. I recommend that. It does take longer, but it's probably the best approach. And I think I'm so excited to hear directly from his mouth. Stephen Tobe, how are you? And we're ready for you to take it away.
Thank you very much. I'm glad you're working your way through it. Annotating it sounds like a great way to approach it. So my name is Stephen Tobe. I'm on the .NET team here at Microsoft. And I do spend a lot of my time thinking, and in some cases once a year, writing about performance. As was alluded to, I've written every year. I end up writing a blog post, which seems to get longer and longer and longer. About the performance improvements in the latest release. And most recently in September, I put out performance improvements in .NET 9. And when I went to just see approximately how long it was, and I went to print it, it was about 300 pieces of paper. So please don't print it. Save the earth, save the trees. But this is just sort of to speak to the magnitude of the number of performance improvements that have found their way into this release. It's also to speak to the fact that there's no way in 45 minutes that I could possibly cover even a fraction of the hundreds of performance improvements that have gone into the release. The blog post covered about 350 of them. So instead, what I've decided to do is narrow it down and focus on a particular sliver, a particular kind of performance improvements. So there's a variety of different kinds of performance improvements that the blog post always covers. There's a large chunk that's basically just upgrade and things get faster. These are improvements to the just-in-time compiler, improvements to the garbage collector, improvements to all of the existing methods and properties and types and so on that you're using in your application. And those improvements, when you upgrade, you end up calling into the new implementations. Your functionality, your application, your service just gets better. There's another class of performance improvement that's around when you recompile the application and you take advantage of performance improvements in terms of what the C# compiler or the F# compiler or the VB compiler or so on are able to generate. You upgrade, you recompile, and you automatically take advantage of all those improvements. And then there's the last class of improvement, which is we expose new APIs focused on performance, such that after you upgrade, after you get that free lunch, after you get that free performance, you can then make small tweaks here and there to your application to take advantage of new functionality that we've exposed to make it even faster. And so what I've decided to do is I've picked out just a handful of APIs. I picked maybe 5 methods to talk about for the next 35, 40 minutes that are some of my favorites in the release. But this is out of dozens of performance-focused APIs and literally thousands of new APIs that exist for a variety of reasons across .NET 9. So with that, let's dive in and focus, I think, on what is probably my favorite new API in all of .NET 9. And it's got this strange looking name, get alternate lookup, but it's actually a set of methods. It exists on multiple of the core collection types: dictionary, concurrent dictionary, frozen dictionary, hash set, frozen set, and so on. And it is a piece of functionality that we were only able to add by making changes across the entire stack. We've made changes to enable this in the runtime. We made changes to enable this in the libraries. We made changes to enable this in the language and the compiler. And it's a piece of functionality that can make a really critical difference on core code paths in your application. So that was a lot about it without saying what it actually is. So let's actually see what it is by diving into some code. So normally, if I was doing benchmarking, I would use benchmark.net. Benchmark.net is a really cool library. You see I use it in my blog posts. And it allows you to get very accurate, very precise measurements for down to the nanosecond level on whatever you want to measure in .NET. But in order to get those very accurate, very precise measurements, it ends up taking quite a lot of time to sort of zero in on the statistically significant information, which doesn't make for a very good demo in a live talk. So instead, I'm falling back on sort of the equivalent of printf debugging. I'm using a stopwatch, and I'm starting it, I'm stopping it, I'm tracking how much memory was allocated, and I'm going to do a little work in the middle. I'm going to do this over and over, and I'm just going to print out each time how long it took and how much it allocated. And the scenario that we're going to be looking at for this is I've downloaded Pride and Prejudice from Project Gutenberg, and we're going to count how many words show up in this document, but not just how many words, how many of each word. So basically building up a frequency table or a histogram. And to do that, we'll use a dictionary. So I'll come in here and I'll say dictionary from string to int, and let's call this frequency. And I'm just going to construct a new one of those. Now, if we're looking for words, that means we're parsing. When I think parsing, I think regular expression. So I want to use a regex. So let me come down here to my little helpers type, and I'm going to use a partial method here called words, filled in by the regular expression source generator that we shipped in .NET 7. So you can see words is a little squiggly right now because I've declared a partial method and I haven't provided any implementation for it. But I'm going to let the compiler or the source generator provide that implementation. So I'm going to use a regular expression. I'm going to give it to generated regex, and then at compile time, the source generator is going to generate all the code necessary for this regular expression. Now, the regular expression I want to use is basically parsing out words. And you can see actually Copilot here is suggesting for me exactly what I want, which is a regular expression that looks for any number of positive number of word characters surrounded by word boundaries. And even if I wasn't well versed in regex, I could just hover over this and have the regex source generator tell me in English exactly what this is doing. It's matching at a word boundary, matching a word character atomically at least once, and then matching it at a word boundary again. Great. So I've got my regex. So I'm going to come in here and I'll say for each match, m in helpers.words.matches on text. And then I want to keep track of exactly how many times each word occurred. So I'll just let Copilot write that for me because it's doing exactly what I wanted to do, which was I'm going to try and get the word that I found from the dictionary. If it existed, I'm going to get its count. I'm going to store the count back into the dictionary. And if it didn't, I'm just going to set that to 1. And I'm just going to clean this up a little bit just from a stylistic perspective. I actually would generally write it more like this. Again, I'll let Copilot finish that for me. So I'm looking to see if the word exists. If it does, I'm storing the new result back in. If not, I'm initializing it to 1. Great. I can run this. So let me save that. Let me switch over to the console. I'll say .NET run C release. And we can see it's taking to do this, I think it was about 10 iterations. It's taking about a little over a second, and we're allocating about 340, 350 megabytes. That's a lot just to do word counting. So how can we make this better? Well, you know, again, we're not even to .NET 9 yet. In .NET 7, we actually introduced a new version of matches, one called enumerate matches. I'm just going to change this to var. That is an amortized allocation-free version of matches. And it does that by only having to return the index and the length of each match rather than lots of details around things like capture groups. Now, there isn't actually a value on it, but I can just say text.substring with m.index and m.length. Exact same functionality, exact same behavior. But now when I run this, previously, we were taking about a second and 350 megabytes, and we can already see we've dropped down to about 170 milliseconds, and we've gone way down in allocation to 43 megabytes. But where is that 43 megabytes coming from? Well, it's coming from the fact that I'm still allocating a new string for every single time I encounter a word. But is that really necessary? I mean, Pride and Prejudice, I think I counted, it has something like 4,000 occurrences of the word the. I only need to store it into the dictionary once. That's the only time I really need the as a string. For the other 3,999 times, I don't really need that string instance. I just need some way to do a comparison with the text against what's in the dictionary. What I'd really like to do is be able to just change this substring to as span, so that I can just get a read-only span of char around the particular region of the text and use that to index into the dictionary. But as you can see, now I'm getting squiggles because I have a dictionary of string and I can't do lookups with a read-only span of char into a dictionary of string, or at least I couldn't until .NET 9. So this is what get alternate lookup provides. So let me come back up here. I'm going to create a new local. I'll call this lookup. And I'm going to say frequency get alternate lookup. And I'm going to pass in a read-only span of char. Now, I mentioned that this feature required changes across runtime, libraries, and language. You'll notice this read-only span char here as a generic method parameter. You could not write that before C# 13 or .NET 9. You couldn't use spans or really any ref struct as a generic parameter. Now you can. There's a new feature in .NET 9 and C# 13 called allows ref struct that allows you to specify that a generic parameter can actually be a ref struct. And this then causes the compiler to validate the implementation of the method to ensure that you're not doing anything with the type parameter that you couldn't do with a ref struct. And then at the call site, it allows you to use a ref struct in the method. So I'm doing that here. Now with this lookup, I can just take this and I'll copy that. I'll replace frequency with lookup, and now everything compiles. The squiggles go away because I'm allowed to do a try get value on this alternate lookup with the alternate lookup key of a read-only span. Now when I run this, I didn't actually want to build that. Well, it's fine. Go back over here. I'll run it here just so we can see the history a little bit. And now we can see that we're about the same speed as we were, but we're at 0 megabytes allocated because we're doing this, we're just slicing, and the only time it would ever need to allocate is when initially storing into the dictionary. So how does all this work? Well, there is a new interface in .NET 9 called iAlternate Equality Compare, and I can create an iAlternate Equality Compare between the two things that I want to compare. In this case, a read-only span of char and a string. What can I do with this? Well, if you look, we can see there's an equals method. This equals method takes a read-only span of char and a string. So it's comparing not just string to string, but read-only span char to string, or really whatever was in this position. Similarly, just like on iEquality Compare, there's a getHashCode method, which takes a not string, but read-only span of char. So it looks exactly like iEquality Compare so far. But then there's one more method that's critical to the scenario we just looked at, and that's a method called create, which maps between the alternate key and the original key. So we can pass in a read-only span of char, and we get back a string. And this is critical because that first time when I go to store this value into the dictionary, I'm giving it a read-only span of char, but it needs to be able to store it as a string key. So it needs to be able to call to that comparer's create method to convert the read-only span char into a string. Why is this relevant? How does this show up? Well, I mentioned that I could pass read-only span char here. I can actually pass anything here. The critical piece is that the comparer that's being used by the dictionary needs to implement iAlternate Equality Compare of whatever is here to whatever is here. So when I create this dictionary and I say new dictionary and I pass in some string comparer like string comparer ordinal ignore case, this comparer needs to implement the relevant interface. If I wanted to pass in here a Steve's cool type, all I need to ensure is that whatever comparer I pass here implements iAlternate Equality Compare from Steve's cool type to string. And as it turns out in .NET 9, all of the instances you can get from string compare.ordinal ignore case, string compare.invariant culture ignore case, string compare.ordinal current culture, they all implement support for comparing read-only span of char with string, as does the default compare that you get back from equality compare string.default. So any of these just work, and that's why when I initialized my dictionary with to be an empty dictionary, and it's using that default compare, everything here just worked, which is pretty cool. So this is a really cool way to avoid allocation on what are often hot paths where you're doing lots and lots and lots of dictionary lookups. This works with dictionary, concurrent dictionary, frozen dictionary, hash set, frozen hash set, frozen set. It is a really cool and powerful piece of functionality, which is why it is probably my favorite API in all of .NET. All right. So next up, and we're going to continue our example by using a few other APIs. If you've written any .NET code pretty much ever in the last 20 years, you've probably used string.split. It is a ubiquitous method that's super handy for giving one or more separators as a char or as a string, and then having it give you back an array of all the things that came between those separators. So if I had the string the space performance, and I gave it a separator of space, I'm going to get back an array of two elements, the and performance. Unfortunately, while it is ubiquitous and it's used everywhere, it's not exactly the highest performing method. We try and make it as fast as we can, but it has to allocate a string array to hold all the results, and it has to allocate a new string for every single element in that array. It would be nice if there were alternatives that provided allocation-free versions. And in .NET 9, you get that. In fact, you get that in two different ways for both char and string separators or separators of type T, and then also for regular expressions, because regex also has a split method where instead of giving it a char or a string as the separator, you can give it a regular expression such that any match becomes the separator. And in .NET 9, there are now ways to do this allocation-free and on spans, not just on strings. So let's take a look at that in our previous example. So previously, I was using this regular expression to match words. Instead, I'm going to change this to sort of invert it. I'm going to look for white space instead, and that means coming up here and changing my regular expression pattern, and I'll just use a regular expression that matches a white space character atomically at least once. And then up here, instead of matching words, I'm going to split on white space. So to do that, I'll use split. Now this split method returns an array of strings. So I'm getting back strings here. So for now, for simplicity, I'm just going to say that the word is that value, and I can run this. That'll work fine. So let me switch over to my console, run this again. We can see we're back up to a higher value. We're using regex, and we're getting back a string array. We can see we're allocating about 73 megabytes. So let me switch back over here, and instead of using split, I will use the new enumerate splits method from .NET 9. Now, instead of getting back a string, now we're getting back a range. What can I do with that range? Well, I can do something like text using the indexer to get back a string. Right? So I can run this. Let me save that. Switch over here. Now we can see we're about twice as fast, and we're back down to about the same amount of allocation that we saw before we switched to spans, because every single time I do this indexing here, I am allocating a new string. But I can avoid that just by saying as span with my range. In fact, let me just call this range to make that clear. Switch back over here. Now we see we're taking a little bit faster, but we're again down to 0 megabytes allocated. We're not allocating anything because we're just using spans to index over this original text. I showed doing this with regular expressions, but I mentioned you can do this just with strings as well. Let me just come back up here and I'll say text as span, so I can operate over a span, and I'll just do split with a space. So not exactly the same search because I'm just splitting on a single space, but notice this still compiles because this split is giving me back an enumerator of ranges, and I can run that again. And now because we're not paying for the more complex regex, we've shaved a lot more time off it as well, and we're still down at 0 megabytes allocated, which is really cool. Now, I mentioned the other, we're seeing some new APIs. We're seeing APIs that showed up in previous releases. There's one more fun little trick that I can use here to make this go even faster. You can see here, whether I'm using dictionary directly or lookup, I'm actually doing 2 dictionary lookups on each operation. I'm checking to see what the current value was, or if there was a current value. Then I compute the new value, and I have to do another lookup in the dictionary to store this new value back into it. What if there were a way for me to just do this with one lookup? And in fact, there is. There's this little known type called collections marshal, and it's off on the side because it represents things that are a little bit less safe for one reason or another. In this particular case, there's a method called getValueRef or addDefault, and I can pass in here my lookup, the thing I'm looking up. This last parameter just says whether it exists or not, and it returns a reference to the location of the value in the dictionary. And that way I can just directly increment that value. Now I mentioned this collection marshal type is for slightly less safe things. This is a memory safe operation. However, if after getting the reference back here, I were to then mutate the dictionary in a way that would grow the dictionary and cause it to sort of throw away the arrays that it was using under the cover, the reference that I have would be to one of those arrays that isn't actually going to be used anymore. So my changes wouldn't actually show up in the dictionary. And that's why it's sort of off to the side. But regardless, this is now the exact same piece of functionality. And if I use this and I run it, now instead of taking, say, 100 milliseconds, we're still allocating 0 megabytes, but I've shaved another basically third off the cost of this operation just by doing these little tweaks to my code, which is pretty darn cool. All right. So those are a few of my favorite APIs. Let's move on to the next one. In .NET 8, when I wrote the blog post about .NET 8, I cited 2 features as my favorite features in the release. The first was the turning on of dynamic PGO by default, because that helps every single .NET application out there by kind of imbuing the JIT with superpowers to be able to generate code specialized to the code that's to what's happening in the application at execution time, profiling it and then generating new code based on that. Super critical piece of functionality, and it gets even better in .NET 9. But I call that a second feature. That was probably my second favorite feature in all of .NET 8, and that was a new type called search values. Search values allows you to do searches, index of any except kind of searches. But you get to give it ahead of time all of the things you might want to be searching for. And by doing it ahead of time, you allow the system to spend more time figuring out how to optimize for that particular set of data, such that when you later use it, it's got all the stuff pre-computed to be able to do it as quickly as possible. And it's not just one algorithm that it's pre-computing data for. It's able to look at the data and say, okay, I know that for this set of data you're searching for, algorithm A is going to be better, or algorithm B is going to be better, or algorithm C is going to be better. And it can pre-compute the data relevant to that algorithm. And then again, when you go to do your index of any, everything is just faster. So we ship search values in .NET 8, and specifically for bytes and chars. And we end up using it in, I think, in .NET 8 in probably 50 or 60 places across the core libraries for really critical operations. So for example, when validating that an HTTP header in either HTTP client or in ASP.NET doesn't contain any invalid data, we'll have a search values of byte or a search values of char that we can use to cache all of the search set for everything that's considered valid or everything that's considered invalid, thus making the later searches really, really fast. So search values of byte allowed you to search for any set of bytes within an array of bytes, a span of bytes. Search values of char allowed you to search for any set of chars within a string or a span or anything from which you can get a read-only span of char. In .NET 9, we introduced the ability to use search values of T with string. Now, excuse me, this isn't searching for a set of strings within a larger set of strings. So it's not, I have an array of strings and I'm searching for a few strings within that. Rather, this is searching for a set of strings within a string or within a span. So it's basically multi-substring search. So for example, if I wanted to search Pride and Prejudice for the days of the week, I could create a search values of string for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then I can say index of any to do a search. So let's actually look at that. So let's say we can get rid of my dictionary here. We're not going to be using that anymore. Let's say that I had a string array, days of week. Let Copilot finish that for me. Thank you very much. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And I want to create a count of all the time that these words occur in my Pride and Prejudice text. Now, for a long time, we've had a method like index of, where I could specify Monday, and I could do, say, an ordinal ignore case search for Monday. But there was no API that allowed me to do index of any and pass in here days of week. That just didn't exist. And you can see I'm getting swigglies. And part of the reason that it doesn't exist is this is a very expensive operation to do without doing any kind of pre-computation. And in fact, we can see how expensive it is by just implementing it ourselves. So let's say we're going to iterate from I through text.length. And then at each position in text, we're going to see if that text location starts with one of these days of the week. So we'll say for each day of week in days of week, if, there we go. If the text at this position starts with the day of the week, we'll increment our count. And that was actually right what it was doing, but for simplicity, I'm just going to break out of the loop and not have to worry about dealing with fixing up this incrementing position here. So this isn't 100% as optimal as it could be. Really, I would want to jump to the end of the string that I just matched, but this will be fine. And the count that's produced will be accurate because none of these strings acts as a prefix for any of the others. So I can run this. Let's go back over to, actually, let me just do one more thing. I have this little helper method here called use that's no inlining. And I do that just to guarantee that the JIT can't see, well, you're never using count. So therefore, I can just eliminate this whole operation because you're never actually using the computed results. So let me switch back to console here. And we'll run this. And we can see that this operation we're not allocating anything, but we're taking about 220, 230 milliseconds to do this operation. Because for every character in the input text, I'm checking to see whether the day of the week exists at that position. Now, there might be certain things I could do. Maybe I could try and say, invert this, for each day of week, do an index of on the original text. But that's not ideal either, because then if, let's say, Sunday was the only word that occurred in the original text, I'm going to have to search the whole text 6 full times before I get to something that might discover it. What I really want to do is be able to efficiently search for all of these at the same time using a built-in API that takes advantage of everything the hardware has to offer in terms of things like SIMD, vectorized processing, where I can process multiple elements, multiple pieces of data at the same time. So let's rewrite this. Let's come back up here. We'll still have our count, but instead of looping through it, I'm going to create a read-only span of char that I initialize to the remaining text. And then I'll say, while there's still anything remaining, while it's not empty, it sees that I have a regex and it's trying to use it, but I don't actually want to for this purpose, so we'll write it ourselves. I want to do a search here. Well, I'm going to say remaining index of any using, and what am I going to pass here? Well, I'm going to create a search values of string. We'll call this days of week search values, and we'll do search values dot create with days of week and string comparison ordinal ignore case. So we've got our days of week search values here, and then I just pass that to index of n. All right. Now I can say if I didn't find anything, I'm going to break out of the loop. If I did, we'll increment count, and then we're going to need to slice remaining to, again, just as I did last time, we're kind of incrementing by 1. Here, we're not worrying about jumping to the end of the word. We'll just move 1 past where we matched. So we've got our implementation here. Switch back over to my code. It was taking about 230 milliseconds to run. Now when I run it using search values, you can see it's scrolling super fast. We're just taking a little over 1 millisecond. So I don't know what that is, 200-fold or somewhere close to that improvement in throughput by taking advantage of this functionality. Now you saw that Copilot kept trying to push me to use regex. So let's use regex. You might be using search values directly, but anytime we expose new functionality, new APIs in the core libraries, we really like to then use that new performance improving functionality everywhere else higher in the stack that we can, because then when you're using that higher level functionality, you automatically get the benefits of the lower level improvements as well. And that shows up here as well with regular expression. Obviously, regex is all about searching. So let's say I wanted to change this, and I wanted this to be days of week. So I can do that, and then I'll come up here, and I'll say Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and it's, again, Copilot nicely completes that for me. One other little nicety here, if you are familiar with using the regex source generator, in previous releases, you could only do methods. Now with C#13, the language supports partial properties, and so does the regex source generator. So I can get a slightly nicer syntax here and just use property. So now that I've got my regex here, I can come up and I can do this whole operation just by saying helpers.daysofweek count. And this works with strings. This works with spans. In fact, I could say as span, as span, and it compiles just fine because count has overloads that work with span. I can run this. We can see it's taking about the same amount of time. I didn't have to write all that complicated code. How is it taking the same amount of time? Well, it's using search values of string under the covers. If we go in here and we go to definition, we can actually see the implementation that has been generated for me live by the source generator. And if I scroll down to the code that is responsible for finding the next position in the input at which to possibly do a match, we can see, sure enough, it's calling index of any, passing something in. What is it passing in? It's passing in a search values of string that it's created using the days of the week and ordinal ignore case. You might notice if you're eagle-eyed that it doesn't have a letter at the end here. That's not a bug. That's by design. There's some optimizations happening in regex that's just trying to keep these under a certain length. But that's fine because after it does this match, it's actually going to, after it does this find, it's actually going to do a full match at that location. So we're able to use this underlying functionality directly. We're able to use it implicitly as part of using regex. It is a very powerful, efficient mechanism. And as I mentioned before, just as like for search values of byte and search values of char, there are a plethora of different implementations that the search values.create will select based on the inputs and decide what information to gather, what to pre-compute, such that when we actually do the search, it is as fast as possible. All right. So that was search values of string. Let's look at one more. And one more, but really this is hundreds more. And that is a type called tensor primitives. So in .NET 8, we introduced a new library called System Numerics Tensors that contained basically one type. In .NET 9, it contains a whole lot more, and you should absolutely go check that out. But for the purposes of this talk, it contained tensor primitives. And tensor primitives had on it about 40 methods, 40 overloads that manipulated collections of floats. Basically, a whole bunch of APIs for doing math, not just on one floating point value, but on a span of floating point values. So for example, tensor primitives.add would take 3 spans, 2 input spans and a destination spans, and it would go pairwise through the inputs, adding the elements from each span and storing it into the destination span. Or tensor primitives.product, which accepted a single span, read-only span of float, and multiplied all the floating point elements and produced a single floating point result. Super useful, super helpful, a lot of great functionality, but it was limited in a couple key ways. First, it had a lot of operations, but it didn't have all the operations. If you look at math and mathf, there are probably 100 different operations that show up there. If you look at the generic math interfaces that were introduced in .NET 7, there's 100 different, around 100 different operations that are exposed. Tensor primitives only exposed a fraction of what was there. The second limitation was it was only for float. It wasn't for double, it wasn't for half, it wasn't for int or long or anything that implemented those generic math interfaces. So in .NET 9, both of those have been rectified. Tensor primitives now contains effectively the full surface area of everything you would see on math and mathf, as well as on the generic math interfaces, and it contains them as generic methods rather than just for floating point. So let's we can actually see that. Let me just delete some stuff here. We don't need any of this anymore. And if I come in here and I type tensor primitives and I dot, I can scroll for quite a while looking through all of the various APIs that show up on tensor primitives. And many of these are actually multiple overloads for doing things in different ways. So it's not just one, but if I look at add, we can see add has 2 different overloads for doing things in two different variants. All told, in .NET 9, tensor primitives has something like 250 overloads on it. Just a huge amount of functionality for doing really interesting things. And as I'm scrolling through, you'll notice that some of these methods have angle brackets after them because they are generic. So if I look at add, there's an overload for add that is specific to float, but there's also an overload of add that takes a T. And it operates on anything that implements the relevant interface. So there's an interface that basically says, I support addition operators. Well, you can use tensor primitives.add with any T that has that. And so it works with pretty much all of the primitive types out of the box. And if you want to bring your own, it works with that too. And wherever possible, these methods are all vectorized to make them super efficient. So let's take a simple example of that. One of the methods that exists on tensor primitives is a method called Hamming distance. There's actually two variants of this. We have Hamming distance and Hamming bit distance. Hamming distance is a complicated name to describe what's basically given two inputs, find the number of locations where they differ. So if I provide the list 1, 2, 3 and the list 1, 2, 4, the Hamming distance between them is 1 because they differed at that last position. If I provide the lists 1, 2, 3 and 4, 5, 6, the Hamming distance is 3 because all the positions differ. Here, Hamming bit distance is instead doing it based on individual bits that differ, whereas Hamming bit distance is on the number of T's that differ. So let's actually just implement our own simple Hamming distance ourselves. So let me say Hamming distance, and let's just do this on 2 read-only spans of bytes. So let's say bytes 1, read-only span, bytes 2. And now let's try to do bit distance. Let me help it fix that. There we go. So now we've implemented Hamming distance. We start the distance at 0. We loop through all the elements. We should probably do a length check here to make sure these are the same length, but I'm ignoring that for now. And anywhere that they differ, we're increasing the distance. So we can try and use this. Let me come up here. This is a pretty fast operation, so I'm gonna increase the number of trials here to something that makes this take a little bit more time. Let me create a few byte arrays up here. Let's do byte 1024. We'll do bytes 2, 1024, and then I'm gonna fill this with random data. So I'll say random shared next bytes with bytes 1 and random shared next bytes with bytes 2. And then here I can do distance equals Hamming distance, bytes 1, bytes 2, and I'll do my helpers.use with the distance. Great, so I can run that. And we can see doing this, it's a pretty fast operation. Doing this 100,000 times, we're taking about 80 milliseconds to accomplish this task. But I can come up here, and instead of using the Hamming distance that I just wrote, I can use tensor primitives.Hamming distance. It all compiles. We can see this is using the generic overload of Hamming distance that operates on bytes. Now if I run this, not taking 80 milliseconds, but instead taking 2 milliseconds. So I'm on a machine that has AVX 256. So the tensor primitives implementation is lighting up with that, and it's taking advantage of these vectorized operations that allow me to compare many bytes at the same time. If I was on a machine that had 128-bit vectors or 512-bit vectors, tensor primitives is going to scale to whatever the system has and allow that to be operated super efficiently. And that happens for pretty much any of the operations on here. There are a few still left to be vectorized, but for the most part in .NET 9, out of the box, you get great performance using these APIs, which is why they are on my list as being some of my favorite in the whole release. So with that, I am out of time. We can take a few questions, I think, if there are any, but if you haven't read it, the thing I would encourage you to do is to go to the Performance Improvements in .NET 9 blog post. You can read about these APIs and many more, and thousands more performance improvements, or hundreds more performance improvements in the release. And with that, I'll say thank you.
All right. Stephen, thank you so much. We do have some questions and comments for you on our lovely board here. The first comment comes from Ruben, and he's saying, spans are one of the best features .NET ever got. So have you heard anything else about spans? Do you have any comments for Ruben here?
I 100% agree. Span and read-only span were transformative. They have completely overhauled how we write code. We introduced span and read-only span around .NET Core 2.1, so a while ago at this point, and it probably represents the most transformative improvement that everything since is based on. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of the performance improvements and language features that have come about since are predicated on span. It's all based on span, which is actually a relatively simple concept. It's basically just a reference, a pointer to somewhere in memory, and a length, and that's it. But it created this type that we could then build everything around, libraries around, compiler improvements around, language features around, JIT improvements around, and it's created this wonderful ecosystem of high performance. It's awesome.
That's great. Continuing on the span, we have CookieBot. And so he's asking, if I span on a large string and go out of scope where the string exists, will it be kept in memory to hold the span reference, or what happens?
I don't fully understand the question. One of the beautiful aspects of .NET is by default you can't go out of bounds. The libraries and the compilers and the just-in-time compiler prevent you, unless you explicitly opt into doing unsafe things, you can't walk off the end of the string. So if you do an index of any on a string, it will only go within the space, the string that you provided. I probably didn't quite understand the question, so apologies to, was it CookieBot? If you'd like to email me afterwards, I'll be happy to take another look at your question.
Okay. And we have one more question. This one's coming from Ladiek. They asked, can I source generate search values string? Would that bring a performance improvement for startup times?
So you can source generate usage of search values of string. In fact, that's exactly what we saw the regex source generator doing. It's emitting code that's using search values of string. If the question is, could you source generate the implementation of search values of string? I mean, you could copy and paste the code that exists in .NET Runtime out into your own code, but it is a lot of code. And we actually explicitly made the choice with search values of T and the design of search values of T that we'd be willing to pay for a little bit of startup overhead. We're talking, microseconds to build one of these things, and not have to have massive, massive amounts of unsafe code. Because if you look at the implementation, it's doing a lot with vectors, SIMD, pointers, stuff that we really wouldn't want to inject into everyone's application. So we've made the trade-off to basically say, yeah, there's a small startup hit to, of a couple microseconds to using one of these things, but it's worth it because you get to just inject search values of T, and you don't have to inject the very, very complicated, massive implementation for what it takes to achieve the performance improvements that we just saw.
Awesome. I think that was our last question, but we have one comment from Gaurav here. So he's saying that alongside .NET 9, we also have the 17.2 release of Visual Studio. So everybody go check out the dev blogs for VS and .NET. We have all the goodies there. There in dev blogs, you can also find Steven's post about the performance improvements and get all the details. Your browser will break, but be patient. And with that, I think we want to thank you, Steven, for such a great talk. We always it's highly anticipated talk for our .NET Conf.
Yeah,
my pleasure.
Steven,
Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. All right. Well, there is one reminder I'd like to give to everybody before we pass it off to our next session. And that's just to get .NET 9. It's available now. We're super excited. You can go to devblogs. You can also go to the .NET website, which Myra puts a ton of work into, and start using it today.
All right. And so, yeah, you're gonna see that the website is still being deployed. We're shipping the new version running on .NET 9 today. And so we'll see a couple of content changes coming up, probably just after this talk, after I push the deploy button. And so I'm excited to like measure the before and after of the website performance, just by upgrading to .NET 9 and being able to measure that, because you should be able to get performance improvements just by upgrading, and then use the upgrade assistant to do that for all the projects that involve website.
Yeah, and one of my favorite parts of the website is those tutorials that we have there. Super easy to get started with those. Those are also updated, so you can get started and set up with .NET 9, and you're off to the races.
Yeah, I think we're getting ready for our next speakers. So we have Luis Quintanilla and Jeremy Lickness, and they're gonna talk about building AI applications from scratch with .NET. Take it away.
Thank you so much. My name is Jeremy, and I'm here with Luis. We are on the Intelligent Apps team for .NET. And what our team's been doing for the past couple years is focusing on the experience of working with intelligent apps in .NET. And that's everything from Learn, which is our documentation and our samples that are AI-enhanced samples. We've been working on integration, so we recently announced the Microsoft.extensions.ai, as well as Microsoft.extensions.vector, which are building blocks for building AI and intelligent apps. We also have been collaborating with the community to build a vibrant ecosystem. So we have things like Llama Sharp for running Llama models in C#. We have our OpenAI client. We have Pinecone. And so we're working with the ecosystem to create local SDKs that you can run from C# and use C# to interface with those components. As far as deployment, we know that AI has a lot of moving pieces. And so with technologies like .NET Aspire and our deployment CLI with Azure, we're able to bring up those components and build that experience for you. This talk, however, is about starting from scratch. And so what I want to do is take us to an imaginary scenario that you're working in a shop that has no AI at all, no intelligent apps right now. What do we do, and how do we start building as .NET developers, making those apps more intelligent? So I'm going to jump over to a small application that I've written that is for a support agent. And so imagine that I've got a call coming in, and I need to find out what's going on with this customer and help them out. So I'm going to jump into the ticket and figure out which ticket the customer has. And let's say it's the filter cartridge ticket. So we'll look inside of that and notice that what we have is really just the conversation between prior support agents and the customer. So I would need to read through this, figure out the information, and get that context so that I can help that customer. We can actually go to another ticket. Let's pick the Skymaster X2000, which is a drone, and there's a GPS issue. And unfortunately, if we read through the full dialogue, the customers come to the point where they're actually ready to make a return. But there's a lot of text to go through to get to that. So based on that scenario, I think we can use AI to enhance this application. So let's talk for a second about how we would do that. You've probably heard about large language models, and these are really the brains behind a lot of the AI experiences. And the most common example is that assistant in chat. And that's a great example, and we're going to use that. But there is so much more that a large language model can do. It can do things like summarization. And that's something I'm going to focus on in a second. It can do things like evaluation, which Luis is going to talk about later on in this session. Semantic search. So let's say your customer doesn't know exactly what they're searching for, or even if they misspell something, semantic search will find what that actual phrase is closest to what they're trying to type in and still make that search happen in the way that they expect it to. We've got classification, so automated workflows that need to classify pieces of data and maybe route them into the right workflow. Data generation. I need lots of test data. How do I create that test data? Localization. is an amazing feature that large language models can take different language inputs and translate those to different language outputs, and sentiment analysis. And these are just a few examples of what's possible. So let's assume that we wanted to take advantage of summarization. What do we do from scratch to add that to our application? So the first thing I'm going to do is just add a couple packages, and I can use the command line, the NuGet manager, or drop them into my CS project file. And what I've added is OpenAI, which I'm going to use for the model, and you can use different services, and we'll talk about how that works with your application. And I'm also adding Microsoft.extensions.ai. The code I need to make this available to my application is really just creating the client and passing credentials, which I have securely stored in the environment, in user secrets, in Key Vault, somewhere that's not checked into source control with my application. And I also have this iChat client that I'm spinning up, and there's an extension method that spins it up from the API client. So I want to point out that this Microsoft.extensions.ai and this chat client is part of what we recently announced with Microsoft.extensions.ai. And this diagram shows you sort of how this is modeled. But the idea is there are common building blocks to intelligent applications. These are things like chat, streaming chat, and embeddings that we can formalize in a set of interfaces and APIs that are standard regardless of who we're using to provide those services. We can also add middleware, which is so powerful. ASP.NET Core developers are familiar with the fact that they can configure their middleware pipeline. And so we can do things like add caching so that we're not paying the expense of asking the model every time the same question. We can add telemetry. We can even add filtering of text, even if the original SDK didn't support that. And then we have our integrations with services like OpenAI, with GitHub Models, which is a really fast and easy way to get started exploring large language models, and Llama support, which is a way of locally running those models. So if you don't want to go to the cloud, all of that is available. Let's say I wanted to change from my OpenAI client to use a locally run Llama client. I would simply take this initialization code and swap it with this code that uses the Llama version. And this example is using Llama Sharp, which is a community-maintained SDK that works with Llama. It's part of that ecosystem that we were referring to. So the most important thing for me to do is to prompt. And I know there's been a lot of discussion about where languages will evolve and whether we can have naturally speaking language. And I think of prompts as ways of using natural language to almost execute code, because that's what we pass to the model and get a response back. So for an effective prompt, we want to be concise because we do have limitations on how much information we can send over, but we also want to be very specific about what we expect from the model. So you can see we're giving the model the information we need to tell it exactly what we want back. We're limiting the amount of words that we're getting back, and we're telling it exactly how to summarize that. So with that prompt, I can then use the chat client that I initialized earlier and simply ask it to complete that prompt asynchronously. And then it'll come back with a response, and I can show that. So let's actually jump into some code. So I've added those aspects to my application. I'm just going to comment the section that I was just in and uncomment the piece that adds the summarization. We'll save that and come over here, and I'm just going to clear the screen so we've got a fresh palette, so to speak, to work with. And we're going to run that. So now it's compiling the new version that is going to use the summarization that I added. I'm going to inspect the ticket. So first, we'll start with that filter ticket. And what is new is this yellow summary up top. And if you read the summary and you compare it to the text underneath, you'll see it provides a pretty good, succinct way for the agent to quickly understand what's going on with this ticket. So I don't have to scroll through all the text. I can jump right in. So I'm going to go back to the drone ticket here. And again, I've got a very succinct summary. Basically, the customer tried, now they're ready for a return, and we can go from there. So that is one way that I can just from scratch add AI to that application. So now I'm going to take it a step further. I'm going to use something called retrieval augmented generation. And all that really means is I'm going to take some present context, some present data, give it to the model as part of my prompt so that it has extra information to act on and can put things in context. For example, it doesn't know about my product catalog, but if I use RAG, I can give it information from the product catalog to help it answer questions. So this is what it looks like in a nutshell. You start with some source of data. In our case, we have PDF documents, one PDF document for every product, basically. It's the manual. We extract the text from that, and then we turn it into what I call the matrix. And this is the green characters that we can't really read or decipher, but it's actually numerical-based vectors that the language model and, for example, a vector database know how to work with, so they can do things like see what the relationships between text are and how text should follow other text, etc. And so once we have that, we can store it in a vector database, which is simply a database optimized to very rapidly perform queries against vectorized data, and then we pass it to the large language model. Now that's a lot of information to take in, but the steps I think you'll find are pretty straightforward for this. I'm going to create my embeddings generator, which is the tool I use to turn the text into the matrix. Then I'm going to configure the service. In this case, we're using an in-memory vector store using the primitives that are available through Microsoft.extensions.vector. And then going back to our model here, it lives at this abstraction layer, so there's different implementations, but I can just use that high-level abstraction when I'm passing whatever I want to embed over. And then after we get the text from the page, we split it into logical pieces. We don't want to send over everything at once, so we send over small pieces, and then we simply say, embedding generator, give me back the embedding. And that is then serialized because I don't want to run the embedding every time. I don't need to recompute it. So I'm going to serialize it and save it so I can reference it later. And if you get really curious when you run the example, you can open up the JSON and you'll see that the embedding is really just a set of numbers that the model and the vector database know how to work with. So let's see what happens when I've added that to my model. I'm going to again comment out my summarization piece right here and uncomment the piece that I've added. And then we'll go ahead and clear and compile and run that. And we're going to get back to our familiar ticket system, but you're going to see that I've added a new option for the agent. So when they inspect the ticket, for example, the filter cartridge, here they've got the dialog and the summary. There's the option to chat. So my agent is going to use the chat as a means to get more information specifically to give to the customer so they can direct them. So maybe the agent isn't familiar with this filter. And so they can say, tell me more about the filter. And then the large language model is going to use the RAG information that we sent it along with how it's been trained and provide me with this amount of feedback. And you can see that it's actually quoting quite a bit of text from the manual. So I'm going to type quit here, and then I'm going to go into my GPS ticket. And the logical thing to ask here is, how should the customer initiate the return? And it will come through and say, boom, 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 here's how you do it, here's the number to call, great. Let's say I wanted to find out a little bit more information too and say, tell me about the nighttime photo capabilities of this drone. So it's thinking, and it comes back and tells me it can do stunning nighttime photos. And then I'm going to call out the LLM and say, cite your sources. Tell me where that came from. And based on the given data sources, no specific user queries provided an answer. So that's a little puzzling. What's important to know is we have this concept of responsible AI, and part of that is understanding that models aren't always consistent in the way they return data. Sometimes they even make up data trying to answer it, or maybe use it from the web and put it in the context of the question. And so in order to mitigate that, we'll use something called evaluations, which we'll jump into. But before I do that, I do want to jump out of here and address something that I know is probably on the top of everyone's mind, is that, wait, our system is web-based and it's much larger than what you just talked about, right? So how does a system with so many moving pieces work in this intelligent apps arena? This is why we built the eShop support demo project. This is a large-scale microservices-based project. It's built on top of .NET Aspire, and it includes many different components, including the ability to swap between a local model using Ollama, for example, for a developer experience, to a cloud-based model such as OpenAI. It also includes components like a Python service. And the reason why is because Aspire can wire in that Python service as part of the microservices suite for your application and allow you to use that even if the rest of your application is .NET. So there's no reason to have to go completely to Python or completely to .NET, because they can work together inside the same application. So let's take a quick look at eShop support. I'm going to jump into Visual Studio. And here we're looking at the app host and basically the different services that it's setting up. And the way, if you're not familiar with .NET Aspire, you define different resources that have a set of assets and information related to them that simplify the way that different resources can communicate with each other and can discover capabilities and can operate. And this will work in conjunction with our building blocks to give us a very unified way to build our application. Here I'm running the Aspire dashboard. Now, I did not set up my Python environment, so it's quickly telling me that there is an issue with the Python piece, and then I can use that dashboard to drill in, find out more information. But I'm going to go ahead and jump into the UI because I know I'm not using that piece yet, which is why I hadn't configured it. And I'll show you what the experience looks like. So in the UI, I'm going to play the role of a customer coming in to provide a ticket. So I'm logging in as Alice, and we've published the login information right on the demo for you. It's not recommended for production apps, but it makes it easy for us to jump in and start this ticket. We're going to ask if it's related to a specific product so that we can give that context to the large language model and to the ticketing agent as well. And this is using semantic search to, again, match what the user types in with that product. Now, Alice is saying, tell me about the sun safety features of the product itself. And then Alice will click submit, and that will be routed to an agent. This isn't an interactive chat or anything right now. Let's go to the agent side now. So the agent is going to log into the system. And right now, because they're trying to go to the agent control panel, but they're signed in as Alice, they get access denied. So we'll log out, we'll log in as the agent, Bob and Bob. And now we've got a grid that has succinctly summarized the last action on the ticket, gives us an indicator of whether it's a question or if the customer is unsatisfied, including a satisfaction meter so we can see the relative level of ire, if you will, of the customer, right? So I can very easily triage what's important for me to look at. When I go into the ticket, not only do I see the summary, but I can scroll through the information of the details of the discussions if I need to and find that context. And then what we've also added on the side, similar to our console application, is the ability to chat. And there's even a few sample prompts to help the agent think of things that they can ask the model to help them work with the customer. And so we'll go over to the chat side. And then the agent is going to type in, and I'll just go ahead and pretend like I'm typing here. What is the, are you ready for this? Expected lifetime of the sleeping bag. And so the assistant goes off and comes back and says, according to the product manual, expected lifetime is 10 years or more. Pretty good answer, very specific, and even referencing the product manual. So when is the best time of the year to take a picture of the Milky Way? I've asked it a totally random question. Here's what's interesting. It came back and said, actually, Milky Way photography is at night, surprise, and it gives me a link into the manual to see. So I'm going to go ahead and click that link and see where it takes me. And we're clicking, 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 and boom, capture amazing shots. Now what you'll notice is where we landed says nothing about the Milky Way. So this is an example where the response we got was not a great response. It looked very specific, but it wasn't very specific. So now I'm going to ask it to conclude this transaction. Basically, how should I respond to the customer to assess their level of satisfaction? So I'm saying, basically, how satisfied are you with this interaction? And it not only gives me a response that I can cut and paste, but it tells me where it was inspired in the manual. Now, because of that last response, I'm a little bit dubious about this, so I'm going to actually ask for receipts, right? Can you show me your references? And it's going to come back and say, well, maybe I made an error. This is based on general practices, really isn't based on the model. So how do you deal with situations like that where the model isn't consistent with its responses and how it replies? That is where evaluations come in, and I'm going to turn it over to Luis to share evaluations with you.
Awesome, thank you, Jeremy. Those were actually some pretty convincing answers. I
Yeah.
could have believed it, but unfortunately, it was making stuff up, or it was providing ungrounded responses.
Yes.
And so, as software developers, that's a bit of a challenge because we want to feel confident in what we are shipping. We want to feel, we want to trust the software that we're putting out there because, we want to make sure that it's serving our customers' needs and it's being reliable, right? And so, couldn't you just write a test for it? And you might be right. Like, sure, let's go ahead and test and evaluate the system. Except that there are a few differences between traditional software and performing AI evaluations, right? And here's just a subset of what those are. Now, we're going to start with the outputs, and we kind of clearly saw there in those examples that the outputs may differ. So in traditional software, your output's given a particular input, the output is predictable. It's going to, time and time again, no matter how many times you run it, you're going to be able to predict generally what that output is going to be, right? A true is true and
Right.
false is false, and that's all there is to it. With AI, it's a little bit different. It's a little bit unpredictable, as we saw, because the way that these language models operate is they're probability-based, and they're like, hey, what's the next likely word to come after this sequence of text, right? And so that makes it a little bit unpredictable, even if you're providing the same input.
Right.
And interpreting the output, what good means, it can be subjective, right? Now, you may have heard this term, which is five-spaced testing or evaluations, right? Where it's kind of like, yep, looks good to me, right? But what's good to me may not be good to you, right? So that makes it challenging to evaluate AI systems. The other piece here is patterns, right? And so we have this long history of established patterns in traditional software, like TDD, like adding assertions to our software to test that the software is behaving as expected under certain conditions. And with AI, that's a little bit different because, again, because your output is not predictable, you need to sort of test that the outputs or the quality of the results are sort of within a certain range, right? And so you have to place thresholds into place, right? And then last but not least, a lot of these patterns, a lot of the libraries, a lot of the frameworks that we use for testing in traditional software, they have really tight integrations into our tooling. So inside of Visual Studio, we have the Test Explorer. Inside of GitHub Actions and inside of Azure DevOps, right? You have your CI/CD systems that allow you to test on a continuous basis your software applications. Whereas with AI, the tools are still sort of emerging, right? It's still a fast developing space. And as such, those sets of integrations are yet to develop. Right. And so we've been thinking a lot about this problem here, and how can we bridge that gap between, okay, we have this year-long history and experience of testing traditional software applications, but now we have this new set of applications that we want to evaluate and test. So how can we merge and how can we bring those worlds together, right? And so what you're seeing on screen here is that it starts with APIs and libraries, right? So we have been working with both customers. We've been working with partners inside of Microsoft, as well as Microsoft Research, to come up with a set of built-in evaluators, right, that are provided out of the box inside of these libraries that allow you to evaluate these AI applications. And some of these here you're seeing are things like coherence and fluency and groundedness, right? And these allow you to evaluate your applications. Now, those are out of the box and you can just start using them right away. However, if you would like to extend these evaluators, there's a set of extensible APIs and interfaces that provide you with the building blocks to implement your own evaluator. So for example, let's say that, I don't know, you were building an application that writes jokes. Groundedness, fluency, coherence.
Funniness.
Right, exactly. Like,
Yeah.
I want to evaluate, is this funny, right? And so you could build an evaluator that allows you to determine and evaluate how funny something is, a response is. And so you're going to see that interface here. One of the things that I'll kind of call out here is this chat message. So in addition to itself providing these sets of libraries, providing their own extensible APIs, they also build on top of the foundations that we talked about earlier, which is Microsoft Extensions.ai, right? So again, you're building on top of a solid foundation. Now, in terms of patterns, right, one of the things that you may already have your testing framework of choice. And so how can you now leverage it to evaluate these AI applications? The two main things, what I have here is a test, and the two main things that I want to call out here is that the fact up there looks fairly familiar, and the assertion at the bottom there, right, should also look familiar. The only difference that I'll call out here is that instead of having a sort of an objective or a predictable output, we're evaluating the relevance, in this case, the relevance metric, based on whether it's good, and there is some measure of good here, right? So that's a slight tweak, but the patterns are generally the same. This looks like a test. And then last but not least, because you're leveraging those frameworks and the libraries for testing that you are traditionally used to, right? Well, doesn't it just make sense that it should also integrate with your tooling?
Right.
And so that's one of the goals here as well, that it should integrate natively into the tooling. And so what you're seeing here is a set of evaluations on the left-hand side in the Test Explorer, and on the right-hand side, you're seeing a report that gets generated inside of Azure as part of a pipeline inside of Azure DevOps.
Nice.
All right, so let's see. So how exactly do these AI evaluations work? Generally speaking, it starts with a prompt, right? So you showed us what a prompt was, and in this case, we're providing a prompt to a language model to generate an answer, all right? At that point, we can also provide a ground truth, or what exactly is the expected output. Exactly. What's the expected output? And then we provide that to the evaluator. So what exactly does the evaluator look like? Well, we saw what the interface generally looks like, but what we're actually providing is we're also providing it a prompt that provides a combination of either a user prompt, the generated answer, and the ground truth to perform the evaluation. So we use the language model actually as our critic to determine and rate, hey, how well are these responses, whatever that response it is that you're evaluating for, right? And then last but not least, that's kind of what produces that evaluation result. So let me just jump here to a quick demo of what this looks like in action. So you're going to see here I have an XUnit test project. Again, it's going to look very similar to what you were seeing there. And if I were to what we saw on the slide there, if we right-click Run here inside, what this is going to do is it's going to send this eval question, and it's going to use this helper method evaluate question to go ahead and generate that evaluation, right? It's going to generate the response, it's going to evaluate the response, and then return to me after a few seconds the scores here. All right, so that comes back, and we see that the test passes, and now we can determine, if we need to take action, for example, if it failed, if there's anything else that
Improve the prompt.
Exactly.
Yep.
Now, all of those runs and all of these iterations, they're actually persisted, right? In this case, we are persisting them on disk. And so what you're seeing here is that there's also a set of tools here that if you run the .NET AI eval report set of tools or commands here, provided the path where you stored those runs and you have all of that information, you can generate this really nice report that provides you with visuals as to, for each iteration and for each question that you sent over, what were those metrics and what were the results of those evaluations, okay? So with that, AI evaluations are coming soon to the .NET ecosystem, so we can't wait. Stay tuned in the next few days. You're going to hear a little bit more about this, and we can't wait for you to try it out and try out a lot of the things that we talked about here today.
We gave them a sneak peek ahead of time.
Sneak peek, exactly. So stay tuned. So that concludes our talk. Make sure to go ahead and get .NET 9, and check out the list of resources here that we have both in docs and samples so you can get started.
Luis, Jeremy, thank you so much for that amazing session. We don't have any time for questions on this one, but that was awesome. I love a sneak peek of some new AI goodness. Quickly before we hand it off to our next session, I do want to promote our .NET Conf Student Zone. So if you're newer to .NET, if you're a .NET learner, or if you're an educator in the space and you teach .NET to other folks, check out this event on November 18th. We're going to be talking about AI, we're going to be talking about web and career sessions. I'm super excited. We're going to be running it twice as well, so if you're in different time zones, please check it out.
All right, I can't wait to see more. With the AI, we just heard about the AI talk. We have a new page that's coming live maybe in an hour or so. I'm doing the final touches for that page to go live to check out some of the goodness that are coming out with .NET 9. So I'll go deploy. I'm gonna go really quick after our session here. We are ending our hosting. There are gonna be new hosts coming on. So it was a pleasure to be here with you. And so with that, I think we can start transitioning to Safia and Mike. They're gonna be talking about happily ever after, OpenAPI in .NET 9.
All right, thanks. Thanks, folks. And I'm Mike Kistler. I'm here with Safia to talk to you about a new feature that we have coming in .NET 9, OpenAPI document generation. And we hope that you'll think it is happily ever after. My name is Mike Kistler. I'm a principal program manager in the ASP.NET organization. I've been involved in OpenAPI for many years and recently joined the OpenAPI Technical Steering Committee.
And I'm Safia Abdallah. I'm a software engineer on the ASP.NET Core team.
All right, so here's what we're going to talk about today. We're going to start with a slide that just goes through the very highlights of what we're introducing for OpenAPI document generation in .NET 9. And then we're going to jump into a bunch of demos. I'm going to start by demoing how you generate OpenAPI documents, how you can view that generated document in a UI, and then how you can also generate your OpenAPI documents at build time. Then I'll go on to show how you can add rich metadata like descriptions and tags and summaries to all of your program elements so that your OpenAPI document is very rich and provides users with all the information that they need. And then the last thing that I'll do is I'll show you how you can take that generated OpenAPI document and use it in your local development tooling. In particular, I'll show how you can use OpenAPI linters to check for specific patterns in your OpenAPI. And we'll actually see that there's still some problems, and that's where Safia will come in.
Yeah. Awesome. And after that, we'll wrap up and take some questions from the audience.
All right, so to start, we're introducing OpenAPI document generation in .NET 9. And this is going to be a feature that's available for both minimal APIs and for controller-based APIs.
And one of the great things about this new support is that we're continuing the trend that we picked up in .NET 8, which is this built-in support is native AOT friendly by default. So when you're using it in conjunction with minimal APIs, you get total native AOT compat across both your API experience and your OpenAPI experience.
We also have a bunch of attributes and extension methods and other means for you to add metadata to all the parts of your application, so you get that very rich OpenAPI document generated.
Yes, and if the metadata and the built-in inference that we use isn't enough, there is also support for OpenAPI transformers that allow you to modify the basic components of an OpenAPI document to your heart's content. We're going to be showing you all of that throughout this talk. So with that in mind, Mike, do you want to get started with this demo?
I will. So we'll start with generating OpenAPI documents. And what I want to start with first is to show you our documentation. And we've worked very hard on this. We think that This is going to be very helpful for you as you integrate generated OpenAPI documents into your workflow. So you can see here it's under the OpenAPI tab in the ASP.NET Core. You can see we're already updated to .NET 9. We already have our .NET 9 docs out. And I'll show you some parts of this documentation as we go through. I'll be demoing this with a little application that Safia has built that's called the Trainer API. And the Trainer API has a couple of resources that let you manipulate them or get them or update them, delete them. There's clients and trainers. So that's the application that we'll be using. So the first thing that we want to do is add OpenAPI document generation to this app. And if you go down here in the docs, you'll see that the first thing that you need to do is add a package called Microsoft ASP.NET Core OpenAPI to your application. And then you're going to add a few lines into the program.cs of your application. And so I'll flip up over here. We've actually already done this in this application. And you can see here that we have the package already in our CS proj. And in the program.cs, we have the add OpenAPI statement up here, adding the OpenAPI services into the Web Application Builder services collection. And then we have map OpenAPI. And map OpenAPI exposes an endpoint where the generated OpenAPI document is served. So let's see what this looks like. We're going to run the application. Now this is going to offer to open this in the browser, and we can click this, but something that I want to warn you about is I'm actually running in a dev container here. And when the dev container opens that link, it doesn't actually open it as localhost, which is where it needs to for proper core support. It opens it as 127.0.0.1. So I'm going to quickly flip this over here, and I'm going to go to localhost. Now what I'm showing here is the Scalar UI that we've integrated into our application. But before I go through that, let me show you what the generated OpenAPI looks like. You can see that this is at localhost of our application, OpenAPI/v1.json. And this is just a raw JSON output that is the OpenAPI document. You can see it's OpenAPI 3.1, and it's got all our paths listed here, the endpoints, and if I go down further, you'll see the schemas and such. Most people don't like looking at raw JSON, so let's go back and look at the nice UI. So here we have the UI. You can see that we have the client's endpoints here, and we have trainers' endpoints here. This is all nicely formatted. In part, this is because we've already added some of that OpenAPI metadata to this so that the clients and the trainers are separated out by tag. And if we come down here, we can see that we have this get a client interface, one of the client interfaces. It shows you what this looks like. It shows you what the responses are. And it has a test request option as well. So if you bring up that test request and you put in a path variable, which you need, you hit send. And that actually comes back with the response down here. So you can see that that's all live and hooked up. And you could test all of the endpoints in your application using a UI like this. And there are other UIs like this. We just happen to pick Scalar, but there's other options. And those options are all enabled because we're generating a standard OpenAPI document for you. Now, if we come back to Scalar and we close up the send request thing and we scroll down a little bit more, you can see that in the update client, we have this nice body that's described here with an ID that has a nice description, and we have the first name that not only has a description but says that it has a max length of 50 and it has a pattern that you have to follow and things like that. All those things are important things for your users to know when they're trying to use your API. So let me show you how those all get added. Coming back here, we'll come to our trainer API. And this is the APIs that we're exposing for trainers. And you can see that we've added extension methods to add things like the operation ID is added with a with name extension. And we add a summary. We can add a description. And we can even add descriptions on some of the parameters to the methods with this description attribute. So all these things are things that you can add on the operations. And then to show you the kinds of things that you can do on data, we'll come down here to trainer. And here we have our trainer class, which represents a trainer. And we have descriptions on each of these fields, the properties in the trainer. And we can have descriptions. We can put these other constraints on here, like max length and regular expression. You saw what those looked like in the generated documentation. This is where they came from. Now, one thing that I want to mention, this is a record, and we also declare the properties in the record separately. We do something a little bit different in the client class, client record. Here we're just declaring the parameters to the primary constructor. And when you do that, you can still add descriptions and you can still add all of the constraints, but you have to add this little property tag in front of the attribute so that it knows that it goes on the property and not on the parameter. So that's just a little warning for you. Okay, so now we've generated an OpenAPI document, we've viewed it in our UI, we can see how we add all this nice metadata. The last thing that I want to show you is how you actually generate at build time. And now I'm going to go back to the documentation, and we just come down here a little bit further. Generate OpenAPI documents at build time. And there's another package that you will need here, Microsoft Extensions API Description Server. And again, we've already actually added that to the project. When you add that, by the way, with that .NET command, it adds this extra parameters to it. And then you can customize that with this property, OpenAPI Documents directory, to tell it where you want that document to be generated. And here we said we want it generated right in the project directory. And so that's where it got generated, right here. And here's the same file that we saw generated from the endpoint. And what I want to show you now is what you can do with that kind of file when it's sitting in your directory. You can do things like lint it with a linting tool called Spectral. So I've actually got a Spectral rule set here that I've created that checks standard OpenAPI things, but also checks for things like if all operations have a success response, if all operations have an error response, if all my parameters have a description. Do I have security schemes and response schema examples? And so when I look at that, I can come over here and I can go to the Problems tab, and it's not showing my problems. So maybe I don't have my extension installed. Spectral. Okay, sorry about that. I did not have my extension installed. So now I'll come back here and I'll open the file. And now you see that we actually have 4 problems. Clear filters. And what it's telling me is that my response body schemas should have an example, but they don't. Okay, so it shows me each of the occurrences of that. And it also shows me that I don't have security schemes defined for my OpenAPI document. And Safi is going to show how you can fix that.
Yes, Mike, I think I can help you out with that. Now, I'm using the same spectral linting tool in the CLI to check out the errors that you've observed with our OpenAPI document as it's currently being generated. So as you mentioned, there's 2 things going on. We don't have any examples for any of our schemas, and we don't have security schemes defined, even though there are endpoints in our application that require authorization in order to be accessed. So let's go ahead and try to fix that. And the way we're going to try to fix that is with OpenAPI transformers. So what's a transformer? A transformer is an implementation that can be applied onto the OpenAPI document to add, delete, or modify elements within that document. There are 3 kinds of transformers that we're going to talk about today: document transformers, operation transformers, and schema transformers. So if we take a look at the entry point for my application in my program CS, you'll see that I've made a little bit of a modification to the add OpenAPI call that Mike was talking about earlier. In this particular case, I have provided a callback to the add OpenAPI call that will make some invocations on our options object. Transformers in the built-in OpenAPI support can be registered into the options object in order to be applied into a document. And what I've done here is defined 2 extension methods: use job bearer authentication and use examples that will encapsulate the logic associated with my related transformers. So there we go. We've got it set up to where we can actually call these transformers and apply them in our code. But if I jump to my other file here, you'll see that I don't actually have anything implemented yet. So let's try to write some code to apply these transformations. The first one I'm going to take a look at is the use job bearer authentication transformer. Our application takes advantage of job bearer token-based authentication in its API. And in order to indicate this in my OpenAPI document, I need to do 2 things. First, I need to declare job bearer-based authentication as a security scheme that's supported by my API at the top level. The next thing I'm going to need to do is iterate through all of the routes in my application that might require authorization and indicate that in order to access them, somebody will need to provide some sort of token. So let's go ahead and do that. The first thing I'm going to do is declare the OpenAPI security scheme that my API is taking advantage of. I've declared it here, OpenAPI security scheme, using the Microsoft OpenAPI library. We can see that it is an HTTP-based security scheme, which is how OpenAPI knows that it uses a bearer token authorization header. And the ID that I'm using is the default authentication scheme that ASP.NET Core uses for job bearer-based authentication. So I've got the scheme defined. Now I need to be able to reference that scheme both at the top level in my document and within the endpoints that require authorization. So how do I do that? Well, I'm going to go in and invoke a method on my options object called add document transformer. And there's a couple of different ways that you can invoke the add document transformer API. The strategy that I'm going to show you here is the lambda-based pattern. I can pass an inline lambda to this method, and this lambda is going to take 3 different arguments. The first is going to be the document, which is the OpenAPI document that I want to modify. The second is going to be a context object, which contains some helpful information about the type of API that I'm interacting with. And the last is going to be a cancellation token that I could use for any APIs that I want to call within the body of my transformer that need it. So let's go ahead and declare that method signature. Okay, the next thing I want to do is actually implement the logic inside my transformer. And I've got that populated here. I'm going to go ahead and call into my doc schema. Sorry about that. There we go. Takes a while to figure out all the snippets that you need to access. But what this document transformer is going to go ahead and do is populate the top-level components element in my OpenAPI document, which contains references to properties that I might commonly refer to with the scheme that I generated using that same authentication scheme name that we declared as part of our default ASP.NET Core job bearer config. Cool. So now we've declared it at the top level in my document. The next thing we want to do is actually go through and iterate through all of the routes that are declared in my application and add that transformer or add that security requirement onto them if they so need it. And the way I'm going to do that is with the add operation transformer. Now, the add operation transformer has an API shape that is pretty similar to what you might see for the document transformer. It's going to take an operation, a context, and a cancellation token. And in the body of this transformer, I'm going to go ahead and use that context object to explore the endpoint metadata that's associated with my application and search for any APIs that might have an authorization attribute applied onto them, which indicates to me that we probably need auth here. And then go ahead and apply that security requirement onto the security property within that operation. So, cool. I've used both the document transformer and the operation transformer to get set up with my security schemes for this application. So if I go ahead and build my application in the background, it'll go ahead and spin up that logic that Mike showed you earlier, which will generate the OpenAPI document at build time. And then we can go ahead and run the linter to verify that Spectral is no longer complaining about the lack of security schemes in my document. So let's hop back in to the view for Spectral, run the linter again on the document that's been generated, and now we see we've just got our examples to worry about. So let's go ahead and fix that part of our document. I've already got my use examples extension method declared, but I haven't actually added the schema transformer that I need in order to be able to add those examples into the document. So let's go ahead and invoke it. And I'm going to do that with a slightly different syntax for registering transformers. Instead of passing a lambda inline to my add schema transformer, I'm actually going to pass an instance of the example schema transformer class, which I haven't implemented yet. This is another invocation pattern for transformers. Not only can you pass them inline with your lambda, you can also pass in a class. So let's go ahead and implement that example schema transformer method or class. Okay, I've popped in quite a bit of code here, but I want to draw your attention to a couple of key things. The first is that my schema transformer implements the OpenAPI schema transformer interface. This is the key interface that the Microsoft ASP.NET Core OpenAPI package will look at to understand if this should be a transformer that is applied onto schemas in the document. Now what I've done here is I have used a fake data generator to mock up some examples in my application. This is just a toy sample. In reality, we might want something that's a little bit more static. But here you can see I've used it to generate examples for clients, trainers, and the list of trainers that's returned by my trainers API. Now, I'm getting some complaints from C# that I don't actually implement the required transform async method that the OpenAPI schema transformer requires. So let's go ahead and implement that. The shape of this method looks pretty familiar. It takes the schema, a context, and a cancellation token. In this case, I'm using it to look up the examples that I've pre-populated in my examples dictionary based on some information I'm deriving from the context object. In this case, the context object for a schema transformer gives me information about the JSON type that schema was derived from. So now I've got it set up to where I can apply that schema transformer onto my document. So if we're lucky, we'll run our build again. It will regenerate that training API JSON file, and we'll run Spectral, and huzzah, we've got no warnings. We've got a pretty darn perfect OpenAPI file.
Nice.
All of this with the magic of transformers, OpenAPI metadata, and built-in support. Whew, that was a lot, Mike.
You did it, though.
Yeah, we did it.
Well, all right, all right. So we've got a few resources for you. We've got a slide full of resources that we can show you on OpenAPI. The OpenAPI specification. In case you're not familiar with it, you can go there and see all the things that you can describe about your API using OpenAPI. A link to the Spectral linter that we showed you, a link to the Scalar UI that we showed you, and then there's a link to an OpenAPI tools directory which has all kinds of tools that use OpenAPI and you can use in your development workflows. In the middle section is links to all our docs on how to add OpenAPI metadata, on how to build your transformers and hook them into your app. There's a link to a section on using the OpenAPI docs that includes Spectral and other things. and a link to how to do that build time generation. And finally, we have some links on the .NET community. We've done some stand-ups, community stand-ups on this OpenAPI support in the past. You can go find that there, and of course, lots of other great content on .NET. And there's also an open source project called ASP.NET Core OpenAPI that's been developed by a community member that has lots of great examples in it. And in addition, Martin is also doing a talk on transformers later in .NET Conf.
Yeah, so definitely check that talk out by Martin Costello.
And if you don't have the slides, don't worry. There's a hot link at the bottom. There's an AKA link at the bottom that will take you to a page that has all of these links live for you. And with that, I think we are ready for questions.
Wow, thank you so much for this amazing session. This all looks super useful. And we do indeed have a couple of questions. So the first one here from Denise, I'm not even going to try, I'm sorry, I'm totally butchering that. Why does OpenAI 3.1, which is more than 3 years old, why is it still not supported by OpenAPI.NET?
Ooh, very timely question, because Mike and I were just in a meeting about this last week. So the OpenAPI.NET package, which is the underpinning for Microsoft ASP.NET Core OpenAPI, just shipped 2.0.0 Preview 1, which includes support for OpenAPI 3.1. So it's coming soon. It's out in preview now. We were actually talking about what it would look like for us to consume it and iterate on it throughout .NET 10. So this is coming super soon.
It's coming soon. But let me also explain that OpenAPI hasn't followed the traditional SemVer versioning the way many other packages do. 3.1 is actually a breaking change from 3.0, okay? And so it's going to take some things for people to really adopt it. It also provides support for full JSON schema, unlike prior versions of OpenAPI. So it's a lot to digest. The tooling infrastructure is coming along, and actually OpenAPI.NET is one of the leading tooling for OpenAPI 3.1. So it's coming.
Perfect.
Awesome. Okay, let's go on. So this is like kind of a meta question. Somebody said like, where is Swagger? And so like stepping back, I've seen some people like during the keynote too saying like, wait, is Swagger going away? And now there's OpenAPI. Do you want to kind of wrap that up a little bit for us?
Yeah. One of the decisions that we made is that out of the box, we are not shipping any kind of UI for OpenAPI in the templates or in ASP.NET Core. So Swagger UI does not come out of the box. You do get that OpenAPI document generation, and Mike, you showed how we could use Scalar to bring our own UI to it. I think we've actually got docs on how you can bring Swagger UI.
We do. Yep, yeah. So we try to take it up to the generation of the OpenAPI, and then you can take whatever tools that consume a standard OpenAPI document and tack those on to do whatever it is that you need to do. Yep.
That feels like a nice approach because there are so many tools out there, and instead of being tied to one, it's like, here's the doc, you go play, right?
Yep, right. Sky's the limit. Yeah.
Very cool.
Awesome. We have one last question. Can we customize and add a custom page to the Scalar documentation? Like I have something else that I want to add there, which is important for the consumer of this API. Can I add something custom in there, or is it all represented in code?
This is a good question. I'm getting a pop quiz on Scalar. I don't know if it has support for it out of the box. I definitely recommend opening an issue on the Scalar repo. They're usually pretty responsive in answering that question. And the way it's served, Scalar is it's just another actually minimal API endpoint that serves some HTML behind the scenes. So if you wanted to add another page, it could just be another route that serves up whatever content you need on that page. But yeah, I'd recommend trying out the Scalar GitHub repo or their help channels to see if they might have something pre-configured for that.
All right, that's great. Thank you so much for this amazing session. Yeah. And we're going to look forward to what is next on .NET Conf.
Yeah. So first of all, we got a short little ad for you, which is host a local event. I'm sure you've heard a little bit about this. We've got events going on in the following months around the world. And you can sign up. You go to host local event. There's an AKAMS link. It's .NET Conf 2024/local event/submission. You can, we've got the links in the description and stuff. But those will be a great opportunity for you to go and attend, to present locally, and all those things.
Yeah,
so.
you can do all these amazing things. Cool. And we had a little shift in hosts.
Yes.
John and Gerald are here now
for
the next couple of sessions to do this Q&A and guide you through day one, the end of day one.
We'll take you right up to the code party.
Yeah, which is going to be nuts.
Yeah. So I'm local here. I'm West Coast, California. You're all the way from Netherlands.
The Netherlands, yeah. I got in yesterday, and I'm still a little bit tired. So I'm just happy to be here for sure. But
great.
Also happy to go to bed later.
Well, we've got a really cool session coming up. We've got Beth and Alon, and they're going to be talking about building hybrid apps with Blazor MAUI.
Yeah.
Take it away.
Hey everybody, I am Beth Massey. I am a product manager on the .NET MAUI team, and I'm here with...
Hi, I'm Alon Lipton, and I'm a software engineer on the .NET MAUI team.
And today we're going to talk to you about how to build hybrid apps with .NET MAUI and Blazor and some other things today. So, John, get your titles correct. Okay, so first I just want to say that across Microsoft we invest in a lot of different client technologies for you to build custom client native experiences as well as web experiences. Okay, from Windows native with WinUI 3, for example, cross-platform with .NET MAUI, hybrid apps, which we're going to talk about today with Blazor Hybrid, as well as things like Blazor Web. Okay. Why would you choose some of these different types of clients to build? There's a lot of different benefits of these types of clients. For Windows native, that gives you the deepest native experiences on the Windows operating system. For cross-platform native, you get to write once, but you can run on multiple devices. So that saves you a lot of time and energy in learning different device platforms sometimes. So you can target multiple things with one code base. Or you can take a hybrid approach where you can target these native devices with one code base, but your UI is web UI. And that allows you to then reuse the UI across the native devices as well as web applications. And then, of course, there's a lot of web frameworks that you can use to have maximum reach across any web browser in the world. All right, so for .NET developers, you do have choices for different types of apps you want to build. On one side, we have Blazor, and you probably learned a lot about that today. Dan Roth had a session earlier that was pretty amazing. Blazor lets you build interactive websites with C#. Then there's .NET MAUI, and Dave and Rachel probably talked to you a lot about that today. And .NET MAUI allows you to create native apps for Windows, Mac, iOS, and Android with a single code base. But it's a sliding scale, so you can choose the technologies that are right fit for you. There's a hybrid approach where you take the best of MAUI and the best of Blazor together, and you can create hybrid applications that also allow you to reuse your web UI on the web too. And that's what we're going to talk about today. All right, so what are hybrid apps exactly and why build them? There's a lot of different reasons why you want to build a hybrid application. Like we mentioned, it's a blend of native and web technology. So the UI is written using the web technologies like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Blazor, and it's wrapped in that native app container. You have access, in that case, that means you have access to those native platform features and device hardware. So you can leverage the device-specific things you need that are sometimes really hard to do on a web application, or they're not even possible at all. And the hybrid applications can be mobile or desktop apps, okay? So they can run on multiple device platforms. And then that means you don't have to have the need for completely separate development. This allows you to take web applications that you may have already and reach them via the mobile app stores, for instance. So you want to have wider distribution of your application, for instance. And then one of the biggest benefits we see a lot of customers, it's really about code reuse across these device platforms and web at the same time. So you can deploy, day zero, you can deploy new updates to your app across all the device platforms as well as the web. And that saves you a lot of time, it saves you a lot of development resources, and it gets you to market faster, okay? All right, so what's .NET MAUI Blazor Hybrid? All right, so really it's about embedding a web .NET Razor components via a Blazor Web View control that sits inside of the .NET MAUI platform. .NET MAUI really gives you that device abstraction layer, like it abstracts, gives you access to a lot of APIs, a solid API that abstracts a lot of the different things that a device would do, like take photos or rotation or swipe or contacts or Bluetooth, things like this. Then, basically all those assets, those Blazor assets, are packaged with the app. So no internet is actually required. The UI is packaged with the app. You also have access to all the awesome Blazor built-in components that you might be used to if you're a Blazor developer, like input controls and validation and forms and auth. But you use the MAUI abstraction layer to get at the multi-platform. So you write once and you can target multiple devices. And then we have a new solution template, which we'll show you today, that allows you to reuse the web UI across the native and the web applications. Okay.
Actually, can I ask you just one question, Beth?
Yeah.
I want to double check this. This is not a .NET MAUI application that's just running a web server over Wi-Fi.
Right.
Everything is packaged and located inside the package that's installed on the machine, on your iPhone or Android.
Exactly.
So I can unplug the Wi-Fi, but the app is still there.
Exactly. So you can think if when you say web, it is sort of weird things come to mind, like I need an internet connection. But really, you can think about it as like if I was writing just native controls in a MAUI app, you wouldn't expect me to get them over the internet either. Those things are packaged and compiled with the application, and that's exactly the same thing too. It is packaged with the application itself. Also, you can connect to the internet to do other things if you need to.
That's really
all right. All right, so a lot of times people are wondering what approach is best for me. Okay, so there's a lot of reasons why you would use web UI versus native UI, and a lot of times native UI might be a better approach for the app that you're trying to build. So web UI typically looks the same across devices, and the way you control that is with CSS. While native UI, especially on the MAUI stack, by default gives you device-specific look and feel. Okay, that might be important to you. The user experience sometimes with native UI can afford more seamless user experiences, like Android looks like Android, iOS looks like iOS. That might be important for your application. But for a web UI, code reuse is really one of the biggest benefits. So you can really reuse your code, and you may already have existing web UI that you're using for a web application, and you want to use that in a native app. And then sometimes it really just comes down to the skill set. Web UI requires knowledge of HTML and JavaScript and CSS, while native UI, particularly on the Microsoft stack, requires knowledge of XAML. So it's just pick your poison. All right, so one of the customers that we recently ran into has an amazing application, MyRide K-12 by Tyler Technologies. It allows parents to track where their students, where their children are, the students, on buses to and from school. They have over 2,500 schools that use this application across the United States and Canada. They have a ton of downloads on the app stores. What was really interesting about this team is a very small team of 3 engineers that are able to provide updates to their web application and their mobile applications at the same time. It allows their QA people to test one UI, and that has 99% of the same UI across the board. And it really was an overwhelming success for them. So we're actually seeing a lot more of these customers come to us and say how amazing that the time to market really saved them. Okay.
And I remember in the conversation with them, they asked us what we thought of what they were able to do with sharing UI, and I told them that I was just beaming the whole time because they exactly did what we wanted Blazor Hybrid sharing UI between web and multiple platforms to do. And so we were extremely happy that they were able to achieve, with a very small team, exactly what we want Blazor Hybrid to deliver. So it was great to hear that.
That's exactly why we build this stuff. It's very cool. All right, next. Okay, cool. Here we go. There we go. All right, so how do they do this? Okay, so at a very high level, the architecture is like this. There is, at the core, shared Razor class libraries that have the web UI that you want to share between your web application and your native app. Okay, so in this case, it's any of the Razor components themselves and any interfaces that you're using in your UI to services. You may have different implementations for a service depending on where you're rendering it, whether it's the web or whether it's a native device. And we'll show you some examples of that today. Now, you can do this today with .NET 8. In just a couple hours, you can can follow 24 steps to glue this all together. Okay, you create a MAUI app, you create a Blazor web app, you create a component library, you hook it all up together. You could read the docs, but we actually made this a lot simpler for you in .NET 9, and so
it's 23 steps now.
No.
Okay, just checking.
It's one or two.
It's just one,
I
two
don't know.
steps.
Why don't we get to a demo?
Let's try
Okay,
it
let's
out.
get to a demo and try it out. All right, so here we go. Here we go, Visual Studio. All right, so I'm just going to create a new project in Visual Studio. I've already got Blazor Hybrid here selected as the type. Now, this is the template that we had already, the .NET MAUI Blazor Hybrid app that just creates a single project for you, the hybrid project. But we also now have a solution template here that's the .NET MAUI Blazor Hybrid and Web template, okay? Now, I'm going to create this one here, so check it out. I'll just name it whatever. Now, the only question it asks you is on the web app, what type of render mode would you like? Okay, so depending on what you pick, it either creates 3 or 4 projects for you and glues them together. So server is 3, WebAssembly and auto create 4. So you have the WebAssembly. I'm going to include the sample pages in this case because we're going to actually walk through them. All right, so what Visual Studio is doing right now is it's creating all those projects. It's creating a Razor class library project that has all of the UI. The sample code is all the UI, the familiar counter page and that kind of thing. So I don't know why the error list keeps coming up, so let's close that thing. All right, so here are the projects. This is the MAUI app. This is the shared Razor class library. This is the Blazor server and then the Blazor client, okay? And what it's done is it's hooked it all together, all right? So you'll see all the layout and the pages here. This is all the UI here in the shared, okay? And then the project references are to the web and the native MAUI app. Now, what I want to do is I'm going to run this. So I'm just going to configure multiple startup projects so we can see the MAUI app run. In this case, I'll just deploy to Windows, and then we'll create, this is the one I want here. We'll just start that without debugging. It's fine. Okay, so while this fires up, let's walk through a couple of these things. Okay, so here's the MAUI hybrid app. Okay, you'll notice if you're a Blazor developer, we have a dub root folders here. Those you should be familiar with. Your static assets go in there. You have components. If you're a MAUI developer, you have your platforms. You have all your device-specific code goes in here. And it looks like it's firing up pretty quickly. So let's take a look at what this app looks like. It should look familiar. Here it is running on Windows. So you'll see Hello World. It's got the counter page. It's interactive because everything on a hybrid app is interactive by default. You'll see here's the web application, same thing. We had auto, interactivity, the weather page. You'll notice that the home page actually is displaying where it's coming from, what the device is you're running on, and the platform, okay? In the case of the desktop app, it's running on desktop and WinUI. In the case of the server app, it's running on my Surface here. And we also did interactive auto, so if I refresh it now, it's running on WebAssembly. All right, so let's take a little tour of this code. All right, so how do we do that? So first thing, in the MAUI application, we're going to go to the main page. What you're going to see is this Blazor web view we were talking about. This is the control that hosts all of our content, okay? This right here is the shared roots. So up here, we have the assembly that we're referring to is the shared, okay? That has all of our UI. And it basically is going to render all of our content through here. Now, technically, we could put some native controls in here too if we wanted to use MAUI native controls. And he's going to show you a little bit how to do that later. But here's how it all is rendering. Now, with the home page, we saw this form factor, right? And what it's doing is it's doing this interface service injection, right? Because we need to provide a different implementation for web and for the native devices, what we did is we just created a little example of form factor. Okay, so iForm factor is here in the Razor class library, and it just has these two interfaces here. And we're using them on the home page. But the implementations, when we go over to, say, MAUI, and I don't know why I'm getting that, but that's okay, is right here, form factor. Okay, so this is the form factor implementation, and we're injecting that right into the builder. And then similarly with the web app, same thing. If we go over to Program CS, you'll see right there's form factor. If you see the implementations of them, then on the web, it just returns web, and it returns the environment OS version. And on the MAUI side, it It uses the MAUI abstraction layer, device info, idiom. It's I don't know, coming through, not available. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. Well, I guess we released today, and maybe that's what happened.
It could be. Yeah.
It did run.
The latest RC build. So
the latest RC build.
Bonus surprise.
Okay, let's switch over to a Meteor application. Okay, that got us started. But
that was just the default.
That's just the default template.
With one click.
This is one click, and you can get all of that, right? Okay, so. What I want to show you here is not only can you inject services for different functionality, you don't have to have the same UI, because a lot of times your mobile apps and your desktop apps, whether that's a web app or a desktop app, a device app, need different UI.
Narrow or wide or.
We're talking about a lot of different UI idioms that are different, right? So here's an application I call Honeydew. It's an application that I wrote for my honey, my husband, who needs to do a lot of things around the house. So it's sort of like a to-do app. Okay, it's a glorified to-do app. Let's go ahead and run this. I'm also going to start both the Windows and the web. And we're just going to take a look at this. Now, you'll see there's a couple tasks that need to be done today. This is the web application, and you can see all tasks. You can show completed tasks. This is using the Blazor Quick Grid that came out last year with .NET 8. I also have the Windows app running, and you'll see it's got pictures this time though. So it's got a little bit of a different UI. It's still using the quick grid, but we actually have some pictures here that we're also showing. So when we edit, fix the car, you can actually pick a photo. And this is using the MAUI abstraction layer to go ahead and pick photos from your operating system. That's fine. Okay, so I also have a little phone down here. Let me run this guy again. Looks like it quit. Let's go. All right, so I have a phone. I have an Android device, so I'm going to go ahead and launch this on the phone. Now, you'll notice that this uses like more of a card view, okay? So you're scrolling this direction, because a grid does not make sense on a phone, right? All right, so let's also take a look at the add task. Let's see, we're going to need to clean the studio, because I have to say, it's kind of a mess. But we'll do that tomorrow.
It's not actually a mess here. Just respect to the folks who run this. It's just for the sake of the demo. We're just saying it's messy.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick a photo, and you'll notice that now I'm going to take a picture. This is actually what our studio looks like, okay? And there you go. Now we've got the task, and now it looks like studio. So we could save that, and now we will see that we need to clean the studio tomorrow. Now this is all a little bit different. It's all a little bit different UI, okay, for all of this stuff. So where's my clean studio? Is around here somewhere. There it is right here, okay? So this all looks a little bit different depending on whether we're running the web, whether we're running on a desktop or a native desktop, or whether we're running on the phone. Okay, so let's walk through how do we do that? Okay, so we can do multi-targeting. We can do multi-targeting just like MAUI does multi-targeting, but we can do that in our Razor class library. So you'll see I'm just using some compiler directives. I'm saying if I'm Android or iOS, show the card view, and otherwise show the grid. And then in the edit, we also are doing similar. Okay, so don't even show this table at all if I'm on the web. Otherwise, I'll show the take photo button if I'm on a phone. And I'm using the interface injection pattern to do this photo manager, okay? And the photo manager has our implementation of it on the MAUI side is using the media picker API, okay? That allows us to pick photos from the operating system itself, from the file system, or you can also take the photos, okay? Capture photos.
And that's one of the benefits of .NET MAUI and the integration is that API is built in, and you get that cross-platform experience.
Exactly.
With one API
Exactly. So you use MAUI to target the 4 platforms, and then you might need to do something different for web. Okay, use like the file uploader in that case, or something like that. Right. Okay, the way that we create this multi-targeted Razor class libraries, we go just like in MAUI, it has target frameworks where you can target which of the operating systems you want to target. In this case, I'm saying .NET 9, that's the web, Android, iOS, Mac Catalyst, or if we're on Windows, build for Windows. And so that enables us to build different versions of our shared class library. And and that's kind of just another way to kind of create UI that needs to target multiple devices and an easy way to do it, I think.
I have an unscripted question. I told you I'd tell you an unscripted question is, I saw that one thing that doesn't seem to change between the different platforms, whether it's web or Android or Windows, is all the tasks are assigned to Nick. Is that hard-coded? Or can that be platform dependent?
That was hard coded.
Okay,
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
hard-coded. That's what I
yeah. I mean, I don't know if you noticed, but my husband did actually enter all the data on the mobile device and actually real things he needs to get done. So,
Fair enough.
Dave,
Ship
if you're
it.
watching me, I love you. All right. All right. So let's go ahead and flip back over to our slides here. All right. Okay. So there's that. So. .NET 9, as you saw, released, and it now has the solution template available. So the idea here is like easy way to get started to reuse your UI across Maui native and Blazor web applications. Use interface injection to support the different hosting models that you need, like I showed, and then use multi-targeting to create UI for different platforms. If you go to AKMS, Maui, Blazor Web, that takes you to the documentation that if you still want to use .NET 8, you can set it up yourself. And if you're in .NET 9, it shows you how to use the template, okay? And if you don't have Visual Studio, you don't want a Visual Studio, you want a command line, it's just called Maui Blazor Web is the name of the template in the .NET MAUI workload. All right, so Maui hybrid apps in .NET 9. Hybrid apps with Blazor are hotter than ever. They're hotter and better and
Blazing.
great. Blazing hot, yeah. Interloop, we did a lot of interloop and hot reload improvements, a lot of bug fixes. The .NET MAUI extension for VS Code also supports hybrid and web development. And then we've also enabled other types of JavaScript front ends to come through into Maui. And Alon, that's your baby. You want to talk a little bit about that? Yeah.
Yeah. So everything that Beth showed is something that we started shipping back since the first version of .NET MAUI, .NET MAUI 6. We made improvements to the integration of Blazor Web UI into .NET MAUI. And starting with .NET 9, as of today, this morning, we also have a new control called the Hybrid Web View that lets you host arbitrary JavaScript web-based applications inside .NET MAUI. And you get all the same types of advantages, such as shared UI. You get to reuse your skills, your knowledge, all that CSS that you've been crafting so much effort putting into that, and host it and gain the advantages of cross-platform MAUI. So regardless of what your app is built with, you can host it inside .NET MAUI. And that's what we'll see in a demo in just a second. But in the meantime, everything you see on the left is what Beth showed with Blazor, and you get all the same advantages. The whole stack, except for just a little Blazor bit at the top, is exactly the same. And with a hybrid web view, it will host your content inside a web view, just like Blazor Web View does, and you get that in hybrid web view. And you also get to interoperate between C# and JavaScript by sending messages and invoking methods, and we'll see that in the demo. So here on my laptop, I've got this demo. Perfect. All right. Now, I'm using a Mac, and I've got Visual Studio Code with a .NET MAUI dev kit, and we'll have a link to this app later. First, let me show this app, and so we see what we're talking about. I've got it already running inside the emulator. I published it earlier. And the top bit with the light background and the very bottom bit here with the tabs, that's .NET MAUI native UI. Those are native controls. This middle part here with the dark salmon color is web UI, yet when I click here on the HTML button, I can send messages to the top, to the .NET MAUI, and I can send messages the other way from C# over to JavaScript. Well, how do we do that? This is a regular .NET MAUI application. There's nothing that special about how it's structured, but inside the main page.xaml, instead of a Blazor Web View control, I've got a few native controls, which you can always use in any .NET MAUI application. And then down at the bottom, we've got this new hybrid web view control. And the only thing you have to tell it is, where's the content? Where's the root of the hybrid application? Let's take a look at the hybrid sample page. So inside the resources, raw, hybrid sample page folder, you've got exactly the things you expect in any web application, an index.html, and in this case, it is referencing one special thing, which is this new hybridwebview.js file that's also included here. Now, this is a standard file you include in any .NET MAUI hybrid web view application. It's got the functionality to wire up the JavaScript and .NET sides of things. And you can receive and send raw messages, so that's what this event hookup is. And you can also invoke methods. So let's take a look at the C# side of things. Back into the code behind of the XAML file. You can send messages from C# back to JavaScript, or you can even invoke a method. So on the hybrid web, you can say, invoke this JavaScript method from C# and get the return value back. And you can pass in parameters, you can run async methods. It's just the regular type of experience, except you're interoperating between C# and JavaScript. Now, that was a pretty basic sample, but what if we want to do something a little bit more advanced?
Like a to-do app?
Like a to-do app, exactly. It's all to-do. So let's go ahead and run this, and this time I'm going to run it on my Mac. Now, to build this to-do application, I didn't want to start from scratch. I wanted to do exactly what we promised you could do, which is take an existing application. In this case, it's a React-based to-do application, which I didn't write it. I just did an online search, find me a React application for to-do, and I forked the repo so I could clone it and make just a few small tweaks so that it could interop with .NET MAUI. So at the bottom of this same app that we saw earlier in the iPhone simulator, I can click this React tab, and now we have, this is a React-based application, but running inside of .NET MAUI. So let's go ahead and set a breakpoint to show you how the two can interop. So I'll set a breakpoint here. So every time data changes in this application, so I'll say do demo, hit the add button, but now, even though that button was a React button in JavaScript running inside a web view, it's calling into this C# method. And in fact, if I expand this tasks list here, we'll see that the do demo task, make it a little wider, the do demo task is right there. So we don't need the breakpoint anymore. Now, how did I wire that up? Let's quickly switch over to this React application. It's a basic to-do application that I downloaded, and the only changes that I made, if I look at what the diff is between my fork and the original application, and thank you to I Am Spruce, somebody I've not met before. I just found this application. All I did as far as Hybrid Web View is I included hybridwebview.js, and the original application, that's the standard file, the original application used browser local storage to read and write everything. So we can see that down here, local storage, it would read and write the items. The only difference is that I'm instead saying, hey, Hybrid Web View, load the to-do items, or hey, Hybrid Web View, I want you to save the to-do items. And that's how I interoperate between JavaScript and C#.
That's awesome.
And I think that wraps it up for that demo. So back to Beth's screen.
That's cool. Awesome. So in summary, we just want to let everybody know that hybrid apps are really a great way for you as web developers that really need native platform capabilities and maybe App Store distribution to go ahead and do that. You reuse your web UI across native apps and web apps, and you use component libraries and interfaces in the case of Blazor to provide different implementations depending on where you're running. Use the MAUI abstraction layer for multi-platform and multi-targeting, and and have an awesome time doing that, I guess. Here are the resources. I guess we're a little bit over time, and are we okay? All right, cool. So check out the demos, Honeydew and Hybrid MAUI app. Hybrid MAUI app's what Alon showed, Honeydew is what I'd show, and let us know if you have any questions. We're around. Any questions? Yeah, questions?
Beth, Elon, yeah, thank you so much for this amazing sessions. We have, one comment actually more from Claudio, which is kudos, because I know Claudio a little bit, and he's in Switzerland where it is like 1 a.m. right now, and he's still going, so that's super cool.
You're keeping him up.
Yeah, we're keeping him up. Blazor Hybrid is my gateway to implement native mobile apps with Blazor components. You showed just a little bit, Elon, but basically you can like mix and match anything right now. If you want to go really crazy, you can have like one tab React app, one tab Blazor app, the rest native .NET MAUI stuff. You can mix and match all this stuff too, right?
Absolutely. So the beauty in .NET MAUI is they're all just controls. So you can have a .NET MAUI native button or list, or use the .NET MAUI layout controls. And you can use a Blazor Web View, and you can use a Hybrid Web View. You can have all of them, or as many as you want inside the application. So whether you're coming from a background of you're a Blazor expert, you've built things, you've mastered it, you have all the components that you absolutely love, and you want to build that, it doesn't even have to be cross-platform, but of course with .NET MAUI it easily can be, and share with the web. And then with Hybrid Web View, if you come from a different background, or you have a developer team that is expert using React or Angular or Vue, it doesn't matter what it is. As long as it just is JavaScript and can be packaged up and embedded inside the application, you can interop. And in the demo that I showed, you can call methods back and forth, send messages back and forth. We really wanted to make sure that with .NET MAUI, whatever assets you have, whatever skills that you have, you can put those to use in .NET MAUI and leverage the rest of the .NET ecosystem with whatever you have. You don't have to start from scratch with any of that, and that's what we set out to achieve. And I think with .NET MAUI 9, it's a much better story.
Awesome, yeah. So kind of bigger question here, just from Dejan asking if there's a chance for a MAUI flavored RAD framework. You know, fond memories of Light Switch here, but also just bigger picture, like, you know, and as I'm watching your demos, I'm thinking about, well, there are already some rad kind of ideas if I bring in like all of the web frameworks as well, right, with React and everything, you know, and Blazor and everything. But
that's right. I mean,
yeah.
There's a lot of Blazor components out there and available, absolutely. There's a ton of stuff on the web for React and Vue and Angular. So I think there's enough rapid application development frameworks for the web out there all over the place. The web is fairly ubiquitous today. Those sorts of things. I think we didn't really show it, but you also have to like, you know, package up and deploy those applications. So that React app was built and deployed. I think the cool thing with Blazor is we have a lot more tooling for you around that. So you are developing and we're building and we're using Visual Studio and all of those, the build chain and everything for you. So in the case of the Blazor hybrid, I think you're going to get a little bit better development experience right now with that. So.
Awesome. Wow, thank you. I mean, amazing demos. You packed quite a bit into 30 minutes. So
thanks guys, appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
So reminder to people watching, we have a .NET Learning Path available, right? So you can go to AKAMS .NET Training, and you were saying you've worked on some of this stuff too, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So you have these amazing learning paths that you can follow. I think you can actually get some XP, right? Internet points.
You can.
Whenever you go through them. So you have like a ton of things. .NET MAUI, Blazor, Blazor Hybrid, all the stuff that you've been seeing and learning about today. You can like self-paced go through that, learn about all these things, and yeah, do it for yourself.
Awesome. Well, speaking about learning, I'm really excited to learn about top .NET features for in Visual Studio. So I'm in Visual Studio all the time. I'm a .NET dev. Let's mix them together. So I'm excited to hear from Junyu and Simona about these new features.
Hi everyone. Welcome to What's New in Visual Studio for .NET developers. My name is Simona, and I'm a product manager in Visual Studio GitHub Copilot.
My name is Junyu. I'm a product manager on VS Diagnostics team. Today we're excited to walk you through all of the latest update we have on Visual Studio 2022 version 17.12. We're going to walk you through the whole development process, starting from a streamlined editor experience, which set a basis for your coding efficiency, followed by Copilot Assistant, which help you to build faster and more smarter code. Next, we'll be showing you a bunch of new features we have on the debugger toolings, which will help you to make your diagnosing and troubleshooting experience more efficient. Last but not least, we will show you our improved commit and push experience, which aims to give you more seamless preparation to production experience and give you a more efficient version control experience. This is the agenda we have for today's presentation. And the project we'll be using to demo all of the features we have is called eShop. It's actually an open source enterprise level project. It's using a lot of frameworks that you guys might be very familiar with. For the front end, we have web and mobile responsive UI, and that's using ASP.NET Core and Blazor for that. And then for the back end, we're using Entity Framework and PostgreSQL to achieve that. And there's a lot of other cloud-related technology that we are using. And also, the eShop is actually a web application that's built for simulating an e-commerce platform.
Yeah, eShop sounds like a pretty cool project, but it also sounds like a pretty large project. How can I easily find something I want in such a big code base?
Good question, Simona. So one way that you can, when you get this project large as eShop, you can go through the Solution Explorer and just look for files, look at the structures, and maybe target the file you want to learn more about or you want to make an edit. But that's definitely not the most efficient way. So with our newest updates, you can actually use code searches to very efficiently do that. So you can click Control-T to bring up the code search like very efficiently. So yeah, let's say if you want to learn a little bit more on catalog, So I can just type in catalog in the search text box. And you can see that all of those catalog results that we got are actually everywhere inside the entire solution. So that's the default setting. If you don't do anything to it, when you do a search in the code search, it will show everything in the solution. But what if I want to scope my search a little bit more? So with our newest feature inside Visual Studio 17.12, you can do that by setting the context project. So you go to the Solution Explorer, and then you double-click on the project that you want to be a context of your search. And then you go back to the code search dialog, and then you can go to this drop-down button right next to the search text box, select Current Project. And then see, you can get all the catalog files that's right under the web app component.
That's really convenient.
Yeah, what's more, if you want to refine your search a little bit more, you can actually search for a bunch of catalog related files and then be able to preview and look at a specific line. So let's say if you want to look at line number 39, so what you do is after the keyword, you follow it by a colon, and then you type number 39. So you can see now all of those have been updated. So you can see all the file and then what is going on at line 39. If there's not enough, they will just show you the entire file. But yeah, you can also turn it off if you don't think you need that much of information by clicking this button on the top right corner to just disable the preview. So if you want to dive into this specific file efficiently, one way of doing it with our newest updates is you can click Control and then double-clicking on any of the list item that you want to dive into, and you can see it takes you in not only the catalog service file, but it actually locates you right at line 39.
So cool, wow.
So yeah, another very highly requested feature that I want to introduce to you guys is that you can now dock the search file. So the search dialog, so you can actually put it right over here, or you can even auto hide it if you need. And for you to bring it back, simply just do the command that we're talking about. You can do a Control-T to bring back the code searches, or Control-Shift-P to bring back the feature searches. So yeah, now we have talked a lot about the code search feature. I'm just going to shift gear a little bit to our finding file features. So this is also, one small feature within the finding file feature is actually also highly requested by a lot of our customers. So how you bring up the finding file dialog is you do Control-Shift-F, which will get you this dialog. And then I'm just going to do a simple search over here. Let's say I want to search all the to-dos in the solution documents. So okay, you're giving me all the result over here. And what you guys might have noticed is there's a new button here that says refresh search result. So before all this feature has been made here, the finding file actually will only show off the result before the search that have been made. So if you ever make change to a document right after you have found a search, you will actually not be able to update it here. But with this button, you are able to get the most updated result.
That seems like a pretty minor change. What are the use scenarios?
So yeah, great question, Simona. Let's say if I want to just check what's going on at to-do 2. Okay, so to-do 2 is similarly to say that implement the method to get the top catalog items, and I have already implemented the catalog item here. So I will just delete this to-do since it's already done. So why do I showcase this? So if you like refresh it, and then you will realize, okay, you can see that it actually works, like the to-do 2 no longer exists in the finding file. What we have done is some user research that discovered our developers frequently use finding file feature to keep track of their to-do list and the change in their file. We want our user to be able to always get the most updated information relating to their to-do list. So that's why this feature is very crucial, especially for our developers trying to code efficiently. So yeah, Simona, I want to hear a little bit more about what's going on the Copilot side. Maybe just show us how you can use Copilot to better learn the files and learn the project.
Yes, totally. Let's take a look at my screen right now, and I will take all of you over to this Copilot chat window. So Copilot chat is a great tool for many exploratory tasks, such as explaining programming concepts, learning about syntax for a new language, or getting familiar with a large code base like eShop. So previously, we have heard your feedback that it's hard to iterate with Copilot because you don't know how to get it give you the correct answer. And it puts a lot of burden on the customer to come up with a great prompt up front. So I have taught Copilot to be smarter, to pick up your intent from a question and give you a smoother user experience. So let's try it out. I'll ask Copilot a really general question. What is basket here? Copilot is thinking. And I want to highlight these loading icons. That is also another new feature in Copilot Chat, which is called function calling. So what function calling does, it will search through the entire solution and find any relevant file to your question. So here it finds these 2 basket service files. Even though I didn't hashtag any files, Copilot will use this file and generate a better answer for it. So let's take a look at the answer. First, it gave us a high-level understanding of what is basket, and then it gave me a brief overview of the methods. And at the end, you can easily click on this follow-up question to have this back and forth conversation with Copilot. So I can understand more about the key properties, really get into the details of this basket service, basket item. So now it's easier to have this back and forth communication with Copilot. You don't have to come up a great prompt up front, but let Copilot guide you through this conversation. Yeah, so another thing I want to highlight is some of you might already notice there is a new model picker at the bottom of this window. So you can click on it and you can try out all the new models out here for you. So you can play it around and find which model is the best for you, balancing both speed and quality. So we not only have the OpenAI models, we also have the new Gemini and Cloud, which I know many of you will be really excited for. A quick note is all these OpenAI models will be available for you in 17.12 GA, which is right now. And then the Gemini and Cloud will be available in upcoming releases.
That's very exciting, Simona. But one thing I've actually heard is that customers' greatest pain point is Copilot doesn't always give the most accurate response. So what has the team done to kind of improve that situation?
Yeah, that's a great question and right on the spot. So since Copilot's launch in 2021, it has transformed the way developers write code by leveraging AI to improve efficiency. So Copilot could be good for many tasks, but we acknowledge it can be frustrating sometimes. So all large language models face this issue, where it could give you an incorrect answer, but with really high confidence, or it can just make up something that does not exist and deliver it to you. So in the Copilot context, it could give you some really convincing C# types or class, but that doesn't really exist. So when you hit tab to accept, it will give you red squiggles, and we know it's frustrating, right? So I've been working hard to reduce those issues and deliver more accurate responses. So one part of the problem is Copilot does not know about the newest version of .NET or C# because it was trained on previous models. And the other part of the issue is Copilot knows little about your local project. If it doesn't know anything about eShop, it's easy for it to just make up something and deliver it to you. So we have been working on enlarge the context window for Copilot. Let's take a look at what changes we have done for Copilot completions. So completions are gray text that will pop up as you type to speed up the coding process. So previously, the context completions are pretty limited to the open files. So it will require customers to consciously open the files and then feed those contexts to Copilot completions. Now it's getting smarter. So previously, I have created this catalog logger file, and it's a particular logger I want to use for my catalog service. And let's see if Copilot can understand I want to use this logger. Exactly, that's the logger I'm looking for, catalog logger.
That's so cool. How is that done?
Yeah, I know, right? Because logger is an instance that can be defined so many times, defined outside in this large project or defined in C# or .NET. But Copilot can get the exact one I'm looking for. So what happened is now Copilot, when giving you completions, it will take all the relevant types into consideration. So here, there's catalog item object, and if we scroll all the way down, I previously created a private method that used catalog logger. So Copilot will be like, all of these are relevant, and I need to take them into consideration. So some other changes we have done is to subtract all these high-level traits from your project, such as what language you're using, what version is the language, which framework you are using, and then teach Copilot about all of these high-level traits, so it can give you a more accurate response to the specific version of things you are using. So that you can try out Copilot, all the updates with your newest .NET framework. One other thing I want to quickly show you is a user experience improvement for Copilot. So let's say if we want to get catalog item with discount price. Okay, I have a typo, but I think Copilot can understand me still. I think. Yeah, so this is a long function. So sometimes Copilot can be really passionate and give us a long completion. And we've heard from you, it would be great to have a partial accept experience. So now, as you can see, we already have partial accept word by word by doing control right arrow. So I can accept one word at a time up to wherever you want. And we're also working on building a partial accept line by line, so you can accept up to the line you want. Hopefully, this will make your Copilot completion editing experience easier. Yeah, so all of the quality improvements we have made for Copilot completions are also in Copilot chat. I'm intentionally skipping that demo because my colleague Ria is doing a session specifically for Copilot in Visual Studio right after hours. So please check out her session if you are interested in learning more exciting updates for Copilot in VS. Now we have seen how Copilot can help us with code changes in Visual Studio. Junyu, since you're the expert about debugging in this room, are there any ways Copilot can help us with debugging?
Yeah, let's just bring it over to my device, and I have already built the application and actually run it, the web app. So yeah, let's look a little bit closer at the specific example. So what we are having right now is something that you might encounter a lot. It's like when you are working with a lot of .NET project, it's very inevitable that you will be working with a large data set. So debugging code working with large data sets are not really easy. Usually it's very frustrating when you are encountering unintended results or you are encountering different kinds of exceptions. And we are really trying to make the process easier for you guys by introducing iEnumerable Visualizer for you. And in this case, so in this case, if we can actually use iEnumerable Visualizer, it can actually help you to look at the data set as a whole, which will make this whole process easier for you. And another update we have made recently is a thing called editable expression, which enables you to make changes using link queries to do advanced sorting and filtering. So yeah.
Yeah, but it's not that easy to write link queries anyways, right? Because you have to remind all the context and command.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. So let's click View here, and then which will taking us to the iEnumerable Visualizer. And then it seems like we're encountering some random
error. Let's try it again.
Let's try it again.
That's the live demo situation.
Yeah, that's a kind of thing happen with live demo. Okay, well, even though it doesn't work as intended, but like I'm just gonna talk through this feature a bit more. So what you can notice is with the editable expression, you actually have a small icon over here. So you can click to it, and then it will, if you like work as intended, it will take you to Copilot chat, and then it will ask you for what like link query you want to give in, and you can actually type in whatever command that you want to give in text, and then what Copilot will do instead is actually giving you a bunch of link query that they think you need, and you can pick the one that you think is exactly match your needs, and then you will update inside the iEnumerable Visualizer right after you said just show me in the visualizer. So yeah, that's the first change we're gonna introduce you guys. This change can actually be like working with like very flexibly. You can use it help you to identify faulty data. You can use it to kind of do any kind of advanced sorting and filtering, and you can also use it to just simply as a link playground, because we understand working with link might be hard. Working with link requires a lot of knowledge with link syntax, and it requires a lot of trial and error as you need. But yeah, that's the first feature I'm trying to introduce today. And then I will just step over to the next one. So, okay. So yeah, I have a breakpoint right here, and I just want to give some context relating to this, this class called catalog helper. So it's a library that it's a library coming from like an outside model, and then I'm actually having web app component reference to this outside model, and then so I actually have a breakpoint within this model, but it seems like yeah, seems like it's not going. Yeah, something is not going right with this.
Yeah, what does the hollow breakpoint mean?
So it means that the breakpoint has some binding issue. So you can see inside the catalog service, if I actually want to just keep running into this, but it is not able to take me within the catalog helper. So let's see if Copilot can help us to solve this issue. So this feature actually is trying to help you to solve a lot of breakpoint binding issue, which happen pretty often, especially when you are like using different kinds of library and having some problem like finding the cache of the library. So with this feature, I think you can be able to kind of figure out all different kinds of breakpoint things to troubleshoot. Oh, I think my visualizer is not feeling too happy today.
Not having a good day today.
Not having a good day. But let's see if I can click show module window to see if like my Visual Studio can carry it on. Okay, it's asking me to go to the module window. And I know the catalog helper lies within a library called external catalog libraries. So you can see that symbol is not loading correctly. Maybe that's why it's causing the breakpoint binding issue. So let's see if breakpoint troubleshooter can help us to solve this issue.
Yeah, I think there's some displaying.
Yeah, there's some displaying issue. It wouldn't happen in GA. Don't worry about it. It's just something wrong with my laptop. So yeah, and let's just wait. And okay, now you can see that symbol is got loaded correctly, and then you can see that the breakpoint changes from hollow to a solid breakpoint, which means now it's fully functioning, which is pretty nice.
Yay!
So yeah, let's just keep going. So okay, now you can see it's throwing a exception. It's throwing an exception right here. So this actually is our newest enhancement in Visual Studio Debugger. In the past, before version 17.12, Visual Studio can actually not like cut asynchronous exceptions because C# compiler actually have like a state machine that handles all those like exceptions. So debugger will think this exception already got used and handled, which is pretty frustrating for a lot of people working with multi-threaded applications. So with our newest change, actually now our debugger can count this kind of issues, and then you can solve it with the normal exception helper. You can also ask Copilot, since this kind of issue is usually more complicated. So yeah, within this support, you can build your multi-threaded application more efficiently. So I will hand it over to Simona. She will tell us a little bit more about how the commit and push process has been made easier to use.
Yes, let's come back to my screen. So we have made a bunch of updates to the eShop repo. And let's say we're ready to commit and push. So some of you might already know this feature we brought in previous versions is AI-generated commit message. So you can have Copilot to help you generate a commit message and save your time. Boom, there it is. What could be even better is what if this message can represent my own voice? Right now, for my own style, it's a bit too long for me. Yeah. So let's see. We don't want our commit message to sound like robot. So there's a new feature for you to give customized instructions to Copilot for generating your commit message. Let's go to Tools Options window, find GitHub Copilot, and then if you scroll all the way down, you're gonna find this feature. So if you don't give it anything, this is the default instruction. And I already write something and copy it over. This is my instruction. I like a short title. I want my body to be all in bullet points and short bullet points, so it's easy to read. And I like to have a footer with to give credits of whomever helped me with this commit. So let's take a try to see if Copilot can pick up this new instruction I gave to it. Okay, that's it.
Wow, that's so cool.
Exactly what I wrote in the instructions. So after you can always accept this new message and edit yourself. So for example, I'm gonna add Junyu's name here because she actually did a lot of the work in this commit. So with now this new feature, you will be able to represent your own voice in the AI commit message. Now let's take a look at another feature. So sometimes code development can be really collaborative, and you need to share your code with colleagues. But simply copy-pasting the function is not enough because the context around this current function is equally important for them to consider. If your colleague is working on another repo and it could be disruptive to their workflow if you ask them to check out your repo. So previously, how I might have done this is first open your browser, then go to either GitHub or ADO, wherever your repo lives, find the exact file, and then find the exact function. But now you can do all of that with one click in Visual Studio. So I want to share this function. I'm going to right-click, go down and find Git, and copy GitHub permalink. Let's see if this is working as expected. Let's pull up browser. Great, there it is.
Whoa.
Yeah, it highlights the exact function I selected in Visual Studio. And there are multiple entry points for this new feature. You can, if you want to share the entire file, you can always right-click to pull up the context window and then find copy GitHub permalink. If you want to share another file in the Solution Explorer, you can right-click from here to share the basket item, find Git, and copy permalink. You can even do it from your commit history. So I view all previous commit. Here's the initial commit. Maybe I want to share something we did for a change here. I can copy this line. Copy the line correctly, and then git copy permalink. So that's a new feature, and this feature has been an extension on Visual Studio Marketplace with almost 5,000 downloads. So we understand how helpful this could be, and we are bringing it in box for you, so you can use it more conveniently. So, all right, that's all the features we have prepared for you today. We hope you found something interesting and exciting. So here is a review slide. Feel free to take a screenshot. And just a reminder, all the features here except partial accept are available in Visual Studio 17.12 GA for you. So please download the newest Visual Studio and try it out for yourself. Part of the reason that we can do this great feedback is because of you who have been giving us great feedback. So help us to make even more community-driven improvements by starting the conversation on developer community today. Also, don't forget to download the newest .NET 9. And if you're interested for more Visual Studio contents, our colleagues, Ria and Harshada, are giving more sessions after hours. One about GitHub Copilot and one about debugging in Visual Studio. And that's all. Thank you so much for staying with us, and any questions?
Wow. OK, first of all, I just love that session. So thank you. I learned so much. So some of my favorite things was the, this is not a question, this is just praise. I love the find all the things in the find dialog. That was amazing. I really loved learning that I can customize the GitHub commit suggestions, because mine always do sound like a robot, and I'm leaving really long commit messages, and so this will allow me to dial that in. Yeah. So I'm so excited, and it's out today.
Yeah, so exactly. Not just a new .NET version, but also new Visual Studio, and I learned new stuff about a tool that I use every day. So
it's amazing.
That's really amazing. We do have a couple of questions here from James Cameron. That sounds vaguely familiar, but maybe he switched to .NET. What other breakpoint binding issues can the new Copilot feature help to solve and explain?
So other breakpoint binding issue includes, like, let's say if you disabled manage optimization, or you disable just my code, things like that. I think breakpoint troubleshooter powered by Copilot AI can help you to kind of target those issues and help you to walk through the ways to solve that. But yeah.
Awesome. Let me see. Samantha is asking, let me see, what are the efforts the team's putting in to improve the quality of Copilot responses?
Yeah, that's a good question. Thank you. And I want to say quality is definitely one big thing we're putting the most investment into, because I know you all care about getting the accurate responses. So some efforts our language team are doing is they're fine-tuning the model so it will work particularly good for C# and .NET. So we're doing extra training for them. And also for the context improvements I showed you all today, that's just a start to enlarging the Copilot context window. We have more plans, feeding Copilot with more relevant context, smarter search ways, so Copilot know which are the things I should take into consideration, so it can have a more large and accurate context about your local project.
Really cool. If you're wondering where are these questions from, hashtag .NETConf on X, Mastodon, Blue Sky, we just added integration for. So if you have any questions, post on any of these channels. I think we're monitoring the YouTube chat too, so all kinds of things. One last question, is there any new enhancement that we're expecting from the IEnumerable expressive text box?
So yeah, actually one of largely customer asked the feature that we are in the process of making, and it's gonna come out in like 13 or I forgot what's the exact version, but now we have syntax highlighting. So you can be able to kind of edit your link queries just as how you're editing it in the editor. So I mean, if you do wanna, even though we have Copilot, but if you do wanna kind of handwrite your link queries in the editable text box, you can do that, and then it will look exactly the experience you had in the editor, so making it more helpful.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Simona and Jenya. So reminder to you watching that there's a .NET Aspire credential that's just out. It's an amazing, this is kind of fun actually. Our team worked on this and I was a beta tester and I failed it the first time through. And actually a few people did, and they're like, oh, maybe it's a little too hard. So they dialed it in, but it's really good, and this goes at the end of the Aspire training path. So that's at AKAMS Aspire credential. Recommend, because I just went in and tried to guess my way through, it did not go well. But if you actually go through the learning path, then you can take the credential and then
you should be set up to actually do the exam and demonstrate that you actually have that knowledge. Okay, really cool.
Cool.
I need to do that too.
So I'm excited. We just learned, we kind of touched on some GitHub Copilot things. In this next session, Riya Patel is going to be going deeper into GitHub Copilot features for .NET developers. Take it away, Riya.
Hi, I'm Riya. I'm a product manager working on GitHub Copilot on Visual Studio, and today I'm going to walk you through some of the really cool, exciting new features that we have developed. I'm going to talk to you about how to write a great prompt and the things that we've done to help you do that, how to get a great response, and also some of the model changes that we've made, some improvements, substantial improvements we've made to quality and Copilot's ability to infer, as well as showing you off some really cool key new features from Copilot, and I have a sneak peek of Copilot edits to show you as well. So let me just hop over into Visual Studio. Just to start off, this year we introduced Copilot in the box, and now you can access chat right from the badge. And since then, we've heard a lot of feedback from customers on difficulty in getting started and writing really great prompts to get good responses. And so let me talk to you about what we've done to get better at that. We have these pre-canned prompts right here that you can just select and start your journey with Copilot. We also have a library that you can reference whenever you need if you have some quick actions that you want to ask Copilot chat. Outside of that, what we've done is we've actually worked to make Copilot smarter at detecting when it might need more information before you even send a prompt. So let me show you what I mean. I'm actually just going to ask, explain this file. Explain this file. And you can see that this highlighted in blue with a dotted line. Now what it's doing here is it's actually detecting that having some sort of mention of a file might actually help me get a better response. So I'm going to click onto here and add, I care about order service. Let's see what it comes out with. And so as you can see here, it's giving me more of a particular response on what I asked for. And this is a really great way to be able to get a really great response straight away from Copilot instead of having to go back and forth. This is a really in-depth response, which is what I wanted, and also to have a little summary as well. Now I'm going to talk about something else that we've done with Copilot. We've made Copilot substantially more conversational. This has been really important because we've heard from customers that it's really difficult sometimes to iterate and change, iterate and redirect Copilot and also clarify with Copilot. So the way this works is that if you actually ask a very direct question, Copilot will respond just like normal. If there's any level of ambiguity, what will happen is Copilot will try and clarify and teach. And so let me show you what I mean. I'm going to ask Copilot, what is this? Let's see what it comes out with. Okay, awesome. So it's telling me my question's a little unclear. It actually does two other things outside of that, which it never used to do. It teaches you that in this case, what would be really helpful is to add some sort of context using hash. That's awesome. The other thing that it will do is actually try and infer based on where you are in your solution, any type of questions that you might have actually meant. So here it's asking me for the purpose of the order service class, which is actually what I wanted to learn about, not solution, how it interacts with solution. So I'm going to select that. And this is a really great way to help clarify with Copilot and redirect Copilot to give you a better response. And so this is kind of holistically what we've been trying to do to help you get started with Copilot, help you get write better prompts, and also help you redirect and iterate. You know, this kind of conversational experience is going to be really helpful as you work in a thread and you continue to change what you're talking about. And so that's what this will be really helpful for. Now I'm going to change a little bit into some of the really cool new exciting features we have in 17.12 and 17.13 for Visual Studio. And I'm going to do that by just changing one of these options because I want to show something special. And I'm going to go into this chat window. And I don't know if you've all noticed, we have this new little button here for GPT-4. Well, we recently announced that we are not only supporting OpenAI's latest models, but we're actually supporting a bunch of new models from Anthropic and Google. And this is a really great way to make sure that you are always getting the latest AI experience in Copilot. And you know, this is going to be really beneficial because all of these models are actually built and designed for very particular use cases. And so if you're looking for larger context windows or deeper reasoning or even like more coding expertise, you'll be able to get them in different models. And so that's a really exciting experience. I'm really excited to see what everyone actually ends up using. My personal favorite is 4.0, so I'm going to still click onto that and then I'm moving forward. This, we've done a lot with prompting. We've opened up our options with different models. Now I want to talk to you about how we're making responses a lot more accurate. Now, talking about response accuracy is, we have to address the elephant in the room here. Copilot doesn't know the latest version of .NET, or never used to. And let me explain why that happens. Well, LLMs are actually trained on a certain period of time. So for 4.0, I think it's May 2024. And so anything after that point, it's not going to know. And so, you know, we've recognized this is a really hard thing for our developers. And so we've been working really tirelessly to make sure that we can actually give you a really good response in situations like this and also give you the latest information. And so the way that we've solved this is using @GitHub. I'm going to ask GitHub, what is the latest version of .NET? Now, what it's going to do here is it's actually going to determine where to find this information and then go scrape Bing to actually get the information. We seem to be having a little bit of an issue here, but I guess this brings me to my next point, which is actually mentioning something like @GitHub is not necessarily something customers want to do. They just want it to be able to work. And you know, we've taken that feedback in going from a more explicit model to a more implicit model. And so, you know, why has this been such a difficult thing? Well, let me explain. It's really difficult to understand whether or not when you ask a question, you're referring to this file, your files you've got open, your entire solution, or anything else. And so we've been working really hard to figure out how to solve this big problem, and so that you don't have to have the onus in your flow to be like, let me mention @GitHub or let me mention @Workspace, when it would be really nice if it just knew. And so we've introduced something called function calling to actually help us do this. We basically provide the model a bunch of different functions or a bunch of different opportunities to look at like either your files, your solution, and things like that. And so then the model will basically go through and determine based on your prompt which pieces of information it wants to retrieve. And it will do this throughout your entire response. And so that means that when you are asking questions, it will continue to retrieve things. So if it didn't get everything the first time, it can grab stuff. And that will lead to a more accurate and a deeper response from Copilot, which is really exciting. Now, I told you a lot about this, but let me show you how it works. I'm going to ask, hey, Copilot, what is the latest version of .NET? So what it's doing here is actually searching the web for the latest version in November. And as you know, 4.0 is only learned up to May 2024. That's super exciting. And so, we got that information. Now I kind of want to ask a harder question to see how it does. I'm going to ask it to explain this file and how it interacts with the rest of the solution. Let's see what it comes out with. So you can see it called that file and it was able to grab this piece of information. That's awesome. And it also was able to grab how it interacted with the rest of the solution. So this is a really substantial moment to be able to actually grab a bunch of things without giving it any context. Copilot can scan and determine exactly what's happening. It's pretty big. And I do want to add a little bit about some of the intelligence we've put into questions like this to get answers really fast. So we actually have created a way to detect what the relevant questions you have are, like relevant information is for the question that you're asking, even before you send the prompt. We gather a bunch of context around like the methods and classes that relate to the kind of question that you're about to ask and feed that as skeleton code directly to Copilot so that it can use that to make sure that you're getting an even more relevant response. And so that has helped us improve the relevance. Now, what have we done to make sure the response is always accurate? We have been working on providing Copilot things that we call traits. Like basically we feed it information about like what version, what framework you're on, what language you're using, and things like that. So that you always get something that is actually really relevant to the code base that you're on and also pretty accurate. So it will take in, if you're on the latest version, then it will only suggest things like that. Now, that's a lot of talking. Why don't I show you how it works internally? So what I'm going to do is show you a little bit under the covers. Now, this is not available to everyone, but for demo purposes, I'm going to inspect the last question and see the kinds of calls it made to figure this out. So it actually was able to take in context of like what version of .NET we were on, as well as the types of projects that existed, and then fed that into Copilot. It also made another call to be able to understand these are all the things I had open, and this is my current file. And then it gave a bunch of context on the actual file ordered service, which has been really helpful. And so all of these things in combination are what we use to feed to the model to get you even more accurate and smarter responses than we did before. One last thing I want to end off on in this function calling area is we didn't just add context on your solution, your files, all your other files open, and GitHub issues and Bing. We actually created a new knowledge base to actually help you interact with Visual Studio. I don't know there's so many new updates to Visual Studio. There's so many new features and awesome things from Copilot. It's really hard to keep track of. And so what we've done is we've integrated that knowledge into Copilot chat. And so I'm going to ask Copilot a question, and I will show you the response. What is the newest feature for Copilot in Visual Studio? Let's see what it comes out with. So you can see here what it's actually doing is it's searching the knowledge of Visual Studio to find this out, which is really cool. So it was able to directly determine what to look at. And you can see it's given me a response with like, oh, Copilot chat exists, debug of test failure for Copilot, which is a new feature, and then semantic context in C#, Copilot rename. So that's really cool. Now it's giving me instructions on how to get started with it. And so this is a really great way to use Copilot to keep up to date with Visual Studio experiences. We're not only just using function calling to do this, we're going to continue to use it to make it smarter, to have different knowledge that you might need to get you an even better response. So you must be asking, what about completions? Well, we've added a lot of the intelligence that you heard here around traits and related files into completions, and we'll continue to do that. But if you're more interested in how that exactly works, please feel free to look at the stream of my colleague Simona, who actually presented on this just a little while ago. Now I'm going to switch gears a little bit and talk about Copilot's integrated features. I have this basket.service.cs here. Now, you can see I got a bunch of errors, and I have what I would normally have to do is go through and figure out what's going wrong. But with and then maybe I'd use the light bulb experience to check for several different options. Maybe some of these would fix it. I'm not sure. What we've done is we feed Copilot the entire file and related files and all of this context, so Copilot can figure out what's going wrong really quickly and actually help you fix it. So we've integrated it into something you use all the time, the light bulb experience. And so I'm going to click Fix with Copilot to see what it spits out on this area. Awesome. So it was actually a pretty simple fix. It just needed an await. That looks good to me. I'm going to try and accept and see. And so there we go, it's fixed. And so these kinds of integrations are really what we think are going to help you in your flow as a developer. We know that you're not always spending all your time generating new code and asking Copilot chat questions. And so we're trying to integrate further and further into your editor. Now I'm going to go into another area. So that was what we did in the editor space to make it easier for you to fix issues as you're writing code. Let me talk to you about how we are improving the debugging experience for tests. So right now I have a test here, a unit test. I'm going to go and try and run my test, and let's see what it comes out with. Now sometimes these tests, they fail, and then in those instances I have to spend a lot of time figuring out where to put breakpoints, going to definitions, and jumping through methods to figure out what's going wrong. And now with Copilot, I actually got a failed test, unfortunately. Let's take a look at it. Okay, I have a failed test, 2 failed tests in here. So with Copilot now, instead of having to go and figure this all out yourself, you're going to be able to say debug with Copilot. And so let's click that and see exactly what it does. So Copilot is able to pull relevant context around your debugger, pull relevant context for your files, your local, your call stack, a bunch of different things. You can analyze all of this and figure out where things are going wrong in the code. And then it can automatically set breakpoints. As you can see, it set 3 different ones right here. And it also started a debugging session for you. So you no longer have to spend as much time figuring out what's happening, and you can spend more time fixing what's happening. Which is super exciting, and this is a really great way to utilize this to save time for you. Now I'm going to switch gears a little bit again, and I'm going to talk about Copilot edits. Copilot edit, I'm really excited today to show a brand new look at Copilot edits. It is our way of seamlessly editing your code right from your chat experience. I have my colleague Aaron who came up with a demo for this, so I'm going to show it off and share what he's doing as we're doing it. Okay. So as you can see here, we have a .NET MAUI app, and we have Copilot open, and we clicked right here to see new Copilot edits experience. And so what this will do is help you in natural language describe exactly what change you want to make. And in this case, Aaron wants to see promote logging in and by giving users 30% off. And so you can see here, it's actually using function calling to actually get all this information. So it's getting all the information about relevant files it might need to change. And at the same time, it's developing a plan of how to attack this. So we want to have some sort of promotion for 30% off to get users to sign in. These are the kinds of things that it's going to do. And as you can notice here, now we have some way of iterating. So this is the file, this is the change that we're going to make to the file that Copilot suggested. And let's take a look at what it's doing. This is super interesting. It's giving you edits directly in your code, and you're able to tab to accept just like you used to be, just like you can in completions. So let's see what Aaron does. Okay, awesome. So yeah, we're just tabbing through these experiences. I noticed there's an error. This might be because there was an import of the auth experience. That's great. Okay, awesome. And so Aaron's taking a look and seeing that there needs to be an import. Okay, awesome. And then there's another authentication error. Cool. So we're going back to chat and we're going to ask it to import a bunch of information from user, menu, and so that the authentication experience works well. And you can see he's kind of doing this in very natural language, and Copilot's able to add to the original plan. See at the bottom it's saying use imports from user menu to fix auth, and then Copilot, bang, gives you a new iteration of that. And so it automatically was able to add that to your file. That looks pretty good to me. We can go ahead, well, he's going ahead and accepting that. We still see one more bug, and what we're going to do to fix that is actually use Fix with Copilot, which we showed a little while ago. And this, again, is taking in your file. It's being able to find related files and knows the intent that you're trying to fix this, and then gives you a solution to that. That looks pretty good, so let's go ahead and accept. Now we're going to hot reload this again and see what it has. Awesome. So you can see that the website shows up and we're going to sign in, and let's see if it actually gives us 30% off. Ooh, it does not. So we're going to go back and say, yeah, when the user signed in, make sure you give 30% off because they just went and did that. So now Copilot's going to go create a plan, and again, it's adding to the already plan that existed. What's really cool about this is that this plan also gets fed into Copilot, so that you will get better code suggestions as well, more robust code suggestions. Awesome. So it's actually changed two of the files this time, and these edits look pretty good to me. So I know Aaron's going and accepting them, and we still have this error. So what we're going to do is fix with Copilot again and accept. Awesome. Okay, and this is doing the calculation to give the discount. Awesome. Cool. Accepted. Now we can see it made the change, but we see the toString area. We probably don't want that, so let's try and get rid of it. Okay, the new price is formatted wrong. Round up to 2 decimals, remove toString. Awesome. Show this on the app. Awesome. So Copilot again will go make a plan. And this is really great. This is an iterative experience to be able to make multiple changes. And so, yeah, you can see it understood that. And it's generating another iteration. Awesome. And you can see that it removed, so it removed the toString, which is what we wanted. And then that looks good. And you can see now it's all solved. So it's a 30% off for users. So that was Copilot edits. I hope you really enjoyed that. This is our first look at this, and this will be available in 17.13 preview 2. We're really excited about this, so please feel free to provide us a lot of feedback here. I'm going to go So I'm just going back to what we talked about today. This has been a really great session. Thank you so much for it. We walked through a bunch of different things around how we're making the chat experience significantly more guided. We were working through the quality improvements that we've made through function calling, through related files, traits, as well as multi-model capabilities. I also talked about some of the integrated features that we've developed and the brand new Copilot edits. If you're interested in some of these features, they're going to be coming pretty soon, and some of them are already out. So make sure you're up to date with the latest version of Visual Studio. And if you're on the preview channels, just continue to update. And if you don't have GitHub Copilot today, please go ahead and sign up and sign into GitHub. In Visual Studio 17, 10 and above, Copilot's already in the box. And so I just want to end with, if you are interested in any other sessions around this, Harshada, one of our colleagues, is going to be talking about the debugger and some tips and trips and some AI experiences there. Send us some feedback if you have any here too. To dev community, would love to understand how the Copilot edits experience goes, as well as function calling or anything else that you saw here today. Thank you.
Oh no, thank you, Ria. This has been amazing. I think even without knowing, I've been using, well, not Copilot Chat, that's something you do very knowingly. You have to interact with it, but I've definitely also been using Copilot like for auto completion and stuff, and it's like, yeah, this is exactly the stuff that I meant. So this is mind reading stuff. And then I use Chat too for like stuff of like, hey, I want to write this script in PowerShell and I'm not really sure. Super powerful stuff. So thank you so much for showing that up. We have one question here from someone who's called WQ Walter, so I guess it's Walter. I'm not sure if you know this, but is there a maximizing your skills using Copilot in Visual Studio training path? I imagine there is something on Microsoft Learn.
Yeah, we definitely have documentation on Microsoft Learn. We have a YouTube series which teaches you a lot of the tips and tricks with Copilot, so I recommend starting there if you're trying to get acquainted with AI.
Awesome. Wow, this is really great. We both of us were watching oh, you can do that. So it was really cool to learn all that. So thank you so much, Ria.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Reminder to you that there's a .NET 9 survey. This is really important to us for us to guide our development of .NET 9 development. So you can get that at akams.net-survey. And then coming up, we've got a code party.
Yeah, this is, well, not the end yet, but kind of like the formal end of day one of .NET Conf. There's going to be much more. We have a day 2, day 3. But right now, we're going to do a code party, which is crazy. I'm going to be part of it. I'm not really sure what to expect.
I'm not part of the party, but you did mention, I do want to make sure we covered this. We just finished day 1. We got day 2 in studio tomorrow.
Yeah.
Then we have the amazing day 3, which actually starts at 5 p.m. on day 2, goes 24 hours around the world.
Right.
And so that's our whole day 3. Yeah. Tons of community speakers. Yeah. That is so fun to watch because we've got people from China, India, Istanbul, all across Europe. So that is amazing. Yeah. And then we actually had so many amazing sessions that we have a whole YouTube premiere day. Yeah. That's day 4. And honestly, some of my favorite sessions are on day 4. There's some really, really cool. So those are pre-recorded ones, and I've been helping to edit some of them. There's just so much great stuff this week.
And you can just, rewatch the whole thing right here on YouTube, what you're doing right now, but they will also be on demand later, cut nicely so that you can just scroll to whatever, pick the session that you want to see, and just have them there so you can rewatch them all later, right?
Okay, so you mentioned Code Party. Tell us why what are we sticking around for?
I was saying, I don't really know what to expect. It's my first one. I see some food on tables here, and it probably, maybe this is going to be where I discover that I have skills beyond .NET.
There was some sort of secret message, treasure sort of thing, and then along the treasure sort of thing, there's also there's a swag bag. Thank you, Didi. Secret decoder swag bag. Awesome. So stay tuned for that.
Stay tuned for that.
So I guess we're gonna do show a little little picture on the screen for a second. People are going to run around and put tables and set change, and Gerald's going to do a whole costume change.
Yeah.
He's going to be a dragon.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You want to see that. Stick around for that. Absolutely.
All right. So catch you in a bit.
All right. Welcome back to .NET Conf. It's the end of day one. My name is Jeff Fritz. I'm here with my friend Sam Basu. How you doing, Sam?
I'm good, but it's been a day.
It's been a day, and we're getting ready for the code party. This is going to be fun. We've got a bunch of folks all here in the studio. We're going to get to that in just a second. So much is going on. .NET 9 is available now.
Indeed. So much excitement, so much amazing content all throughout the day. We can go through some highlights, but all across the stack, for developers, for users, there is something for everyone.
Absolutely. Now, the code party, before we get in and talk more about what's happened, I want to make sure that you out there know about the code party and how you can get involved, because while we're going to have some fun here on stage in the studio, it's your opportunity to win prizes. Now, our friend Didi is there in chat and sharing links. I want you to check it out at mobilize.net/code party. All right? Check it out inside Twitch chat and on YouTube chat. You're going to get a link for that so that you can click through. You have a form to fill out, and you'll have a chance to win a prize. The earlier you get that filled out, the more prizes you're going to be eligible for as we go through the session here. Now, this event, of course, we've got a bunch of partners that have been helping us out all throughout the day, all throughout the months leading up to .NET Conf, that have been promoting and sharing information about what a great event we've got planned for you, because it's not just day one. We've got 2 more days coming up for you starting tomorrow, or if you're in Europe, if you're in Asia, the day after next, or yesterday, or sometime later today, depending on how time zones work. I'm American. I'm not good with time zones. So look, I want to make sure that we call out some of our sponsors real quick. There's a list of folks here. .NET Foundation, ABP.io, Avalara, Avalonia UI, Code Magazine, Code Factory, DevExpress, DomeTrain, Gap, Nostis, Iron Software, Lead Tools by Uprise, Meshius, Nevron Software, New Relic, Packet Publishing, Progress, Stack Overflow, Uno Platform, and DevPrime. All right? So make sure you check out that link that Didi's been sharing, mobilize.net/code party, and you'll get a chance to win a prize from some of those folks as we go through our session. Now, let's talk about what the code party is here. Because it's not just Sam and I sitting here talking and looking at some of the stuff here. As our friend Junie points out, every code party is different, and this one's even more different than what we've done in the past.
What is amazing is there are folks out in Europe staying up late tuning in to this, so thank you. We love you all. How about we end the day on a crisp note?
Yes, very, very crisp. And what is a code party? A party without a little bit of cake. Everybody likes cake. Wouldn't it be nice for us to just eat cake in front of you all? But that's no fun. So we decided to take a little bit of a different spin on that and have a little bit of dessert fun. So in a few minutes, we've got 2 teams of speakers and folks that have been helping out with .NET Conf, and each team is going to have about 40 minutes to turn a pile of confectionery goodness into an edible .NET bot. Now, there's 2 trays over there in front of our teams. Now, let me just remind you what the .NET bot actually looks like. All right, I have a slide here to show you what our .NET bot looks like. There it is. You remember our .NET bot, nice purple buddy. It looks like a little circle, right? Easy. We all are familiar. We know who the .NET bot is. But our friends are going to have to make this out of some Rice Krispie treats and some other cake and edible fun. So let me introduce our teams. So we'll put up our list of, there they are over there. So we have starting, why don't you introduce yourselves? Let's start on the left with Maddie.
Oh, very exciting. I'm part of the M Squared team. I just coined it. I'm Maddie. I am a PM on .NET.
I'm Mehul. I am the .NET PMM, and we're totally going to beat these guys.
Yeah, M Squared, baby.
That's right.
I don't think so. I'm Katie. This is Gerald. We're part of the winning team. That's our name. And
Exactly.
I also work with .NET.
Yeah, my name is Gerald. I'm on the .NET MAUI team as an engineer, but this is where my skills are coming to its full potential.
Yeah,
We're going to
okay.
see it.
Now, here's the deal for you out there that are watching. We're going to have the opportunity for you to help direct a little bit of what's going on, okay? Now, we don't need to show this slide just yet. Let's go back to the two next to each other there, our director friends. We're directing on the fly here. This is great. Thank you so much. So you out there that are watching are going to have a chance to change up how they're interacting over here. But let's get started. They can start.
Evil.
Oh, it
sounds a little evil.
Some is helpful and some is not so helpful.
Can I preface this?
Yes,
I
please.
have no idea what I've gotten into. I don't know if you guys have been given a debrief on this.
Oh,
I was
yes.
told to show up before
you were
5.
late.
Yeah.
You know exactly what we're doing.
No. I heard from Gerald yesterday there was going to be Rice Krispie treats.
Yes,
I was like, you
there
signed up
are.
for this. And I said, no, I didn't.
So,
Oh, boy.
our teams can get started now making a .NET bot. They both have a very large Rice Krispie sphere, half sphere in front of them, and they can start making a .NET bot. They've got, what do we have there? Mehul, can you describe some of the things you have there to?
We've got fondant.
Yep.
We've got Rice Krispies. We've got more Krispies. We've got sanding sugar, eyeballs, decorating ice. It's all. This was a dream I had as a little kid. Just
You
sugar.
would create, this would be like the head kind of thing, and then you'd create legs and arms with that. And something with that. You know what I mean? Like it would be.
Hi, Dee Dee.
And
I'm
that, ladies
sorry
and gentlemen, is Dee Dee.
but Anyway, that's kind of what we were thinking.
So this
of.
is like the dome. And this
Yeah,
is
yeah,
like the,
yeah. That's,
the dome.
You know how it has like a big old head?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so it's purple.
Yeah.
And we gave you eyes.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Yeah.
How many
Are these
do you
edible?
have?
As many as you want. There's no limit to eyes, right? And
Use
then
your
this
artistic
is
expression.
Because we like coconut.
Delicious.
Yum.
Right? So if you want to eat
Yummy.
it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You might do that.
That's
So,
sorry.
we're gonna keep an eye on the team over there as they're gonna start making their .NET bots out of. Go ahead, you can get started.
Oh,
Out of-
okay.
Okay, what are we doing?
Are we timed? Is this?
We've got about 40 minutes total that we can work on
easy.
this, and as we're going through, Sam and I, we've got some of the sponsors we're going to talk about and some of the content that happened throughout the day. So yeah, you can be quiet and talk to each other as we're going through here.
Okay.
Cool.
So I guess that, right? Okay.
So much going on, Sam.
So much going on.
They're going to get started. They've got a rolling pin they're going to share
Where
over
do you want to
there.
start? Do you want to roll this?
Yeah.
We are sparing them a little bit not to talk through as they make their cake.
Absolutely.
And if there was comments on the chat room that if you can make your cake and have it too, like if you eat your cake before you show it to us, that's a disqualification.
I don't think the .NET bot has a
this
bite
is,
mark
like,
out of the
pretty
side of its
solid
head.
right now.
I don't think that's a thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
But if we turn
So,
it this way, then it looks like
so .NET 9 is
full
out.
circle.
New version of .NET Aspire we heard about from Maddie and Damien earlier in the day. New
This is
versions
just
of
a
.NET
face,
MAUI.
and we just turn it like this.
Love seeing all these updates.
Love that.
I really think that some of our folks out there are going to start updating and getting into all the new stuff and seeing some of those performance improvements that our friend Stephen
Maybe we
Tobe
just
showed
give it
us.
like legs. and
It is
arms.
always amazing to read Stephen's take.
And then we can-
It's
Yeah.
like an epic blog post that we
Oh.
wait for every year. And it shows you how
as
much
we're, like,
fine-tuning
assembling
it
it,
takes
we
to
can-
get a platform this
do it like
size to
this, so it's
squeeze out
easier.
every bit of performance out of it.
Oh, yes, there is so much that
Okay, I can make,
he
like,
keeps
the
track of
eyeballs.
and measures and shows, and it's kind of an ongoing thing as he builds that blog post.
And there is this little thing that keeps coming up. It's called AI.
Yes, a little bit of AI sprinkled here and there, right? They rub a little AI on your tools, on your frameworks, and be more productive. Do more with it.
So the way I see it is these are all tools at your disposal. Use it however you see fit. Do it responsibly. Do it in a way that makes your developers more productive, So use it at your own will. I see a lot of sounds and things happening at that other table.
There's the audience has said there's extra points if you can make it with .NET Aspire.
Wait, how do you?
With .NET Aspire, the
That's
legs.
something I could aspire to.
Right? Yeah, right. Thank you, Maddie.
Thank you.
Heyo.
Let's just end it
So-
here. It's not getting any better.
Alright, it's done.
Dee Dee, how are we doing on form submissions?
Oh, we are doing great.
I was
We
going to
have-
say, can we do a drawing for our first prize?
Oh yeah, we can totally do a drawing.
All right.
Okay.
Drum rolls.
We will do. Hang on, let me.
I was going to do.
Oh,
Oh, they're doing.
I was going to do .NET Foundation.
I think.
yes. All right. Hang on.
So we can go to this slide because we're going to say thank you to the .NET Foundation that's been helping us with the event. They're going to give away a $500 Amazon gift card.
Hang on here.
To one lucky viewer that submitted into that form that we shared earlier, mobilize.net.
Oh, you're gonna laugh.
/code party.
At who won?
Who won the first prize from the .NET Foundation?
From the .NET Foundation, it is our friend Jeremy Sinclair.
Oh my gosh, Jeremy Sinclair! Congratulations!
I think that's hilarious.
You won our first prize. An Amazon gift card from the .NET Foundation.
$500.
$500. Don't forget, the .NET Foundation is an independent nonprofit organization established to support innovative, commercially friendly, open source ecosystem around the .NET platform. Big thanks to our friends at the .NET Foundation, and congratulations, Jeremy. You won our first prize of the afternoon.
Indeed. So, while we unpack the day, I do want to talk about something that doesn't get enough attention, which I think is a wonderful thing that you and Javier have put together. So in between sessions, and while a speaker is doing their thing, we have a nice Q&A panel here. We have hosts who come in and ask questions. So all of this is powered by Blazor.
Yes. So we built an application live on stream using Blazor, it's .NET 8. We didn't upgrade it to .NET 9. We wanted to make sure that everything was stable and running and didn't want to attempt an update right before the event. So this is called Tags App. And if you've been a part of any of our chat, any of our messages on X, Mastodon, Blue Sky, you've been seeing your messages flow through to here. It was a complete blast to build.
Yeah, and it's all open source. What I really like is how inclusive it is. We are pulling comments from every platform pretty much.
Yep.
And just bringing it all on one screen.
Yep, absolutely. So we really enjoy having that ability to take all of the .NET community wherever you are and allow you to participate. Now I'm looking at what's going on over there, and I see Mahul trying to wrap some fondant around.
What color its limbs? Okay, that's good.
Oh my gosh. Okay, and Gerald's trying to, all right.
I'm massaging our bot, okay?
We have a vision.
Massaging the fondant. All right, there you go. Okay. Now, should we get some help from chat?
No.
And allow a special accessory. Can we go to the slides for a second here? And
I like a challenge.
we have a challenge for our teams here. Chat room, I need your help. Which one of our teams should be allowed to choose a special accessory? Now, Didi, what accessories do we have available for our teams?
Now, is it a good thing or a bad thing?
We have a lot of
accessory?
accessories. We have Legos.
Oh.
Legos.
Okay.
We have something and a planet and a rocket, and we have, unfortunately, very small little game consoles that we thought would be the right size, but turned out to be too small. So
chat room, which team can get an accessory to help out with their bot? Let me hear from you in chat.
I love that chat room is suggesting Copilot. I don't think it's going to help very much in this.
Yeah, this isn't software, right? We've got 4 software developers that are making something with their hands, and they're not writing software. So, which team? What do you think? What are we hearing from the chat?
Chat room is just taking names. The winning team? Who was the winning team? We don't know, but some people raised their hands to be the winning team. So I said we go with the winning.
All right.
team.
Yes.
So we'll let Katie and Gerald, you can pick a special accessory to go with your bot.
Oh, okay.
Do we have to pick now? Do we have to let them know?
Yeah.
Yes, you need to pick one now.
Okay. I like these.
Okay, yeah, do it.
Okay.
I trust your judgment.
I'm actually going to take 2 because I want
Because
to.
we're winning in special.
There we go. All right.
Saturn.
Now, we've got a lot of sponsors to get through here, so let's go to our next giveaway that we're going to do. This one is with the folks from ABP.io, and they've got a team license that they're going to be giving away. Now, ABP provides the infrastructure and tools to create business solutions using best practices and modern software architectures. Don't repeat yourself, focus on your business, and enjoy coding. So we've got another drawing. Who's our winner for this one, Dee Dee?
You're going to laugh.
This time it's Surly Dev.
Our old friend,
our friend Surly Dev on Twitch. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
You just won an ABP team license you can share with the folks that you work with on your project team. Congratulations, and thank you to our friends at abp.io for their support.
Thank you, Surly Deb.
Absolutely.
All right.
Some of these friends in the chat room, they have been up with us since 8 in the morning Pacific time, and they're still going strong.
And they're still going strong. Let me tell you, the coffee, the caffeinated beverages have been flowing so much here at the studio with the folks that are not just over here on stage, but also the team that's helping produce. Let's talk a little bit more about some of these things that happened today, right? We heard from Dan Roth, and he showed some Blazor stuff. We also saw Steve Sanderson talking about and showing some things about using AI features.
Right. So there's a lot going on with AI. There's a huge choice of services and features and integration points. Sometimes it gets a little confusing as to which one should I use. Which large language model should I use? Does it need to be a large language model? Can it be a small language model behind my firewalls? All of those considerations. So I loved what the team is doing in trying to give us one consistent base to talk to. Standardize some things, and then .NET apps can choose, based on that standard, which service works best for it.
As a developer who works with database a lot, I'm always writing an iRepository interface. I'm using a repository pattern. So to be able to get that same type of pattern interaction around the different AI models that I want to work with, be able to plug them in and have the flexibility, everybody's a winner. You get to use large language model on your favorite cloud. Maybe it's a nice blue cloud. Maybe you want to use a smaller model and have it run locally or run in your data center. Love the flexibility and the options. I'm taking a look and wanting to do a little play-by-play here because I see Maddie now building what looks like a Jenga tower. Legs.
Oh, those are legs. Okay.
Legs. Okay.
The .NET Bot has legs.
The .NET Bot does have legs. Okay.
But theirs has just ours is a give them a sneak preview.
It's
so what do we have over there with Gerald?
Very big face. Oh. Oh.
Ours is a little deeper.
Oh my goodness. Okay. It's just a big head. There's no body to this .NET Bot yet.
Ninja.
That looks like a purple ninja. You might know something about ninjas.
I might know something. Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe it's a green screen. The body got cut off.
That's right. They're not done. There's plenty more time here, friends.
For sure.
So, okay.
That's the resident artist.
What about language features?
So we heard from our friends Mads and Dustin today, right? And they always do a tremendous job with .NET Conf. Year in, year out, you see them come and they give a great presentation at .NET Conf. I love how they bring that live coding feel to it as they're showing new language features. Like, these are the guys that wrote the language, right? They're deciding the features and adding that in. Love hearing from them, and there was a lot of chatter around partial properties coming into C#13.
Some of it, you have got to have opinions because these are languages that are, very, very mature. And
they're going to be around for a while.
Exactly, and to decide what comes next, how you move things forward, it's got to be a challenge.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So, right, for those folks to be testing and figuring out and planning, they're doing all of this actually in the open on GitHub. There's a language repository on GitHub that you can go to and you can see their discussions and as they're moving the language forward. It's really great stuff to be a part of and to witness what's going on. They're tearing apart the Rice Krispie over there. Okay, all right. I think we need to talk about our next sponsor.
Let's do it.
All right, I'm trying to roll through these because we have a lot to go through here. We want to talk next about Avalara. There we go. Look at this. Man, we've got the best in the business directing for us here today. Look at this. Avalara helps you with tax compliance software inside your applications, right? Tax compliance software for your industry and your tax type. Okay, there's cloud-native tax compliance solutions available for small, mid-size, and enterprise organizations, and they're giving away another $500 Amazon gift card. Dee Dee, who's our lucky winner? It is Matthew Lloyd. Congratulations, Matthew. You just won a $500 Amazon gift card from our friends at Avalara Software, helping you with tax compliance in your solutions. Congratulations, Matthew. Our friends will be in contact with you to help out with delivering your prize. So, getting back into some of this, right? We've had all these sessions throughout the day. If you're watching this on Twitch, you can't really rewind. If you're watching on YouTube, of course you can rewind. All of the sessions are recorded. Everything's going to be available early next week, maybe a little bit sooner. Our editing staff is working hard to get all that content available to you. But this live stream on YouTube will be available, and you'll be able to rewind and go back to it in the future if you'd like. So tell your friends, tell your families, tell your pets. They can watch .NET Conf.
Tell you what, I'm old.
No.
And I'm lazy.
No, you're not.
I think it's a good thing.
Okay.
I see a lot of chatter going on, though. They're working away.
Working hard.
What I like is .NET developers being able to leverage a single code base. We saw it with MAUI.
Yes.
And that's a big challenge. It's not something to be taken lightly. Mobile and desktop, even though you can target both platforms from a single code base, does not mean the user experience should be the same.
No.
And that's where the platforms come in. You can customize things. But what I also like is our good friends Beth and Elon coming in.
Yes.
And talking about Blazor Hybrid.
Yes.
Because now we can do some more additional fun things with a brand new hybrid web view and new templates. So now the same Blazor UI, your web components, Fritz here is a web guy.
I am.
I am a mobile and desktop person, but now we can kind of share the same code base.
Oh, yeah.
The same UI, the same styles can drive experiences on both stacks, web and native, but with some differences. We can have interfaces being implemented differently across platforms. So that's a nice story.
As a web developer, I love that it gives me that entry point into the native application space.
Yeah, absolutely. Right? And as chatroom says, I'm not old, I'm experienced.
Wise, aren't you? Yes. So let's take a look back over at our friends over there, and I see a little bit more work going on. And okay, the Jenga tower on the left there it's only got one side now. It's ahead. Okay. It's about to get ahead. All right. Yeah, let's see.
We're ahead.
Holy crap.
And it's ahead with legs.
I don't see.
Oh, that's not bad.
Okay.
Oh, that's not bad.
Okay. You're going to have 2 bots.
I'm a little speechless.
Look at that.
Okay.
Okay, wait.
And over here, what do we have with Gerald and Katie?
Gerald? Yeah.
Big head.
Okay, but it's my fault. Okay, wait. Where are we? Over here? Wait. Okay.
Oh, look at that.
It has a smile.
And a smile and everything. And our special accessories are coming. So.
But you know what? Chat room, I think I need your help again with our contestants here, with our teams. Chat room, I've got another item here that I want to ask for your help with. It's over here on my slides. Let me show you the slide here. We need your help. Chat room, which team should stop working for the next 90 seconds? Chat room, let us know.
Do tell.
Is it our team on the left of Maddie and Mehul? Or is it the team on the right with Katie and Gerald? Which team should stop?
What were the names again? So the Whisk Takers?
So the Whisk Takers is the name that we assigned to Maddie and Mehul. And on the right, we have the Donut Disturb
Maddie,
Decorators.
I have really bad news.
What's the name that we...
Keep saying your name.
I made so many jokes on the keynote. You should be rewarding me.
Chat room is just saying Maddie, so I think that's what
we
they
need to
want.
have Maddie and Mehul stop for 90 seconds? Okay. So can we set a timer for 90 seconds and we'll have them pause for a water break, step away. There we go. All right, hands off. Mehul's hands off. So go ahead, you can wander in here. So there's so much going on.
Do we need to do another prize?
I think we need to do another prize, and our next one up is our friends from Avalonia, who are going to be giving away an XPF Indie license. Now, XPF, that's their version of WPF.
Yeah, take WPF to your Mac.
Oh my gosh.
Why not?
So Avalonia is an open source framework that's useful for building beautiful cross-platform applications from that, like you were saying, a single .NET code base, right? So take all of your WPF knowledge, your capabilities, and bring it to Avalonia and go cross-platform. So who's our winner, Maddie?
It's someone we both know.
No.
Sean Whitesell.
Oh my gosh, Sean Whitesell. Congratulations, you just got an Avalonia XPF license from our friends at Avalonia UI.
Unless you said to make me stop for 90 seconds and then we'll take it away.
Chatroom loves it that he just came over here to bother us for 90 seconds.
Yeah.
Right?
And to give a prize.
And to give a prize along the way. Oh my gosh. So I'm keeping an eye on time. We've got about, I've got a bunch more prizes to give away. Why
don't you do another one?
Let's do another one while we're here. This one is going to be for Code Magazine. Our friends from Code Magazine have been talking up the event, and they're going to give away one code training class of your choice. This is a $1,200 value because they've got some premium trainers that are helping out over there. Now, Code Magazine, of course, is your leading independent magazine for professional software developers. They've been putting articles together and sending out their magazine. It's available online as well for years and years. It's got a tremendous history and great content available in Code Magazine. And I'm killing just a little bit more time so we can find out who our winner is.
Sorry. I didn't
Here we go.
lose.
And our next winner is David Groves. Congratulations, David Groves. You just won a code training class of your choice. That's a $1,200 value, and I think our 90 seconds is up.
Fine,
so
you
can
go back to
jump
work.
back in.
You know, we could probably do one more
Do
prize.
one more, and then we'll go back to
Hang
some
on,
more of the
let me
chaos.
just get it.
So while you're getting that queued up, let me bring up our next sponsor. This is Code Factory. Code Factory is giving away a $500 Amazon gift card. Code Factory is a real-time software delivery tool that runs natively inside of Visual Studio. The focus of Code Factory is to increase the delivery velocity of building new applications and uplift, refactor projects using other technologies. So big thanks to our friends at Code Factory. Our winner of the gift card is
Christopher Betts.
Christopher Betts! Congratulations. You just won a gift card from our friends at Code Factory. Big thanks to them and their support for .NET Conf and the .NET community, of course. All of these sponsoring partners have done a tremendous job for our community across the board.
That's what makes it an ecosystem.
Yes.
That's what makes it an open ecosystem where we're all chiming in to be more productive and successful.
Oh,
and
so good.
Speaking of Visual Studio, I loved how we ended the day on a high note with Visual Studio productivity.
Yes.
Love the two sessions where we're talking about Visual Studio 2022 for all of your Windows developers, and chatroom was also clear to say that all throughout the day, speakers used a mix of Windows and Macs, and that's how it should be.
Yes.
Because .NET is open and doesn't matter what you use.
Right. Seriously, the .NET community is everywhere. It's everywhere you want to be, right? Windows, Mac. We've got folks involved in all these social media places that are participating as part of .NET Conf. Can we zoom in a little bit there on what Maddie and Mehul have there on the left?
Oh, I see arms.
What is that? We've got arms, and they're putting fondant around that. Can we cut over to them a little bit there? Yeah. And I see Gerald and Katie are working a little bit. All right. And putting stuff together now. All right.
It's getting there.
Is it a bot or is it .NET bot Voltron? Like, it's all of these. It's 5 cookies coming together to form a bigger cookie .NET bot.
What are the arms and the legs? Are those like wafers?
They look like wafer cookies.
All right.
Yeah.
Wafers with Rice Krispies on top. It's
okay.
Perfect dessert.
Should we offer another little challenge to our friends here? Now, Dee, there was an accessory that we were supposed to bring that was going to prevent them for 2 minutes. Do we have that?
Totally forgot that.
All right, so I will skip that one. We were going to blindfold one team for a couple minutes. Yes, that was going to be a thing. We're going to skip over that one. Let's go to this one. We'll offer this challenge. Chat room, we need your help deciding which team should be allowed to use only one hand out of all 4 hands for the next 2 minutes? Help us out there, chat room.
This is evil.
This is a little bit tough. Chat room, help us out. Should it be on the left, Maddie and Mehul? Should only one of their 4 hands be allowed to be used for the next 2 minutes? Or should it be on the right? Should it be Katie and Gerald, only one of their 4 hands they can use?
I think chat room has spoken. It's Gerald and the do not disturb.
So Gerald and Katie, only one hand can be used for the next 2 minutes. All right, let's see how they do.
If you wanted to give away a prize,
We should give away a prize for.
this is Dev Express, I think.
Yes, I think Dev Express is the next one. Here we go. So Dev Express has a $500 Amazon gift card that they're going to be giving away. Now, Dev Express provides best-in-class UI controls, tools, and frameworks for WinForms, ASP.NET, MVC, Blazor, ASP.NET Core, WPF, VCL, Xamarin, .NET MAUI, and JavaScript developers. The tremendous amount of stuff. They make CodeRush also. You know CodeRush. So we've got a $500 Amazon gift card. Who's our winner, Sam?
And the lucky winner is Jonathan Watson.
Jonathan Watson, congratulations. You just won an Amazon gift card from our friends at Dev Express. We've got about another minute there. What is this? Now they're trying to use their mouth to move stuff around there. To our director friend, can we zoom in a little bit on Gerald and Katie there? So we can see what's going on?
Oh, yeah.
Elbows? You're going to use elbows now. Oh my goodness. Okay. No.
Oh, wow.
Okay. It's still one hand, and they're cleaning up after themselves, ladies and gentlemen. They're capping. That's right. They're capping their. See.
Okay, now we're switching hands.
You're going to switch up. So they have about 30 seconds more that they need to go with just one hand. There we go.
Was it one hand between all two of them?
One hand between the two of them.
Okay.
So, one hand. There we go. Keep your code clean, just like they're keeping their workstation clean. See that, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah. Can we give away one more prize real quick, Dee Dee?
Yeah, I think that's Dome Train.
Yeah, we're going to go to our friends from Dome Train. They've got a $600 Dome Train Pro annual subscription that they're giving away. Big thanks to the folks at Dome Train. And Dome Train was founded by Nick Chapsis, and Nick has been hosting a watch party all day today, talking about .NET Conf, sharing, discussing some of the things that have been going on. Big thanks to Nick and his community for watching. Now, Dome Train has courses that aim to provide the training experience software engineers would get by pair programming with a very senior and skilled engineer in a real modern company. So big thanks to Nick and the team at Dome Train for supporting .NET Conf, for supporting our community, and for hosting that watch party today. Sam, who's our big winner of the Dome Train subscription?
The lucky winner is Florian Collar.
Florian, congratulations. You won our annual subscription to Dome Train.
And can you just tell people that I will email them after?
Yes, there will be emails that go out to the folks that have been selected to win here. That's why you filled out the form. We have your email address. We've associated it with the prize. You'll be contacted by our folks and by the sponsors to make sure that you get your prize in the very near future.
I'm looking at what's going on. There's all purple.
A lot of purple over there. And they can go back to 2 hands. Yes.
Yes.
All
Go ahead.
our friends. Yes. So we've got 2 little bots that are scaling and growing here. Maddie's got a very purple bot there in front of her. And it looks like there's some eyes on it. It does look more like a ninja.
It does. Yeah.
But I think we've seen with Katie and Gerald, they've got a nice smile on their .NET bot.
Yeah, so, everything's better when you smile. Right?
Everything's better when you smile. Yeah. Look at that. It's beautiful.
Yeah. Like the smile.
It's going to slide right off that tray, isn't it?
And the bottom?
Now, we have a ton more partners to talk about and hook up here. Should we talk about Growth Acceleration Partners?
Let's do it.
You might know a thing or two about them.
I might know them.
So Growth Acceleration Partners, they also are giving away a $500 Amazon gift card. Growth Acceleration Partners, of course, they provide leading AI migration tools to transform your old Microsoft code to the latest .NET and cloud platforms. GAPS tools have migrated hundreds of thousands of projects and billions of lines of code. They're going to get you from going back to VB6 stuff. So this is when you need that professional person that's going to get in there and help you migrate.
Yep. And
All
we
right.
got tools for it too. We're coming out with a Blazor tool.
Really?
And look who won.
So our winner for the $500 gift card is Corey Hurricane Weathers.
Corey,
Congratulations,
we love
Corey.
You, Corey.
You won a gift card from our friends at Growth Acceleration
For
Partners.
me, I'll follow up with you, Corey.
And Dee Dee will be in touch. How are we doing over there? Better than ever. Wait a sec. Hang on. Stay on your side. What are you doing sneaking in there?
So I got to read.
They do.
I got to read this comment from the chat room.
Please.
It's all of our good friends here. Bald Bearded Builder saying the big one is getting dangerously close to being the .NET Teletubby.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I embrace that. I embrace it.
Oh my gosh, and they're good. Now, what does Mehul have there? Hiding behind the Rice Krispies. Wait a sec. Is that? Are they making a .NET bot in a race car? Ooh.
Oh,
Now
that's kind of on
creative.
point.
All
with
right.
brand.
All right. So they've got two .NET bots that they've built on the left, and one really big one with Katie and Gerald on the right.
Might come down to the expressions and the smiles and the.
Yes.
We'll see.
All right. Let's talk about Nostis. Nostis is our next sponsor we want to talk about, and they're going to be giving away Nostis Document Studio, their .NET Ultimate package. Now, Nostis creates well-designed PDF and Microsoft Office document processing, viewing, printing, and conversion components for .NET, Delphi, and Java. So, a whole rich set of document processing tools, and they work great in .NET.
And it's important for enterprise workflows. You have
Absolutely. So, who are we helping
All right,
with this
so
Document Studio product?
the lucky winner is Curtis Schmimmel.
Curtis Schimmel.
Schimmel.
Yeah, there we go. Curtis, congratulations. You won a Nostis Document Studio .NET Ultimate package from our friends at Nostis. And Dee Dee, can we roll right into the next one? Because we've got a handful of these to get through.
Yep. Hang on. Give me.
While she's going and identifying the next one.
I'll read out a comment. So while this is all fun and games, chat room is sad that we are wasting Rice Krispies. We might not waste them. We'll eat it all.
Okay, there we go. It's all edible, and we've got a hungry .NET team across the street in Building 18. So, you heard Gerald. James Montemagno is hungry, and we have dessert for him.
Okay, got you your next person.
Okay. So, next up is a $500 gift card from our friends at Iron Software. Iron Software develops C-sharp software libraries that suit your needs, whether it's Excel, OCR, QR codes, barcode processing, zip document processing, PDFs, and these tools are initially free for developers, and when you deploy, then you can start buying the product and using it as you need to. So a $500 Amazon gift card. Who's our winner?
The lucky winner here is David Stillwagon.
David, congratulations. Our friends from Iron Software are going to set you up with a $500 Amazon gift card. Big thanks to the folks at Iron Software for their support of the .NET community and .NET Conf.
Yep.
They're building more over there. All right. I love seeing in the window just below there. Check out what they're working on. I don't know. How's the chat room doing over there?
Good. I'm going to read a comment here from Gaurav.
Oh, please.
Yep. So, there are multiple ways in which Copilot can be integrated, but it's fun to see like Node.js versus .NET.
Okay.
And the team shared how they're using .NET and .NET Aspire to now wire up the Copilot performance.
Oh, yeah. Really cool stuff to see how it grows and how .NET is helping out there.
Yep.
Very cool. We've got another. Well, while we're getting ready for our next prize, can we take a look at what our friends are doing over there on the desk?
I see sprinkles.
That's okay. Now we have a smile on the towering, standing .NET bot. There we go on the left, and how we doing on the right there? So taking a look, panning over there, getting ready to put some sprinkles on. Oh yeah, he's got.
Very scared it might slide off.
I don't know.
So-
And what's that on the bottom left?
Nothing will happen.
What's that? It looks like a power mushroom from Super Mario. What is that?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
It's a power. It's
Who
a.
doesn't love that?
That's
.NET
right.
Powered up today. .NET 9 level up. It's all coming together.
It's all coming together.
It's all
You heard
coming
it first
together.
here.
Yeah.
Okay.
It
That's
says
why he has
.NET
the
right
YouTube.
here. I mean, we need 9. We need a 9.
We need a 9.
You need a 9. All right. So let's go back over to our slides and talk about our next sponsor that we want to mention here. This is Lead Tools. They've been helping out, promoting and supporting the .NET community. Lead Tools by a price, I think is how you pronounce that. They have a $500 Amazon gift card that they're giving away, and Lead Tools by a price is an award-winning line of recognition, document, medical imaging, and multimedia toolkits. That's what they make. Who's our winner here?
The lucky winner is Matthew K.
Ah, Matthew.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
We'll reach out to you.
We'll be in touch with you to get you connected with your prize from our friends at Lead Tools who make those AI document medical imaging toolkits and OCR recognition. Great stuff.
Chat room suggests that next year we should try building .NET bots with spaghetti.
Spaghetti?
Sounds mean, but okay.
Sounds mean. I'll take it under advisement. Yes, I think we can do that. Yeah, our friend Bald Bearded Builder here has been quite active. So make sure if you're in the chat room, you got to fill out the form at mobilize.net/code-party. All right, mobilize.net/code-party, and that gets you in the drawing. We've got about a half dozen prizes left that we're going to go through here very quickly before we wrap up. Make sure you check that out. Also, check out all of our sponsors on the website. Besides this event, there's a swag bag, there's a secret decoder challenge with even more prizes that you can win through the next 2 days of .NET Conf. All right? We're going to talk more about some of those prizes and what we're giving away at the end of day 3 of our live content here at .NET Conf. Let's talk about our next sponsor, Meshius. They're giving away a $500 Amazon gift card.
I want to say they say their name is Mesh.
Meshius, yes.
But I'm not sure.
Meshius, yes.
Okay.
So Meshius product line provides developers, designers, and architects with the ultimate collection of award-winning JavaScript and .NET grids, reporting, spreadsheets, document APIs, viewers, and mobile controls. So a $500 Amazon gift card. I'm sorry, Maddie.
This is formerly Grape City.
This is formerly
Yes.
Grape City, Component 1, yes. And they are now known as Meshius. They're giving away a $500 Amazon gift card. Who's our big winner for this one?
The lucky winner is Mike Newman.
Mike Newman, congratulations. You won a gift card from our friends at Meshius. Big thanks to them for supporting .NET Conf and the .NET community through the event. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 7 more to go through.
That's a lot.
And we've got 5 minutes left. We got to get
Okay,
through
let's
this
keep going.
faster. Let's go to Nevron Software.
That is so scary. Oh my God. Yeah.
Nevron they're going to be giving away their Open Vision for .NET Enterprise. They have a full license for that. Nevron provides the leading .NET framework UI controls and data visualization components for cross-platform UI development. And our winner on this one is...
Our good friend, Eric Johansson.
Eric,
Hey.
Congratulations. You won our Nevron Open Vision license for .NET Enterprise.
I decided to.
Big thanks to our friends at Nevron. Yeah, we've got to get through these a little bit quicker so we can get through all the sponsors and make it back over to our friends who are working diligently on their .NET bots because we've got about 4 minutes left here. Next up is New Relic.
Okay, sorry, I just have to make sure that I copy the name down and don't cheat the person.
Sure. Well, New Relic, they're giving away a $500 Amazon gift card. New Relic is the only AI-driven platform to unify and pair telemetry data to provide clarity over your entire digital estate. We move your problem-solving past proactive and predictive processing to the right data at the right time to maximize value and control costs. That's why businesses around the world, including Adidas Runtastic of the American Red Cross, Domino's, GoTo Group, Ryanair, Topgolf, and William Hill run on New Relic to drive innovation, improve reliability, and deliver exceptional customer experiences to fuel growth.
And
A
the winner
$500
is
Amazon gift card is
Todd Lucas.
Todd Lucas. Congratulations, you won an Amazon gift card.
So chatroom is asking, how do we decide who wins?
How do we decide? They're going to get to
They vote.
in a little bit here.
All
yes. We have a 1-year subscription to Packet Publishing. Packet Publishing, it was founded in 2004 in Birmingham, in the UK. Packet's mission is to help the world put software to work in new ways through the delivery of effective learning and information services to IT professionals. Dee?
The winner is Joe Stover.
Joe Stover, you just won a 1-year Packet subscription. Big thanks to them. The next one I think you know a little bit about, Progress
Yeah, I might.
Software.
Yeah.
They're giving away a $500 Amazon gift card. Do you want to talk about Progress?
Yeah, it's all about developer productivity, solid UI, polished performant UI, and frameworks and tools that help developers be more productive.
Absolutely. So a $500 Amazon gift card is going to
Dave Cadell. Congratulations, Dave.
Congratulations. You just won a $500 Amazon gift card. Next up, we have a mystery prize from Stack Overflow.
Ooh.
Now, these are always kind of interesting because you don't know what you're going to get, but it's usually something good. You know Stack Overflow. Stack Overflow and the Stack Exchange Network help people find the answers they need when they need them. Comprising 173 Q&A communities, including Stack Overflow, over 100 million people visit Stack Overflow every month and the Stack Exchange Network every month to ask questions, learn, and share technical knowledge. Stack Overflow's products and tools empower people to find what they need to develop technology at work or at home. Who's our winner for Stack Overflow?
Bill Grog.
Bill Grog.
Bill Grog.
Congratulations. You won a prize from our friends at Stack Overflow. Next up, we're going through this rapid fire style. So thank you so much to our friends for hanging in there. We've got Uno Platform next with a surprise e-gift. Uno is an open source cross-platform graphical user interface that allows WinUI and Universal Windows platform-based code to run on iOS, macOS, Linux, Android, and WebAssembly. The Uno platform is released under the Apache 2.0 license. So who's going to win a surprise e-gift from Uno platform?
Lewis Hendricks.
Lewis, congratulations. You just won a surprise gift from our friends at Uno. And our last partner to talk about is Dev Prime. They're going to give away one Dev Prime Team Enterprise annual subscription. Now, Dev Prime is an AI-augmented development platform designed for developers to build better high-quality software for back-end event-driven APIs and microservices. It boosts developer productivity and enables faster building of cloud-native and distributed applications. Who's our winner, Dee?
It's Luciana, and I do not know how to say Luciana's last name.
Wow, Luciana Guselian?
Guselian?
Congratulations. You won the Dev Prime Team Enterprise annual subscription. All right, that's all for our sponsors here. Let's take a look at what we've got over there on the desk, because I think we need to wrap it up.
There's a lot happening.
And there's a lot happening here. I think it's time to go tools down, and let's take a look at what we have. Now, on the left with Maddie and Mahul, we have, I see a large standing vertically, purple .NET bot.
Wait,
and
is it 3 bots?
Wait, there's please introduce us to your bots, Maddie.
I want to show you our piece. It's called .NET Bot at .NET Conf Code Party 2024.
Okay.
First and foremost, we have Racecar Bot, who we had in .NET 8.
Yes.
And he is here with a little helper bot passing the torch off to this guy who's standing in .NET 9 because we're just going up from here.
That's right.
All right.
Additionally, it says C#. Hold on.
No. Oh yeah, do it.
It says C# and
You
it
can't
says
see it. Higher.
I love .NET right there.
Oh. That's a lot.
And there's a couple 9s. And this guy's head turns. Look at this.
Functional head.
Wow. Okay.
Mohawk.
But they don't have special accessories with them like our other team does.
No, he has a balloon. He has a balloon.
Qualification.
It is a story, though. You got to give it to them.
There's a story there. Okay. So chat room,
Yeah,
I
but they
want
did
you to
a
keep
whole
track of
narrative,
things
you
because we
guys.
need your help deciding a winner. Let's take a look now at what Katie and Gerald have put together here. Now, Gerald's holding up there, it looks like, can you tell us a little bit about your bot?
I'm Teletubby.net bot.
They're owning it.
This
Yeah.
is a coming of age story. All right, this,
you do the story.
this is Oscar worthy. So this is Bate, and he grew up in Redmond, Seattle. He loves soccer, but even more than that, he loves you.
Wow.
And
Okay.
to celebrate that, he accepts your gifts and he gives you love.
Wow.
And so much
Okay.
productivity. You make
And
a lot of money from
productivity.
your apps.
I'm crying from this
He's
story.
good luck.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's good luck, and if you
Yes.
vote against him, you'll get bad luck.
Wow.
Why does he look like that?
So chat room, now chat room, you are our jury. Who wins? Team 1 on the left, Maddie and Mehul, or team 2 on the right? I need to see a 1 or a 2 in chat. Who is our big winner today?
Okay, I'll
to help
count.
decide. You're going to count?
I'll count.
While we're going through that.
2 for
So
1.
much to see there. It's so exciting. Let me go to, I see, while you're taking a look at that, I see a message from IMGPT on Twitch asking, what's the dedeadline for the Secret Decoder Challenge?
Oh my gosh.
That's the end of .NET Conf on day 3. We've got plenty of time. You've still got another 36 to 48 hours, right, to get through there. We'll do our final drawings for that at about 4:30 p.m. Pacific time on the 14th. So make sure you keep track of that. About 4:30 Pacific time on the 14th. All right? How are we doing there? We're getting some messages from the chat room?
It's coming in, and I'm counting. It's hard.
All right.
It's overwhelming. Yeah. Like, it's hard to count that.
It's hard to count that. So
Surly Dev says they're both winners in his eyes.
Oh.
There could be only one winner.
A surly developer says they're both winners. I feel like it's so emotional.
Guy Incognito says everyone's a winner.
Okay. Okay.
I have a feeling.
YouTube feels like they're not being heard.
YouTube feels like they're not being heard? What do
Are
we
you
think?
looking at YouTube, Sam?
I'm looking at all the votes that are coming in here to the tags app, so it probably
It
does
doesn't
not
include
include YouTube. Yeah.
Jeff, we forgot to mention, Maddie is also .NET bot.
Wait.
You're adding on now.
Maddie's
I
throwing
think
down.
voting's already started here with our jury. Am I right, chat room? I don't know. I don't know.
So by a razor-thin margin.
Okay, we have results.
I think it's Team 1.
Maddie and Mehul, congratulations, our big winner.
You know, thank you.
Well, chat room. It's been so much fun. Cam, can we pan across and see all of our creations? Thank you so much, chat room out there. It's been a fun code party, but I think it's time for us to wrap up. It's the end of just day 1 of .NET Conf. There's so much more to come.
And a huge shout out to our production crew.
Yes.
Has been amazing
Big
all through
thanks
the
to our
day.
production team. Much appreciated. We've got some folks behind the scenes that are helping out. But we are going to wrap up. What is this?
Well, we heard that you guys were making cakes in here.
Yes.
And
Oh.
so those are amazing.
I heard
those
it's-
are absolutely amazing. But we have a special cake for Jeff.
What?
We have a special cake for you, Jeff, because I heard it's your tenure.
What? Oh my gosh. Yes, I'm 10 years with Microsoft this month. Thank you. What did you
We
do?
got you a very special hat to celebrate the Pacific Northwest.
In case you don't know, I might have a thing for hats. So what did you do here? What is this? Oh my gosh. What is that logo?
That's like all of the beauty of the Pacific Northwest. Sun.
There it
sun,
is.
Mountains, trees, rivers.
Very cool.
Yay, Jeff!
Thank you very much. Oh my gosh. Do I need to blow these out now?
And we have removed all allergens from the cake. Unlike whatever is happening over there.
Unlike what's happening over there. Thank you so much. My goodness. I need to blow this out now. Thank you so much. My goodness. The chaos, the fun. It's .NET Conf. It's .NET Conf 2024. It's the end of day one. Thank you so much, everybody out there. Thank you to our friends, my colleagues here in studio. Thank you, Dee Dee, for helping out with all the prize drawing and helping coordinate. Our friend Sarah Fatz helped plan and coordinate a lot of this, even making Rice Krispie treats until late in the evening last night. Thank you, Sam. Appreciate you joining us.
Absolutely, and we will see you tomorrow.
We'll see you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific. We get started, and I believe it's our friend Scott Hunter kicking off the day. Make sure you tune in for us. For everybody here, thank you so much for joining us on .NET Conf. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care.